One fateful afternoon, beams of light descended from the heavens, drawing billions of souls across the globe into an apocalyptic game. As the game commenced, while others found themselves surrounded by abundant resources, Chu Hong emerged amidst a gruesome tableau of corpses. To his astonishment, he discovered that he possessed a game enhancer, the ability to perceive hidden prompts. Congratulations! This hardware store houses but a single zombie. You have ample time to unlock the black iron-grade treasure chest in the second-floor room before it awakens. This pond appears crystal clear, yet it is tainted. A single sip may lead to severe vomiting and diarrhea, while more grievous fate awaits transformation into a zombie. This grotesque, mutated fruit may seem repulsive, yet consuming it grants you the ability of night vision. The flesh of this mutated giant snake is not only delectable, but can also permanently enhance your attributes. Thus began Chu Hong's inexorable journey. While others struggled to survive, he stood at the pinnacle, lightly treading upon the heads of once surrogate foreign players, declaring, in spring, "I shall not speak first, let us see which insect dares to make a sound." Chapter 1. Transcending the Apocalypse, I can see hidden prompts. Player: Chu Hong. Gender: male. Strength: 9. Average human value: 10. Human limit: 99. Agility: 8. Average human value: 10. Human limit: 99. Constitution: 8. Average human value: 10. Human limit: 99. Talent: none. Note: when the sum of 3 attributes reaches 99 points, one may choose to integrate an anomalous core into their body, forming an energy core and awakening corresponding abilities. Gazing at the suddenly materialized information screen, Chu Hong was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, he was on his commute home from work, yet, in an instant, every passerby on the street, including himself, seemed to be ensnared by a spell, vanishing with the emergence of the radiant beams. Soon after, as the light faded, he found himself on a strange road. Looking around, he beheld dozens of vehicles strewn haphazardly across the pavement, their condition catastrophic, resembling the aftermath of a massive collision. The storefronts lining the street, stained crimson with blood, added to the atmosphere's eerie and sinister quality. Most chillingly, Chu Hong noticed numerous figures around him, grotesquely resembling the zombies depicted in films. Of course, if one were to classify those with intestines spilling forth and gnawing on human limbs as humans, then perhaps they could be deemed as such. Zombies? Have I truly been transported into an apocalypse? As an enthusiast of apocalyptic web literature, Chu Hong had encountered this trope numerous times in novels. It was the only plausible explanation for the extraordinary events unfolding before him. Just then, a shimmering screen materialized in his vision, and blood-red letters began to materialize. Welcome, players, to the Apocalypse survival game. In this game, all individuals aged between 16 and 65 from the Starry World are selected as players. To ensure fairness, players' physical conditions have been restored in normal, including those who are near death, critically ill, or physically impaired. The primary adversaries you face are bloodthirsty creatures, vastly outnumbering you, and survival is your sole objective. To thrive, please heed the following points. 1. Life is singular in this game. Death or infection will result in true demise. Cherish your existence. 2. Bloodthirsty beings are in a constant state of evolution, and consuming players' flesh accelerates this process. Conversely, players can achieve rapid advancement and evolution by defeating zombies and collecting crystal cores. 3. As night falls, bloodthirsty creatures become increasingly active, significantly enhancing their hunting abilities. It is advisable for players to remain within safe shelters to avoid peril. 4. Mutated flora and fauna pose not only threats to survival, but if utilized wisely, can transform into vital resources. 5. Abundant supply crates are scattered across the globe, within which you may discover unexpected treasures. 6. Upon the commencement of the game, each player will receive a novice gift pack, which includes basic gathering skills, a world electronic map, and a ring containing 3 days' worth of living supplies with 20 slots. Utilizing these resources wisely can prolong your survival. 7. Players may expend certain crystal cores and fragments of the space ring to enhance the level of their space ring, thereby increasing storage capacity and unlocking additional storage permissions. Note: space ring fragments can be obtained by scavenging players' corpses. Attention! The game will officially commence in 3 minutes, at which time the bloodthirsty creatures will be released from their suspended state. Players are urged to make the most of these 3 minutes to gather supplies and locate safe havens. Initiating trading functions. Activating chat channel. Restarting city power, a novice benefit. Lasting 7 days. Reverting resource status. Restored to 6 months post-apocalypse. Player immobilization, status lifted. As the final line of text appeared, Chu Hong felt the shackles of his confinement dissipate. Just as he contemplated lighting a cigarette to calm himself, he realized he possessed nothing save for a ring on his right hand, gleaming with a dark metallic luster. Simultaneously, the regional chat channel was inundated with messages from players. What just happened? I was just in bed playing on my phone, and suddenly I'm in the street. Did you see the content on the screen? Are we truly transported to an apocalyptic world? Oh no, I'm in a room with 2 zombies. What should I do? I'm not faring any better. I'm on a bus, surrounded by zombies. I must be doomed. Zhu Ziren, I love you. I'm so scared. There's zombies everywhere. Can anyone come to rescue me? Observing the circumstances of others in the chat channel, Chu Hong cast a glance at the surrounding zombies and could not help but smile bitterly. It appeared that he had drawn the short straw. Yet, as he surveyed the neatly arranged shops lining the streets, a spark of hope flickered in his mind. Perhaps there was still a chance to struggle for survival. Although the present situation was perilous, if he could locate a secure refuge within 3 minutes, a glimmer of life remained. Otherwise, when the zombies resumed their motion after 3 minutes, he would undoubtedly become their first warm meal. However, finding a safe haven within the mere span of 3 minutes was no easy feat. The shops nearby either stood wide open or firmly shut, but uniformly, the exterior walls and the ground before each establishment were stained a deep crimson. Without approaching closely, it was impossible to discern which shop might offer safety and which posed a threat. Should he make a misstep, not only would he waste precious time, but if he failed to find a secure place to hide within the remaining moments, he would likely pay with his life. This was undeniably a gamble. Whichever shop he chose, it would be a wager on his very existence, necessitating utmost caution. Time was of the essence, and as he hesitated, the death countdown continued to tick away. Gritting his teeth, Chu Hong steeled himself and dashed toward a restaurant whose door was ajar and bore fewer bloodstains. Yet, after only a few meters, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, compelling him to halt. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's appearance, talent, and luck greatly exceed the norm, perfectly meeting the criteria. The hidden prompt system has been bound. No sooner had the voice faded than Chu Hong noticed a prompt box appearing beside the restaurant he had been eyeing. This restaurant hall is haunted by 8 famished zombies, eagerly awaiting some lucky soul to recklessly enter, so they can indulge. What was this? Initially taken aback, Chu Hang's surprise quickly morphed into elation as he recalled the voice in his mind. What a system! This is akin to a game cheat. It seems fortune has not abandoned me. As an ardent gamer, Chu Hong was no stranger to such cheats and even pondered the stability of this one. Casting his gaze at the countdown on the screen, he realized that over 20 seconds had already elapsed during his moment of astonishment. Clearly, the restaurant was no longer a viable option. He needed to urgently seek another safe refuge. Chu Hong swiftly resumed scanning the other shops, and prompts emerged before him. This supermarket is plagued by 22 zombies, with various clothing, shoes, and a limited supply of purified water. If I were you, I would steer clear of this place. This pharmacy contains 5 zombies and a range of essential survival medications, some honeysuckle extract, and various useless health products. Perhaps it is worth a try. This music store is devoid of zombies. It houses an array of instruments and some food, but the door is locked and will require time to open. Chapter 2. Black iron-level treasure chest. After scanning the surroundings, Chu Heng's expression abruptly soured. In a brief span, he had surveyed no fewer than 50 shops, yet according to the concealed hints, none met the required criteria. The establishments were either firmly locked, inaccessible for the time being, or infested with several zombies. For someone his stature, lacking weaponry, entering would be tantamount to a death sentence. A death so grim that even a farewell would remain unuttered. As the proximity to the zombies' activation drew ever closer, Chu Hong felt a surge of impatience. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, and his heart raced violently. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a hardware store to his left, its roll-up door firmly shut. The hint read, "This hardware store has 1 zombie on the first floor. You have ample time to unlock the black iron treasure chest in the second floor room before it awakens." Additionally, there are numerous tools within that can serve as weapons, making this a commendable choice for your current predicament. Caution: the roll-up door of the hardware store is not locked, but it will emit a loud noise when opened or closed. With this hidden prompt, Chu Heng's spirits soared. The hardware store stood at the end of the street to his left, approximately 100 meters away. At that distance, even at a pace of merely 3 meters per second, he could reach it in just over 30 seconds, allowing half a minute for opening and closing the door, leaving him with more than a minute to ascend the stair sample time indeed. Without further ado, Chu Hong swiftly altered his course, darting like a rabbit amidst the still horde of corpses, quickly making his way toward the hardware store. Simultaneously, he noticed several other unfortunate souls, similarly trapped among the zombies. Hastening toward their chosen shops, one of them was headed for the restaurant that had initially caught his eye. However, Chu Hong refrained from issuing a warning. After all, he was merely a clay idol crossing a river, struggling for his own survival. The trustworthiness of others was uncertain, and he might inadvertently endanger himself. He was but an ordinary individual, and though years of societal trials had perhaps left a flicker of kindness in a small corner of his heart, the predominant sentiment was one of selfishness. Having perused countless apocalyptic novels and films, Chu Hong understood one fundamental truth. Kindness had no place in the apocalypse. To show mercy to others was to be cruel to oneself. After 30 seconds, he finally reached the hardware store's entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted the roll-up door and slipped inside, swiftly lowering it again and securing the lock from within. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him. This is bad. Chu Hong's heart sank. He had made a grave error, one that was common yet fatal in a hardware store. The first floor is typically devoid of windows, plunging into darkness once the door is shut. Within this pitch-black environment, it is impossible to discern one's surroundings without the aid of light, let alone navigate the stairs leading to the second floor. One could easily stumble and encounter that lurking zombie, leading to an unwelcome confrontation. The mere thought sent a shiver down Chu Hong's spine. The countdown continued, with less than a minute remaining until the zombie would awaken. Ding! The system has detected the host's current environment. Would you like to authorize a switch to night mode? In night mode, all items within your line of sight will be highlighted. Clinging to this lifeline, Chu Hong shouted, "Switch to night mode immediately." Ding. Switch successful as the announcement echoed. A flurry of conspicuous prompts materialized in the darkness before Chu Hong's eyes. Cash register. There is some cash in the drawer shelves, filled with various hardware tools. Air conditioning can regulate indoor temperature when activated. Damn it, why are there so many prompts? I can't even see the path, Chu Hong cursed. To ensure the host's safety, all items will be highlighted in night mode. If the host finds this cumbersome, you may select specific targets for prompts, while others will be automatically dismissed. Hearing the system's words, Chu Hong finally exhaled in relief, suddenly recalling a phrase from the lengthy text he had previously read. City power has been restored. Could it be? System, please highlight the light switch button and temporarily disable the other prompts. The dense array of alerts dissipated, leading Chu Hong to the remaining prompt. He pressed the switch firmly. With a crisp sound, the area before him erupted into brightness, illuminating the entire layout of the first floor. Indeed, a surge of joy filled Chu Hong's heart. He observed the cash register near the entrance, flanked by 2 rows of shelves, each meticulously arranged with various tools, indicating the owner was quite particular. However, merely 2 meters away stood a grotesque zombie, motionless in its position. Behind it, an iron staircase led directly to the second floor. Zeroth Tire Zombie, a low-level bloodthirsty creature, currently in a time-stop state, unable to attack or be harmed. Time stop remaining, 33 seconds. Strength, 10. Speed, 6. Weak points, joints, spine, head. Fatal. Infection routes, nails, teeth, bodily fluids. Threat level, moderate, relatively easy to kill, but once injured by it, the system will begin selecting the next host. It is advisable for the host to quickly find a weapon or distance themselves. Damn it, could you at least wish me some luck, system? Chu Hong muttered under his breath, sidestepping the zombie, which might have been the owner, grabbed a steel pipe from the shelf, and hurriedly ascended the metal staircase towards the upper floor. He sprinted up the stairs, burst into the room, and swiftly locked the door behind him. Simultaneously, the countdown that had been vehemently ringing in his ears for the last 30 seconds abruptly ceased. In the next moment, the zombies outside the street awakened from their frozen state, flailing their dismembered limbs and emitting beastly growls. Roar, hiss, roar, hiss. The cacophony of the zombies' lamentations, interspersed with a few human screams, drifted in through the street-facing window. The sounds were akin to those from the depths of hell, sending chills down Chu Hong's spine. He leaned weakly against the wall, gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained. It was only then that he realized his back was already drenched in cold sweat, and his hands and legs trembled uncontrollably. After all, he had merely been an ordinary office worker prior to this, and encountering such a dire situation, especially one that unfolded so cataclysmically, was enough to instill genuine terror. After a considerable while, Chu Hung finally calmed himself, rising to survey the room. He had taken note during his ascent that the second floor housed only this street-facing room, meaning the black iron treasure chest mentioned in the hint must be within. Soon, his attention was drawn to a black box the size of a shoebox resting atop the nightstand. Black iron treasure chest, a wondrous container that, when opened, bestows random, useful items. Caution: treasure chests are categorized from low to high levels, including rotting wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, crimson gold, diamond, legendary, epic, and mythical. Higher tier chests are often accompanied by significant peril. TSK. Only a second tier, Chu Hong remarked with a hint of disdain, yet he dutifully placed his palm upon the chest. Do you wish to open it immediately? Yes, no. Yes. The chest responded to his affirmation, creaking open to reveal a petite longbow, 2 quivers of arrows, and a deep crimson potion, lying quietly within the confines of the box. Chapter 3. Basic Life Potion, Ordinary Longbow, Moderate Power, Good Accuracy, includes 100 arrows. With a maximum range of 200 meters, Basic Life Potion. Consuming this potion significantly enhances the player's physical attributes. Usage count, 11. Note: the consumption of the potion is accompanied by intense pain. Gazing upon these 3 items, Chu Hang's eyes gradually brightened. He took out the items one by one. Remarkably, as he retrieved the pocket-sized longbow, it magically expanded to its full size instantaneously, as if by an illusion. After pulling out the other 2 items, the previously empty black iron treasure chest suddenly transformed into a cloud of stardust and vanished without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Hong could not help but marvel. Everything unfolding before him was utterly unscientific, defying all the scientific knowledge he had acquired in his former earthly world. But what did it matter? Entering this game-like realm was inherently filled with the extraordinary. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Chu Hang tilted his head back and consumed the life potion. Then grasped a prepared wooden stick and bit down firmly. Soon, a searing sensation engulfed his entire body, accompanied by a tidal wave of pain. As though every muscle within him was being violently torn apart in that very moment. Despite his preparedness, the agony nearly rendered him unconscious. He clenched the wooden stick in his mouth tightly, veins bulging in his neck, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably, presenting a rather alarming sight. Fortunately, the onset of pain was swift, and its departure was equally rapid. After approximately 3 minutes, the painful sensation began to ebb away, replaced by a delightful tingling sensation. 2 minutes later, all discomfort vanished, leaving Chu Hong with an overwhelming sense of relief. His back no longer ached, his legs felt invigorated, and even years of nearsightedness had dissipated, filling his entire being with vitality and sharpening his senses. Since entering high school, he had never felt so liberated. Opening his character panel, Chu Hong couldn't help but feel astonished. Player: Chu Hang. Gender: male. Strength: 20. Average for a normal person is 10. Human limit is 99. Agility: 18. Average for a normal person is 10. Human limit is 99. Constitution: 22. Average for a normal person is 10. Human limit is 99. Talent: none. Aside from agility, which had doubled, the enhancements in the other 2 attributes exceeded 100%, marking a dramatic transformation. His current total attribute score had reached 60 points, meaning that with an additional 39 points, he would awaken his abilities. How astounding. Just the basic potion has doubled my attributes. What would happen with a medium or advanced life potion? Would I not soar to new heights? Chu Hong mused to himself, gripping the longbow and slowly attempting to draw it back. To his surprise, even with his attributes doubled, he found himself unable to fully draw the bowstring. With a slight click of the tongue, he felt that he was almost there. With a bit more strength, he should be able to fully unleash his potential. Having opened the treasure chest, his physical attributes had significantly improved, coupled with the presence of a standard longbow as a ranged weapon. Chu Hong was brimming with confidence regarding his ability to eliminate the wandering zombie below. However, he refrained from rushing downstairs to confront the creature. His immediate priority was to comprehend the function of the hidden hint system, familiarize himself with the game's mechanics, and expedite the practical application of the longbow. Although the longbow possessed commendable power, its efficacy hinged upon accuracy and precision. In the hands of an inexperienced individual, those 2 quivers of arrows might fail to fell even a handful of zombies. Fortunately, having grown up under his grandfather's tutelage, Chu Hong was no stranger to archery, having spent his childhood shooting wild rabbits in the mountains. Furthermore, his annual visits to his grandfather invariably included hunting as an essential activity, rendering him quite adept at the skill. At present, His sole task was to acclimate to the feel of the longbow. After repetitively drawing arrows, knocking them, and pulling the string for approximately 10 minutes, Chu Heng finally paused. His proficiency had nearly returned. He was now comfortable within a range of 20 meters. However, for greater distances, further practice would be requisite. During his recent training, he had also gradually discerned the functionality of the hidden hint system. There were no sign-ins, no exchanges, no marketplace, and certainly no extravagant multipliers. The system's singular purpose was to provide Chu Heng with the hidden hints he required. He could not help but scoff at its apparent lack of sophistication among the myriad of gaming aids. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that without the system's guidance, he might have already become a meal for other zombies. One must learn to be grateful. Having something is certainly preferable to having nothing. At the very least, it allows him to gauge the threat level of enemies and locate various resources ahead of time, thus enabling him to avert danger. A commendable ability, indeed. As for the game's inherent features, they currently encompassed only remote trading and remote chatting. The remote trading function bore resemblance to the auction houses from the online games Chu Heng had previously played, allowing players to trade freely. Although the game had only commenced 2 to 3 minutes prior, numerous players had already listed food and water in exchange for crystal cores or other necessities. Chu Heng found this unsurprising. Given the vast population of Earth, it was unlikely that there would be a shortage of fortunate individuals born in resource-rich locales. The remote chatting feature, as its name implies, facilitated online communication among players, subdivided into 3 channels: city, continent, and global. At present, the continent and global channels remained inactive, leaving players to communicate solely within the city channel. Additionally, players could search for others by name to filter additional information and add friends for private conversations. However, this feature held little value for Chu Heng, as his parents had tragically passed away in an accident long ago, and distant relatives kept their distance. It was his grandfather who had raised him. Growing up in such an environment, Chu Heng naturally had few friends, and those who occupied his thoughts were even fewer. His grandfather, being over 70, was not among the players. Even if Chu Heng felt concern, he had no means to reach out. As for others, he had little inclination to establish contact. What if, upon reaching out, he discovered their dire circumstances? Humanity is inherently selfish. He was already navigating his own path with caution and did not wish for others to become a burden. Moreover, as the game had begun to state, in this apocalyptic world, one must guard against not only the terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters but also the humans who surround them. Life is singular, and in such a world, one must tread with utmost caution. Every step requires meticulous care. Chapter 4. The Harvest. After resting upstairs for a while, Chu Heng, fully armed, approached the door and took a deep breath. He then gently pushed the door open and stepped outside, stealthily making his way to the staircase to look down. There, on the first floor, a zombie staggered aimlessly, wandering between the shelves, occasionally twitching and emitting beast-like howls, perhaps due to Chu Heng's careful movements. The zombie did not detect his presence. Observing this scene, Chu Heng was slightly taken aback. He was no more than 10 meters away from the zombie, and yet it failed to sense him. It appeared that the zombies in this world were reminiscent of those portrayed in films, primarily relying on auditory cues to capture signals from their prey, with a lesser sensitivity to scent. Uncertain of the zombie's visual acuity, Chu Heng murmured to himself as he drew an arrow from his quiver, delicately pinching it between his fingers, slowly drawing back the bowstring and aiming for the creature's head. Normally, dispatching a zombie without drawing its attention would be the safest course of action. However, Chu Heng refrained from doing so. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. While he was aware of its attributes, it was prudent to confirm its actual condition. After a moment's reflection, he softly called out, "Hey, ugly thing, look over here." His voice echoed through the first floor, and the zombie instantly turned its head in his direction, letting out a piercing howl as it charged towards him. It had noticed Chu Heng. Yet, it was evident that this level of zombie possessed stiff limbs and was rather clumsy. Climbing stairs was not a simple task for them. After ascending just a single step, it lost its footing and tumbled back down. With rigid limbs, it struggled with the stairs, moving at a speed that was perhaps only 60 to 70% of that of an average person. As Chu Heng observed, he concluded that this zombie was not particularly swift, being slower than a regular human, especially in comparison to his doubled initial attributes. However, this did not imply that they were devoid of danger. It is well known that traditional zombies pose a significant threat for 2 primary reasons. First, their formidable capacity for infection. Once one is wounded by them, regardless of the severity of the injury, it is almost inevitable that they will soon join their ranks. The second reason is their propensity to appear in hordes, leaving one utterly unaware of their location or the number that may be approaching. A moment of inattention could easily attract a multitude of zombies from all directions, encircling one like a dumpling. Beyond these two aspects, there exists a further characteristic of the zombies in this world, their evolutionary nature. By consuming human flesh and blood, they can become increasingly powerful, evolving into even more terrifying, bloodthirsty beings. This reality foretells that players unable to accept the harshness of reality and overcome their fears to combat the zombies will soon find themselves in a more desperate situation. At that point, the number of players will undoubtedly experience its first significant decline. Yet, what concern is this to him? Surviving well is of utmost importance. A low growl from a zombie jolted Chu Hung back to reality. The creature clambered to its feet, ascending the escalator once more, rushing towards him with an insatiable thirst for fresh flesh, akin to a beast starved for days. It yearned to pounce upon Chu Hung, sink its teeth into his neck, ravenously drink his blood, devour his flesh, and tear out his entrails to feast upon. As it ascended halfway up the stairs, the zombie seemed to undergo a sudden surge of speed, reaching a level of swiftness that was 90% of that of an ordinary person. Frenzied state. This term instantly came to Chu Hang's mind. Seeing it nearing his position, he had no intention of granting it the opportunity. Drawing his bow, akin to a crescent moon, he released an arrow that shot forth with precision. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the zombie's forehead, and the immense inertia sent it tumbling backward, rolling down the steps before crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Moments later, just as Chu Hang prepared to descend and collect the zombie's corpse, the rolling shutter door was met with loud thuds from the outside zombies. Clearly, the noise from the fallen creature had attracted their attention. Instinctively holding his breath, Chu Hung anxiously glanced toward the shutter door, fearing that it would not withstand the onslaught of the zombies outside. Fortunately, after a while, the banging gradually subsided. He exhaled a sigh of relief, and only when he no longer saw any shadows of zombies beneath the gap of the shutter door did he stealthily descend the stairs to approach the corpse. Congratulations on a successful collection. You have obtained a level 0 crystal core, 3 keys, 100 basic mutant fertilizer, and 10 cash. While I could comprehend the collection of a crystal core, keys, and cash, what on earth is fertilizer? Basic mutant fertilizer, crafted from the decayed flesh of low-tier bloodthirsty creatures, capable of accelerating plant growth, can be acquired from collecting the corpses of level 2 bloodthirsty beings. How fantastical! Chu Hang muttered under his breath, then turned his attention to the other items obtained as a series of hidden prompts unfolded before his eyes. Level 0 crystal core. Acquired by collecting the corpses of level 0 bloodthirsty beings, it contains immense energy. Purpose: 1. Currency for auctions. 2. Enhancement of attributes. 3. Utilized as materials. Paper currency. This was the universal currency before the apocalypse, but now it has become mere waste paper, perhaps useful in certain specific locations. As for the 3 keys, 2 correspond to the roller shutter door and the cash register drawer, while the other is a car key, linked to a wrecked white sedan at the entrance. Among these items, the crystal core and basic fertilizer are self-evident in their utility. The paper currency might prove useful when encountering a vending machine, while the main door key may not find any application. The car key, however, can activate the car's alarm system to produce sounds that attract zombies. Each item has its own purpose. Those that cannot be utilized now will eventually serve a function. After collecting from the bodies, Chu Hung eagerly rummaged through the treasures displayed on the shelves. To his surprise, although this hardware store was modest in size, it was replete with an extensive array of tools. It turned out to be a bountiful harvest. Aside from numerous steel pipes, hammers, and screwdrivers that possess a certain lethality, what thrilled Chu Hung most was the discovery of 2 sets of generators in the storeroom beneath the stairs. These are invaluable. It is crucial to note that in 7 days, the city's electricity will be rendered inoperative. Without power, there will be no lights. Nor will there be the means to recharge flashlights. The absence of illumination signifies that humanity will lose its sight at night. This is a terrifying prospect for those accustomed to the alternation of sunlight and artificial light, particularly in a world teeming with zombies. At that moment, a message in the regional chat channel seized Chu Hung's attention. I just killed a zombie and obtained a crystal core. I wish to exchange it for a weapon. Interested parties, please step forward. Freeloaders, kindly refrain. Chapter 5. The first night the speaker was cautious and did not disclose personal information. As soon as the message was sent, several individuals immediately responded. Wow, impressive. I just caught a glimpse of the zombies outside, and I'm still trembling. I can't believe someone is already in the right mindset to hunt them down. Truly, people can be astonishing. Another chimed in, by the way. Do you still need any accessories for your legs? You're amazing. Step aside. Just because you're unattractive doesn't mean you can dream big. Leave that esteemed individual to me. I can cook, do laundry, and keep you warm. As long as you accept me, I will gladly submit myself to you." The speaker was a young woman, seemingly quite beautiful based on her displayed figure and appearance, clad in a revealing tank top. The exposed fair skin and her long legs were particularly captivating. Had this been before the apocalypse, she would have undoubtedly been regarded as a goddess, surrounded by admirers. Yet now, she humbly sought protection from others, openly stating her willingness to exchange her body as recompense. This is the apocalypse. The weak cling to the strong for shelter, willing to pay any price, even if it means debasing themselves to live on without dignity. She was among the more astute individuals, capable of comprehending her circumstances and adjusting her mindset within a mere hour of the arrival. In contrast, many others remained ensnared in the reverie of their illustrious pasts, clinging to their lofty statuses or hoping for a savior to emerge. Such individuals were destined for a brief existence. Without wasting time on these unproductive musings, Chu Hong directly messaged the individual who sought to exchange a crystal core for a weapon, bluntly inquiring, "Crystal core for a weapon?" Before long, a response arrived. "What weapon?" The reply was succinct, indicating a clear aversion to superfluous dialogue. Chu Hong chuckled softly, finding the other party rather aloof. "A steel pipe or a screwdriver? Take your pick." After a pause, the individual responded with a hint of disappointment. "Is that all?" "There's also a hammer, but you'll need to add a piece of bread." Chu Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, a chill radiating from his gaze. "Enough with the banter. Will you proceed or not?" The silence stretched longer this time. And just as Chu Hong began to grow impatient and contemplated ending the chat, a reply finally came through. "Very well, let us proceed with the collaboration." Moments later, a transaction request appeared in the chat box, with the other party having already listed the crystal core and bread. Chu Hong smirked, selecting a rather shabby-looking hammer to finalize the exchange before closing the chat. At the instant the transaction was completed, his spatial ring was graced with a rank 0 crystal core and a piece of bread. Now, his spatial ring contained 2 crystal cores, 9 pieces of bread, 2 bottles of purified water, 100 units of basic mutated fertilizer, 510 cash. The money from the cash register has been withdrawn. 3 keys, 2 generators, 1 quiver, 20 toolboxes, 45 steel pipes, 86 screwdrivers, 32 hammers, alongside various other miscellaneous items. As for the bow and the additional quiver of arrows, they were slung across his back, with a fruit knife hanging at his waist. Chu Hong retrieved 2 packs of bread and a bottle of water, preparing to eat. Since consuming the life potion, his attributes had significantly improved, and his appetite had noticeably increased. He felt hunger pangs after such a short time. The provisions and water in his spatial ring would last at most 2 days, and that was under the condition of only eating until moderately full. Naturally, Chu Hong was not foolish. If he remained inactive, eating less was acceptable, but should he need to take action, he would require a full stomach. As for the weapons acquired from the hardware store, most had been listed in the trading area, some for direct exchange for crystal cores, while others were intended to procure food reserves. These weapons possessed only moderate lethality and were prone to wear. As time progressed, this scrap metal would inevitably lose its value. Thus, seizing the opportunity to trade for a substantial stock of food, while most players were still unarmed, was both prudent and advantageous. Moreover, the prices he set were not exorbitant. 3 loaves of bread or a bottle of water could be exchanged for a hammer, while a single loaf could procure a screwdriver or a steel pipe. Other items could be discussed privately. Not only were these prices reasonable, they were even quite fair. Each player received 9 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water at the outset, sufficient for 3 days of sustenance. Even for a hammer, the asking price was merely 1 day's worth of food or water. After all, not everyone possessed luck as he did. In fact, at this moment, the majority of players were unarmed. Faced with the immediate struggle for survival and the opportunity to live, it is likely that most could discern the gravity of their circumstances. After completing these transactions, Chu Hong, somewhat unsatisfied, scoured the first and second floors once more, and to his surprise, he uncovered a remarkable find, a physicist's holy sword, scientifically known as a crowbar. This discovery genuinely thrilled him, although the crowbar's lethality did not rival that of a fire axe if given the choice. Chu Hong would unhesitatingly select the crowbar, setting aside other considerations. The weight and length of the crowbar made it more suited for close combat with zombies than the fire axe, while its destructive capability was slightly inferior. Its enhanced safety was paramount. Furthermore, its unique construction and adherence to the principles of leverage allowed it to be extraordinarily effective in numerous situations. As night fell, the world outside dimmed, and the players finally faced their first night after the onset of the apocalypse. With the onset of darkness, Chu Hong prudently extinguished all lights and drew the curtains. After all, it remained uncertain whether these zombies were sensitive to light, and there was no need to take such risks. He leaned against the window, peering through the curtains seemed to observe the external conditions under the moonlight. The night was illuminated by a sparse array of stars, and the silvery moonlight cascaded over the earth, cloaking it in a layer of frost. Beneath the sanctified moonlight, countless grotesque zombies aimlessly roamed the streets, dragging their repugnant bodies. Their growls were intermittently pierced by human screams, prompting some zombies to charge aggressively toward the source of the noise. Judging by the sounds, they were at least 100 meters away. It was evident that under the cover of night, the zombies exhibited heightened sensitivity to sound. Moreover, according to Chu Heng's observations, their speed significantly increased at night, reaching approximately 80 to 90% of a normal person's pace. If they were to enter a frenzied state, it was conceivable that they could surpass human attributes. And this was merely the zero-tier zombies. One could only imagine the fate of those initial survivors when faced with first-tier zombies. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel was abuzz with activity. There are those who boast about their past wealth and power, recounting tales of extravagance and seeking followers. Some flaunt their charms in hopes of protection, while others express their fears of confronting zombies to elicit sympathy. There are even individuals who engage in idle chatter, discussing life and dreams, seemingly oblivious to the harsh and perilous world surrounding them. Chapter 6. Coincidence. The players in the city chat channel continued their animated discussions. Meanwhile, noticing no unusual happenings outside, Chu Heng stepped away from the window and reclined on the bed. Instantly, a faint musty odor enveloped him, revealing that the bedding had not been touched in quite some time. Had this been before, he would have found even the thought of sleeping on it repulsive. But now he had little choice. It has been said that when one lacks the power to change their environment, the only recourse is to adapt to it. Chu Heng embodied this sentiment. In a world fraught with danger, what more could one desire than a soft bed to rest upon? As he lay on the gentle bedding, the cumulative fatigue from both body and spirit washed over him, accompanied by the onset of drowsiness. Just as he was about to close his eyes and drift into slumber, a private message alert chimed. Hello. Chu Heng frowned. The mere sight of these two words immediately conjured memories of two professions he found tiresome: sales and deception. The sender revealed himself to be a young man named Zhang Ming, whose weary face bore traces of fear and discomfort, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Since arriving here, he had scarcely interacted with anyone, only managing to connect through items listed in the auction house. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Heng surmised the purpose of the message. Looking to trade weapons? The other party seemed momentarily taken aback before responding. How did you know? Well, if you have business, state it. If not, I shall return to my slumber. He had nearly succumbed to sleep before being roused by Zhang Ming, which left him somewhat irked. Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment. Can I trade this for a hammer? A map then appeared in the chat box. Map. This is a detailed layout of the Tianshui residential complex, marking the distribution of various facilities within the area. Tianshui residential complex? Chu Heng paused, feeling as though he had encountered this name before. After closing his eyes and reflecting for a moment, he finally recalled. At the game's inception, he had materialized on the street, with a hardware store at the end of the block to his left, and to his right, adjacent to a supermarket, was the exit of a residential complex. Its outer wall inscribed with these 4 characters. While the trading area, like the chat channel, was tiered, currently only the city trading zone was accessible. However, considering the influx of players arriving in this city, it was reasonable to assume that there were not just millions, but tens of thousands. Furthermore, the city's expanse rivaled that of the largest cities back on Earth, in a vast expanse teeming with people. The individual standing right behind him happened to be from the Tianshui community. What an extraordinary coincidence! Chu Heng instinctively sensed something amiss and felt a twinge of wariness towards this stranger. At that moment, Zhang Ming sent another message. Boss, can we make a trade? After some contemplation, Chu Heng replied, certainly, but this map is hardly worth a hammer. I can offer you a steel pipe or a screwdriver at most. Zhang Ming furrowed his brow, fully aware that this map could be immensely valuable or utterly worthless. He found it difficult to discern whether Chu Heng genuinely needed the map. Yet he had no alternative. On one hand, he was compelled by a superior to procure Chu Heng's items and ascertain his location for nefarious purposes. On the other hand, he was in a precarious situation and desperately needed a weapon for self-defense. Among the options, a steel pipe lacked lethality, and a screwdriver was too short and perilous. He yearned for a hammer. I'm currently at the security booth at the Tianshui community's exit. The display inside connects to all the surveillance cameras covering the open areas of the community. When you decide to infiltrate Tianshui, I can provide you with real-time updates about the situation within. As an additional condition, can I exchange the map for your hammer, boss? Chu Heng narrowed his eyes, sensing that this fellow was attempting to swindle him. When did I ever claim I wanted to conquer the Tianshui community? I don't even know where it is located. Moreover, if I were to infiltrate Tianxue, should it not be you expressing gratitude by giving me something? After all, I did rescue you from a horde of zombies. Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Chu Heng was absolutely correct. If he were to successfully conquer the Tianxue community, he would indeed be one of the beneficiaries, rendering it a matter of life-saving grace. By this logic, aiding Chu Heng in his endeavor seemed only natural, and the map should rightfully be gifted to him. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense, leaving Zhang Ming at a loss for words. All right, I shan't deceive you. Whether this map will be of any use to me remains uncertain. I don't engage in unprofitable transactions. If you desire the hammer, you must add a piece of bread. If you agree, we shall trade. If not, then so be it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ming submitted the trade, offering the map and a piece of bread. Chu Heng also attached a hammer, and after a final confirmation, the transaction was deemed complete. Without acknowledging any pleasantries, he promptly closed the chat window, retrieved the map from his spatial ring, and could not help but smile, murmuring, "It seems fortune truly favors me. What I lack is precisely what arrives." The hardware store was not a place for lingering, a notion that Chu Heng had long since recognized. And he was already contemplating his next move. The zombies were evolving incessantly, like a Damocles sword hanging over his head. To survive, he had to venture out, hunt zombies, and collect crystal cores to enhance his abilities. However, the hardware store is situated in a bustling area, facing the street, where the number of zombies outside is no less than 1,000, if not more. Venturing out would essentially be a death sentence. Chu Heng had contemplated utilizing the advantage of ranged weaponry from the second floor to eliminate the zombies. Yet two significant issues arose. Firstly, even if he were to successfully shoot a zombie, there would be no means to descend and collect its remains. Secondly, his supply of arrows was limited. Against the backdrop of thousands of zombies outside, it would be akin to a drop in the ocean. Thus, he urgently needed to identify a suitable refuge. The appearance of Zhang Ming in the map he had provided presented Chu Heng with a potential opportunity: the Tianxue community. This residential area lies directly behind the hardware store, separated only by a high wall. According to the map, the entire Tianxue community is encircled by a nearly 2-meter high wall, with only a single exit fortified by a heavy iron gate and a retractable door, creating a formidable dual defense against the mindless, reckless first-tier zombies. This location proved to be an invaluable stronghold. As for the zombies within the community, they posed a much lesser challenge. Their numbers were significantly fewer than those on the street, with a considerable portion confined within the buildings. The open areas of the community were expansive, allowing the zombies to be more dispersed. He could easily leap atop the high wall and employ his longbow for precise shots, systematically dealing with them in batches with Zhang Ming's assistance. It was inconceivable that Zhang Ming would refuse to aid him. Thus, once the zombies within the community were cleared, he could rely on the dual defenses at the entrance to handle those on the street, subsequently acquiring a substantial number of crystal cores to enhance himself. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. To forego such a low-risk, high-reward opportunity would not merely be foolish, it would be an affront to fate itself. Nonetheless, all of this was a matter for tomorrow. At present, his most pressing need was to get a good night's sleep to face the challenges of the forthcoming day with optimal readiness. Chapter 7. Departure for Tianxue community in the early morning. Upon awakening, the outside world had brightened. The incessant roars of zombies throughout the night, coupled with sporadic human screams, had caused Chu Heng to awaken several times, and though he had finally managed to drift off, he found himself roused once more shortly thereafter. The brevity of his sleep, compounded by a night fraught with nightmares, left him feeling somewhat dizzy, despite his significantly enhanced physical condition. Chu Heng understood that this state would not improve overnight. It would take time for his body to acclimatize to the new environment. Approaching the window, he observed that the outside scene remained unchanged from yesterday, with zombies crowding the streets in a bustling manner, as if attending a market. However, the good news was that during the night, many of the items he had hung out for sale had found buyers. In addition to securing 30 to 40 loaves of bread and 10 bottles of water, his collection of crystal cores had surpassed 50, and a plus sign had appeared next to several attributes on his player panel. Chu Heng examined this closely, noting that the plus sign had not been present when he had slain the zombie the previous day. The attributes of players are divided into intervals of 10 points. Within the same interval, the consumption of crystal cores to enhance an attribute by 1 point remains constant, while the required quantity for the next interval increases by 1. Currently, the enhancement of strength, agility, and constitution necessitates the consumption of 2 crystal cores for each point gained. Chu Heng bowed his head in contemplation. Thus, if the initial strength attribute is set at 10 points, without considering potions or other aids, to elevate a single attribute to 99 points would astonishingly require 431 crystal cores. For an ordinary person to awaken, calculating with an average distribution of points, at least 120 crystal cores would be necessary. This implies that one must slay over 120 zombies, and this is merely for a single individual. A sharp intake of breath escaped Chu Heng's lips. The stage prior to awakening is merely the beginning, during the subsequent awakening phase. The quantity of crystal cores needed will undoubtedly escalate. Moreover, crystal cores can only be harvested from the corpses of zombies or other bloodthirsty creatures. Viewed from this perspective, the existence of such creatures, essential for player evolution, represents not only a threat but also a vital resource, strategically comparable to food and water. The competition for this resource will inevitably polarize players, with the strong growing ever stronger and the weak remaining perpetually weak, leading to an ever-widening chasm between the two, ultimately allowing the strong to dictate the fates of the weak. Contemplating this, Chu Heng's gaze turned icy. He harbored no desire to control the destinies of others. Yet he was equally averse to having his own destiny manipulated by someone else. Before arriving in this world, his future had been predestined, immutable, devoid of any possibility to master his fate. However, upon entering this realm, everything was reset, this time, equipped with an advantage. He was afforded the opportunity and capability to reclaim dominion over his destiny. Therefore, he must grow stronger, striving to become the mightiest. If he aspired to be the strongest, he must tread the path of the strongest. First, he would elevate all three attributes to their utmost limits, then seek out the so-called for awakening. Chu Heng murmured to himself, casting his gaze upon the mere 52 crystal cores he possessed, pondering how to allocate them. Today was destined for a fierce battle, likely facing a multitude of zombies and necessitating prolonged combat. Consequently, strength, corresponding to offensive capabilities, and constitution, reflecting endurance, were the obvious choices, followed closely by agility, which pertains to speed and reflexes. After a moment's deliberation, Chu Heng made his decision, raising both strength and constitution to 30 points, while investing the remaining crystal cores entirely into agility. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body, accompanied by the familiar pang of pain. This energy flowed throughout Chu Heng's being, where it ripped and reformed his muscles, rendering them not only more robust but also imbued with greater explosive power. With this surge of energy, Chu Heng even felt as though he could strike down a tiger with a single punch. Upon inspecting his status panel, he observed yet another significant transformation. Player, Chu Heng, gender, male, strength, 30, average human value, 10, human limit, 99, agility, 27, average human value, 10, human limit, 99, constitution, 30, average human value, 10, human limit, 99, talent, none. Gazing at the somewhat intimidating statistics, Chu Heng could not help but nod in satisfaction. It had been less than a day since the game commenced, and while many had yet to make significant progress, his attributes had already reached a remarkably exaggerated level. Both his strength and constitution, as well as his agility, had nearly tripled that of an ordinary individual. Although the impact of exertion techniques meant that he might not achieve a true threefold strength and speed in actual combat, it was more than sufficient to contend with the vast majority of opponents. Coupled with formidable ranged weapons and a melee physics sword, Chu Heng felt confident that he was on par with anyone. Furthermore, with the assistance of the hidden prompt system, the disparity between him and others would only continue to widen. As his strength grew, Chu Heng took out his longbow for a test. Sure enough, he was able to fully draw the bowstring, and the crowbar, which had felt somewhat heavy when wielded with one hand previously, now fit perfectly in his grasp, not too light to lack sensation, nor too heavy to wield effectively. Instantly, the irritations from a restless night vanished. What a splendid day to commence with a bounty of 80,000, Chu Heng mused, retrieving bread and water from his spatial ring. Concurrently, as his physical attributes had increased, so too had his appetite. He consumed 5 pieces of bread before finally feeling satiated, and then settled on the sofa to contact Zhang Ming. Against the relentless tide of the undead, Chu Heng knew that the number of zombies in the vicinity of the community would not be negligible. Even though his strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary person, the assistance of Zhang Ming was indispensable for conquering the Tianshui community. "Are you awake?" He sent the message, and minutes later, Zhang Ming replied, "Just woke up. What instructions do you have, boss?" Noticing the conspicuous dark circles beneath Zhang Ming's eyes, Chu Heng couldn't suppress a smile, finding solace in the fact that he was not alone in his sleeplessness. "Are there many zombies at the entrance of the community?" Startled awake by Chu Heng's message, Zhang Ming, still somewhat dazed, felt his mind clear upon reading it. Having only met the previous day, their connection had been limited to the map, and Chu Heng's inquiry about the situation at the community entrance hinted at a singular possibility. Realizing this, Zhang Ming was instantly filled with excitement and quickly inquired, "Is the boss planning to raid the Tinshui community?" Taken aback by his response, Chu Hong paused for a moment and then replied with a simple hum. Zhang Ming fell silent for a while, then stealthily peered out from beneath the windowsill. After a quick glance, he crouched down and responded in the chat box, "There aren't many zombies at the entrance, boss. What do you need me to do?" Chapter 8. The initial gathering of players. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Hong replied, "There should be a switch for the retractable gate inside the guard room. I need you to help me close it. Once I'm in position, attract the zombies' attention while I secure the gate." Zhang Ming hesitated. He had gleaned from the conversations of other players that zombies were extremely sensitive to sound. While shutting the gate was not a daunting task, it could easily draw in nearby zombies, making it a perilous endeavor. Noticing Zhang Ming's apprehension, Chu Hong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Consider this carefully. I currently possess a safe refuge and can afford to wait. If necessary, I can devise an alternative strategy. But what about you? How many days do you think you can endure?" Zhang Ming's expression shifted slightly. Chu Hong had hit upon his sore point. Numerous zombies had been roaming around the vicinity of the guard room. Although he felt relatively secure hiding inside, without venturing out to scavenge for supplies, his food and water would last him only 3 to 4 days at most. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to his demise. In simple terms, Chu Hong had options, whereas he did not. To survive, he needed to seize this hard-won opportunity to assist Chu Hong in conquering the Tianshui community. In doing so, Chu Hong would achieve his objective, and he would be liberated from this confinement. To summarize, he had to take this risk. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ming ultimately acquiesced but expressed his concerns. "The guard room I am in appears to be constructed from relatively flimsy materials. If I were to attract the zombies, I worry it might not withstand their onslaught." Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback. He had overlooked this detail. Generally, guard rooms in communities are built from stainless steel or aluminum alloy, while some unscrupulous developers even resort to using inferior plastic panels for construction. Such guard rooms might withstand a few zombies, but certainly not the force of a larger horde. His initial plan to have Zhang Ming create noise to lure the zombies while he shot from a distance was evidently unfeasible. After some thought, Chu Hong decided to set this matter aside for the moment and would assess the situation upon arrival at the wall. Let us postpone the zombie attracting plan for now. First, close the retractable gate to prevent any outside zombies from pouring in. Understood. Zhang Ming responded promptly. With that, Chu Hong closed the chat window, double-checked his equipment, and approached the second-floor window facing the community. A high wall, over 2 meters tall, separated the hardware store from the Tianshui community, with a narrow alley half a meter wide between the store and the wall. However, this posed no challenge for Chu Hong. Peering over the wall, he could see numerous zombies aimlessly wandering through the community's open areas. Their numbers were considerable, yet fortunately dispersed. Given his current physical condition, as long as he was not surrounded on flat ground, he faced minimal danger. Cautiously opening the window, Chu Hong climbed up and leaped lightly towards the high wall, landing securely atop it. As soon as he steadied himself, a sudden, chilling roar from a zombie echoed from the base of the wall. The unprepared Chu Hong was startled, nearly losing his balance and tumbling from the wall. Irritated, he glanced down, only to behold a zombie, its grotesque maw gaping wide, howling at him while frantically waving its decaying, bluish arms in an attempt to grasp its nearby prey, intent on pinning him down to feast upon his flesh. Beside it lay a grotesquely gnawed human corpse, quietly resting. "Curse you. It's not your fault for being ugly. But to venture out and frighten others in such a hideous form is entirely your mistake. And do you not realize how foul you truly smell?" He muttered under his breath, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow that pierced through the zombie's right eye, sending it crashing backward to the ground, pinned to the grass. After surveying the vicinity and discovering no other zombies nearby, Chu Hong leaped down, still feeling aggrieved. He raised his crowbar and struck the zombie's head with force several times before opening his palm to collect. "Congratulations. Collection successful. Obtained. Level 0 Crystal Core X1. Access Card X1. Key X2. Basic Mutated Fertilizer X100. Just as he finished collecting, the nearby corpse emitted a faint groan, its body slightly lifting. Without hesitation, Chu Hong swiftly retrieved the arrow still lodged in the zombie's head, pivoting to drive it forcefully into the skull of the newly mutated zombie. The groaning ceased abruptly. "Congratulations. Collection successful. Obtained. Basic Mutated Fertilizer X100, Bread X6, Purified Water X2, Space Ring Fragment X1. Current level of Space Ring, 1. Storage capacity, 20 slots. Requires 5 Space Ring fragments and 10 crystal cores to upgrade to level 2, increasing storage by 10 slots. Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Space Ring fragments could only be collected from players' corpses. indicating that this was indeed a player's body. Moreover, he had not collected any crystal cores. Was this zombie still in the transformation process? Or was there a chance of not obtaining one? He gazed at the corpse in silence for a long while, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. At that moment, Zhang Ming sent a message. Boss, the zombies outside have calmed down. Where are you now? And how can I assist you? Chu Heng scanned his surroundings and, with a gentle leap, grasped the top of the high wall, utilizing his formidable core strength. He flipped back onto the wall. I'm already inside the complex, making my way towards the guardhouse from atop the wall. I'll assess the situation upon my arrival. Without further ado, Chu Heng traversed approximately 150 meters along the wall towards the west, where the entrance of the complex came into view. As arranged, Zhang Ming had closed the retractable gate, and the zombies outside gradually fell silent. Furthermore, 2 or 3 dozen zombies had been lured by the sound of the closing gate, which explained why Chu Heng had encountered so few zombies while navigating near the wall. With a sigh of relief, Chu Heng could not help but feel grateful. The situation before him was far better than he had anticipated. However, he was still approximately 30 to 40 meters away from the entrance of the neighborhood. And at this distance, he had less than half the confidence to accurately eliminate the zombies. Moreover, collecting the bodies would undoubtedly incite the zombies outside to frenzy, which clearly contradicted his plans. Advancing further, the absence of nearby structures on his right would inevitably attract the attention of the zombies on the road. Additionally, the wall beneath his feet stood only a little over 2 meters high, allowing even the taller zombies to reach his ankles with ease, thus suggesting that moving forward was not a prudent choice. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a magnificent camphor tree to his right front, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. This grand tree, with its lush foliage, resembled a vast umbrella, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground, reminiscent of a black and white chessboard. The camphor tree was thick enough for 2 people to embrace, and to his delight, a sturdy branch stood about 3 meters off the ground, perfectly positioned for a person to perch upon. With his significantly enhanced physical abilities, a height of 3 meters posed no challenge for him. Once he attracted the zombies beneath the tree, he could stand on the branch and shoot down at them from above. More importantly, the first-tier zombies, with their stiff limbs, were incapable of climbing trees, rendering them unable to reach him at that height, thus ensuring his safety. This was as if the situation had been meticulously tailored for him. Chapter 9. The moment of the hunt, Chu Heng swiftly leaped down from the high wall and, in a few bounding strides, arrived at the camphor tree. 2 nearby zombies were drawn to him, yet he remained unperturbed. In the next moment, he effortlessly sprang up, grasping the left side of the branch with both hands, and, akin to an agile monkey, he swiftly positioned himself securely in the crook of the tree. 2 arrows were released, and the 2 zombies that had followed him met their demise in an instant. A smirk played on Chu Heng's lips as he leaned forward against the branch, projecting his voice towards the horde of zombies gathered near the entrance. This time, he did not bother to lower his voice intentionally, and immediately, he captured their attention. As his words echoed, the zombies at the entrance turned in unison, emitting a chorus of growls as they staggered towards him. Simultaneously, the zombies wandering near the square within the neighborhood began to converge upon the sound. A dark mass of them surged forward, and one might have mistaken it for a brawl. Meanwhile, in the security booth, Zhang Ming, who was preparing to send a message to inquire about Chu Heng's situation, also heard his shouts. Concerned about being discovered by the zombies outside, he cautiously extended his neck to peer through the window towards the source of the sound. He beheld a young man, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, standing confidently in the crook of the camphor tree, brandishing a sleek, dark longbow. The bow, shaped like a full moon, gleamed with the cold light of arrows aimed directly at the zombies below, his white athletic attire starkly contrasting against the lush green foliage. Zhang Ming instantly grasped the situation, recognizing that the figure in the tree was indeed the formidable individual he had spoken of. He scrutinized Chu Heng for a moment, his gaze lingering on the longbow in his hands. Is that you over there in the tree? Upon receiving the message, Chu Heng paused slightly and glanced towards the guardhouse, where a man was peering out, revealing half of his head. Indeed, it is I. Ensure you stay hidden. Wait until I have cleared the zombies before you emerge. Seeing the zombies below the tree, resembling fledglings eagerly awaiting food, Chu Heng could not help but grin. Equipped with over 90 arrows, he found this close range more than sufficient to deal with the meager horde. He almost wished for more to confront. With the advantage of terrain, he felt no trepidation regarding the zombies posing any threat to him, allowing him to unleash his assault with confidence and audacity, transforming into a merciless assassin. Chu Heng repeatedly drew his bow and released arrows, each projectile finding its mark, resulting in a zombie collapsing with a resounding thud. In a brief span, He had nearly annihilated the zombies beneath the tree, leaving only a few still standing, frantically clawing at the air. Yet, despite the fall of their companions, the remaining zombies displayed an insatiable hunger for the fresh flesh that Chu Heng possessed, seemingly oblivious to fear or fatigue. Chu Heng smirked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. You lot are the true gluttons, aren't you? So persistent, I am almost moved. Though he jested, his hands remained in constant motion. He unfastened the now empty quiver from his back, retrieved another quiver of arrows from his spatial ring, and nimbly nocked an arrow. Another shot flew forth, accompanied by the swift sound of an arrow piercing through the air, as yet another zombie collapsed among the few that remained. Following this, Chu Heng unleashed a rapid succession of arrows, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining zombies fell as well. Beneath the grand camphor tree, the lifeless bodies of zombies lay scattered haphazardly, each with an arrow embedded in its forehead, pools of their dark blood forming beneath them. Hiding in the guardhouse, Zhang Ming observed the entire battle, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes as he regarded Chu Heng's longbow with newfound fervor. With the threat neutralized, Chu Heng leaped down from the tree, splattering dark blood in all directions, leaving his white tracksuit adorned with splotches resembling black plum blossoms. The pungent stench of decay assaulted his senses, and he could not help but feel a wave of nausea. How foul! Casting a glance towards the guardhouse, he began to collect the bodies. Congratulations, you have successfully collected 1 crystal core, 100 units of basic mutated fertilizer. Congratulations, you have successfully collected 1 crystal core, 2 keys, 1 access card. With the danger averted, Zhang Ming crawled out through the window and approached Chu Heng, observing curiously as he gathered the remains. Recognizing his sensible demeanor and lack of foolish antics, Chu Heng chose to ignore him, focusing solely on his task. After approximately 7 to 8 minutes of diligent collection, he finally completed the gathering of all 58 corpses. Total acquisitions: Crystal Core 46, Primary Mutation Fertilizer 2400, Access Card 25, Key 120, Fruit Knife 3, Vegetable Knife 1. Screwdriver 4, Bread 6, Water 2, Space Fragment 2. At this moment, noticing Chu Heng pausing his actions, Zhang Ming finally spoke up. Boss, is this what gathering looks like? Chu Heng replied with a slight affirmation, then lifted his gaze towards Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, player, Strength 9, Agility 9, Constitution 8, not yet awakened, threat level, low. In reality, Zhang Ming bore a striking resemblance to his Chad avatar, appearing to be in his late 20s, dressed in standard security attire. It remained uncertain whether he had donned the uniform prior to his arrival or after entering the security room here. Overall, he appeared quite spirited. Yet the dark circles under his eyes and his listless demeanor suggested that he had not rested well the previous night. Chu Heng extended his right hand graciously, introducing himself. Chu Yi, originally from Xiangbei City. During their first encounter, Chu Heng had no intention of revealing his true information. After all, one could know a person's face but not their heart. In these times, exercising caution was wise. Zhang Ming seemed taken aback by this turn of events. After a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly extended his hand to shake Chu Heng's, saying, "Hello, Boss Chu, I am Zhang Ming from Shilin City." Chu Heng nodded, pondering for a moment before asking, "Now that you are somewhat safe, what are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Zhang Ming's excitement surged. "May I follow you, boss?" Chu Heng raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Oh, why do you wish to accompany me?" "Because you're strong, boss." Zhang Ming replied earnestly. Chu Heng chuckled, then inquired, "I may form a team in the future, but I do not support the idol. Tell me, how can you assist me?" Zhang Ming fell silent for a moment, then scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "I have some strength and courage. I can surely be of help." Chu Heng smiled broadly, patting Zhang Ming on the shoulder, and with a knowing grin, said, "Very well, then you may follow. Just don't stay too close." Chapter 10. The emergence of anomalies. The zombies near the entrance of the community had been cleared, and Chu Heng decided to first gather supplies from the nearby vehicles. During the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, many individuals had panicked and attempted to flee by car. However, some did not escape and became meals for the undead, leaving their vehicles behind, with some even having their keys still in them. It would be prudent to search these cars to see if any useful items could be found, remembering to keep the keys, as they might prove useful at some point. Chu Heng pointed to a nearby minibus and directed Zhang Ming, then proceeded towards the closest white sedan. In truth, even from a distance, he was aware that this vehicle held little of value, but to avoid arousing Zhang Ming's suspicions, he pretended to search it thoroughly. As for the minibus he had pointed out to Zhang Ming, it contained a considerable amount of supplies. This arrangement primarily served to test Zhang Ming's character. In truth, Chu Heng had never envisioned himself as a solitary wolf surviving in the apocalypse. No matter how formidable one might be alone, human strength is inevitably finite. To endure in such a perilous world, he required companions, teammates, but with two essential prerequisites. The first condition was that the teammates must possess their own utility. At the very least, they should not impede the team's progress. The second condition was integrity. They must be trustworthy. The existence of a hidden hint system could assist him in screening players, which was an alternative use of the system that had just occurred to him. Chu Heng rummaged through the vehicle and extracted a flexible hose along with a fuel canister, siphoning gasoline from the white sedan. He then approached Zhang Ming and inquired, "How is it? Have you found anything useful?" Zhang Ming, with his upper body immersed in the car's interior, halted upon hearing Chu Heng's voice and retorted, "Nothing, boss. I didn't expect this large vehicle to yield so little. All I found is a bundle of rope and a fuel canister that might be of some use." Chu Heng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He had inspected this bus and knew it contained not only numerous cans of food and drinking water, but also a jug of gasoline and a dagger suitable for use as a weapon. Zhang Ming's comments instantaneously diminished Chu Heng's opinion of him to a frosty low. "If there's nothing, then so be it. Hand over the rope and the fuel canister. I'll siphon a bit of gasoline for later use. Quickly, search the other vehicles. After that, let us take a breather and then advance towards the residential buildings." "Understood, boss," Zhang Ming replied, passing the two items to Chu Heng before heading toward the other cars. As Chu Heng accepted the rope and the fuel canister, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips, amused by Zhang Ming's obliviousness. Free labor should not be overlooked. Ultimately, all the resources would find their way back to him. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Heng had successfully siphoned gasoline from several vehicles, filling 3 canisters to the brim. While Zhang Ming had also completed his search for supplies, Zhang Ming approached with a grimace, presenting a box of beef canned goods and 3 jars of fruit to Chu Heng. He continued to hand over various items, saying, "Boss, this is all I could find. It probably won't suffice for us both to eat for a day. How about you?" "I'm about the same, just a few impoverished souls here, not much of use." Chu Heng replied with a smile, accepting 2 jars of fruit and a few useful items, allowing Zhang Ming to keep the remainder. "Boss, you've exerted yourself more. Perhaps you should take this box of beef canned goods. 1 jar of fruit is sufficient for me." "No need, keep it, given your frail state. It's wise to prepare more food," Chu Heng said, patting his shoulder with a friendly smile. After all, it would all ultimately belong to him. Zhang Ming had anticipated that Chu Heng would take all the canned goods, but given that he had stashed quite a bit of food during his own search, he was not overly concerned about the small amount. However, he was taken aback by Chu Heng's generosity, feeling a bit embarrassed. "What should we do next, boss?" Zhang Ming asked. Chu Heng stroked his chin, pondering before responding. The Tianshui community can be delineated into 4 distinct sections: the entrance area, the open-air zone, the underground parking lot, and the residential buildings. Among these, the underground parking lot presents a labyrinthine terrain and dim lighting, rendering it the most perilous area. The residential buildings are cramped, and in the event of a horde of zombies, it would be easy to become besieged, thus they carry a significant danger level as well. Conversely, although the open-air zone lacks hiding spots, the zombies' current sluggishness means they are unlikely to mount an assault, making this area the least hazardous. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Heng declared, "Let us first eliminate the zombies in the open-air zone, then clear the underground parking lot, and finally address the residential buildings." Zhang Ming, taken aback, hesitated and remarked, "Isn't the underground parking lot supposed to be the most dangerous place? Why should we go there first? Perhaps we should clear the residential buildings first, boss?" Chu Heng cast a cool glance at him and replied, "Follow my lead. I have my own plan. If you are unwilling, then we shall part ways here." With that, he strode ahead resolutely. Seeing Chu Heng's unwavering determination, Zhang Ming furrowed his brow and glanced at the dark longbow slung across Chu Heng's back. After a tumultuous internal debate, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. "I'll go with you, but please slow down, boss." Chu Heng, bow in hand, walked ahead, maintaining a deliberate distance from Zhang Ming, who followed closely behind with a hammer in hand. Oblivious to the fact that his earlier greed had spared him from a dire fate, the two proceeded cautiously, advancing slowly. The interior of Tianshui community boasted commendable greenery, with flower beds and grassy expanses dotting the landscape, interspersed with benches and various recreational facilities, resembling a veritable paradise. However, this paradise had transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse, overrun by grotesque zombies. The ground was littered with disfigured corpses, and swarms of flies reveled in the macabre feast, while crows, undeterred, pecked at the putrid flesh nearby. The stench of decay hung heavily in the air, prompting Chu Heng to wrinkle his nose. Although he had begun to acclimate to the odor, it did not mean he relished it. If he found it challenging, it was even more unbearable for Zhang Ming, who was in a state of extreme distress. On the verge of tears, covering his mouth and nose in a futile attempt to stave off nausea. The zombies in the open-air zone were not numerous, yet they were dispersed. Moreover, during the day, the zombies' senses were dulled. Thus, as long as they exercised sufficient caution, they were unlikely to face a large-scale assault. Leveraging the longbow's range advantage, the pair progressed slowly yet steadily. Each time they passed a slain zombie, Chu Hong would pause to retrieve his arrows and collect the bodies, ensuring that his quiver remained well-stocked while his cache of crystal cores grew to a commendable quantity. Though there were no explicit rules established between the two regarding the allocation of resources from the slain zombies, it was nonetheless evident that these creatures had fallen at the hands of Chu Hong. Thus, Zhang Ming could only watch helplessly as Chu Hong harvested from the corpses, too intimidated to intervene. As they pressed forward, the flower beds and green belts became increasingly dense. Perhaps due to neglect, the shrubs in the flower beds had grown wildly, reaching nearly the height of Chu Hong, while oddly, the grass on the ground barely flourished, barely covering the heels of Chu Hong's shoes. At that moment, a chilling roar of a zombie echoed suddenly. In the next instant, a zombie lunged forth from the nearby thicket. Its appearance was grotesque. The skin of its face was torn apart, exposing the interwoven muscles and subcutaneous tissue beneath, from which black blood continuously oozed. Its pallid eyes bulged like those of a goldfish, and its lips were torn, with the lower lip hanging grotesquely at the corner of its mouth, revealing a ghastly set of white teeth. The rest of its body was equally horrific, devoid of any intact skin, particularly its abdomen, which bore a large gash, through which its intestines spilled out, severed in two, allowing a glimpse of the mangled organs inside. Yet, despite its disfigurement, it retained a formidable vitality, ferociously lunging at Zhang Ming with a speed that seemed even greater than that of the zombies he had encountered before. The rapidity of these events left Zhang Ming momentarily stunned, and he felt as if his feet were ensnared by an iron grip, before being dragged to the ground, his hammer slipping from his grasp and tumbling to Chu Hong's left. A wave of terror washed over him, prompting an instinctive scream. His face a mask of fear as he frantically kicked at the zombie's head. Although his desperate kicks temporarily thwarted the creature's attempts to bite him, its grip on his ankle remained unyielding. No matter how forcefully he struck, the zombie was reluctant to relent, its stark white teeth snapping open and shut, eager to sink into his calf. "Boss, save me." At that moment, the commotion had attracted other nearby zombies, who began to converge towards Zhang Ming. Frowning, Chu Hong ultimately decided to intervene. Just as the zombie took advantage of Zhang Ming's missed kick to rear its head for a bite, an arrow suddenly pierced through its skull, causing its upper body to bend grotesquely backward, pinning its head firmly to its back. Meanwhile, the approaching zombies were quickly nearing Chu Hong. Reacting swiftly, he took a step back, then rapidly drew his bow, unleashing arrows at the foremost zombies. The first line of zombies fell in response, but the remaining ones were already upon him. The longbow was never intended for close combat. Without hesitation, Chu Hong stowed the bow into his spatial ring and drew a crowbar from his waist, delivering a powerful blow to the head of the nearest zombie. After the mutation, the skeletal structure of the zombie had already become frail. Coupled with Chu Hong's formidable strength, a single strike resulted in the zombie's head bursting open, dark blood mingling with brain matter splattering outwards. Fortunately, Chu Hong reacted swiftly, otherwise he would have been splattered all over, and the possibility of infection was a minor concern compared to the nauseating sensation and the putrid stench of decaying blood that would undoubtedly rob him of his appetite for days to come. With no time for relief, Chu Hong kicked the zombie before him aside, seizing a crowbar and swinging it towards another approaching zombie. Behind him, Zhang Ming finally regained his senses, scrambling to his feet, his heart racing as he gazed at the lifeless zombie that had nearly bitten him, panting heavily while his body trembled involuntarily. "What are you waiting for? Come help," Chu Hong scolded upon witnessing Zhang Ming's fearful demeanor. Just as he was about to retrieve another weapon from his spatial ring, Zhang Ming suddenly feigned urgency, exclaiming, "My weapon fell beneath those zombies' feet, boss." Chu Hong cast a sidelong glance at him, stifling a derisive smirk. Had he not known that Zhang Ming possessed other weapons within his spatial ring, he might have almost believed him. "Shall I lend you my longbow?" he retorted. "Sure, boss," Zhang Ming began, but Chu Hong cut him off. "You, without a weapon, should retreat." With that, Chu Hong swiftly withdrew. His speed surpassed that of the zombies, and after retreating a short distance, he turned to swing the crowbar at the nearest zombie, continuing his backward movement. Simultaneously, Zhang Ming also began to retreat, having realized that the zombies, while seemingly terrifying, were actually slower than himself. As long as he avoided being surrounded, there was no need for excessive fear. To demonstrate his lack of weaponry and lower Chu Hong's guard, Zhang Ming refrained from retrieving a weapon from his spatial ring, even with a zombie in pursuit behind him. Meanwhile, Chu Hong fought while retreating. And as more zombies fell under his blows, the number pursuing him dwindled. After dispatching several more, only 2 zombies remained. With a glance at Zhang Ming, Chu Hong raised his crowbar high and brought it down heavily on one of the zombies' heads. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Perhaps due to excessive force, the crowbar became lodged in the zombie's skull and could not be extracted. In those few precious seconds, the remaining zombie lunged at Chu Hong, jaws wide open, ready to bite. Chu Hong had no choice but to abandon the crowbar, using both hands to hold the zombie's head at bay, preventing it from reaching him. While shouting angrily at Zhang Ming, "Stop watching and come help." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ming's eyes brightened, his expression cold as he responded affirmatively. His hand discreetly revealing a dagger, the very one he had found in the van and hidden within his spatial ring. "Brother, hold on. I'm coming." The moment the words escaped his lips, he had already arrived behind Chu Hong, thrusting a dagger fiercely towards Chu Heng's back. His gaze was wild as he shouted, "Die?" Just as he drew the dagger to attack, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Chu Heng's mouth. "I've been waiting for you." With one hand, Chu Heng seized the zombie's throat, swiftly rotating his body and propelling the zombie towards Zhang Ming's dagger. In truth, his 3 attributes had surpassed those of ordinary individuals, rendering the confrontation with these zombies effortless. The earlier events were merely a ruse to reveal Zhang Ming's true nature, providing him with justification to eliminate him. While Zhang Ming hoarding supplies was understandable, it was not a capital offense. They could part ways amicably after reclaiming what was his. However, if Zhang Ming intended to kill him, that was an entirely different matter. A killer must be killed. What? The delight on Zhang Ming's face transformed into shock as he incredulously asked, "You knew I would do this? I've been waiting for you." Chu Heng replied with a cold smirk, suddenly producing an arrow in his other hand and driving it forcefully into the zombie's head. "Heh. You've been sneaking glances at my bow so many times, you can't possibly think I didn't notice, can you?" Chapter 12. Greed leads to destruction even if you did notice. What of it? You've lost your crowbar, your longbow can't be drawn, and without a weapon, do you really think you stand a chance against me? With that, Zhang Ming yanked the dagger from the zombie's body and lunged at Chu Hong. "Ha ha ha, you truly are adorably foolish. You know nothing of power. Do you think I need a weapon to kill you?" In the next instant, Chu Hong seized Zhang Ming's wrist with a vice-like grip. With a slight exertion of force, Zhang Ming winced in pain, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Yet, Chu Hong would not let him off so easily. He increased the pressure, and Zhang Ming's wrist began to crack with a series of pops. Before long, his wrist was twisted grotesquely, hanging limply. "Ah, how can your strength be so great?" Zhang Ming collapsed to the ground, curled up and clutching his injured wrist, rolling in agony and screaming in despair. "Shut up," Chu Heng snapped impatiently, squatting down to gaze coldly at Zhang Ming. "You sought to kill me first. Surely you must be prepared for the consequences." Zhang Ming's face paled in terror as he realized Chu Heng intended to kill him. Gritting through the pain, he scrambled to his feet, kneeling before Chu Heng and repeatedly bowing in supplication. "Boss, please don't kill me. I truly didn't mean it. I beg you. My parents are waiting for me to save them." "Heh," Chu Heng replied with a chilling laugh. "If I had known this would be the case, why act so rashly?" Just as Chu Heng finished speaking, Zhang Ming suddenly lashed out, revealing a police baton in his other hand and swinging it towards Chu Heng's head. Chu Heng paused for a moment, taken aback. The vehicles earlier had not contained this baton, meaning Zhang Ming had possessed it all along. Yet, if he had a weapon, why go through the trouble of trading for one with a map? Another anguished cry escaped Zhang Ming as his other hand was twisted into a pretzel-like shape. Just moments ago, in his prime, he had failed to launch a surprise attack, and now it was even less feasible. With both hands rendered useless, Zhang Ming, however, no longer resembled a feeble coward. He glared venomously at Chu Hong, uttering not a single plea for mercy. A tenacious character indeed. "Don't look at me like that. As if I were some villain," Chu Heng remarked with a playful smile. "Yet, you concealed your intentions quite adeptly, didn't you? That hammer you purposely discarded was a clever ruse to lower my guard. After I discerned your ploy and incapacitated one of your hands, you pretended to be submissive to further deceive me, seeking the perfect moment for a lethal strike. Truth be told, had you encountered someone else instead of me, you might have succeeded. Individuals like you could have made quite a name for themselves in a post-apocalyptic world." "Humph," Zhang Ming scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "If it weren't for your fortunate circumstances, landing in a hardware store and acquiring ranged weapons along with a plethora of crystal cores, the outcome of our encounter would still be uncertain." "Oh right. Chu Heng couldn't help but roll his eyes, suddenly pausing with a frown. "How do you know I was born in a hardware store?" As soon as he uttered the words, Chu Hong realized the implication. The vast quantity of weapons he sold had flooded the market, and with so many replicas, steel pipes, screwdrivers, Hammers. It was nearly impossible not to draw the connection to a hardware store. I find it somewhat perplexing, Chu Heng pondered aloud. If you possess weapons, why resort to a map to swap for a hammer? Zhang Ming smirked, regarding Chu Heng with a mocking gaze. You're clever enough. It shouldn't be too difficult to figure out. After a moment of contemplation, understanding dawned on Chu Heng's face. Zhang Ming was trapped. Escaping solely through his own strength was nearly impossible. Thus, he had cleverly diverted his attention to Chu Heng's extensive weapons sales. Using the layout of the Tianshui community as bait to entice Chu Heng into conquering it was a calculated risk. If Chu Heng succeeded, Zhang Ming's predicament would naturally resolve. Even if Chu Heng failed, he could at least buy some time against the surrounding zombies, allowing Zhang Ming a chance to escape. Having pieced together the rationale, Chu Heng shook his head with a cold smile directed at Zhang Ming. Greed blinds the heart. If you weren't so avaricious, perhaps you could have amounted to something. Zhang Ming's eyes were filled with resentment. He did not regret his actions against Chu Heng, only lamented his ill fortune. If you intend to kill me, then do it. Spare me the theatrics. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Heng's eyes, a cruel smile curling at his lips as a coil of rope appeared in his hand. I was initially inclined to grant you a swift end. However, since you're so defiant, I feel no burden now. I hope you can maintain that bravado. 10 minutes later, Chu Heng surveyed the scene, satisfied as he secured Zhang Ming tightly to a lamp post at the entrance of the eastern parking lot. So, how do you find the view from up there? He asked with a smile. Zhang Ming glared at Chu Heng with a venomous intensity, his voice booming with mock greetings directed at Chu Heng's loved ones, entirely oblivious to the potential attraction of zombies. You coward, if you have the guts, shoot me dead with an arrow. Finding me here is no great feat. Shoo, keep your voice down. You wouldn't want to draw the zombies over now, would you? Chu Heng replied with a smile, raising his longbow. The height you're at was chosen deliberately. The zombies will just about reach your calves. If you truly manage to attract them, you'll get to experience the delightful sensation of being devoured as food. I imagine that feeling would be quite exhilarating. As he spoke, low growls echoed from the dim shadows of the underground garage. Before long, the high and mighty Zhang Ming noticed the zombies emerging from the depths, their numbers steadily increasing. Witnessing this, Zhang Ming's bravado dissipated. No matter how defiant he had been moments ago, fear gripped him, especially at the thought of what it would feel like to be gnawed upon by these creatures. He began to plead for mercy from Chu Heng. Chu Heng chuckled. Well, I am a good person after all. I want to stoop to your level. I'll grant you a chance at survival. Who could resist my benevolent heart? In light of our recent battle side by side, I shall untie the ropes binding your feet. As for your survival, that will depend on your own abilities. With that, he shot an arrow that struck Zhang Ming's arm, causing blood to gush forth. Zhang Ming cried out in pain, cursing, you dog. My apologies. I must have missed. Trust me, this time, I shall be more accurate. Another arrow flew forth, this time hitting Zhang Ming's other arm. Following that, a third arrow was released, severing the ropes tied around Zhang Ming's ankles. Chapter 13. A realm of both hell and heaven. At that moment, an increasing number of zombies, drawn by Zhang Ming's cries, emerged from the shadows of the garage. The first of the zombies had already reached Zhang Ming's feet, clawing at his legs in a desperate attempt to seize him. Zhang Ming, cursing furiously, lifted his legs high to evade the grasping hands of the zombies below. As he felt the cold touch of a zombie's claws against his pant leg, Zhang Ming finally broke down, tears streaming down his face as he begged Chu Heng for mercy. Chu Heng, however, remained indifferent, his gaze cold and dispassionate. It is too late for that. I have no desire to listen to you now. Zhang Ming had become the bait attracting the zombies from the underground garage, and with the bait proving effective, Chu Heng had no intention of squandering such a prime opportunity. All the zombies were now drawn to Zhang Ming's cries and the scent of his blood, creating the perfect moment for him to reap his rewards. Observing the unfolding chaos, Chu Heng repeatedly executed the motion of shooting arrows, with each release resulting in a zombie falling lifelessly to the ground. In no time, his quiver was emptied, prompting him to swiftly replace it with another as he continued his harvest. Zombies continued to pour forth from the garage, drawn toward the lamppost. Including those already felled by Chu Heng, the number of zombies lured by Zhang Ming was nearly 100. Zhang Ming's wound bled profusely, the crimson liquid inciting the surrounding zombies. The newly arrived undead trampled over their fallen brethren, wildly flailing their arms in a desperate attempt to grasp Zhang Ming's legs, oblivious to Chu Heng, the cunning sixth, who was ruthlessly reaping the chaos. As minutes passed, Zhang Ming's legs remained elevated, untouched by the grasping hands of the zombies below. At this juncture, Chu Heng could not help but marvel at Zhang Ming's remarkable core strength. Enduring for so long without a single bite was indeed impressive. It was evident that the human potential unleashed in dire straits was immense. However, The exhaustion etched on Zhang Ming's face and the tremors of his legs revealed that he was merely a waning ember, clinging to survival. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. It was Zhang Ming. After such a prolonged struggle, he could no longer endure. The moment his legs fell, the ravenous zombies seized the opportunity and sank their teeth into him. Once the first bite was taken, a second followed swiftly, and soon. One zombie had a firm grip on his legs, while others surged forward, reveling in this rare feast. A few even attempted to scale his body, seeking the flesh above. Before long, Zhang Ming's calves were reduced to mere bone, his cries dwindling into a hollow whisper, replaced by a vacant stare of numbness and despair. He glanced at Chu Heng, his mouth slightly agape, as if beseeching him for mercy. Meanwhile, Chu Heng's slaughter continued unabated, zombies falling one after another, their numbers rapidly dwindling to fewer than 10. The quiver on his back contained only a single arrow. Casting a detached glance at Zhang Ming, bound to the post, Chu Heng fell silent for a moment before breaking into laughter. If one commits a wrongdoing, one must accept the consequent punishment. This has been a timeless truth. You wish for my help to liberate you? I am no benevolent fool. With a firm pull of his longbow, he released the last arrow, targeting the outermost zombie. Witnessing this, Zhang Ming's eyes ignited with intense hatred as he summoned his remaining strength to shout, "You demon! You will surely descend into hell." As he spoke, a zombie crawled up his leg and viciously bit down on his open mouth. His curses were abruptly silenced. Chu Heng chuckled indifferently, murmuring, "Hell? Are we not in hell ourselves? A hell for the weak, a paradise for the strong." In a swift transformation, Zhang Ming fell before Chu Heng, becoming a zombie with milky white eyes. The surrounding zombies, sensing the essence of their kind emanating from him, ceased their gnawing, gazing around in bewilderment. In the next moment, detecting the scent of a living human from Chu Heng, the confused zombies instantly found a new target, turning to charge at him with a cacophony of growls. With the remaining zombies dwindling and his arrows exhausted, Chu Heng wasted no time. He unsheathed a crowbar from his belt and advanced toward them, ready to engage in combat. After devouring Zhang Ming's flesh and blood, Chu Heng distinctly sensed a transformation in a few of the zombies, their speed noticeably heightened compared to their previous state. However, to him, they were merely an appetizer. Prior to using Zhang Ming as bait, he had already utilized over 70 crystal cores he had collected to enhance his attributes, which had now reached an extraordinary level. Player: Chu Heng, gender: male, strength: 40, average for ordinary people is 10. The human limit is 99. Agility: 32, average for ordinary people is 10. The human limit is 99. Constitution: 40, average for ordinary people is 10. The human limit is 99. Special ability: not yet awakened. Once he collected the corpses of the zombies before him, his attributes would surge even further. The remaining zombies were dispatched with remarkable ease. Chu Heng required less than a minute, striking them down as one would in a game of whack-a-mole. Only the zombie transformed from Zhang Ming, bound to a pillar, remained. This time, Chu Heng granted him a swift end, casually pulling an arrow from the head of one zombie and then shooting to obliterate his skull. With all zombies eradicated, it was time for the eagerly anticipated looting phase. The Tianshui community was quite expansive, and Chu Heng knew he was not alone with Zhang Ming. Others surely lurked within. However, he felt no need for subterfuge now. Strength was his confidence, and he possessed it in abundance. As anticipated, several individuals had witnessed the entire confrontation from a nearby apartment. These individuals sported variously colored hair, donned earrings, and wore gold chains around their necks, their upper bodies clad in tank tops and their lower halves in beach shorts. Two of them even wore flip-flops, revealing distinct tattoos on their exposed skin, a quintessential street thug appearance. Among them stood a burly man with a crew cut, a noticeable scar of 4 to 5 centimeters etched across his face, exuding a menacing aura that suggested he was no ordinary man. That kid has collected so many zombies. He must have some valuable loot. What do you say? Should we make a move? One of the blonde-haired youths eagerly glanced at the scar-faced man. Another man with red-dyed hair chimed in, "Exactly. That kid must have amassed a wealth of crystal cores. If we take him out, we'll strike it rich." The scar-faced man fixed his gaze on Chu Heng's distant silhouette, remaining silent. "I think it's unwise," interjected a young man with purple hair among the two remaining thugs. "Oh? What seems unwise? Speak up, Xiao Dao." The scar-faced man inquired with interest. After a moment of contemplation, the purple-haired youth responded, "From the entire process we just witnessed, that guy is no pushover. It won't be easy to deceive him. If we wish to seize his possessions, we may have to confront him directly. Although there are 5 of us, we may not hold the advantage if a fight breaks out." As soon as the words left his lips, the blonde-haired youth retorted, "Nonsense. There are 5 of us, each armed. That little brat, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly take on 5. Silence, you fool. The scar-faced man interjected sharply, cutting him off. He then gestured for the young blade to continue speaking. The blond youth glared at the young blade, begrudgingly falling silent. The young blade cast a cold glance at him before proceeding with his analysis. That man possesses a longbow, and it appears he has exceptional accuracy. We cannot afford to engage him in an open area. If we must confront him, it must be within the confines of a residential building. The narrow spaces within will hinder the effectiveness of his ranged weapon and will allow us to leverage our numerical advantage. If we are to make a move, this is our best strategy for minimizing casualties while maximizing our odds of success. Upon hearing this assessment, a glint of appreciation flashed in the scar-faced man's eyes. This young blade was a recent addition to his crew, a college student who had not completed his studies. It was said that upon entering university, he had clashed with a school bully while acting heroically, resulting in the bully being hospitalized. Subsequently, the bully, leveraging his family's power, orchestrated the young blade's expulsion. With a tarnished record, the young blade found it impossible to transfer to another school and, in frustration, ventured into society, eventually becoming one of the scar-faced man's subordinates by chance. To his surprise, this young man, who typically kept a low profile, exhibited remarkable intellect, proving to be an exceptional strategic asset. Pleased by this revelation, the scar-faced man felt a surge of optimism. In this peculiar world where everything had begun anew, coupled with a stroke of good fortune in the early gathering of several subordinates, he was determined to make a name for himself. Indeed, the young blade is right. We cannot rush this matter. We shall observe for now. If that boy is fortunate enough not to approach our building, so be it. However, if he dares to show up, we shall ensure he does not leave unscathed. With that, he surveyed his companions and declared, "The supplies we retrieved last time are running low. Pack your belongings. We shall descend to the 6th floor to continue our search." "Understood, brother," they replied in unison. As he watched their departing figures, a peculiar glint appeared in the young blade's eyes as he gazed out the window, contemplating the silhouette of Chu Hong. Finally nearing completion, Chu Hang grumbled after nearly an hour of labor. "This collection function is far from intelligent. How much better it would be if it could operate automatically. Collecting one by one is utterly exhausting." After finishing the last zombie, he unceremoniously collapsed onto the relatively clean patch of grass nearby, exhaling a long, comfortable sigh, wishing to remain there indefinitely. Although the process had been arduous, the rewards were undeniably satisfying. Statistics of all the harvest reveal that he has amassed the following: 88 crystal cores, 5,000 primary mutation fertilizers, 82 access cards, 150 keys, 8 breads, 3 waters, and 4 space fragments. Prior to this, he had already possessed 3 space fragments, and with the addition of the 4 collected this time, he has surpassed the requirements for upgrading the space ring. Ding, your space ring has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to consume 5 space ring fragments and 10 crystal cores to upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately. Ding, you have lost 5 space ring fragments and 10 crystal cores. Ding, your space ring has been upgraded to level 2, with a storage capacity of 10, currently holding 30. You can consume 10 space ring fragments and 30 crystal cores to further upgrade to level 3, with a storage capacity of 20, unlocking 1 storage space for low-level vehicles. Note, low-level vehicles include bicycles, motorcycles, tricycles, jet skis, sleds, and various small cars. Astonished, he thought that if level 3 could accommodate cars, what would follow? Perhaps trucks, buses, or even ships and military vessels could be stored as well. Contemplating the privileges of level 3, a fleeting notion crossed Chu Hang's mind about evolving the space ring through violence. However, he quickly regained his composure. No, he must steadfastly uphold his principles. He could kill those deserving of death without hesitation, but he must never harm the innocent, lest he become no different from the savages who kill indiscriminately. At that moment, Chu Hong recalled the body of Zhang Ming, bound to the lamp post. "All right, I almost forgot about you." He rose and approached the lamp post where Zhang Ming was situated. "Initiate collection. Congratulations, you have successfully collected 1 level 0 crystal core, 1 telescopic gate switch, 1 main gate key, 100 primary mutation fertilizers, 15 canned beef, 24 canned fruits, 20 compressed biscuits, 2 bottled waters, 20 L, 3 bottled waters, 10 L, 5 bottled mineral waters, 500 milliliters, 2 lighters, and 2 gasoline." Astonished, Chu Hong exclaimed, "My goodness, you truly are greedy." The notification merely indicated what was inside those vehicles. He had no idea there would be so much, like a bountiful shipment. Overwhelmed by the abundance of supplies, he felt tears of joy welling up. Since yesterday, he had consumed nearly 10 pieces of bread, and his mouth had long been parched. This time, not only did he acquire a substantial amount of canned meat and fruits, but he also obtained a significant quantity of water, alleviating the necessity for frugality. Finally, he could wash his face and brush his teeth. Aside from the supplies, coupled with the earnings from the auction, his collection of crystal cores has surpassed 100 for the first time, reaching 108. It is time to make some expenditures. Observing his attributes panel, Chu Hong furrowed his brow. Originally, he intended to deal with Zhang Ming first, then clear the residential building before addressing the underground garage. But now that most of the zombies in the garage had been lured out and eliminated, perhaps tackling the underground garage first would be a wise choice. Following the previous sequence, it would indeed be more prudent to enhance strength and constitution first. However, considering the latter sequence, the complexities of the underground garage and the inadequate lighting render agility significantly more critical. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Hang resolved to assess the situation before proceeding. Standing at the entrance, his gaze ventured into the dimly lit underground garage. Within the garage, there are 52 zombies dispersed across the space. With 2 survivors concealed within a vehicle, various sedans are present, and deep within the garage lies a golden treasure chest, presenting a relatively low threat for you at this moment. It is recommended to proceed. Chapter 15. The Golden Treasure Chest. A golden treasure chest? Upon seeing this hidden hint, Chu Hong could not help but be momentarily taken aback, soon thereafter overwhelmed with joy. The reason for his rapid advancement is partly attributed to the hidden hint system providing him with a significant advantage. And another crucial factor is the black iron treasure chest he initially acquired. The Constitution elixir and longbow obtained from within have propelled him far ahead of others. And it is precisely due to this considerable advantage that he has swiftly reached his current state. If the black iron treasure chest held such promise, one could only imagine the treasures the golden chest might unveil. Initially, when he encountered that zombie in the hardware store, it was deemed a medium threat. Now, over 50 zombies are categorized as a low threat to him, indicating that his strength has escalated beyond mere quantification. Being able to contend with 50 foes at once raises the tantalizing prospect of eventually facing 100 or even 1,000. With this delightful thought in mind, Chu Hong ultimately decided to invest these energy cores in enhancing his strength and agility. Player: Chu Hang. Gender: male. Strength: 50. Average for a human: 10. Maximum human limit: 99. Agility: 50. Average for a human: 10. Maximum human limit: 99. Constitution: 41. Average for a human: 10. Maximum human limit: 99. Powers: not yet awakened. While the panel displayed merely numerical changes, in reality, Chu Hong palpably felt the transformations within his body. His muscles not only increased in density, but also in quantity, significantly enhancing his explosive power and damage resistance. What now eludes him is merely the corresponding technique to harness this newfound strength. After indulging in a sumptuous late lunch and resting for half an hour, Chu Hong donned a headlamp he had previously discovered, wielding a crowbar in hand as he cautiously ventured into the underground garage. Upon entering, a cacophony of car alarms and the relentless howls of zombies echoed from a short distance away. Utilizing the flickering light, Chu Hang quickly discerned a cluster of zombies surrounding a black SUV, frantically battering its body and windows. It was clear that survivors had been detected and were now encircled by the undead. While Chu Hong had little interest in rescuing anyone, the imposing presence of the rugged SUV captivated his attention. Under the relentless assault of countless zombies, the windows of the SUV remained unbroken, a testament to the exceptional quality of the vehicle. In the apocalypse, the aesthetic appeal of a car pales in comparison to its performance and defensive capabilities, which are of paramount importance. Chu Hong armed himself with a longbow, aiming it at the encroaching zombies, and bellowed, "Come at me. Don't scratch my vehicle." Upon hearing his thunderous shout, a portion of the zombies turned and charged towards him. Clearly, Chu Hong was far more enticing to them than an unattainable prey. With a grin, he drew his bow. The arrow knocked like a full moon and released a volley that felled the first row of zombies, followed swiftly by the second. Just then, the remaining zombies closed in on him. Stowing away the longbow, Chu Hong drew a crowbar to engage in close combat. Even in their frenzied state, the zombies' strength barely matched that of an average human, let alone their agility and resilience. Given Chu Hang's attributes, which surpassed the norm by 4 to 5 times, dispatching them was exceedingly effortless, as they fell like wheat under his strikes. The crowbar is indeed useful, but somewhat cumbersome. I must find a more suitable weapon soon, he murmured to himself. His strength was overwhelming, and while the crowbar was lethal, it lacked finesse, often getting lodged deep within the zombies' skulls, hampering his efficiency. For now, I'll make do, but I'll see if I can find a better replacement later, perhaps at the auction house. As the last zombie collapsed, the underground garage fell eerily silent, save for the incessant blaring of the SUV's alarm. Chu Hang paid it no mind, instead focusing on harvesting the corpses. There were approximately 40 zombies on the ground, suggesting that about 10 more lurked within the garage. likely drawn to the vehicle but unable to escape its confines due to the alarm's noise. Once he completed his gathering, Chu Hong ventured deeper into the garage. He remembered the presence of a golden treasure chest within, which was the true purpose of his expedition. This time, he felt more relaxed with his current agility. The level 0 zombies stood no chance of ambushing him. As he searched for the treasure chest, he also eliminated the hidden zombies concealed within the vehicles. As he strolled nonchalantly forward, a gray six-seater van caught his eye. There are 4 zombies inside this vehicle, a family of 4, neatly arranged. In the trunk, you will find the golden treasure chest along with some other supplies. Peering through the window, he could clearly see the zombies inside. They consisted of a middle-aged couple, a teenage girl, and a small boy of about 3 or 4 years. Strangely, aside from wounds on their arms, they appeared remarkably clean. After a careful observation, Chu Hong discerned a clue and fell into silence. If he was not mistaken, the young boy had naturally succumbed to infection, transforming into a zombie. His parents and sister had chosen not to abandon him, but instead opted to succumb to infection themselves, perhaps to evade the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world. In a bid to prevent harm to others, the parents had deliberately bound the boy and girl together, restraining themselves with seat belts, and locking the car doors from the inside, rendering them inaccessible from the outside. With a soft sigh at the absurdity of this world, Chu Hong shattered the car window with a powerful punch, triggering the vehicle's alarm. The zombies within erupted into a frenzy, howling violently in his direction. Perhaps they had been kind souls in life, but now, as zombies, their minds were consumed solely by an insatiable hunger for fresh flesh. Raising his longbow, he released arrows through the shattered opening, and soon, silence enveloped the interior of the vehicle. Chu Hong then opened the car door and began his collection. Congratulations on your successful collection. You have obtained 1 level 0 crystal core, 2 keys, 1 access card, and 700 cash. Congratulations on your successful collection. You have obtained. He retrieved the car keys and unlocked the trunk. Amidst a pile of supplies, a shoebox-sized container radiated an alluring golden glow. Chapter 16. The frigid elegance and the charming lowly opened the treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 1 intermediate physical potion, 1 intermediate collection skill, and 1 military combat uniform. Intermediate physical potion significantly enhances various attributes of the player, with the degree of enhancement depending on the player's existing attributes. Note, consumption will be accompanied by intense pain. Intermediate collection skill increases the success rate of collection from 80 to 90, enabling automatic collection of certain monsters and player corpses within a specified range. Collection range, a circular area with a radius of 2 meters centered around the player. Integrated military combat uniform offers excellent protective capabilities, along with certain dust, water, wind, and fire resistance features. With exhilaration, Chu Hong wasted no time in shedding his outer clothing to don the combat uniform. Just as he was pulling up his pants, a sharp scream pierced the air behind him. Ah, pervert! Chu Hong swiftly turned to see 2 strikingly different beauties observing him from a short distance. One was a cold, elegant woman, while the other was a charming young girl. The scream had emanated from the girl on the left, who was clad in a white lowly dress and knee-high white socks, exuding youthful vibrancy. Her mouth was agape, hands covering her eyes, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Beside her stood the tall, aloof woman, around 1.7 meters in height, her slender figure accentuated even in loose athletic wear. She cast an odd glance in his direction, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Chu Hang was only partially dressed in the combat uniform, revealing the red undergarments beneath. Goodness! He exclaimed, hastily turning to properly dress himself, somewhat irked as he muttered, why the dramatic reaction? Don't you know scaring someone can be fatal? Before long, Chu Hong had fully donned the combat uniform. The entire combat outfit is predominantly adorned in green camouflage, reminiscent of the military attire from the Xian nation in Chu Hang's previous life. Chu Hang, already possessing a handsome visage, exudes even more charm-clad in this camouflage uniform. Big brother, you look quite handsome in that military uniform. Are you a soldier? A delicate young girl inquired softly. Chu Hong glanced at her and replied coolly, no. With that, he brushed past them towards the off-road vehicle they had previously occupied. He was not the type to be rendered immobile by the presence of beautiful women. Although the 2 before him were indeed lovely in the current circumstances, lacking any particular skill or utility made them nothing more than burdens that could very well endanger his life. Wait, can we accompany you? A poised and aloof woman suddenly interjected. No, you should fend for yourselves. Chu Hong paused momentarily before continuing forward. What if I offer this in exchange for your protection for a few days? The aloof woman proposed. Chu Hong frowned and turned back. There she stood, hands cradling a black, over 1 meter long machete, her gaze icy. She continued, I found this in a silver box, but it is a bit too heavy for me. We are currently unable to protect ourselves, and I wish to trade this for your protection until we acclimate to our surroundings. Gazing at the gleaming black machete in her hands, Chu Hong felt a stir of interest. The quality of items emerging from silver boxes is undeniably exceptional. Though he found his current crowbar satisfactory, it felt somewhat too light for him at this moment. This long knife appeared to be a promising alternative. Chu Hong approached the aloof woman, accepting the long knife from her grasp, feeling its weight settle in his hand. He gripped the hilt with one hand and swung it lightly a few times, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he genuinely praised a fine blade. This machete measured approximately 1.3 meters in length, reaching waist height when stood upright. The blade was elongated, with the spine slightly thicker than the edge. Overall, the spine presented a heavy black hue, while the blade gleamed in a cold silver tone, reflecting an icy brilliance under the light. What pleased Chu Heng most was the knife's substantial feel. Although it was slightly unbalanced when wielded with one hand, it did not hinder its use. Moreover, given his current strength, such a weighty blade could yield formidable destructive power. Chu Heng smiled at the two women, lifting the long knife towards the aloof woman, and asked, "Aren't you afraid I might take this and leave?" With a nonchalant glance, the aloof woman suddenly broke into a radiant smile and replied, "Would a villain overlook us so easily? If you were that sort of person, you wouldn't have simply walked away earlier." Chu Hong found himself at a loss for words. Is it simply because I didn't harm you? Not entirely. It is primarily because you appear to be a good person. Chu Hong rolled his eyes, lamenting that even in this situation, he could not escape the fate of being perceived as the good-hearted type. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Hong declared, "All right, the deal is struck. In light of this knife, I shall protect you for 3 days. However, I have one condition." Upon hearing this, the aloof lady furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Chu Hong. Recognizing her misunderstanding, he clarified, "I can offer you protection, but only on the condition that it does not place me in danger. Should your actions bring trouble or peril upon me, I will immediately withdraw my protection." The cold lady sighed in relief, her brow relaxing slightly as she replied, "That is quite reasonable. I agree." At that moment, the youthful girl chimed in, "I agree as well." Chu Heng nodded, smiling, "Very well, it is settled then. I shall safeguard you for 3 days, after which we shall part ways without any debts between us. By the way, I am Chu Hong. May I know your names?" The girl eagerly interjected, "Hello, big brother. I am Mingyue." "Anya," the aloof lady stated coolly. I had assumed you were sisters. Now, let us share our ages and previous professions, shall we?" Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Mingyu crossed her arms defiantly, exclaiming, "Big brother, do you not know that a lady's age is a secret?" Anya hesitated, casting a glance at Chu Hong before softly stating, "Doctor, strength 18, agility 20, constitution 16. Chu Hong was taken aback, asking, "Have you consumed a basic constitution potion?" Anya nodded coolly. Mengyu then shared her own details, a senior high school student with attributes only half of Anya's. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Hong retrieved his trusty crowbar and a steel pipe, handing them to Anya and Mengyu respectively, saying, "Consider these gifts a little something extra." Anya's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise as she silently accepted the crowbar and steel pipe, then passed the steel pipe to Mengyu. The next moment, Chu Hong turned toward the off-road vehicle, discovering it lacked keys. He turned back to inquire, "Do you have the keys for the vehicle?" Before he could finish, Anya tossed a set of keys his way. "This place is unsafe. Shall we head up?" Chu Hong expertly caught the keys, inserted them into the ignition, and successfully started the vehicle. The keys belonged to this very car, and from the engine sound, it appeared to be in good condition. "Do not worry. I have already cleared out the zombies here. Now, I require your assistance with a task," he said, handing both women a flexible hose. With bewildered expressions, he instructed, "Please siphon the gasoline from these vehicles, excluding this one." "What?" Mengyu exclaimed, pointing at the cars with a hint of grievance. "But the smell of gasoline is quite unpleasant." Chu Hong regarded her with an indifferent gaze, responding coolly, "If you're unwilling, you may leave. But big brother, did you not say you would protect me and Anya?" Chu Heng's expression grew even colder as he retorted, "I merely stated that I would protect you, nothing more. In consideration of your role as my employers, I offer you some counsel, spoken but once. Whether you heed it or not matters little, for in 3 days, our paths shall diverge entirely." With that, Chu Heng cast a fleeting glance at Anya before his gaze returned to Mingyu, continuing, "I care not whether you were a lady of nobility or a scion of power in your previous life. Here, such status holds no sway. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the notion of law and order is but a mere illusion. The perils that lurk beyond are far more treacherous than you can fathom. Not solely from the monsters, but from other players as well. Perhaps on Earth, your beauty garnered admiration, but here, it shall be your original sin." lacking strength and value. Your future will be far more dismal than you can imagine. In that moment, you will only regret not succumbing to the jaws of the undead. In this apocalypse, human hearts are far more dangerous than the monsters. With that, Chu Heng ceased his words and strode towards a nearby vehicle. Some truths need be spoken only once. Whether they resonate with them is their own concern. Anya, contemplative, regarded Chu Heng with a hint of a smile. She gently stroked Meng Yu's head and then silently approached another vehicle. As the two moved away, Meng Yu remained behind, her lips pursed and her gaze cast down. Her eyes red and brimming with unshed tears. Have you come to understand? Anya inquired softly, without turning, as she poured fuel from a hose. Meng Yu stood behind her, a picture of grievance, murmuring a subdued acknowledgement. It is good that you understand. Chu Heng speaks truth. In this apocalypse, we must rely on ourselves. Being beautiful in this world is not a blessing. In fact, here, we have truly achieved gender equality. With a hint of derision, Anya chuckled. Meng Yu remained silent. Moving beside Anya. Sister Anya, allow me to assist. Very well, let us take turns, one siphoning while the other remains vigilant. Although that fellow claimed the zombies here have been eradicated, it is prudent to exercise caution. But what shall we do with this gasoline once collected? Meanwhile, Chu Heng also tended to the fuel, remaining nearby for the safety of the two women. His gaze shifted to the intermediate physique potion in his backpack, contemplating the right moment to utilize it. Here was hardly the appropriate setting. Even the pain from the basic physique potion was intense, let alone the intermediate one, which would render him immobile for a time. Though the two women did not seem the types to engage in ruthless behavior, one could never truly know another's heart. He could not gamble with his life. Moreover, his current attributes were already formidable, and there was no urgency. He could wait until their task was complete and then seek a safe place to rest before using it. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the two women. Chu Heng jumped into a vehicle and, upon raising his gaze, noticed several zombies swiftly approaching the two women, inciting a wave of confusion within him. Were not all the zombies in the garage eradicated? Where did these creatures emerge from? After a brief scream, the two women hurriedly ran towards Chu Heng, displaying evident panic. Ordinarily, given Anya's attributes, evading the zombies trailing behind would be a trivial matter. However, in her effort to assist Meng Yu, she was compelled to reduce her speed. As for Meng Yu, despite her agility, the clunky, round-toed high heels she wore were ill-suited for rapid movement, and she narrowly avoided being overtaken by the pursuing undead on several occasions. Frowning slightly, Chu Heng lifted his longbow and swiftly loosed several arrows, dispatching the nearest zombies. In no time, the two women reached his side, and by then, the number of zombies behind them had dwindled to a mere few, thanks to Chu Heng's efforts. Wait, Chu Heng, leave one for me. I would like to try. Anya suddenly interjected, noticing Chu Heng's intent to eliminate them all. Taken aback, Chu Heng regarded this aloof woman with newfound respect, realizing her profession as a doctor. It seemed reasonable that she would possess a greater adaptability to such scenes than the average person. Could you leave one for me as well? Meng Yu, encouraged by Anya's boldness, chimed in with a hint of shyness. Chu Heng raised an eyebrow, his perception of her improving slightly. Regardless of whether her request stemmed from defiance or a desire to prove herself, it was commendable for someone of her age to voice such a desire. Chu Heng nodded impassively, signaling his understanding, and then loosed a few more arrows, leaving only two zombies in pursuit. However, he did not cease his assault. Instead, amidst the puzzled gazes of the two women, he shot another arrow, this time aimed at the knee of the relatively frail zombie. Although he admired Meng Yu's courage, practicality dictated that he act with prudence. Allowing a zombie to approach her in her current state could result in her being overwhelmed in an instant. As the two women watched in bewilderment, the arrow struck the zombie's knee, causing it to stumble forward, its balance compromised by the force of the shot. Don't just stand there. Anya, deal with the one on the left, and Meng Yu, take on the limping one on the right. Fear not. I shall provide support from above, he instructed. Instantly, the two women snapped back to attention, raising their weapons and preparing to confront the oncoming foes. Observing their determined posture, Chu Heng smiled and proceeded to elucidate the characteristics of zombies. Now, this is merely the beginning. These zombies possess relatively low attributes. Their joints are stiff, making them poor at turning and navigating obstacles. You can exploit this trait to create distance. Their fatal weakness lies in the head. Only by striking their heads can you ensure their demise. Oh, and remember, when dispatching them, take care not to let their bodily fluids splatter into your eyes. Chapter 18. The origin of the zombies. Chu Heng spoke in great detail, and the two women listened attentively. As they absorbed his explanation, a warm sense of gratitude blossomed in their hearts, reflected in their appreciative gazes toward him. Soon, Anya delivered the first piece of good news. having successfully dispatched the zombie before her. Initially flustered by the encounter, she quickly regained her composure. With her attributes favoring her and armed with a crowbar, she effortlessly eliminated the zombie after overcoming her initial panic. In contrast, Mingyu's performance was less commendable, being merely a minor. She instinctively sought to evade the terrifying creature that seemed to leap from the silver screen into reality. The more she attempted to hide, the more fiercely the zombie pursued her. At that moment, she resembled a frightened rabbit, tears streaming down her face, evoking a sense of pity. Standing by and observing, Anya finally comprehended the intent behind Chu Heng's earlier arrow. Without his intervention, had they remained inactive, Mingyu would likely have been caught and bitten by the zombie. She was pushing herself too hard. Watching the scene unfold, Chu Heng shook his head, preparing to draw his bow to assist Mingyu in dealing with the relentless zombie. Wait, give her a moment, Anya interjected, her voice cool and serene, akin to a gently flowing mountain stream. Could we be pushing her too far? After all, she is just a child. Chu Heng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Anya turned to him, a playful glint in her eye as she remarked, "Weren't you eager to rush her off earlier? How quickly you have developed a sense of compassion. Perhaps you have a fondness for the younger ones, That's quite the pedophilic inclination, young man." Chu Heng was momentarily at a loss for words, rolling his eyes before responding somewhat flippantly. What is so appealing about young girls? If I were to have a preference, it would certainly be for someone like you, an aloof and sophisticated lady. Anya clicked her tongue in mock disapproval, her gaze shifting to Mingyu, her smile fading into a solemn expression. Though this may seem cruel, we must remember that this is a post-apocalyptic world. These zombies do not differentiate between children and adults. To them, everyone is merely sustenance. As their conversation unfolded, Mingyu continued to be pursued by the relentless zombie. After being chased for so long, fatigue began to weigh upon her, sweat trickling down her brow, her complexion paling, whether from exhaustion or fear, she could not tell. The zombie, dragging its injured leg, showed no signs of tiring, relentlessly closing in on her. Desperation surged within her as she glanced toward Chu Heng and Anya, only to find them expressionless, showing no inclination to intervene, igniting a sense of despair within her. In that moment, she recognized her own naivety. She had previously thought that Chu Heng should not show favoritism and should have shot the zombie pursuing her. Now, reflecting on her earlier thoughts filled her with shame. Had it not been for Chu Heng's arrow, she might very well have met her end. At that moment, Anya's voice echoed in her ears. Mingyu, in this apocalyptic world, no one would willingly carry an utterly useless burden. If you lack the courage to confront this reality and the unwavering determination to survive, it would be better for you to relinquish your struggles and allow the approaching zombies to deliver you from your plight. Hearing such callous words from her beloved sister Anya, Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a portrait of shock. How could Sister Anya say such a thing? I am merely a child. Why must I face all of this? Yet, I truly do not wish to die. I have yet to experience love, and I long to reunite with my parents. I refuse to become anyone's burden. With a primal scream of frustration, Mingyu suddenly surged forward, only to halt abruptly, turning to confront the zombie behind her. With a sharpened steel pipe in hand, she thrust it forward with all her might. However, her aim faltered unexpectedly, due to her petite stature and overwhelming anxiety. The steel pipe did not strike the zombie's head, as Chu Heng had advised, but instead pierced its chest, a location that was not its fatal weak point. As anticipated, the pipe passed through the zombie's body, and it continued to charge at Mingyu, unfazed. The effort of that thrust had drained her strength and resolve. Witnessing this turn of events, her face turned pale. She abandoned her weapon, retreating rapidly before collapsing to the ground. Chu Heng, Anya, she cried out in desperation. Before Anya could finish her warning, Chu Heng had already loosed an arrow. With a swift whoosh, it struck the zombie squarely in the forehead, the tremendous force sending it tumbling backward. Simultaneously, Anya bolted towards Mingyu like an arrow released from a bow. As the zombie fell, both of them exhaled in relief. Turning to Mingyu, they found her gaze vacant, her expression a mixture of despair, resentment, hope, and confusion. After a brief moment, it seemed she regained her senses, curling up and weeping bitterly. I thought you were truly going to abandon her, Chu Heng remarked with a sudden smile as he stood beside Anya. In response, Anya shot him a glare, retorting, "Do you think I am like you?" After a moment of silence, her tone grew somber as she added, "In truth, there was a fleeting moment when I considered whether it might be better for her to perish if she truly lacked the courage to confront the zombies." Chu Heng remained silent for a time before shaking his head. Not everyone can adapt to this world as swiftly as you have. She is faring far better than most. Anya nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating for a moment before offering Chu Heng a packet of tissues. Go on, comfort her. Girls are the easiest to persuade in such situations. Chu Hong couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you want to go, then go yourself. Stop bringing it up. Who has the heart for that at this moment? Besides, she is still a minor. I can't do something like that. Anya glanced at Mingyu and replied nonchalantly, she probably hates me right now. Chu Hong rolled his eyes again, as if to say that it wasn't as if she didn't harbor any hatred towards him. Anya remained silent for a moment before suddenly turning to Chu Hang with a peculiar look in her eyes. You can't possibly. Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Puzzled as he asked, can't possibly what? A mischievous smile crept across Anya's lips. You're not incapable in that regard, are you? Shut up. Chu Hong snapped, anger flaring. Indeed, men are often patient and gentlemanly, except when their capabilities are questioned. Anya grinned mischievously. I understand. As a doctor, I assure you, such things are quite common. Don't lose heart. Chu Hong waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. If you don't believe me, how about we find a place to practice tonight? Anya shot him a sideways glance, her cheeks slightly flushed, muttering under her breath, pervert. Upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of crimson rising in her cheeks. Without further ado, they both tacitly avoided lingering on that topic. Anya clutched a tissue as she approached Mingyu, while Chu Hong remarked, I'll go check over there. You two be careful. Before heading toward the direction from which the zombies had emerged. He was puzzled about the origin of these zombies. He knew there were a total of 52 zombies in the underground garage before he entered, and he had verified the count after clearing them out. So where had these zombies come from? Chapter 19. The enchantment in the elevator. Chu Hong followed the trail of the corpses. At that moment, his newly acquired intermediate gathering skill came into play. Gathering activated. Suddenly, from around his body, the corpses within a 1-meter radius erupted with blue light, flying toward him. Accompanying this, he heard the continuous sound of successful gathering. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. This was truly a moment of liberation, far more convenient than before. Following the direction of the bodies, he arrived at an elevator that had stopped on the first floor, and he was struck by a realization. Typically, to facilitate tenants, the underground garage in residential complexes is connected to the elevators of each building, allowing tenants to park their vehicles and access the elevators. Furthermore, after the game commenced and the city's power was restored, the elevators became operational again. It was likely that the zombies in this elevator accidentally pressed the button for the first floor and descended to the garage. As he beheld this elevator, a thought struck Chu Hong. He had initially intended to use hidden prompts to correlate the keys he possessed with the rooms of each building for clearing them out. But now with Anya and Mingyu present, it was evidently inappropriate to proceed in such a manner. How would he explain the matter if they inquired about it? After contemplating for a while without arriving at a satisfactory solution, Chu Hong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Moreover, this served as an early reminder for Chu Hong that he would undoubtedly have teammates in the future. When the time came, how would he explain matters concerning hidden clues to them? Never mind, he thought, the road will reveal itself as we approach the mountain. Returning to the present, Mingyu had ceased her weeping, her eyes red and filled with a sense of grievance as she stood beside Anya, holding her hand. Chu Hong cast an inquiring glance towards Anya, who nodded slightly, her brow furrowed in curiosity as she asked, how are things? It's nothing serious. I was also puzzled about where those zombies emerged from. It turns out they came from the elevator of the residential building, Anya replied, her expression shifting to one of realization. After a moment of recollection, she added, yes, I believe I did hear the elevator doors opening at that time. I thought I must have misheard. Chu Hong nodded, choosing not to dwell on the issue further, and directed his gaze toward Mingyu. Are you all right now? He inquired. Anya gently tapped Mingyu's shoulder. Mingyu lifted her head, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor as she nodded. As if struck by a thought, she retrieved a large bundle of arrows from her space ring and presented them to Chu Hong. Sister Anya said these arrows would be useful to you, so I pulled them from the bodies of the zombies. Thank you for saving me earlier. These arrows had belonged to the zombies Chu Hong had just slain. In his haste to discover their origin, he had forgotten to collect them. Thank you, Chu Hong said, accepting the arrows and placing them into the quiver on his back. He glanced at Anya, silently admiring her attentiveness. He had witnessed her performance during the battle against the zombies, which was commendable, aside from a few technical nuances. There was little to critique. For a player participating in combat for the first time, her performance was indeed remarkable, especially given that she was a girl. At this moment, he found himself somewhat captivated, contemplating the idea of inviting her to join his team. However, he refrained from expressing this thought. While Anya possessed the courage, strength, and character to be a worthy teammate, there was the concern of Mingyu being a burden, and their acquaintance was still in its infancy, lacking the foundation of trust. With 3 days remaining until their agreed rendezvous, he decided to wait and see. Suddenly, Anya extended her hand, offering a crystal core to Chu Hong. Here. This is from the zombie I just killed. The gathering ability could only be used on monsters one had slain oneself. As for those killed by others, one would have to wait half an hour for them to become unclaimed before they could be collected. Thus, Chu Hong had not been able to gather from the zombie Anya had dispatched. Chu Hong regarded her steadily, shaking his head with a smile. There's no need for that. We engage in an equitable exchange. You provide me with the blade, and I will protect you for 3 days. Any spoils you acquire from the zombies you killed during this time are rightfully yours. I wouldn't stoop so low, he added. Besides, such a small crystal core is hardly of interest to me. Anya cast a contemplative glance at Chu Hong, and noticing his unwavering refusal, she decided to withdraw her offer. It's nearly 4 o'clock. In just a few hours, darkness will envelop us. Shouldn't we seek a safe haven to rest for the night? Chu Hang nodded thoughtfully and after a brief pause remarked, Isn't the elevator in Building 8 conveniently located in the underground garage? I believe we could take the elevator to the top floor and try our luck. Zombies have stiff joints and are not adept at climbing stairs. I surmise the number of zombies on the top floor should be relatively sparse. Anya's eyes brightened at Chu Hang's suggestion, and she replied, I find your idea quite commendable. I once saw someone mention in the chat channel that many doors in residential buildings are left ajar. Perhaps fortune will favor us, and we might discover a suitable place to rest. After a moment of hesitation, she added, however, the corridors in residential buildings can be quite narrow. Will wielding a machete be cumbersome? Perhaps I should return the crowbar to you? Chu Hong chuckled softly, shaking his head. No need for that. I'm not as feeble as you might think. Let us go. With that, he stowed the map and made his way toward the elevator in Building 8. Anya smiled faintly, grasping Meng Yu's hand as they followed behind. Don't you think you've forgotten to consider my opinion? Meng Yu timidly inquired, feeling overlooked. Unfortunately, her words fell on deaf ears. Soon, the trio found themselves inside the elevator of Building 8. A pungent odor of decay surged forth, and while Chu Hong remained unfazed, the two women struggled to endure the stench. Had it not been for Chu Hong's presence, they would have lost their composure. Noticing the pallor on their faces, Chu Hong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He pressed the button for the 18th floor. The elevator ascended swiftly, with each passing floor. The sounds from the zombies attracted by the elevator's noise echoed ominously. A few zombies, oblivious, stumbled forward only to plummet into the dark shaft, producing a disconcerting echo. Simultaneously, the eerie howls emanating from the zombies outside the elevator heightened the tension for the two women within. Meng Yu instinctively tightened her grip on Anya's delicate hand, which only intensified Anya's anxiety. In the next moment, as Chu Hong focused on the display indicating their ascent, he suddenly felt a cool, soft hand clasp his right hand. He discreetly turned his head to see that the hand belonged to Anya, although she appeared composed. The slight tremor in her palm betrayed her inner apprehension. Upon sensing Chu Hong's gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she shot him a warning look. Chu Hong silently smiled and gently squeezed her hand, believing it might provide her with a semblance of reassurance. His mind was devoid of ulterior motives. In the face of unknown perils and fears, trepidation is a natural human response. To exploit such vulnerability would be rather unrefined. Chapter 20, 18th floor ding. A crisp chime echoed as the elevator came to an abrupt halt. They had arrived at the 18th floor. As the door had yet to open, faint sounds of zombie growls reached Chu Hang's ears, indicating a considerable number of them nearby. Anya, having heard the noise, released Chu Hang's hand and gripped her crowbar tightly. Observing her determined demeanor, Meng Yu bit her lip and held a steel pipe close to her chest, her gaze fixed intently on the closed elevator doors. Stay behind me for now. Do not emerge, lest you be accidentally harmed, Chu Hong advised, tilting his head slightly. In the next moment, the elevator doors slowly creaked open. Before them, at the relatively spacious elevator entrance, a cluster of 7 or 8 zombies surged forward, eager to rush in and indulge in the feast that awaited them. Chu Hang's expression grew stern as he delivered a swift kick without even glancing at them, with his strength attribute now exceeding 5 times that of an average person. His explosive power was undeniable. His kick sent the nearest zombie flying 2 to 3 meters away, causing several others to stumble and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Hang swiftly exited the elevator, replacing the hammer he had intended to use in the confined space with a machete. With a single, decisive swing, he cleaved through the skulls of 3 or 4 zombies. One zombie attempted a sneak attack from the side, only to be dispatched by Anya, who had charged out and struck it down with her crowbar. Surprised, Chu Hong exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you to stay back? I am not the kind of woman who always requires protection," Anya replied coolly. Chu Hong shook his head in exasperation, delivering another lethal blow to the remaining zombies. The elevator entrance transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, black blood splattering everywhere, and the ground littered with dismembered zombie limbs. The floor appeared slick and repulsive. and the unique stench of rotting flesh began to intensify. All three of them frowned in disgust at the gruesome scene. At that moment, the last zombie, standing at the far end of the corridor, noticed their presence and charged toward them with a roar. Another one. Brother Chu Hong, may I kill this one? Mengyu asked eagerly. Chu Hong shook his head in refusal. Next time. The corridor is too narrow for your agility to be of advantage. And if you encounter danger here, I would have difficulty rescuing you. After saying this, he exchanged his black blade for a longbow, swiftly shooting the approaching zombie dead. Once the collection was complete, Chu Hang surveyed the layout of the 18th floor. There were 4 rooms in total. 3 were situated in the middle of the corridor, with one at the end. Of these 4 rooms, 2 doors stood open, while the other 2 remained firmly shut. According to hidden clues, only the first room adjacent to the elevator harbored zombies, while the others were empty. Chu Hong first led the 2 women to search the 2 open rooms, then utilized the crowbar to clear the other 2 closed rooms. By this time, it was past 6 o'clock, and dusk was settling in. This apartment is relatively clean. You 2 should sleep here tonight, while I will take the room in the corridor, he declared. In a dwelling comprising 4 rooms, 2 had been forcibly breached, thus rendering them unsuitable for repose. The remaining 2 rooms were graciously left by Chu Hong for the 2 ladies, while he opted for the innermost chamber. Just as he concluded his statement, Anya shook her head and suggested, "Why don't the 3 of us share this suite tonight? It would be safer that way. After all, there are 2 clean rooms. I can share one with Yuer." "Indeed, Brother Chu Hong, I wouldn't dare sleep alone without you around," Yuer chimed in. Chu Hong, maintaining his composure, cast a sidelong glance at Anya and jested, "That might not be advisable. You both are exceedingly beautiful. What if I lose control of my primal instincts at night? Brother Chu Hang is a good person. I trust you won't," Meng Yuer declared confidently, raising her fist in assurance. Another card of goodwill, Chu Hong thought, internally lamenting, "Am I truly such a good person? Is it wise for you to place such faith in me?" Observing the complex expression on Chu Hang's face, Anya smiled charmingly but curiously shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, I forgot to mention that I used to perform surgeries at the hospital. If you ever need an appendectomy or something similar, you can count on me for a swift and precise operation that won't hurt a bit." With that, she cast him a knowing glance. Initially perplexed by her sudden proclamation, Chu Hang soon realized the implication of her gaze, prompting him to draw a sharp breath. "Seeing your flustered expression, it seems you have a thieving heart but lack the courage," Anya teased before leading Ming Yu into the room. Chu Hong could not help but roll his eyes, feeling speechless in front of Anya. When he first encountered her, she had exuded an aura of an aloof and enchanting woman. Now, it seemed her faade was crumbling. As night descended upon room 1802 of Building 8, the 2 ladies, having bathed, sat on the living room sofa, munching on bread while sharing insights from the day's encounters. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, releasing a wave of steamy warmth. Chu Hong emerged, clad in fresh sleepwear, exhaling a satisfied sigh. "Ah, that feels wonderful. Truly. This upscale community allows for a hot shower." The day's battles had not only left him fatigued but also cloaked in the pungent scent of sweat and musk. Regrettably, during their search of the 4 rooms, the ladies had found suitable changes of clothing along with a few pairs of disposable underwear and appropriately sized athletic shoes. He, however, had been less fortunate, unable to find attire that fit, and thus had to settle for a slightly oversized sleep outfit until his clothes dried in the morning. "Ah, are you having dinner?" Chu Hong greeted with a smile as he approached and sat beside Anya, casually retrieving a can of beef from his spatial ring. Instantly, the rich aroma of meat filled the air, causing both ladies to pause in their chewing, gazing intently at the can before them, unable to suppress their salivation. Since the arrival of the apocalypse, they had consumed 3 consecutive meals of bread, and the tantalizing aroma of meat made them yearn to snatch the canned food away. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. In this desolate world, food and water were exceedingly precious commodities, especially delectable items like beef canned goods. In this exchange, Chu Hong owed them nothing. Indeed, he had benevolently provided them with weapons for their protection, a courtesy he could have easily withheld. They had no standing to demand anything from him. As for the notion of theft, given Chu Hang's formidable strength, the idea scarcely crossed their minds. The sound of Chu Hang chewing resonated like an enchanting spell, tempting the 2 women. Anya and Ming Yu exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the envy in each other's eyes, and could not help but let out a sigh. Suddenly, the bread in their hands seemed far less appetizing. Chapter 21. Evening Conversations. Chu Hong was acutely aware of the fervent gazes directed at him by the 2 women, yet he chose to disregard them. After finishing his meal, he unceremoniously opened another can of beef and a can of fruit, finally feeling satisfied as he leaned back on the sofa, letting out a contented burp. The 2 women beside him, however, appeared despondent, their appetites diminished as they gazed at the unfinished bread in their hands. After a brief pause, Chu Hong rose and made his way to the balcony, feeling the evening breeze as he gazed into the distance. The boundless night sky was dotted with stars, while the luminous moonlight seemed to drape the earth in a delicate veil, imbuing everything with tranquility and serenity. The flickering lights in the darkness momentarily transported him back to his life on Earth, where it felt as if nothing had changed. "What are you thinking about?" A cool voice interrupted his reverie, and Anya approached his side. A waft of fragrance enveloped him. Under the moonlight, Anya's silky hair cascaded like a flowing waterfall, reflecting a faint glow akin to the stars scattered across the endless night sky. Her skin, a delicate shade of rosy white, appeared to be veiled in a thin mist, as if the moonlight had cloaked her in a sacred shroud. Coupled with her serene expression, she evoked the image of the celestial maiden Chang'e ascending to the moon, leaving Chu Hong momentarily entranced. Regaining his composure, Chu Hong replied calmly, "I was merely reflecting on life. I used to find the monotony of my daily routine, from home to work, tiresome and dull, always wishing for a more interesting existence. Now, having plunged into this perilous world, I truly appreciate the bliss of a simple and safe life. Unfortunately, there is no return to those days." Anya listened quietly as he spoke, her gaze lost in the night sky, before sighing softly, "Indeed, being alive is a truly fortunate thing." Chu Hang turned to glance at Anya, smiling as he asked, "Let us not dwell on that. What are your plans moving forward?" Anya blinked, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she inquired, "Plans? What kind of plans? What do you mean?" Anya lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before raising it resolutely and declaring, "In truth, I have no specific plans, for now. I shall focus on living well. After all, my father is in the West Continent, and it seems we won't be able to reunite anytime soon." "And your mother?" "Coming from a single-parent family, I am an only child." "Oh, I apologize. I meant no offense." Chu Hong fell into silence, refraining from further inquiries. However, Anya waved her hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need to apologize. It is simply a fact. And what about you?" "Me?" Chu Hong pointed to himself, and, upon seeing Anya nod, scratched his head. "I am somewhat worse off. My parents passed away in a car accident long ago. I only have a grandfather, but he is nearing 70 and has not yet departed from this world, which I suppose is a small blessing." Upon hearing Chu Hang's words, Anya appeared somewhat taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Hong raised his hand and smiled. "Please, don't say you're sorry. As you mentioned, there's really no reason for it." After chatting for approximately half an hour, Chu Hong took the initiative to conclude the conversation. Upon returning to his room, he locked the door and began to assess his gains. The crystal cores from the zombies he had lured in the afternoon had already been utilized to enhance his attributes. After accounting for the zombies he had slain in the underground garage and upon returning upstairs, the total number of crystal cores he possessed had risen to 62. Moreover, he had a mid-level life potion in his spatial ring that remained unused. It was time for another consumption. "I wonder how much this mid-level life potion will enhance my attributes," Chu Hong mused as he retrieved the potion, examining it in the palm of his hand. Similar to the low-level life potion, this one was also green, although its hue was distinctly darker. Without further hesitation, he uncorked the vial and drank it in one swift motion, biting down on a stick he had found earlier. An intense surge of life energy erupted within Chu Hong, coursing through his veins and spreading to his limbs, akin to a great hammer striking every part of his body. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain, several times more intense than before, washed over him like a tidal wave. Chu Hang let out a muffled groan, curling up like a lobster in agony, rolling on the bed as his veins bulged and his face turned crimson, revealing his torment. The searing pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. He could only bite down on the stick, relying on his formidable willpower to maintain his consciousness. After approximately 10 minutes, the agonizing sensation finally began to subside. Player: Chu Hong. Gender: male. Strength: 75. Average for humans is 10. Human maximum is 99. Agility: 73. Average for humans is 10. Human maximum is 99. Constitution: 61. Average for humans is 10. Human maximum is 99. Powers: not yet awakened. Wow! Chu Hong exclaimed, staring at his status panel in astonishment. He had anticipated an increase of perhaps 10 points across the board, yet to his surprise, he had gained over 20 points in total, particularly in terms of strength. It is rounded up to 80, nearing its limit. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Chu Hong did not pause. Instead, he seized the moment to invest all his crystal cores into enhancing his strength attribute, elevating it to an impressive 83 points. The originally established path towards achieving 3 attributes at maximum capacity is now within reach. Upon calculation, Chu Hong realized that to attain full attributes across the board, He would require an additional 632 crystal cores, which translates to approximately 702 zombies that must be vanquished. The thought of such a daunting number caused him to frown. Over 700 is no trivial matter, assuming each house harbors 3 zombies. It would necessitate the clearance of at least 3 to 4 residential buildings, and in reality, this number could easily double, proving exceedingly time-consuming. By that time, many players would likely have progressed to the next stage, awakening various astonishing powers, vying for resources and opportunities that lay ahead of him. Chu Heng was acutely aware that being weaker than others in this apocalyptic world posed significant peril. However, the prospect of relinquishing his pursuit of the 3 limits was not appealing, having invested substantial crystal cores to reach this point. Abandoning his efforts would equate to squandering his progress. It would be more prudent to seek out anomalies for awakening when the conditions were met. Furthermore, Chu Heng held a firm belief that the concept of limits bore significant importance, either correlating with the potency of abilities post-awakening or closely linked to the awakening process itself. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to continue on the path of the 3 limits. At that moment, a sudden inspiration struck him. Was there not an already available location densely populated with zombies? Chapter 22. Conflict, Part 1. The following morning, as dawn broke, the sky outside was just beginning to lighten. The morning sun filtered through the wispy clouds, casting a silver glow upon the earth, while the early birds chirped merrily outside the window. After a night of restful slumber, Chu Heng felt invigorated. The fatigue that had previously weighed him down completely dissipated, leaving him brimming with energy, light, and unencumbered. Upon finishing his morning routine and stepping outside, he found the 2 girls leisurely emerging from their room, still stifling yawns. Good morning, Brother Heng. Chu Heng nodded in acknowledgement and greeted them. You 2 should freshen up quickly. There is something important I need to discuss with you. What is it? Meng Yu, still somewhat groggy, tilted her head in curiosity, her expression adorably innocent. Anya, seemingly deep in thought, cast a glance at Chu Heng before ushering Meng Yu into the bathroom, considering the imminent close-quarter combat with zombies. Both girls had little interest in adornment and soon emerged with their natural beauty on full display. It must be said that both of them possessed exceptional foundations. With attractive facial structures and flawless skin, they looked far more appealing without makeup than most women do with it. Anya approached and seated herself on the sofa beside Chu Heng, inquiring, "What is it that you wanted to discuss?" "I plan to clear the zombies from the street at the entrance of the community today. What about you 2? Anya and Ming Yu were momentarily stunned. "Of course. We will go with you, Brother Heng," they said in unison. However, Chu Heng raised his hand to interrupt Meng Yu's words, stating, "Allow me to finish. I previously promised to protect you, and logically, I should take you along to ensure your safety." After glancing at the 2, Chu Heng continued. "Yet this time is exceedingly perilous. There are no fewer than 700 or 800 zombies on the streets. If you accompany me, I cannot guarantee your safety." "Are you out of your mind? 700 or 800 zombies. Even if they stood still, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to eliminate them," Anya exclaimed. Momentarily startled, after a brief pause, the astonishment on her face gradually subsided, returning to her usual composure as she pondered, "You do not strike me as reckless. It seems you have a plan of your own." Chu Heng nodded, slowly uttering 2 words, "gasoline." Ultimately, Anya and Meng Yu decided to follow him. The 3 descended from the elevator to the underground garage and exited through the eastern entrance. After walking a few steps, the gate of Tian Shui community came into view. However, upon seeing the situation before the gate, Chu Heng's expression suddenly changed. Outside the heavy retractable gate, which stood more than a meter high, a throng of zombies clamored to break in, their heads surging in a dark mass, and the sounds of their roars reached Chu Heng's ears clearly. At that moment, 6 individuals were stationed within the community, leaning against the retractable gate and fighting off the zombies outside. Chu Heng's countenance turned icy, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he observed their silhouettes. He had ordered Zhang Ming to close the retractable gate, and he was the one who had cleared the zombies within the community and the underground garage. Now, seeing others attempting to reap the rewards without any effort, he could not allow it. Just as Anya was about to ask Chu Heng what to do, she noticed that he had already dashed forward. "Stay back for now. I fear they may have ranged weapons," he cautioned. In front of the retractable gate, this group was led by Scarface and his subordinates. Initially, Scarface had intended to follow the suggestion of his companion, Little Knife, and wait for Chu Heng to come to them. However, after waiting for a long time without seeing Chu Heng emerge from the underground garage, the subordinates unanimously believed that Chu Heng had met with misfortune there and urged Scarface to venture into the garage to claim the spoils. Only Little Knife remained calm, analyzing that Chu Heng had likely lured and eliminated the majority of the zombies in the underground garage. given his abilities. It was improbable that he would have faced defeat there. Their elevator had remained stationary at their floor, leading him to boldly speculate that Chu Hong must have gone to another residential building, making the underground garage safe, and thus, he did not voice any opposition. Upon arriving at the underground garage, they discovered that the zombies had been completely slaughtered, and all the vehicle's fuel tanks had been drained. Following Little Knife's suggestion, they approached the gate to utilize the barricade of the retractable gate to slay the zombies outside. I must say, Little Knife, your intellect is truly remarkable. Without your suggestion, we would never have thought to come here for an easy pick. The scar-faced man effortlessly raised the fire axe in his hand and struck down at the zombies outside the retractable gate, simultaneously turning to commend the young man wielding a small knife as he slaughtered the undead. Indeed, the intellect of a university student proved advantageous. With the obstruction of the retractable gate, these zombies resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, requiring minimal effort to dispatch. Following the words of the scar-faced man, several other ruffians echoed their praises for the young man's cunning, while Huang Mao, who had always held a grudge against him, wore a sullen expression, silently cleaving through the zombies before him, his occasional glances towards the young man filled with loathing and jealousy. Amidst the accolades, the young man merely smiled in silence, concealing his thoughts behind his expression. Brothers, let us exert ourselves a little more. I've already acquired an exotic creature. Let us strive to gather enough crystal cores today, and once I awaken, I'll treat you all to a life of luxury. We'll have our pick of women, and who knows, we might even establish ourselves as local overlords, the scar-faced man proclaimed cheerfully. He had been fortunate, having discovered a silver chest during a resource hunt yesterday, which yielded an exotic creature along with a low-grade life potion, significantly enhancing his attributes. Coupled with the gains from this morning, he was already on the verge of awakening. However, he was no longer content with the most basic of enhancements. He sought to elevate his attributes even further before his awakening. As for the man clearing the zombies in the community, he had initially harbored some concerns, but as his attributes rapidly ascended, he no longer regarded Chu Hong with any trepidation. Moreover, having procured a formidable weapon from the silver chest, he felt no fear of the longbow in Chu Hang's hands. Just then, one of the ruffians, turning inadvertently, spotted Chu Hang charging towards them and quickly called out to the scar-faced man, "Boss, someone is coming." Everyone turned, and the young man immediately recognized Chu Hong, his expression shifting slightly as he warned, "Second brother, be cautious, it's that person from yesterday." Upon hearing the young man's assessment, the scar-faced man's face grew serious for a moment, but he soon waved his hand dismissively, laughing arrogantly, "Let him come. It saves me the trouble of searching for him. If it were yesterday, I might have feared him a bit, but now, huh?" Chapter 23, Conflict, Part 2. Chu Hang moved with incredible speed, swiftly closing the distance to within 30 meters of the group. At that range, he was well within the effective range of his longbow. Although he could not guarantee a precise shot to a vital area, he was confident that he would not miss entirely. Coming to a halt, he raised his longbow and declared in a loud, cold voice, "I closed the retractable gate, and I am the one who cleared the zombies in the community and the underground garage. Leave the main gate and drop the crystal cores you have obtained. Or do not blame me for being impolite." The scar-faced man chuckled. "You claim it's yours, so it must be yours? How presumptuous. Who do you think you are?" Before Chu Hong could respond, the scar-faced man suddenly drew a silver-black handgun with lightning speed, aimed it at Chu Hong, and fired a shot before rolling to the right. With a thunderous bang, the sound of the bullet exiting the chamber suppressed the anguished cries of the zombies outside. Danger! The moment the scarred face produced a handgun, Chu Hang's heart raced, his body covered in a cold sweat. Damn, what a breach of martial ethics, he cursed silently. He had never anticipated that his opponent would possess a firearm. However, his reaction speed had already transcended that of an ordinary human. It would be no exaggeration to call him superhuman. As soon as he detected the scarred face drawing his gun, he swiftly evaded to the side. Simultaneously, he predicted the opponent's evasive roll and loosed an arrow. At the garage exit, the two women, poised to assist, were startled by the gunfire, their faces paling slightly. Anya's expression grew serious, her gaze towards Chu Hong filled with concern. "Sister Anya, what should we do now?" Meng Yuer asked, her voice tinged with panic. Once a privileged young lady, she had been raised with a silver spoon in her mouth and had never encountered such a scene, leaving her momentarily bewildered and unsure of how to respond. "Let us just stay here. We want to be able to help and would only hinder Chu Hong. I hope he remains unscathed." Once the battle commenced, the other henchmen abandoned their attempts to slay zombies, scattering to seek cover, wary of Chu Hang's formidable longbow. As the scarred face rolled to his feet, Chu Hang's arrow was already in flight. The arrow, propelled by fierce wind, aimed straight for the scarred face's heart, sending him into a panic. With his balance already precarious, he could not evade, Should the arrow find its mark, he would be destined to meet his end prematurely. At that moment, a figure burst from the police station, colliding violently with the scarred face. The impact sent him staggering half a meter to the left, causing the arrow's trajectory to miss its lethal target. The arrow pierced through the scarred face's calf, sending a spray of blood, prompting a cry of pain from him. Nevertheless, accustomed to the rigors of street life and battles with rival gangs, he possessed a higher tolerance for pain than most. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he dared not delay further. He fired a hasty shot at Chu Hong and, with the aid of a nearby henchman, charged towards the police station. Thank you, Xiao Dao. I didn't expect you to be the reliable one in this critical moment. None of these bastards are trustworthy. Rest assured, once we deal with this punk, I will ensure you receive your crystal core to awaken. Xiao Dao, supporting him on his left side, suddenly wore a sinister smile. By the way, there is something I haven't told you. Do you remember that high school girl from Zhanhai Secondary School you led 4 years ago? She was my first love. And because of you, she took her own life. I've waited 4 years for this opportunity. For revenge, I abandoned my studies and severed ties with my family. Thankfully, today is the day I have awaited. The scarred face suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, his expression shifting in disbelief as he looked at Xiao Dao. Before he could finish, a gleaming dagger was plunged into his heart. With an impassive expression, Xiao Dao drew forth his dagger and plunged it into the scarred face's body repeatedly, inflicting 5 or 6 stabs until the scarred face gradually slumped to the ground. At which point he ceased his actions. Turning to Chu Hong, he cheerfully discarded the dagger from his hand, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. This scene unfolded with such rapidity that Chu Hong was momentarily bewildered, finding himself at a loss as to what had transpired. What just happened? He gazed in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, unable to comprehend how the two ruffians, who had previously seemed as harmonious as family, had suddenly turned upon one another. At that moment, the other henchmen also regained their composure, and after a brief bout of confusion, they erupted with fury. Damn it, Zhang Xiaodao. How dare you betray second brother? One exclaimed. Xiaodao, what have you done? Another cried out. Damn it, Zhang Xiaodao. I've long found you distasteful. You truly are a scoundrel. In the next instant, Huang Mao emerged from the guard room, brandishing a watermelon knife and charging straight at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao regarded him with indifference, calmly stepping back while still holding his hands aloft. Whoosh! An arrow was released from Chu Heng's longbow, striking Huang Mao with unerring accuracy. The powerful force propelled him backwards several steps until he collided with the sliding door, producing a resounding thud. The zombies outside, already incited by the blood pooling from the scarred face, had entered a frenzied state, crashing against the sliding door. Now, with the fresh blood spilling from Huang Mao, their aggression intensified. The door trembled under their assault, threatening to yield at any moment. Though the arrow had not struck a fatal area, it rendered Huang Mao temporarily incapacitated. The hands of the zombies reached through the gaps, seizing his body, while a towering zombie extended its head to sink its teeth into his neck. Huang Mao let out a chilling scream, but the grip of the zombies was unyielding. He struggled in vain, succumbing to the inevitable consumption of his flesh and blood. Help me. I beg you, save me. As he felt the approach of death, his gaze turned desperately toward Zhang Xiaodao, his lips quivering and blood seeping from his mouth. Zhang Xiaodao coldly observed the scene, picked up the fallen watermelon knife, and raised it high. Huang Mao, I know you have always despised me, and ironically, I have harbored a deep disdain for you as well. Little Fish has been waiting for your apology for over 4 years. Qi Laoer has already gone down to make amends. Now it is your turn. Fear not, the others shall soon follow you down. After slaying Huang Mao, Zhang Xiaodao once more cast the knife to the ground and raised his hands in surrender to Chu Hong, while the remaining henchmen cowered in the guardroom, too afraid to emerge. Qi Laoer was the strongest among them, with Huang Mao following closely behind. Now, both had met their demise, directly or indirectly, at the hands of Chu Hong and Zhang Xiaodao. They were utterly terrified, fearing that at any moment, an arrow from Chu Hong might strike them down. Chu Hong furrowed his brow, approached, and picked up the handgun still clutched in Qi Laoer's hand. He addressed Zhang Xiaodao with a calm demeanor. I have 2 questions. If your answers satisfy me, I may consider sparing your life. Zhang Xiaodao raised an eyebrow, maintaining a smile. Boss, you can call me Xiaodao. I assure you, I am forthcoming. Chu Hong found himself momentarily perplexed by his strange demeanor. Typically, one would expect bravado followed by a swift punishment, only to become submissive thereafter. The first question, your name, age, and physical attributes. Zhang Xiaodao, Xiao meaning knowledge, Dao meaning path. You may refer to me as Xiao Dao. I am 23 years old, with strength rated at 12, speed at 15, and constitution at 13. Chu Heng scrutinized him for a few seconds. The data matched perfectly with the hidden prompts. He proceeded to ask the second question. which would truly determine Zhang Xiaodao's fate. What is your relationship with him, and why did you kill him? Zhang Xiaodao pondered briefly before responding, Boss. May I lower my arms? Holding them up is becoming quite tiring. After a moment's consideration, Chu Heng nodded, given the disparity in their attributes. It was evident that Zhang Xiaodao could not successfully ambush him. Moreover, had he harbored such intentions, he would have picked up Qi Lao Er's handgun and had no need to slay his own comrade, surrendering instead without any defense. Zhang Xiaodao expressed his gratitude and shook his aching arms. He then pointed to the lifeless Qi Lao Er and said, As you can see, we were all delinquents on the streets. This man was Qi Lao Er, our leader. As for why I killed them, it's a long story. Chu Heng interrupted coldly. If it's a long story, make it concise. Oh, Zhang Xiaodao replied, organizing his thoughts before recounting with a hint of nostalgia. I was born in High City and grew up with a childhood friend named Xiaoyu, my first love. I always excelled in my studies, though Xiaoyu struggled academically. We attended different high schools, but kept in touch until her final year when she was attacked by a group of thugs on her way home from school. Eventually, unable to bear the disdainful looks from her peers and the harassment from those thugs, she chose to take her own life. Was it Qi Lao Er who led this? Chu Heng asked, his brow furrowing. He held a deep disdain for those who preyed upon underage students. Zhang Xiaodao shook his head. No, he was not the ringleader. Both he and Huang Mao were participants. The leader was Zhang Meng, known in the underworld as Meng Yi. After this revelation, Zhang Xiaodao looked at Chu Heng and continued. After learning of this, I fell into despair and my performance faltered during the college entrance exams, resulting in my admission to an ordinary university. What does it mean to underperform, resulting in merely achieving an ordinary university admission score? Chu Heng cast a glance at him. And upon hearing this remark, he could not help but recall the strenuous efforts he had made to barely secure his place at a prestigious university, which left him with an unsettling feeling. His gaze towards Zhang Xiaodao began to exhibit a hint of displeasure. Zhang Xiaodao, noticing the change in Chu Heng's demeanor, was puzzled as to where he had gone awry and cautiously continued. Since entering university, I have been haunted by the death of Xiaoyu, drifting aimlessly through life and losing my sense of purpose. It was only by chance that I discovered Qi Lao Er was one of the perpetrators at that time, which ignited my determination to avenge Xiaoyu. My parents, being rather gentle and disinclined to stir trouble, placed great importance on my academic pursuits. Consequently, I sought the assistance of a wealthy friend to orchestrate a ruse that led to my expulsion from school, firmly rejecting any notion of retaking the year. This incident caused a rift with my parents, who severed ties with me in anger. Later, I created an opportunity to become a subordinate to Qi Lao Er, gradually uncovering the identities of the participants involved. While on Earth, I never found the chance for revenge, but upon arriving in this world, fortune smiled upon me as I found myself in the same building as him and Huang Mao, presenting an unexpected opportunity for retribution. The events that followed unfolded just as you have witnessed. Having finished speaking, Chu Heng scrutinized Zhang Xiaodao before him. It was utterly unrecognizable that he had once been a university student. There was no trace of the scholarly demeanor typical of academic individuals, instead presenting himself as a streetwise rogue. If his tale bore any truth, setting aside all else, this young man was undoubtedly a person of loyalty and intellect. At that moment, a question surged in Chu Heng's mind, leading him to inquire with curiosity, when I shot the first arrow, had you not intervened, he would have already perished. Given your hatred towards him, why then did you choose to save him? Zhang Xiaodao met Chu Heng's gaze without a hint of hesitation, candidly revealing his inner thoughts. The rationale behind his actions stemmed from selfish motives, primarily for two reasons. Firstly, both individuals were involved at the time, and he longed to personally enact their demise. Secondly, and most crucially, he did not wish to face death himself. Chu Heng narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Oh, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaodao blinked and chuckled, his once handsome face, now adorned with purple hair and dressed in a street style, taking on a somewhat disreputable appearance. Boss, I witnessed the scene when you cleared the zombie-infested underground garage. You must have dispatched at least 80 to 90 zombies, not including those from the open areas you cleared. Therefore, you should possess over 150 crystal cores, based on your longbow and your initial performance. I surmise that you must have unlocked a treasure chest, likely obtaining a life potion. Given the number of crystal cores you have with your intelligence, it stands to reason that you would not have merely increased a single attribute, but rather two attributes likely ranging between 40 and 50. Moreover, considering the underground garage and the residential building, it is not entirely implausible for one attribute to reach 60. Furthermore, from your confrontation with Qi Lao, where you adeptly evaded bullet fire, it is evident that your agility is exceptionally high. Zhang Xiaodao discreetly glanced at Chu Heng and, noticing that his expression remained unchanged. Continued, "In truth, from the very first time I witnessed your masterful ambush of the zombies in the underground garage, I never contemplated opposing you. Nor did I ever believe that Qi Lauer could rival your prowess. The moment Qi Lauer fired at you, I realized that if I did not intervene, I would likely meet my demise alongside him. You must have heard the term blood oath. Qi Lauer represents my blood oath. If possible, I wish to ally myself with you." Chapter 25. The Anomaly. Ally myself with you? Chu Heng's expression faltered for a moment. He had never considered himself a fated hero, born with an aura that compelled others to bow before him. Such notions belonged to the realm of fiction, whereas this was the stark reality. However, being astute as he was, Chu Heng quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Zhang Xiaodao's proposition stemmed from two motivations: the fear of being eliminated by him and the awareness of his own superiority, which allowed him to dominate the situation. After some contemplation, he did not outright accept Zhang Xiaodao's offer, yet he did not explicitly refuse either. He merely permitted him to accompany him for the time being. Meanwhile, noticing that the situation had been brought under control, the two women approached. Anya, seasoned by experience, calmly surveyed the lifeless forms of Qi Lauer and Huang Mao before her gaze settled on Chu Heng and Zhang Xiaodao. In contrast, Meng Yue was not so composed. Having only encountered zombies prior, this was her first glimpse of fresh human corpses, and her face paled slightly as she instinctively clutched Anya's sleeve. Zhang Xiaodao regarded the two women with curiosity, but after a brief glance, his attention returned to Chu Heng. Throughout history, countless heroes have stumbled over matters of the heart. Being a wise individual, he would refrain from harboring any intentions until he comprehended the nature of the relationship between the two women and Chu Heng. At that moment, the intact heads of Qi Lauer and Huang Mao's corpses emitted a low growl, and they transformed into zombies. The group reacted swiftly, springing into action. As the leader of the team, Chu Heng would not allow Qi Lauer's corpse to escape unscathed. He decisively delivered a lethal blow. Meanwhile, it fell upon Anya to assist Meng Yu in dispatching the zombie that had once been Huang Mao. Upon transformation, a zombie's attributes are enhanced based on their living capabilities. So Huang Mao's newly acquired abilities were not negligible, and Chu Heng felt some trepidation at the thought of Meng Yu confronting it alone. While observing Meng Yu's combat, Chu Heng activated his intermediate gathering technique, a soft green glow emanating from Qi Lauer's body before descending upon him. Congratulations on your successful collection. You have obtained a level 0 crystal core, 84 of them, along with 1 exotic species, 3 keys, 5 basic mutagenic fertilizers, 1,200 in cash, 2 space ring fragments, 2 loaves of bread, 12 sausages, and 4 cans of fish meat, as well as 210 units of rice. It appears there are quite a few treasures here. Just as the words left his lips, Chu Heng suddenly fell into a moment of bewilderment. Exotic species? He hastily rummaged through his space ring and discovered this peculiar item named exotic species in the third compartment of the last row. This exotic species bore a resemblance to a teardrop, albeit somewhat larger, approximately half the size of a level 0 crystal core. It appeared as clear as jade, suffused with a vibrant azure glow. Energy-infused exotic species, a material for player awakening, serving as the spark for the abilities of the awakened. There is a certain probability of acquiring it from the remains of bloodthirsty creatures, with the probability increasing as the level of the bloodthirsty creature rises. Contained abilities. Elemental wind abilities are categorized into elemental, special, mysterious, superhuman, and beast mimicry. Note: 1. Exotic species are divided into energy-infused and original energy varieties. Under normal circumstances, each player can only use 1 exotic species in their lifetime. 2. Energy-infused exotic species can only awaken the corresponding abilities if the sum of the player's strength, agility, and constitution exceeds 99. Original energy exotic species can guide players to awaken innate abilities, with the type and quantity of abilities awakened being random. The requirement for use is that all 3 attributes of the player must reach their maximum values. 3. The power of abilities is closely related to the player's attributes. After awakening, a player's attributes can only be enhanced through special potions or unique spiritual plants. Upon reading the hidden hints, Chu Heng recalled that he had slain no fewer than 200 zombies without yielding an exotic species, yet here was Qi Lauer, who had barely killed half that number, already obtaining one. He could not shake the feeling of unease. Was he truly that unfortunate? Shaking off the thought, he reflected on the 2 types of exotic species. From the hints provided, their advantages and disadvantages were quite apparent. The energy-infused exotic species offered controllability, allowing one to choose the type of ability awakened. However, its upper limit was relatively low, and obtaining the required exotic species was challenging. In contrast, While the original energy exotic species possessed an element of randomness, it also allowed for the potential awakening of multiple abilities, thus presenting a far superior upper limit. As for the first note in the hint regarding normal circumstances, Chu Hong chose to disregard it, fully aware that the cost would be considerable. He had initially intended to elevate all three attributes to their maximum before awakening, making either type of exotic species a viable option for him. Presently, however, he still faced a significant deficit in crystal cores before achieving full attribute capacity. Therefore, he did not dwell too much on which exotic species to choose, reasoning that he could contemplate this matter further after dealing with the zombies outside. Nevertheless, he was certain that he would not utilize the energy-infused exotic species that contained the ability to control wind. He would either bestow it upon others or sell it in exchange for an original energy exotic species. The ability to control the wind may not be weak, yet it falls significantly short of his expectations. As a player endowed with exceptional capabilities, one should ideally select powers of a higher caliber, such as light, darkness, space, or time. With this thought in mind, Chu Hang cast a glance at Anya, Mingyu, and Zhang Xiaodao, realizing that the time had come to establish his own influence. Boss. Zhang Xiaodao, standing beside him, called out twice, pulling Chu Hang back to reality. He looked at him with a hint of confusion. Zhang Xiaodao gestured toward a few ruffians in the police office and inquired, "What should we do with these individuals?" Chu Hang shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk dancing on his lips as he retorted, "What do you think? How should they be dealt with?" Zhang Xiaodao narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before making a throat-cutting gesture, coldly declaring, "Eliminate them." Though these individuals were not directly involved in the past events, they have committed their fair share of wrongdoings. My suggestion is to eliminate them entirely to prevent future troubles. If you prefer not to get your hands dirty, I can take care of it. After speaking, the coldness on his face softened, returning to a more playful demeanor as he shrugged and added, "Of course. You're the boss. Ultimately, how we proceed is entirely up to you. If you wish to recruit them as followers, that is also acceptable. In any case, I will follow your lead." Chu Hang chose to ignore the shift in Zhang Xiaodao's address, silently observing him. From what he had seen earlier, this fellow possessed both loyalty and cunning, and now, coupled with decisiveness, Chu Hang found himself somewhat impressed. Such a person, when charging into battle, could serve as a sharp blade, while in a strategic position, he could function as a wise advisor. As long as he could be kept in check, he would be an excellent right-hand man, perhaps even more suitable than Anya as a team member or subordinate. Naturally, some training would be required before employing such a subordinate. With a chuckle, Chu Hang patted Zhang Xiaodao on the shoulder and strode towards the police office. Since they wished to eliminate him, it was only fitting that he take the initiative. Upon reaching the police office, Chu Hang suddenly turned back, catching Zhang Xiaodao by surprise. "By the way, I have a short temper and do not appreciate being tested. Consider this a warning. There will not be a next time." Chapter 26. Indeed, a team requires a certain presence. Watching Chu Hang's silhouette enter the police office, Zhang Xiaodao felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that his intentions had been completely seen through by Chu Hang. His earlier comments served as a warning and admonition. As Chu Hang entered the police office, a cacophony of curses erupted, but soon silence enveloped the area once more. In less than a minute, Chu Hang emerged with a bloody machete, his expression unreadable. Zhang Xiaodao stole a glance inside the police office and was taken aback. Within the four-walled space, four headless corpses lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing profusely from their necks, pooling into large crimson patches. The severed heads were arranged neatly in a row, facing the door, their wide-open eyes appearing as though they were staring directly at Zhang Xiaodao. Zhang Xiaodao instinctively glanced at Chu Hang, only to find him wearing a cryptic smile, which sent a chill down his spine. He truly felt a surge of fear. Although he had just killed Qi Laoer and Huang Mao under the intense compulsion of hatred, it was, in fact, his first experience with taking a life. At that moment, he had not felt the weight of his actions, but now, as he regained his composure, nausea washed over him. His earlier claim to Chu Hang about dealing with the small-time thugs in the police station was merely a facade, an attempt to pledge his loyalty. In reality, if he were to face them, aside from the question of whether he could overpower four adversaries, he doubted he could execute his actions with the same decisiveness and efficiency as Chu Hang. This unflinching decisiveness stemmed not only from a vast disparity in strength but also from an unyielding psychological fortitude. From the sight of the corpses and the expression on Chu Hang's face, he perceived a chilling indifference towards life, a casualness towards slaughter, as if he had dispatched not four human beings, but merely four beasts. Such detachment he had never witnessed, even in notorious gang leaders who bore multiple murder charges. Who exactly was Chu Hang? Zhang Xiaodao pondered incessantly about Chu Hang's identity. oblivious to the fact that Chu Hong's complexion had paled slightly and his hands trembled ever so slightly. He was unaware that Chu Hong had once been an ordinary person, and this display was merely a performance intended to instill fear in him. Yet, in truth, Chu Hong was also struggling. It was the first time he had felt warm blood splatter across his face from such close proximity, and recalling the vacant gaze of the deceased made him feel nauseated. However, before Zhang Xiaodao, he forced himself to suppress those feelings. Was this the sensation of taking a life? Meanwhile, Mengyu, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt an urge to investigate what transpired inside the guardroom upon seeing Chu Hong's smile. Throughout their interactions, while Chu Hong sometimes appeared aloof, he inadvertently revealed himself to be a good person. Rationality told her that he had indeed killed the individuals inside. Yet she remained reluctant to believe that he would act so ruthlessly. Releasing her grip on Anya's sleeve, she prepared to approach the police station to discern the situation inside, only to be firmly restrained by Anya. Anya, with a stoic expression, shook her head and softly advised, "Don't look, there is nothing worth seeing." She was a woman of reason, fully aware of the events that had transpired within. Mengyu, still young, had already endured enough for one day, and Anya feared that she might not be able to handle it. Of course, she held no moral objection to Chu Hong's actions, for she understood that had it been Chu Hong who perished at the hands of those thugs, the fate awaiting her and Mengyu would have been far more tragic, wretched beyond imagination. "Do not hold her back. Let her see," Chu Hong said calmly. Upon hearing his words, Anya hesitated for a moment before releasing her grip on Mengyu's arm. Mengyu glanced at Anya, whose brow was furrowed, then at the impassive Chu Hong and the visibly distressed Zhang Xiaodao, hesitating for a moment. The expressions of the three had already revealed the harsh truth to her. In the past, Chu Hong coldly remarked, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The next moment, Mengyu, upon witnessing the horrific scene within the police station, was utterly stunned. Instinctively retreating several steps before collapsing onto the ground, her complexion ashen and fear evident upon her face. Chu Hong approached Mengyu, towering over her with a detached gaze, stating, "Remember this scene. Should you fall into their hands, the outcome will be far graver. This world has grown more brutal than you can currently perceive, and no one will grant you the luxury of time simply because of your youth." Listening to Chu Hong's words, Mengyu surprisingly did not weep. Nor did she protest or express her grievances. She merely fixated on the infernal chaos within the police station, as if she sought to engrave the image indelibly in her mind. Observing this, Anya inwardly sighed. Had she not been thrust into this world, Mengyu could have blissfully lived as a carefree heiress. Yet, she understood well that Chu Hong's intentions were for Mengyu's benefit. Given that this reality had become an established fact, it was imperative for anyone to accept and adapt swiftly in order to survive. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at the enigmatic presence that had cast everyone into this world. After a moment, Mengyu silently rose to her feet, dusted off her clothes, and gazed resolutely at Chu Hong. Despite her reddened eyes, her demeanor was unexpectedly composed as she calmly inquired, "Boss, what shall we do next?" Anya and Zhang Xiaodao's attention also turned to Chu Hong. With a smile, Chu Hong felt a sense of relief at Mengyu's resilience. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "I require some blood to draw the zombies away from the retractable door, lest the impending fire cause irreparable damage." Hearing this, Anya produced a fruit knife that had yet to be stained with zombie blood. "Who will go first?" she asked. "I shall," Zhang Xiaodao interjected, glancing quizzically at Chu Hong before stepping forward to take the knife from Anya, preparing to mimic a scene from a film by cutting his palm to draw blood. Witnessing this, Anya couldn't help but roll her eyes, snatching the knife back and retorting, "If you do it that way, are you planning to refrain from fighting for some time? Let me handle it. I am a doctor. Bear with it. It might sting a bit." Before Zhang Xiaodao could respond, the fruit knife had already found its mark on his arm. In the next moment, blood gushed forth from the wound, trickling down his arm and dripping steadily into a pre-prepared bottle. Standing nearby, Chu Hong's eyes brightened at the sight of this strikingly beautiful and capable woman. Indeed, a healer, or rather, a doctor, was essential for the team. Chapter 27. Hell of flames. Attracted by the fresh blood, the zombies outside the retractable door became frenzied once more, relentlessly battering against the door with a resounding thud. Concerned that the retractable gate might not withstand the burden, Chu Hong hesitated momentarily before handing a jug of gasoline to Zhang Xiao, who had just completed his blood donation, instructing him to bring the car parked nearby and align it in front of the gate. This arrangement would provide an effective barrier against any incoming zombies, allowing the team to maintain the initiative whether in combat or retreat. Meanwhile, Anya and Mengyu did not indulge in any special treatment due to their gender. Having already donated blood, the trio had collectively offered 3 bottles. "That should suffice. Please stand back a bit." Chu Hong said as he accepted a bottle of fresh blood from Anya. After contemplating, he divided the contents into 6 portions, placing them into 6 glass bottles before stowing them in his spatial ring, akin to a nimble monkey scaling the summit of the gate. From his elevated vantage point, Chu Hong gazed down upon the throng of zombies in the street, a dark mass below. Go! A glass bottle filled with blood soared from his hand, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing precisely in the center of the road with a resounding crash. The bottle shattered into countless shards, and the fresh blood splattered in all directions. Upon detecting the scent of blood, the nearest zombies began to turn, lurching unsteadily towards the puddle of blood on the ground, while others seemed to pick up on a signal and followed suit, drawn into the fray. Witnessing the success of the first blood bottle, Chu Hang swiftly launched the second, followed by the third and fourth, until all 6 bottles were cast, attracting nearly 90% of the zombies to one spot. A grin spread across Chu Hang's face as he produced a nearly full jug of gasoline and tossed it above the horde. You haven't tea-bathed in days. Allow me to give you a nice hot shower and cleanse the filth from your bodies. At the moment of the throw, he swiftly drew an arrow from behind and released it, striking the descending jug with pinpoint accuracy. The force of the shot caused the jug to burst, spilling its gasoline over the zombies below, which pooled at their feet. One after another, the jugs were thrown and exploded, soon soaking the clothing of nearly all the zombies in gasoline. With the rich scent of gasoline wafting towards him, Chu Hong smiled coldly and launched a makeshift fire arrow, which landed atop a gasoline-drenched zombie's head. With a bang, the small flame on the arrow rapidly expanded, transforming the zombie into a blazing figure within mere seconds. Instantly, the flame spread across the gasoline-slicked ground, igniting a conflagration that quickly escalated into a raging inferno. The entire street became engulfed in flames, resembling a hellish landscape, as nearly all zombies writhed in the fire, emitting horrific cries. After a while, many zombies that had not been drenched in gasoline also caught fire, joining the ranks of the flaming figures, their numbers swelling. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Hong was taken aback, and the onlookers, including Anya and her companions, were left utterly astonished. Zhang Xiaodao swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a parched sensation in his throat. He raised his gaze, and the tall figure of Chu Hong loomed larger in his eyes, bathed in sunlight that cast a soft halo around him, making Chu Hong appear as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. Even the usually composed Anya looked at Chu Hang with a hint of dazed admiration, not to mention Meng Yu. As the flames raged on, the first zombie soon succumbed and fell, followed swiftly by the second and third, as if they were contagious. The once frenzied zombies, dancing wildly in the flames, fell like harvested wheat, leaving only a few scattered survivors. At the entrance of the Tianshui community, there was a vast open space. Thus, before the onslaught began, Chu Hong had deliberately gathered the zombies in the center of the entrance to spare the nearby shops from devastation. By this point, a multitude of zombies had turned to charcoal, and with nothing left to burn, this inferno was gradually coming to an end. It was time to descend and reap the rewards. Chu Hang stood at the edge of the high ground and shouted to the 3 below. The zombies outside are nearly exterminated. I shall open the gate now, prepare yourselves. Upon hearing Chu Hang's words, Enya, Meng Yu, and Zhang Xiaodao exchanged glances filled with excitement, anticipation, and a tinge of anxiety. Noticing that the 3 had gripped their weapons and were ready for battle, Chu Hong nodded and took out the remote for the retractable gate, pressing the button. With a loud screech, the gate began to open, and the 3 on the ground heightened their vigilance, positioning themselves between the 2 vehicles to brace for the approaching zombies. Hey! Chu Hong leapt directly down from the high point, landing steadily amidst the sea of corpses, his long blade humming softly, as if expressing its thirst for blood. The intermediate gathering technique activated. Countless green light particles floated from the fallen bodies, resembling a verdant rain that streamed into Chu Hang's form, while the system's success notification echoed incessantly in his ears. Growing somewhat impatient, he muted the barrage of alerts and turned his attention to the remaining zombies that had survived the inferno. At that moment, the zombies finally noticed Chu Hang's presence and charged at him with furious roars. Chu Hong approached them with a leisurely gait, his face a picture of ease. As he slightly raised his blade, zombies fell amidst the glimmering steel, evoking the image of legendary ancient heroes, effortlessly slaying foes from 10 paces away, leaving no trace behind. No wonder protagonists in stories often indulge in bravado. It seems that such flamboyance truly becomes addictive. The recent conflagration had claimed the lives of the vast majority of the zombies, leaving the remaining ones a mere, trifling challenge for Chu Hong. In less than half an hour, he had decimated the zombies on the street. After the collection, only charred corpses remained. Due to the flame's intensity, some materials on these zombies had been incinerated, resulting in a pitifully small yield of basic fertilizer despite the numerous kills. However, Chu Hong was unconcerned. After all, he had no immediate use for the basic fertilizer, and he could always slay more zombies later to replenish his stock. Within the community, 3 individuals continued their battle against a handful of zombies, while Chu Hong, undeterred by their struggle, began to tally his gains. This time, he had struck a veritable bonanza. As the number of crystal nuclei on his person surged beyond 600, ample enough to elevate all 3 of his attributes to their zenith, with an additional 30 nuclei to spare. However, this was not his most significant acquisition. Gazing at the 5 exotic species nestled within his spatial ring, Chu Hong couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. Chapter 28: Vibration and Resonance. Upon first encountering the densely packed throng of zombies on the street, Chu Hong had surmised that their numbers exceeded 1,000. Yet, after this skirmish, a tally of the crystal nuclei revealed a total of merely over 600. With the combined efforts of Anya, her companions, and the earlier skirmishes with Qi Lao Air's ruffians bringing the total to no more than 800. Among the more than 600 zombies he had vanquished, excluding the control wind exotic species obtained from Qi Lao Air, he had astonishingly acquired 4 complete exotic species, leading Chu Hong to feel that perhaps his luck was not as dire as he had initially thought. As far as he understood, the powers awakened within individuals could be categorized into 5 distinct types: elemental, special, mysterious, superhuman, and beast mimicry. Though the 4 exotic species he had acquired did not include the primal energy or the mysterious energy species he coveted most, the abilities they harbored were nonetheless impressive and diverse, comprising elemental earth element, special vibration, superhuman gigantic strength, and beast mimicry eagle. With curiosity, Chu Heng examined the 4 exotic species. The earth element was self-evident, belonging to the same category as the previously acquired wind element. The gigantic strength ability was easily comprehensible, fundamentally enhancing physical power. Naturally, Chu Hong would not employ these 2 abilities himself. As for the eagle ability from the beast mimicry category, his interest was piqued. But it remained a mere fascination. What truly captivated him was the special vibration ability. Although the name might sound somewhat frivolous, Chu Hong was acutely aware of its formidable potential. Even if it was not the apex of abilities, it surely ranked within the second tier. Just imagine a wielder of this power unleashing high-frequency oscillations in combat. The resultant damage would be nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Chu Hong understood that the true terror of this ability lay in a concept from physics: resonance. What is resonance, and why is it so potent? In the realm of physics, resonance refers to the phenomenon wherein a physical system vibrates with greater amplitude at specific frequencies compared to others. This is a highly specialized phenomenon. Yet comprehension of its mechanics is unnecessary. One need only grasp its implications. The most renowned classic example involves soldiers marching in unison across a bridge. When their footfalls align with the bridge's natural frequency, the vibrations intensify, ultimately exceeding the bridge's capacity to withstand pressure, resulting in its collapse. Thus, it becomes clear, should a player possessing this vibration ability hone it to extraordinary levels, they could effortlessly shatter their targets through the principle of resonance. Moreover, it truly shatters its target. Imagine, if you will, engaging in combat with another, only to accidentally be touched by a wielder of this extraordinary ability, leading to the collapse of your very flesh. This encapsulates the genuine terror of vibrational powers. For a fleeting moment, Chu Hong contemplated directly utilizing this peculiar awakening, yet ultimately restrained himself. Deep within, however, he silently resolved that until he discovered a power stronger than this, he would never allow it to be used by others or exchanged for anything. He was a prudent individual, unwilling to commit such a foolish act as indirectly aiding the enemy, thereby placing himself in jeopardy. At this juncture, the trio within the community had also dispatched their adversaries and were in the process of collecting the corpses. Mengyu was the first to notice Chu Hong approaching and, from a distance, called out to him, proudly gesturing towards the pile of zombie remains before her. Quite impressive, Chu Hong remarked as he stepped beside Mengyu, glancing at the bodies on the ground, genuinely commending her. I must say, Mengyu, your progress is indeed remarkable. He recalled their first encounter merely a day prior, when Mengyu had trembled at the sight of zombies, mustering the courage to attack only under the duress of his and Anya's presence. Nearly meeting her demise had she miscalculated her aim. Now, having endured the crucible of battle and the recent events, she had nearly fully adapted to this world. Shedding her initial fragility, she could independently slay several, if not dozens, of zombies. At this moment, her gaze was resolute, her expression fierce. and the bloodstains from the zombies adorning her beautiful visage only added to her formidable presence, transforming her into a valiant warrior. Through her actions, she demonstrated to Chu Hong that she was no burden. From the very beginning, he had disowned the tenacity and resilience hidden within her essence, which was precisely why he was willing to mentor her. Upon hearing Chu Hang's praise, Mingyu felt an overwhelming joy swell within her, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Observing her elation, Chu Hong couldn't help but smile, surprised that a mere compliment could bring her such delight, as if she had entirely forgotten the sternness he had previously shown her. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Mingyu and Anya, Chu Hang extended his hand, wiping the blood off Mingyu's face with a clean towel, then offered her a bottle of water, speaking with an unprecedented gentleness. "Wipe your face. Be cautious not to let the blood get into your eyes." Mingyu, momentarily taken aback, accepted the water, only to realize that Chu Hong had already turned towards Anya and Zhang Xiaodao. Meanwhile, the retractable door behind them began to close slowly. Chu Hong assessed the two, and like Mingyu, their hidden status did not indicate any signs of infection. Yet, he feigned concern by asking, "Are you both unscathed?" Anya and Zhang Xiaodao both shook their heads in affirmation. Chu Hang glanced at the time. It was now midday, the sun blazing fiercely in the sky, casting its punishing rays. While the adrenaline had masked his discomfort during the battle, he now felt an unpleasant stickiness enveloping him. "Let us tidy up and head back. A shower and a meal are in order, after which we can deliberate on our next course of action." Having spoken, Chu Hong led the way towards the underground garage, with Anya and Mingyu closely following behind. Zhang Xiaodao hesitated for a brief moment, then broke into a smile and joined them. With the demise of Qi Lao, he knew he could no longer return to his former life. Initially, he had intended to feign allegiance to Chu Hong in order to preserve his own life. But after witnessing the recent battle, he had been thoroughly impressed by Chu Hang's strength and intelligence. Following Chu Hang became his genuine desire, being a clever man. He recognized that Chu Hang's earlier remarks did not exclude him. In fact, they indicated an openness to his presence. To abstain from joining them would indeed be foolish. The quartet returned together to the 18th floor of Building 8. Having worked up a sweat, they could hardly endure the sticky sensation and the overwhelming stench clinging to them. Thus, their first order of business was to take a shower. On the 18th floor, there were 4 rooms. The 2 women naturally chose the 2 lockable ones, while Chu Hong and Zhang Xiaodao each took one of the 2 that had been forcibly opened. In the bathroom, as the warm water cascaded down, Chu Hong felt as if every cell in his body was emitting a soothing sigh of relief. The steam rose rapidly, soon enveloping the entire bathroom in a thick mist. Amidst the fog, Chu Hong furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly enduring immense pain. Chapter 29. The Ring Upgrade. Meng, the little chef in the bathroom, after enduring intense pain. Chu Hong looked at the attributes panel, where the 3 attributes now bore gray plus signs, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Player: Chu Hong. Gender: male. Strength: 99. Maximum value reached. Can be further enhanced upon awakening. Agility: 99. Maximum value reached. Can be further enhanced upon awakening. Physique: 99. Maximum value reached. Can be further enhanced upon awakening. Special ability: not yet awakened. System notification: your attributes have reached the limit for ordinary individuals. Please awaken as soon as possible. Upon awakening, attributes can be further enhanced through special potions, spiritual plants, etc. Feeling exhilarated at seeing 3 attributes at 99, he glanced at the 5 exotic species quietly resting within his spatial ring, and Chu Hong couldn't contain a triumphant laugh as he clenched his fist and howled. Just as he prepared to dry himself and don his combat attire before exiting the bathroom, he suddenly stumbled upon another delightful surprise. At some point, the fragments of his spatial ring in his possession had increased to 11. The requirement for upgrading his level 2 spatial ring was 10 fragments and 30 crystal cores. This meant he could now elevate the spatial ring to level 3, unlocking the vehicle storage space. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Hong proceeded with the upgrade. In the next instant, a silver ring materialized in his hand. Ding! You have lost 10 spatial ring fragments and 30 crystal cores. Ding! Your spatial ring has been upgraded to level 3, with a storage capacity of 20, current storage space is 50, and low-level vehicle storage space is 1. To further upgrade to level 4, consume 50 spatial ring fragments and 100 crystal cores for a storage capacity of 30 and low-level vehicle storage space of 1. Damn! Even the black market doesn't dare to be this unscrupulous, Chu Hong muttered under his breath, gazing at the subsequent upgrade requirements with a mixture of awe and disbelief. To him, 100 crystal cores were manageable, yet the sudden demand for 50 fragments of the spatial ring, escalating from 10, was utterly overwhelming. 50 fragments implied the involvement of 50 players, and considering this was merely the requirement for level 4, Was it not a subtle coercion for players to turn against one another? Chu Heng remained silent for a considerable time before exhaling a deep sigh. He was unconcerned with how others might act. However, he resolutely refused to engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of fellow players for the sake of upgrading his ring. Of course, this excluded those who approached him with malicious intent, as well as the players from nations he held in deep disdain, such as Neon Country, Pickled Cabbage Country, Eagle Country, and the United States, who frequently provoked Long Country during his time on Earth. After all, those not of his race must inherently harbor different intentions. Chu Heng was a person who held grudges, and he had always been. When encountering players from those nations, he might have tolerated them if they were amiable. But if their demeanor was hostile, well, he could not help but smirk coldly. Although he did not consider himself a fiery youth, as a citizen of Long Country, he possessed a profound sense of national pride. Whenever he witnessed news of these countries taunting Long Country during his time on Earth, he felt an intense anger. Though at that time, he could only seethe in frustration. However, the situation had changed. In this world where strength was paramount, as long as he was formidable enough, he could finally express his emotions freely and pursue his desires without obstruction. "Boss, are you ready?" At the moment Chu Heng was deep in thought, a voice called out from outside the bathroom door, "Zhang Xiaodao." Coming back to his senses, Chu Heng responded affirmatively, dried off, donned his combat attire, and stepped outside. Zhang Xiaodao was waiting in the living room, and upon seeing Chu Heng emerge, he spoke with a hint of respect. "Boss, they have prepared the meal and sent me to summon you." Chu Heng cast a curious glance at him. He had already stored away rice and other provisions during the search of the 4 houses, and they had not scoured the other rooms. What then? Had they used to prepare the meal? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and nodded at Zhang Xiaodao, making his way to the room where the 2 women were. As soon as he entered, the delightful aroma of the meal enveloped him. "It smells wonderful," Chu Heng exclaimed, following the scent deeper into the room. There, on the square table in the living room, a feast awaited, steaming and ready for guests to indulge in. Mingyu and Dinya, clad in aprons, stood beside the table, staring at the delectable dishes and swallowing repeatedly. Seeing Mingyu in her apron momentarily startled Chu Heng. He had not anticipated that this affluent young lady could cook, and quite well at that. He teased, taking a seat at the head of the table and surveying the spread before him, his brow relaxing slightly. 5 dishes, dumplings, fried fish, chicken tenders, stir-fried shrimp, and a fried chicken leg were laid out. In the apocalypse, to have a table adorned with such hearty fare was indeed a rarity. According to the mysterious entity's words at the beginning, the resources in this world had reverted to their state 6 months after the onset of the apocalypse, suggesting that ordinary food had long since spoiled. Clearly, these were frozen foods that had been fortuitously preserved in the refrigerator's freezer. Anya and Mingwei were jolted from their reveries by Chu Heng's voice. The realization that he had witnessed their awkwardness made both women blush slightly. Mingwei quickly composed herself and, with a faint flush on her cheeks, remarked, "When I was a child, I had a fondness for food. So I persuaded my father to find someone to teach me cooking. I can prepare some home-cooked dishes, but regrettably, some of the seasonings are no longer available. Otherwise, the flavors would be enhanced." Chu Heng chuckled nonchalantly, placed a chicken leg in his bowl, and urged the others, "Come on, eat. Why are you still sitting there?" Only then did the 3 of them sit down to begin their meal. "This is quite delicious," Chu Heng praised, only to discover that the others were entirely engrossed in their food, prompting him to laugh. Zhang Xiaodao observed that while Anya and Mingyue initially maintained their ladylike demeanor, taking small bites, they soon succumbed to ravenous eating. Having consumed 5 pieces of bread, they were undeniably famished. Observing their behavior, Zhang Xiaodao felt a twinge of confusion. Previously, he had assumed that the 2 women were Chu Heng's close companions, but it was now evidently not the case. Given Chu Heng's means, they should not have been in such a state of hunger if they shared that kind of relationship. Nonetheless, Zhang Xiaodao continually reminded himself to harbor no thoughts about them. Do not act recklessly. Just because there is nothing now does not mean there will be nothing in the future. As he absorbed the expressions of the 3, Chu Heng, with a contemplative smile, gently inquired, "By the way, where did you acquire the rice and ingredients?" Upon hearing Chu Heng's question, Mingyue hesitated for a moment, exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiaodao, and candidly replied, "Brother Zhang provided them, saying that since he just joined, we should prepare a good meal to celebrate." Chu Heng nodded and turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaodao. Given Zhang Xiaodao's previous standing within their original group, these supplies should logically have been in the possession of Qi Lauer. Before Chu Heng could pose his query, Zhang Xiaodao preemptively explained, "These were all found by Qi Lauer. His subordinates are a bunch of ruffians, and I am the only one who can cook." Initially, to be cautious, he would hand over the rice and ingredients to me 1 meal at a time, but later on, he found it cumbersome and simply entrusted everything to me. After all, We reside in the same room, and taking out the supplies is all done right under his nose, so he isn't worried about me doing anything untoward. This indeed clarified matters, and Chu Heng nodded in understanding. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a full bag of rice and some ingredients from his backpack and handed them to Meng Yue, grinning as he said, "Since you can cook, the responsibility for meals will henceforth fall to you, Chef Meng." Chapter 30. The next step, sweeping the commercial street in a whirlwind of activity. The food on the table was soon devoured by the four. After satisfying their hunger, Chu Heng leaned back in his chair, gazing at the disordered table with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. If memory serves, the last time he had a hearty meal like this was a month ago when he returned home to visit his grandfather. He couldn't help but wonder how his grandfather was faring on Earth now. Suddenly, Chu Heng felt a strong desire to return home and see his grandfather. However, at present, he is utterly oblivious to the location of his own planet, let alone the prospects of returning to Earth. The sole endeavor he can undertake is to grow stronger and strive to survive. As long as he breathes, there remains a glimmer of hope. Regaining his composure, Chu Heng gathered his thoughts and addressed the other three individuals, stating that the zombies near the entrance of their community had been largely eradicated. He inquired if anyone had ideas regarding their next course of action. Although he had meticulously devised a plan in his mind, he was not omniscient. There were bound to be oversights. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined surpass Zhuge Liang. It would be beneficial to engage in discussion. Upon hearing Chu Heng's query, Anya, Mingyu, and Zhang Xiaodao exchanged glances, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Yet, in truth, they were largely unaware of the current situation outside the community. What constructive suggestions could they possibly offer? Since you've posed the question, boss, you must have some ideas of your own. Why don't you share your thoughts first, and we can discuss them to see if any adjustments are necessary? Zhang Xiaodao suggested with a smile, to which Anya and Mingyu readily agreed. Perhaps they were not even aware that a semblance of a team had begun to form among the four, with Chu Heng emerging as the undisputed leader possessing absolute authority. Chu Heng nodded, adjusting his posture to lean back in his chair, crossing his legs, and lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound. After a moment of reflection, he slowly began. In my view, survival in the apocalypse revolves fundamentally around the essence of existence. To survive, in essence, means to live, avoiding death by zombie bites, starvation, or violence from others. From this perspective, the matter becomes quite straightforward. Our current tasks are simply to gather resources and enhance our strength. Pausing briefly, he continued, let us first discuss resource collection. Outside our Tian Shui community lies a commercial street, and with the zombies now cleared, we must act swiftly to scour these shops before others become aware of the situation. This is our most pressing priority. As for the residential buildings within the community, clearing them will be time-consuming, so we can set that aside for now. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Zhang Xiaodao nodded thoughtfully. Generally speaking, the shops on a commercial street tend to be specialized, with resources concentrated, making them relatively quick to clear. If safety permits, prioritizing these shops indeed holds greater importance than the residential buildings. I concur. I also agree. I support you, boss, the 3 of them expressed in succession, raising no objections. All right, let us put that aside and move on to the matter of strengthening our capabilities, Chu Heng said with a smile, nodding as he continued. The significance of enhancing our strength is self-evident and can be divided into 2 aspects, your individual abilities and our armament. I shall refrain from elaborating on my own capabilities. It is likely that some among you have already awakened. What you most urgently need to do now is to enhance your attributes expeditiously. I have already reached the threshold for awakening, yet I lack the necessary anomalous creatures, and I have not observed any for sale in the auction house. Anya furrowed her brows, displaying signs of agitation. I am nearly there as well. Following Anya, Zhang Xiaodao and Mengyu willingly disclosed their circumstances. Chu Heng cast a glance at Zhang Xiaodao and Mengyu. Their attributes were quite similar, each exceeding 20 in all 3 categories, and they were close to the awakening threshold. Chu Heng's gaze returned to Anya, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. The matter of anomalous creatures can be discussed later, but I must caution you, it is advisable not to attempt awakening immediately upon reaching the threshold. You may find yourselves regretting it afterward. Furthermore, there are numerous types of abilities, each with distinct functions and capabilities. The potency of your abilities is intimately tied to your attributes, so it would be prudent for you to begin contemplating what combat style and powers suit you best, and subsequently adjust your attribute allocations accordingly. After speaking for quite some time, Chu Heng felt somewhat parched and was about to retrieve a bottle of water when he noticed the 3 of them regarding him with peculiar expressions. Their gazes were a mixture of surprise, admiration, and a hint of joy. Zhang Xiaodao stared at Chu Heng, astonished yet pleased. quietly reflecting on how astute his choice had been. As for how Chu Hang acquired this knowledge, it mattered little. What was important was that it was beneficial to him. Brother Chu Hong, you possess such extensive knowledge, Meng Yu said, gazing at him in admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Unconsciously, she reverted from her previous title of boss back to Brother Chu Hong. The sight of such an endearing girl looking at him with adoration filled Chu Hong with delight, though he revealed no trace of it on his face. Clearing his throat, he continued, as for our combat capabilities, in simpler terms, this pertains to weapons and armor. Given our current situation, firearms and bulletproof vests are somewhat impractical. We must seek alternative solutions for the time being. Regarding weapons, Anya, your crowbar is sufficient for now. Zhang Xiaodao and Mingyu, you may procure sticks and small knives to fashion rudimentary spears. Longer weapons will provide greater safety against zombies. Also, do not forget to prepare a shorter secondary weapon for emergencies. In terms of armor, see if you can find garments or bags made of leather, preferably durable and resistant to tearing. These can be fashioned into makeshift armor to protect vulnerable areas prone to bites. And gloves, these are also essential. Anya stared blankly at the loquacious Chu Hong and finally could not contain her curiosity. How does it feel as if you have experienced the apocalypse before? How do you know so much? You wouldn't happen to be a reincarnator, would you? Chu Hang's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he was not a reincarnator. But he possessed an auxiliary system even more formidable than reincarnation itself. Certainly, this knowledge has been gleaned from the apocalyptic novels, where wisdom has been distilled by those who came before us. If only you had immersed yourselves more in such tales. You might not find yourselves here listening to my discourse. With a decisive wave of his hand, Chu Hong declared, the current system time is 12:30. Prepare yourselves well. We shall embark at 2 o'clock sharp. Chapter 31. The sudden echo of neon voices at 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed mercilessly. Chu Hong led his companions from the elevator down to the underground parking garage, where they approached a sleek black SUV. Ding. A vehicle meeting the collection criteria has been detected. Would you like to store it in the low-tier vehicle storage space? Available low-tier storage space. 1. Yes. In an instant, the towering SUV vanished without a trace before their eyes. Observing the bewildered expressions of his companions, Chu Hong chuckled and explained. This is a feature unlocked after upgrading the spatial ring to level 3, allowing for the storage of an automobile. Anya fell silent for a moment, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. So, does this imply you have taken many lives? Chu Hong turned to regard her, suppressing the instinct to speak candidly. He replied honestly, before encountering you, I killed one person. Aside from him, it was merely those few individuals from Chi Lao Air. The other shards of the ring were extracted from the corpses of players who had turned into zombies. Casting a sidelong glance at Anya, he continued. The first person I killed was one I had saved. However, he attempted to take my longbow and, failing, I ultimately fed him to the zombies before ending his life. That one on the pole is him. Chu Hong pointed toward the corpse of Zhang Ming bound to the pillar as they exited the garage. Zhang Xiaodao gazed at the body tied to the column and involuntarily inhaled sharply. Although he had witnessed the process of Chu Hong using Zhang Ming to lure the zombies from a distance, the impact was far more profound now that he stood close. This grisly sight served as a stark reminder that the man before him, or rather, their leader, was not one to be trifled with. After hearing Chu Hang's account, Anya cast a sidelong glance at the corpse of Zhang Ming, her silence indicating a notable softening in her demeanor. The group made their way toward the entrance of the community. The street at the community entrance remained as it had been in the morning, littered with a thick layer of charred corpses, emitting an eerie odor. Unlike the creatures in the game, these zombie bodies did not vanish after collection. Their scorched forms remained largely unchanged. Chu Hong frowned slightly. Allowing these charred bodies to remain at the entrance was untenable, as it would obstruct vehicular access to the community. However, handling it himself was impractical and time-consuming. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the city chat channel and posted a message. Recruitment notice. Target audience. Players trapped within the Tianshui community. Scope of work. Assistance with the removal of corpses. Reward. A means to extricate you from peril. After meticulously reviewing everything and finding no discrepancies, Chu Hong finally felt satisfied enough to send it out. Just as he retrieved the remote control to open the door, he suddenly noticed the peculiar gazes of the other three upon him. Mingyu tugged at Chu Hang's sleeve and timidly remarked, Brother Chu Hong, there are hundreds of corpses. Isn't this a bit too grim? Anya and Zhang Xiaodao nodded in agreement. What a thing. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Chu Hong regained his composure. Gazing silently at the charred remains strewn across the ground, before wordlessly stepping outside. In the next instant, the other three noticed that a new recruitment notice had appeared in the chat channel, strikingly similar to the previous one, except this time. It included 3 loaves of bread, and a bottle of water following the promise of rescue. Exchanging glances filled with amusement, the trio hurried to follow in Chu Heng's footsteps. As they stepped outside, the world beyond unfolded before them, and the mood among Anya and the others swiftly grew somber. The towering buildings in the distance, bathed in the midday sun, evoked a sense of desolation and decay, with unknown vines clinging to their facades, and the vibrant green leaves only accentuating the lifelessness of the structures. On either side of the road before them stood a plethora of shops, once bustling with life, now rendered silent and grim, littered with corpses that resembled a terrifying realm of despair. This is the world outside. Had it not been for Chu Heng's earlier efforts to cleanse the street of zombies, this place would have been far more perilous than hell itself. Stop dawdling. Keep up. Chu Heng said impatiently, aware that there were less than 5 hours until nightfall. Every minute wasted here meant one less minute for scouring for supplies. Although he felt confident in his current abilities to face any dangers at night, it was better to err on the side of caution. Who knew what the night might bring? After walking a distance, they officially entered the commercial district. You three form a group and search from this side. I will go alone from the street's end and meet you in the middle. If you encounter any danger, just message me directly, and I'll come as swiftly as I can. With his external enhancements, Chu Heng had the means to swiftly locate hidden treasure chests and stores brimming with valuable supplies, thus preferring to work alone to keep his secrets from being discovered. Moreover, with the zombies on the street already cleared, he could reach Anya and the others promptly should they find themselves in peril, minimizing any potential issues. Upon hearing Chu Heng's plan, Anya and the others exchanged glances but refrained from voicing their thoughts. Although their strength was far inferior to Chu Heng's, they were still significantly stronger than the average person. Acting as a trio, they felt confident enough to handle any unexpected situations that might arise. At this point, Chu Heng had already moved on, while the three began their search for supplies in a spacious, upscale clothing store. In the apocalypse, clothing was a rapidly consumed resource for those who frequently engaged in combat, making the quality of garments particularly significant. 3 individuals cautiously pushed open the door and stepped into the clothing store. Among them, Anya, the most formidable, positioned herself in the center, vigilant of the surroundings and ready to assist Zhang Xiaodao and Mengyu. Zhang Xiaodao, possessing slightly greater strength and a more resilient mindset than Mengyu, took the lead, prepared to confront any unexpected threats from the front, while Mengyu remained safely positioned behind. This arrangement proved to be the most suitable tactical decision under the circumstances, perhaps due to the morning skirmish, which had lured the store's zombies away. Only a few remained trapped in the fitting rooms. The trio dispatched them with minimal effort. After collecting the bodies, they began to select suitable clothing items. Anya paused before a set of black sportswear and opened a private chat with Chu Heng. I found a sports outfit that seems quite fitting for you. Does size 185 suit you? On the other end, Chu Heng received Anya's message and smiled upon reading it. Yes, it fits. Stay safe, and be slightly wary of Zhang Xiaodao. I have my reservations about him. Anya, catching sight of Chu Heng's response, couldn't he help but steal a glance at Zhang Xiaodao, feeling an inexplicable delight. If he held doubts about Zhang Xiaodao, it implied he trusted her, didn't he? Before she could respond, a sudden trading request from Chu Heng appeared, showcasing a gleaming silver handgun in the trade window. You can handle a handgun, right? If Zhang Xiaodao exhibits any suspicious behavior, do not hesitate to eliminate him. Just as Anya was preparing to reply, the store's door swung open abruptly, and a voice spoke in neon, yesterday's Dragon Kingdom female talent. The unexpected voice startled Anya and her companions, prompting them to crouch down and peer stealthily towards the entrance. They saw 2 neon men flanking a rather rotund neon individual, all 3 laughing and chatting as they entered. Their haughty demeanor and lewd appearances filled Anya and her companions with disgust. Behind these 3 neon men, a middle-aged man from the Dragon Kingdom sported a sycophantic grin, nodding and bowing in a manner reminiscent of a lapdog. However, it was evident that the 3 neon men paid him no mind, occasionally scolding him with disdainful and contemptuous glances. Due to historical grievances, the Dragon Kingdom and the Neon Kingdom have long harbored animosity, compounded by the Neon people's generally arrogant disposition. Witnessing the Dragon Man's obsequiousness before the 3 neon men elicited expressions of disdain and revulsion from Anya, Zhang Xiaodao, and Mengyu. As the neon men approached, drawing nearer to Anya and her companions, Anya immediately sought assistance from Chu Heng in their private chat, gripping the handgun tightly in her hand. Fortunately, she had previously visited a shooting range with friends, familiarizing herself with firearms. Although somewhat anxious, she held her breath, gently chambered a round, and disengaged the safety, poised to fire at a moment's notice. Zhang Xiaodao recognized that remaining passive was no longer an option. Despite their adversaries having the advantage in numbers, the attributes of the three of them should not be inferior to those of the Neon Men. If their ambush succeeded, the odds of victory appeared quite promising. He glanced in Anya's direction, intending to signal his thoughts, only to be startled by the silver pistol in her grasp. However, having navigated the complexities of the streets for years, Zhang Xiaodao's composure was not easily shaken. He quickly regained his calm, letting out a quiet sigh of relief as he opened a private chat with Anya and Mingyue. Watch for my signals. On the count of 3, I will step out to draw their attention. Anya, aim for the one in the middle, and Mingyue, act as you see fit. Concerned that Anya, being a woman, might hesitate, he added, Anya, remember to aim for their heads or hearts. Do not carry the burden of hesitation. If you do not eliminate them, they will kill me and subsequently violate you. Anya remained silent. Such words had already been imparted by Chu Hong. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Anya's grandfather had perished at the hands of the Neon Men, instilling in her a deeper loathing for them than anyone else. Zhang Xiaodao curled his fingers to initiate the countdown. As he lowered his final finger, he surged forward like a striking leopard, a gleaming dagger poised to pierce the heart of the leftmost Neon Man. The strike was decisive, devoid of hesitation. This was a battle for survival. Either he or they would perish. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Xiaodao's charge, Anya rose, her gun emerging from behind the shelves, and she pulled the trigger with determination aimed at the corpulent Neon Man. The sound of the bullet discharging was deafening, a fiery eruption from the muzzle. However, the Neon Man reacted with surprising swiftness. In a split second, the Neon Man targeted by Zhang Xiaodao managed to twist his body just enough. This slight adjustment caused Zhang Xiaodao's dagger to miss the heart by half an inch. Though this distance was akin to the width of a fingernail, it was just enough to spare the man's life. Nevertheless, while he survived, Zhang Xiaodao's strike nearly obliterated any chance of his resistance. The Neon Man retaliated with a kick aimed at Zhang Xiaodao's torso, which was deflected by Zhang Xiaodao's elbow. Yet, he was forced to retreat a considerable distance, simultaneously dislodging the dagger embedded in his chest to prevent further internal damage and creating space between him and Zhang Xiaodao. Meanwhile, on another front of the battlefield, as Anya fired her shot, the overweight Neon Man seemed to instinctively sense the impending danger, swiftly pulling the middle-aged man from the Dragon Kingdom to shield himself from the bullet. Blood splattered as the gunshot struck the shoulder of the middle-aged man, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. The rotund figure, adorned in neon, flung the man aside and flashed a grin at Anya before charging towards her with the ferocity of a crazed boar. Anya barely had time to prepare her second shot when the shelves before her were toppled by his onslaught. It was evident that this man had likely awakened his powers. However, Anya was not to be underestimated. Given her attributes, she could have awakened long ago, yet she had been hindered by the absence of a suitable catalyst and, under Chu Heng's counsel, had grown less impatient about it. As the shelves threatened to crush her, Anya nimbly withdrew, brandishing a metallic crowbar that gleamed in her grasp. Without a moment's pause, she stomped her foot heavily, propelling herself towards the neon figure, her crowbar raised high to strike him down. Yet, she had underestimated him, or perhaps all three had misjudged this man. As an awakened individual, he was the most perilous of the trio. When he noticed Anya advancing, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He tilted his body slightly, bracing his shoulder to meet the descending crowbar. He could scarcely be bothered to evade her. He intended to withstand her blow directly. With a resounding thud, Anya's crowbar crashed against the Neon Man's shoulder. Remarkably, he appeared unfazed, gazing at Anya's beautiful visage with a glint of greedy desire, licking his lips and grinning as he uttered a vulgar phrase in his native tongue. Simultaneously, his large hands reached out towards her like the flaps of a fan. Anya, sister, Mengyu shouted, eager to assist, but was ensnared by the final Neon Man. Though the weakest among the three, he utilized his extensive combat experience to hold Mengyu back, preventing her from joining the fray. As Anya seemed on the brink of capture, Zhang Xiaodao had no choice but to abandon his own opponent and rush to her aid. Seeking to alleviate the pressure on her, the Neon Man cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaodao, revealing a sinister grin, and swiftly yanked the crowbar from his shoulder, sending Zhang crashing several meters away. With a sickening splatter, Zhang Xiaodao coughed up blood, collapsing weakly to the ground, his demeanor utterly defeated. The Neon Man's strength was formidable, his blow equivalent to 6 or 7 times that of an ordinary person, shattering Zhang's arm and injuring his internal organs. However, instead of pursuing Zhang, the Neon Man sheathed the crowbar, approaching Anya with a broad smile as he rubbed his hands together. Upon witnessing this scene, Anya, Zhang Xiaodao, and Mengyu were engulfed by a sense of despair. Where are you, leader? If you do not arrive soon, your girl and your little brothers will be ruthlessly beaten. Brother Chu Hong, why do you still not come? If you delay any longer, Sister Anya will be bullied. You wretched Chu Hong, you promised to come immediately. Yet you remain absent. At that moment, a deafening explosion resonated, shattering the glass doors of the clothing store. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. Amidst a rain of glittering glass shards, a young man clad in camouflage protective gear made his entrance. The bright sunlight illuminated him, as if draping him in a sacred mantle, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, tousled his short hair, revealing his cold yet slightly apologetic amber eyes. I apologize for my tardiness. Chapter 33, An Unstoppable Force, Brother Chu Hang. Upon catching sight of the newcomer, Meng Yu exclaimed with delight, her face betraying a hint of grievance. These neon folks have been bullying us, and Brother Xiaodao was even injured by them. Seeing the arrival of Chu Hong, Zhang Xiaodao let out a sigh of relief, nodding in acknowledgement of his well-being as he met Chu Heng's gaze. Chu Heng's eyes lingered on Anya for a moment before turning menacingly towards the rotund neon man, his expression suddenly shifting to one of peculiar amusement. Mountain Grave, neon individual. Age 35, strength, 45, agility, 35, constitution, 30, energy, 100, superpower, beast mimicry, pig. Upon awakening, enhanced olfactory and auditory senses when activating superpower. Significant physical attribute enhancement at the cost of energy, with effects increasing with level. Current ability level, first stage, olfactory enhancement by 100, auditory enhancement by 50. Physical attributes boosted by 50 upon activation, consuming 10 energy points per minute. Superpower flaw, awakened individuals' inherent traits of pigs, including lechery, gluttony, and obesity. Low-level endurance is brief. Solution, castration to mitigate lechery and obesity. It is advised to carry energy potions. Fatal weaknesses, brain, heart. Risk assessment. Even when activating superpower, he poses no threat to you. Threat level, low. Upon reading this notification, Chu Hong nearly burst into laughter. In the culture of Longhua, Zhong signifies a grave, thus. Mountain Grave translates to a wild cemetery nestled within the mountains. Moreover, phonetically, Zhong and Zhang share similarities, mountain wild seed. Is it not said that Neon Country reveres the ancient culture of Longhua? How could they bestow such a grim name? The naming skills displayed here are undoubtedly inferior. Even a chicken randomly pecking at a keyboard could likely produce something superior. Setting aside the name, the absurdity of this rotund man's superpower was equally amusing. The proposed solutions to his superpower flaws struck Chu Hang as eerily familiar. It mirrored the methods employed by the people of Longhua to rear pigs. By castrating a pig, its temperament becomes docile, preventing excessive weight gain, and consequently, lechery and obesity are curbed. Suppressing his mirth, Chu Hang endeavored to regain the composure he had before discovering the hidden prompt, remarking, "How do you wish to meet your demise? Ha 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 ha." Yet, before he could finish, raising his gaze to the grotesque visage of the mountain grave, and recalling the earlier hidden prompt, Chu Hang succumbed to uncontrollable laughter. Though the neon fatty could not comprehend the words spoken by Chu Hang, the expression and demeanor on Chu Hang's face revealed that he was mocking him. He babbled a few phrases in neon language. What did he say? Chu Hang suppressed his mirth and inquired of the middle-aged man from the Dragon Kingdom, who was leaning against the wall with his arm clasped. Anya had previously provided him with a brief introduction, and he was aware that this Dragon Kingdom man could speak a smattering of neon. The middle-aged man, still clutching his arm, shrank back, unable to meet Chu Hang's chilling gaze. "Speak," Chu Hang uttered coldly, the command imbued with undeniable authority. The man relayed that the neon fatty found him quite handsome, precisely the type he preferred, and suggested that after enjoying the company of the two beauties, he would attend to him, advising him not to rush. Upon hearing the translation, Chu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly. Though his expression remained unchanged, his gaze turned frigid, akin to that of a corpse being observed in a grave. As Chu Hang advanced towards him, each step intensified the formidable aura he exuded. "Be cautious. He is quite formidable," Anya cautioned nervously. Since their first encounter, Chu Hang had never fully revealed his true strength before them. Thus, while she knew he was powerful, she lacked a precise understanding of his capabilities and even worried he might suffer at the hands of this overweight adversary. After all, this man was unawakened, whereas Chu Hang had never exhibited his abilities in their presence, possibly still unawakened. Chu Hang nodded, dismissing her concerns. Even if the mountain grave could activate his powers, his highest attributes would only reach about 2/3 of Chu Hang's. Could he truly win by risking his life? As Chu Hang drew nearer, the expression on Mountain Grave's face shifted. Although he possessed numerous flaws, he was not foolish. Sensing the almost palpable pressure radiating from Chu Hang, he realized he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Nevertheless, he did not display any signs of fear. As an adept who had awakened within just 2 days of his arrival, he was filled with confidence, believing that even if he could not defeat Chu Hong, he could certainly escape. To be prudent, he had already informed his elder brother, Mountain Rueji, of the situation. Rueji was also an awakened and significantly stronger than him. If he could hold on for about 10 minutes, his brother would arrive, and at that point, no matter how powerful Chu Hong was, he would not stand a chance against the two siblings. As Chu Hong approached, his aura reached a terrifying intensity. Mountain Grave's expression changed slightly, and he opted for a preemptive strike. Anya's crowbar materialized in his hand, and he immediately activated his powers to swing it toward Chu Hang's head. This crowbar, originally a gift from Chu Hang to Anya, now wielded even greater potency in Mountain Grave's hands, the motion creating a faint whooshing sound as it cut through the air. Observing the neon fatty charging at him, Chu Hang sneered. Instead of retreating, he advanced, swiftly moving in front of Mountain Grave, sidestepping to deliver a slicing blow aimed directly at the wrist of the hand grasping the crowbar. In the mountainous terrain, Yamamoto Yatsuka was suddenly struck with dread. He had anticipated that Chu Hong would be formidable, yet he never imagined him to be this powerful. The swiftness of Chu Hong was astonishing. Even his brother, Yamamoto Ruechi, who excelled in speed, could barely match him after unleashing his abilities. Realizing that he could not evade the impending strike, a fierce expression crossed Yamamoto's face. Ignoring the injury on his right hand, he clenched his left fist and aimed a blow at Chu Hong's temple, adopting a desperate strategy of exchanging injury for life. Chu Hong responded with a cold smile, his long knife maintaining an unyielding speed. The blade swiftly glided past his arm, severing his hand at the wrist, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Chu Hang retaliated with his left fist, colliding with Yamamoto's punch, taunting, "You cannot match my speed. Do you truly believe your strength surpasses mine?" The two fists met with a thunderous crash, creating a shockwave accompanied by a resounding explosion. Shortly thereafter, an unmistakable cracking sound resonated, as though something had shattered. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the neon spectators and the astonished expressions of Anya and her companions, Chu Hang remained unharmed, poised in his striking position, his demeanor tranquil as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, Yamamoto Yatsuka's left hand hung limply, grotesquely revealing broken bones protruding from the skin, blood flowing incessantly. Gone was his prior arrogance, his face contorted in agony. His eyes now filled with terror as they met Chu Hang's. With a smirk, Chu Hang picked up the crowbar that had fallen to the ground and tossed it toward Anya, jesting, "To be careful not to drop it again." He then placed his foot upon Yamamoto's chest, the overwhelming force causing Yamamoto to collapse onto the ground. Stepping forward, Chu Hang pressed his right foot against Yamamoto's throat and coldly inquired, "Now, tell me, how do you wish to die?" Chapter 34. Torture. The sins of the father visited upon the son in a mere minute. The fierce battle between Chu Hong and Yamamoto Yatsuka unfolded and concluded. Within that fleeting moment, Chu Hong exhibited an overwhelming prowess, first severing Yamamoto's hand, followed by a decisive blow that rendered his left arm useless, transforming the once intimidating neon figure into a mere shell of a man. "Yatsuka-kun!" The two other neon men exclaimed in panic, their gazes towards Chu Hong now tinged with fear. Although they yearned to assist, their intentions were futile. Not only would their interference be a gift to Chu Hong, but Anya and Mingyu would also not permit such actions. During the confrontation between Chu Hong and Yamamoto Yatsuka, Anya faced the more formidable of the two neon men, while Mingyu contended with the weakest. The four engaged in a chaotic melee. Despite Anya and Mingyu possessing superior attributes, the neon men exhibited a clear advantage in combat experience, resulting in an evenly matched struggle. Chu Hong refrained from intervening, intrigued as he observed the bout while standing over Yamamoto's throat. In his view, the two neon men were neither too weak nor too strong, providing an ideal opportunity for Anya and Mingyu to hone their skills and enrich their combat experience. Soon, Anya swiftly defeated her opponent, her attributes far surpassing those of her adversary. It would indeed be a wonder if she were to lose. The delay had been intentional, as she sought to lower her attributes deliberately for the sake of practice. After approximately half a minute, Mingyu also concluded her battle, leaving two neon men sprawled on the ground, groaning like lifeless dogs. Chu Hang nodded in satisfaction, his gaze returning to Yamamoto Nozuka, a playful smile suddenly gracing his lips. "Just moments ago, had you not claimed you would indulge me? Where has that arrogance disappeared to?" With that, Chu Hang cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man leaning against the wall. "Translate this for him. If you dare to utter a falsehood or omit any part of my words, I shall ensure you perish before his very eyes." The middle-aged man, filled with trepidation, cast a fearful glance at Chu Hong, hastily nodding in agreement before translating Chu Hang's words to Yamamoto Nozuka. Upon hearing the translation, Yamamoto Nozuka revealed his signature grin, licking his lips in a grotesque manner. His already ample flesh seemed to melt into a singular mass of features, rendering his expression exceedingly repulsive. In truth, this was precisely his intention. He understood his brother all too well, judging by Chu Hang's earlier performance in their skirmish. He was acutely aware that even his brother would not stand a chance against him. Thus, he had sent Chu Hang's appearance and information to his brother, advising him to refrain from coming, to conserve his strength, and to wait for an opportune moment for vengeance, avoiding needless sacrifice. Yamamoto Nozuka was painfully cognizant of his impending death, foreseeing the humiliation and torment he would endure before his demise. Hence, he sought to nauseate Chu Hang in this manner, hoping to provoke him into granting a swift end through his fury. However, Chu Hang was not so easily deceived. Observing Yamamoto Nozuka's repulsive demeanor, he remained unfazed, shifting his foot from the man's throat to his right knee. Quite resilient, though I wonder if your bones are as sturdy. Gradually, Chu Hang applied pressure, the sound of cracking resonating from Yamamoto Nozuka's knee. In an instant, his right knee joint shattered entirely, reduced to a pulp beneath Chu Hang's foot. The stark contrast between the knee and the surrounding flesh evident. Yamamoto Nozuka, being a man of emotions, let out a harrowing scream in response to the excruciating pain. At that moment, he desperately wished to lose consciousness. However, his extraordinary physique kept him alert, ensuring he remained acutely aware of the torment radiating from his knee. I have always detested neon individuals, and yet you present yourself to me. You have only yourself to blame. Your forebears invaded our lands, committing unspeakable atrocities of murder and pillage. In our Dragon Kingdom, we have an ancient saying, debts incurred by parents must be repaid by their children. Your ancestors, rounded off, may be considered as such. Is it unreasonable to ask you to repay a portion? Chu Hang spoke with a smile, his mind drifting to that unbearable history. And the more he reflected, the greater his ire became. He continued to stomp down, reducing Yamamoto Nozuka's entire right leg to a mushy pulp. The anguished wails persisted, and those nearby could not help but draw in a sharp breath at the sight. The middle-aged man, fearing to provoke Chu Hang's wrath, dutifully translated his words for Yamamoto Nozuka. Chu Hang was momentarily taken aback. This rotund fellow surprisingly possessed an understanding of traditional culture. In the next instant, the left leg of Yamazaki was reduced to a mere pulp. Perhaps sensing his impending demise, this portly man grew even more defiant, howling in agony while hurling insults at Chu Hang's family in a garbled tongue. In response, Chu Hang unleashed a more frenzied assault, his hands crushed into a bloody mass. At this juncture, Yamazaki's torso and head remained relatively intact, rendering the existence of his hands and feet inconsequential, akin to a living corpse. Yet, he lingered on, for previously, he had utilized his extraordinary physical prowess to injure Zhang Xiaodao and bully Anya. Now, that very vigor kept him clinging to life, subjecting him to relentless torment. With immense pain, Yamazaki conjured a thick phlegm and spat it towards Chu Hang. Evading the projectile, Chu Hang planted his foot upon Yamazaki's mouth, shattering his jaw in an instant. Suddenly, as if struck by an amusing thought, Chu Hang chuckled. I am aware that your abilities have rendered you lecherous and corpulent, and I possess a means to assist you in improving your condition. Would you care to try? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's translation, Yamazaki was initially taken aback, uncertain how Chu Hang had gleaned such knowledge. However, he quickly comprehended Chu Hang's intent and shook his head violently, terror evident in his eyes. He wished to plead for mercy, but with his jaw shattered, only guttural sounds escaped his lips. Impatient, Chu Hang dug into his ear and declared, "Then I shall assume you have consented." With that, he lifted his foot high, positioning it above Yamazaki's groin, preparing to descend. The onlookers realized Chu Hang's intentions. Zhang Xiaodao, along with two other men from Neon and the interpreter, felt a chill beneath them, a prospect that instilled fear in the hearts of all men. Just as Chu Hang was about to execute his plan, Anya's voice interrupted. "Wait, allow me." Startled, Chu Hang turned to her, while Zhang Xiaodao's expression turned peculiar upon hearing her words. Anya approached Chu Hang with a composed demeanor, her face devoid of emotion. "My grandfather, great-grandfather, second great-grandfather, and fourth great-grandfather all perished at the hands of the Neon invaders, and he has just invoked my memory, so let me take this on." Chu Hang, befuddled, stepped aside, conceding his position to Anya. In the next moment, Yamazaki emitted an unintelligible wail of pain. "It hurts. It hurts too much." Chu Hang instinctively turned to exchange a glance with Zhang Xiaodao, both bearing complex expressions. At that moment, one of the other men from Neon uttered a phrase in their native tongue. After the middle-aged man translated it, Anya, Zhang Xiaodao, and Meng Yu grew tense, while Chu Hang narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement flickering within. The translation read, "You demons, prepare to cleanse your necks and await our leader to avenge Yamazaki." Hearing the words of the Neon man, Yamazaki, who had just moments ago appeared despondent, suddenly became animated, shaking his head frantically and emitting desperate sounds, attempting to stifle the fool's utterance. Chu Hong was initially unaware of the existence of their base. He operated in the light while his brother lurked in the shadows, a situation that proved advantageous for his sibling. However, upon hearing the foolish words uttered by the man before him, even a simpleton would exercise caution, let alone the demon standing in front of him. Given the temperament of this fiend, he would undoubtedly seek to eradicate any threat at its root. With this thought in mind, Yamamoto Yazuka hastily contacted his brother, urging him to evacuate the base promptly. Meanwhile, after uttering his statement, the man from Neon resigned himself to his fate, his expression hardening as he proclaimed "Long live the Emperor," and prepared to take his own life. Stop them. Do not allow them to commit suicide, Chu Hong warned. Anya and Mingyu, suddenly shaken from their stupor, quickly restrained the two men. Chu Hong, contemplating, cast a thoughtful glance at the prostrate Yamamoto Yazuka and beckoned the middle-aged man forward. Tell me about the situation at their base. The middle-aged man trembled slightly, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he approached. I was captured and brought to the base yesterday afternoon. I am not well informed about the specifics. Only share what you know, Chu Hong commanded coldly. The man pondered for a moment before beginning to relay his account, albeit in a disjointed manner. According to him, the base was situated in a small processing plant approximately 3 to 4 miles away. While it was referred to as a base, it was merely a gathering place for around 20 to 30 individuals, nearly a third of whom were citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, both male and female. Their presence there was purely coincidental, as they had stumbled upon the area while searching for supplies, finding it devoid of zombies, and hoping to uncover some valuable items, only to encounter Anya and her companions, which led to a conflict. Regarding the armament of the base, the middle-aged man was entirely ignorant, only aware that the leader was a man named Yamamoto Ruichi, who was the biological brother of Yamamoto Yazuka. Yamamoto Ruichi? Chu Hong could scarcely contain his disdain for the naming prowess of the Neonians, furrowing his brow in contemplation. From the man's words, it was evident that Yamamoto Ruichi was also an awakened individual and significantly stronger than his brother, or else he would not have spoken so boldly. At that moment, Chu Hong was struck by a troubling thought. While it was understandable that the base housed women from the Dragon Kingdom, why were there also men from the Dragon Kingdom like this one? That seemed peculiar. For Chu Hong found it hard to believe that these Neonians were altruistically protecting the Dragon Kingdom men. What purpose does Yamamoto Ruichi have for keeping Dragon Kingdom men like you in the base? Is he truly so benevolent? Chu Hong inquired, directing his gaze at the middle-aged man. The man hesitated, as if concealing some deeper truth. Speak. Chu Hong's blade rested ominously on the man's shoulder, his voice icy. The man's demeanor ignited a sense of unease within Chu Hong. Under the palpable threat posed by Chu Hong, the man reluctantly divulged the truth. The purpose of the Dragon Kingdom women in the base, I believe you can surmise, brother. As for men, most of them are merely utilized for experimentation, such as testing whether water sources are contaminated or suitable for drinking and washing. At times, they may even subject men to bloodletting or sever their limbs to attract zombies. In their eyes, we are not considered human, we are simply consumables. Chu Hong's expression darkened instantly, the images conjured by the man's words lingering in his mind, igniting a furious blaze within his heart that rendered him unable to find tranquility. Beside him, Zhang Xiaodao and the others also turned pale upon hearing the man's words, their faces etched with a fierce intent to kill as they cast a menacing glance at the two neon individuals lying nearby, unable to suppress their urge to eliminate them. Strangely, despite the seething rage within, Chu Hong remained remarkably composed. He addressed Zhang Xiaodao and the others calmly, saying, "You may torment them, but do not kill them. I wish to interrogate them first. After that, you may deal with them as you see fit." With that, Chu Hong shifted his gaze back to the middle-aged man. The man had just referred to most men from the Dragon Country, but it was evident that he did not include Chu Hong among them. What then? Was the purpose of someone like him within the base? If he claimed that most men were thus, what are the remaining ones? Chu Hong spoke to the man with an unruffled demeanor, though his inner fury had reached a boiling point. Upon hearing Chu Hong's inquiry about the others, the middle-aged man's expression soured. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "The remaining individuals are those who possess some knowledge of neon language, capable of simple communication with them. Yamashita Ruichi provides them with basic sustenance. Their sole task each day is to attract other Dragon Country individuals to the base or disclose their locations. Yamashita Ruichi will send someone to rescue them and bring them back to the base." Upon hearing this, Anya and Mingyu exchanged puzzled glances. Was Yamashita Ruichi expending such effort merely to find subjects for experimentation? Chu Hong and Zhang Xiaodao locked eyes, their gazes as frigid as ancient ice, imbued with a bloodthirsty intent, both clearly understanding the underlying purpose. Noticing the confusion in the two women's eyes, Chu Hong, with a fierce countenance, elucidated. Yamashita Ruichi's actions are aimed at acquiring the fragments of spatial rings possessed by the players. Once they have utilized these individuals, they will infect them, turning them into zombies before eliminating them. This way, they can obtain crystal cores and fragments of spatial rings, as well as possibly acquire exotic species. Such a malicious scheme. Upon hearing Chu Heng's explanation, the expressions of the two women shifted dramatically, their gazes towards the middle-aged man now brimming with unmasked murderous intent. They all understood that the middle-aged man would not belong to the former category within the base. While the neon individuals were suddenly detestable, it was this man who aided them in persecuting his own kin, who was even more deserving of death. Realizing that no further information could be extracted from this man, Chu Heng's gaze shifted to the other two neon men. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Hong tossed a can of nearly expired beef to the middle-aged man. I will interrogate them. This is your reward for assistance. The man caught the can steadily, a look of surprise illuminating his face. Although the mountain's rejuvenation society would provide them with sustenance, it merely sufficed to prevent starvation. The flavor was of no concern to them. More significantly, Chu Heng's demeanor alleviated his worries. While he did not elaborate, it was evident to discerning eyes which category he belonged to within the base, and he had always been anxious that Chu Hong and his companions would see his identity as a reason to eliminate him. Now, witnessing Chu Heng not only refraining from any intent to harm him, but even offering a can of meat, he was filled with unrestrained joy. Observing Chu Heng's treatment of this sinner who had harmed his compatriots, Meng Yu pouted, expressing her discontent in a low voice. Brother Chu Hong, what's going on? This person is so wicked, yet you are giving him beef canned food. I haven't even had a taste of his beef canned food. Zhang Xiaodao furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Chu Heng as he approached the two neon individuals, remaining silent. Just as the two were perplexed and misinterpreted Chu Hong, Anya chuckled, gently ruffling Meng Yu's hair, saying, even in ancient times, those sentenced to death were offered a last meal. Fear not, this can is not as delectable as you might think. Chapter 36. A surge of character. Chu Hong stood imposingly before the neon individuals. His gaze icy as he addressed the middle-aged man beside him, informed them that I shall pose a series of inquiries. Should anyone be willing to answer truthfully, I would consider granting him a reprieve. Amidst a flurry of chatter, the two neon individuals exhibited starkly contrasting reactions. One eagerly nodded in agreement, while the one boasting of seppuku maintained an air of arrogance. I appreciate your spirit, Chu Hong remarked with delight, stepping on the man's right hand, his toes grinding down, reducing a finger to a mere pulp. As all 5 fingers were pulverized, the seppuku man finally succumbed to despair, groaning on the ground. Are you now inclined to cooperate? Chu Hong inquired with a smile, his expression souring at the sight of the man's snot and tears. The middle-aged man translated Chu Heng's words into neon. And soon the previously defiant seppuku man was nodding fervently, even kneeling before Chu Hong, repeatedly bowing in a desperate plea to avoid further torment. Chu Heng nodded in satisfaction, leading him into the fitting room, where he cast him beside a corpse of a zombie and commenced his questioning. Before long, Chu Hong emerged from the fitting room with a smile, approaching the remaining neon man. However, before he could speak, the man instinctively knelt before Chu Hong, expressing eagerness to answer any questions truthfully. Unlike the seppuku man, he was inherently more fearful of death. Witnessing the torment inflicted on the other made him eager to divulge all he knew. Yet, uncertain of the nature of Chu Heng's inquiries, he awaited his questions anxiously, keen to avoid inciting displeasure. Initially, Chu Hong had intended to administer punishment to this neon individual, hoping to break his resolve, but to his surprise, the man surrendered without prompting, leaving him with the sensation of striking a fist against cotton. Clearing his throat, he expressed his intent to pose a few inquiries. Noting that his companion had already answered truthfully, he warned that should their responses diverge, there would be consequences. With that, he motioned for the middle-aged man to translate. As he observed the man articulately converse in a foreign tongue before the neon individual, he pondered a pressing concern. This time, it was fortunate that the man possessed some knowledge of the language, but what if such a situation arose again? Although he was not a complete novice on Earth, he could only comprehend a smattering of English. He wondered if there existed any device capable of direct translation. If not, he would need to pay closer attention to linguistic talents in the future. Subsequently, he posed to the man the same question he had previously asked the individual in the changing room, receiving nearly identical responses. They indicated that there was someone at their base who wielded a firearm with remarkable precision, and aside from the wild graves in the mountains, only his brother, Yamamoto Ruji, was an awakened one. However, neither of them could ascertain the nature of Ruji's abilities, only noting his remarkable speed and elusive movements. Was his swift and ghostly presence indicative of a unique shadow ability or merely a superhuman speed? Furrowing his brow, he considered that these two individuals would likely not lie under such circumstances, implying their genuine ignorance regarding Ruji's powers. Further inquiries would yield no additional insights. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to infiltrate the opposing base to gather more intelligence. With his attributes fully maximized, it would not be an easy feat for Ruji to detain him. Moreover, he possessed an advantage. Should he be captured, it would indeed be his demise. Casting a glance at the fallen Yamamoto Yazuka, the two neon men, and the middle-aged man who had aided in the betrayal of his own kin, his gaze turned frigid. He harbored no desire to spare any of these scoundrels. Yet he intended to allow them a final opportunity to exert their last vestiges of strength. He patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "These two men have likely tormented you at the base, have they not? I entrust them to you now. You have 5 minutes. Repay grievances as you see fit. I expect to see them alive after this time has elapsed." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the scene to the middle-aged man. The two neon men were already incapacitated, lacking any capacity for resistance. Should the middle-aged man fail to deal with them, it would solely be his own ineptitude. "Are you all right? Is your injury severe?" he inquired as he approached Zhang Xiaodao. He was well aware of the extent of Zhang's wounds. They were not critical, yet certainly not trivial either. Following this incident, his wariness towards Zhang had diminished, considering that under the circumstances, he could have easily abandoned the two women and fled on his own. Leaning against a shelf, Zhang shook his head with a smile, assuring him that he was fine, he would survive. As Zhang Xiaodao's gaze subtly shifted, he couldn't help but exhale in relief, contemplating that his recent injury had, in some way, proved worthwhile. At least, Chu Hong would no longer regard him with the same suspicion as before. He was acutely aware of Chu Heng's mistrust, initially. When he noticed the gun in Anya's hand, he did not ponder it deeply. But a moment's reflection led him to realize that it was likely a precautionary measure instigated by Chu Hong against him. However, he bore no ill will regarding this. Trusting someone too readily, particularly a stranger in this apocalyptic world, often comes at the cost of one's life. Chu Heng's actions were entirely understandable. Were he not of such a disposition, Zhang Xiaodao would not have resolved to follow him in the first place. What medicine would be beneficial for him? Chu Hong turned to Anya. "If possible, please bring back some anti-inflammatory medication. His internal injuries are not severe, and there is little medicine that could aid him, but given his current constitution, he should recover in a day or two." Chu Heng nodded, stepping outside to make his way toward the pharmacy that lingered in his memory. However, his primary objective for venturing out at this moment was not merely to procure medicine for Zhang Xiaodao, but rather to swiftly seize the treasure chests located within the commercial street to prevent any unforeseen complications later on. The entire commercial street boasted over 100 shops, and from the hidden hints, there were a total of 3 treasure chests, 1 bronze, 1 silver, and 1 gold. Although the quantity was modest, the quality was undeniably high, likely due to the inherent dangers of this particular street. Among the 3 chests, he had already claimed 1 bronze chest. When Anya inquired if his clothing was suitable, he was on the verge of opening the chest, but upon receiving her plea for help, he initially assumed it pertained to her clothing query and did not hasten to check her message, nearly arriving too late as a result. Before long, Chu Hong discovered the remaining 2 treasure chests, returning triumphantly with the anti-inflammatory medicine that Anya had mentioned. Upon gazing at the spoils extracted from the chest within his ring, a grin spread across his face. At long last, his luck had turned. Chapter 37, The Partner Contract, the final test from the 3 treasure chests. 7 items were obtained, 2 low-grade life potions, 1 intermediate potion, and a finely crafted triangular dagger along with a hand axe. The 2 most valuable items were the last remaining ones. One of them was a piece of parchment known as the Partner Contract. Low-grade Partner Contract. This is a piece of enchanted parchment, upon which players inscribing their names shall form a partnership contract. Contract protection. Once the contract is established, players cannot inflict direct damage upon one another. Contract bonus. Within a radius of 1,000 meters centered around the contract owner, for every existing partner, all contracted players shall experience a 10% increase in attributes and maximum energy, with a maximum enhancement of 50%. Contract dissolution. The contract owner may voluntarily dissolve the partnerships with the remaining partners. Contract partners. 05. It was evident that this parchment functioned similarly to a party system in an online game, with the contract owner serving as the leader and the contract partners as teammates. Chu Hong was genuinely astonished. What is the most perilous aspect of the apocalypse? It is not the bloodthirsty creatures nor the ferocious beasts that one must fear, but rather the treachery of human hearts. For one can never ascertain when a so-called ally might deliver a fatal blow from behind, seizing all your resources for themselves. This is precisely why Chu Hong has refrained from clearly defining the identities of Anya and her companions. The emergence of this parchment perfectly alleviates his lingering concerns. Moreover, setting this aside, the enhancement effect of this contract is extraordinarily formidable. By gathering contract partners, one can attain a 50% boost. What does this signify? With all three of Chu Hong's attributes maxed out, this 50% enhancement could bestow him with an additional 50 points across the board, bringing him to an astonishing total of 149 points. On this foundation, even with the augmentation from the wild tombs in the mountains upon awakenings, his attributes would soar to an impressive score exceeding 220 points, equivalent to 22 times that of an ordinary person. And this is merely the beginning. As player attributes increase, the potency of this parchment will grow increasingly daunting. From the golden treasure chest, 3 items were revealed. 2 were intermediate life potions and a partner contract, while the last was a dark jade disc known as the Treasure Locator. Treasure Locator can be merged with the game map. When used, it marks the locations of treasure chests and other valuables within a 1-kilometer radius on the game map. This treasure-finding function can be utilized once per natural day, with usage reset at midnight, and the count cannot be stacked. Compared to the partner contract, the allure of the Treasure Locator is somewhat diminished for Chu Hong, yet its significance is profound. The hidden hint system at his disposal accurately indicates which building and floor contain treasure chests, but this functionality is confined to his line of sight. The Treasure Locator serves to remedy this limitation. Thus, Chu Hong can first employ the Treasure Locator to roughly identify the locations of treasure chests and other valuables, and then use his external assistance for precise localization, saving considerable effort. However, the greatest significance of the Treasure Locator for Chu Hong lies not in its practical applications, but rather in its ability to conceal the secrets of his external assistants. With the Treasure Locator in hand, he often need not resort to subterfuge, fretting over the possibility of others uncovering his secret. Lost in contemplation, a wail suddenly pierced the air. Chu Hong lifted his gaze, only to realize he had unwittingly returned to the entrance of the clothing store, where the cries emanated from the 3 neon individuals inside. Previously, he had shattered the door, allowing him to hear their lamentations distinctly from outside. Judging by the intensity of their wails, it was evident that the middle-aged man had tended to them with great care. A sardonic smile crept across Chu Hong's face as he stepped into the store. "Brother Chu Hong, you have returned," exclaimed Meng Yu. To which Chu Hong responded with a smile and a nod, handing the potion in his hand to Anya. "I shall check over there first." He then approached the middle-aged man, his gaze sweeping over the 2 neon figures sprawled on the floor, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The pitiful state of the 2 neon individuals on the ground surpassed even that of the wild tombs in the mountains. In the mountains, the wild grave bore witness to a grotesque scene, where 2 individuals lay, their limbs reduced to a pulpy mass, their bodies, as if subjected to 1,000 cuts, were the marks of brutality. Their eyes were hollow and bloodied, noses severed, resembling fiends that crawled forth from the depths of hell, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. "Quite ruthless, I see," remarked Chu Hong, casting a glance at the blunt saw held by the middle-aged man. "In ancient times, you would have been a master of interrogation." The man dropped the saw, still dripping with remnants of flesh, and managed a sheepish smile. "These are merely the leftovers from those neon people. Were it not for their treatment of our compatriots, I would not have resorted to such measures." Hearing the word compatriots from his lips struck Chu Hong as somewhat ironic. A chill passed through his gaze, though he concealed any sign of discomfort as he inquired, "So, how does it feel to exact revenge?" The middle-aged man paused, then nodded. "It feels good. Thank you, my lord." "Glad to hear it," Chu Hong replied with a smile. "Have a bite and rest a moment. I shall take care of these 2 first and return shortly." With that, he seized one of the neon men and brought him before Anya and Meng Yu, discarding them at their feet. "One for each of you. Consider it my gift. You may choose to kill them before they perish or wait until they transform into zombies and eliminate them then." Without awaiting their response, Chu Hong approached Zhang Xiaodao, tossing him a cigarette of an unknown brand. "Found this in a shop. I don't smoke, so it's yours." Zhang Xiaodao looked momentarily surprised, a smile breaking across his face as he eagerly opened the pack, hastily lit one, and inhaled deeply, exhaling a smoke ring with a look of utter bliss. Who among us out here doesn't have a craving for tobacco? After just a few days in this world, I was already yearning for a smoke. This comes at the perfect time. Are you certain you wish to align yourself with me? Chu Hong asked, observing him intently. Zhang Xiaodao paused for a few seconds, then met Chu Hong's gaze, suddenly grinning. "Of course." "Very well," Chu Hong nodded. "That man is yours to deal with as you wish." With that, Chu Hong turned towards the wild grave, realizing it was time to dispose of the hefty figure there. The once proud mountain grave now lay on the brink of death, clinging to life by sheer force of will. Clang. A long blade appeared in Chu Heng's hand, emitting a soft chime, as if celebrating the impending carnage. With a stoic expression, he poised the blade above the heart of the mountain grave and plunged it down. In an instant, the mountain grave met its end. And Chu Heng stood still, awaiting what was to come. Shortly thereafter, the mountain grave transformed into a zombie, reanimating with even greater strength than in life. Yet, for Chu Heng, it was but a mere matter of a single strike. The blade flashed, cleaving the zombie's head in two, leading to its swift demise. Utilizing his collection technique, a faint blue light emanated from the corpse, enveloping him. Congratulations on successfully collecting Level 1 Crystal Core 1, Level 0 Crystal Core 72. 2 exotic species, 22 canned beef, 18 instant noodles, 12 worn women's underwear, 1 whip, 1 nurse outfit, 1 sailor suit, and 7 space ring fragments. Chu Heng's expression grew somewhat peculiar, as if something strange had mingled within. It was only then that he realized he had made an error in his writing. It should have been 2 exotic species, not 1, and he had corrected it. Chapter 38. Equality of all beings. A chill ran down Chu Heng's spine as he contemplated the morbid humor of this neon fat man. He proceeded to clear away all the useless items before turning his attention to the 2 exotic species he had harvested. Upon examining the first one, he discovered it to be the beast mimicry pig from the mountain wild tomb. With a slight grimace, he shifted his gaze to the other crystal core, his heart racing as his eyes ignited with fervor. This was indeed the original energy exotic species that Chu Heng had been relentlessly searching for. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. Detected that the effect of this item is determined by the user, possessing randomness. Analysis commencing. Analyzing. What on earth? Chu Heng was momentarily taken aback, but soon the system's voice resumed. Analysis complete. As Chu Heng pondered the purpose of this analysis, he suddenly noticed a change in the hidden prompt related to the original energy exotic species. Original energy exotic species, capable of guiding players to awaken their innate abilities, with the type and quantity of powers determined by the user, possessing randomness. Usage requirements. The player's strength, agility, and constitution attributes must all reach their maximum values. Hosts innate abilities. Mysterious beings of all. Special arena. Mysterious beings of all, capable of replicating and storing other players' abilities for usage. With storage capacity and energy consumption increasing as the ability level rises, the effectiveness of using others' abilities enhances with the level of the ability. Special arena. Able to instantly pull other beings into a special space where no abilities can be used. Consumes all current energy upon use, with the duration of the space determined by the energy consumed, unable to be upgraded. Holy smokes, this is outrageous. Not only does he possess an extraordinary ability, but he has two. Chu Heng stared, dumbfounded, at the hidden prompt, his heart pounding fiercely, feeling an exhilarating tension he hadn't experienced in a long time. This was not merely the mysterious beings and arena. It was a true equality of all beings. He suddenly recalled a classic quote, "Not a single capable one exists." Previously, he had hesitated between choosing the original energy exotic species or the energy inherent exotic species for awakening, whether to wait for the selection of light and dark abilities or time and space powers. Now, it was clear, such decisions were for children. He wanted them all. Just then, the wails ceased, and Zhang Xiaodao approached, interrupting Chu Heng's excitement. "Boss, everything has been taken care of." Chu Heng snapped back to reality, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement as he nodded. Anya, Mingyue, and Zhang Xiaodao looked at Chu Heng in confusion. From the moment they had known him, he had always been a person whose emotions were well concealed, and this was the first time he had exhibited such intense joy. Feeling the gaze of the 3 individuals upon him, Chu Heng suppressed the joy swelling within and composed himself. He cast a fleeting glance at the 2 neon male corpses, devoid of any zombie characteristics, and the tragic remains of a middle-aged man deep within the clothing store, nodding in satisfaction. "Now, allow me to share something," Chu Heng began, producing a primitive partner contract and inscribing his true name in the designated area. The trio's attention was instantly captivated by the ancient parchment before them. This was a primary partner contract, akin to a cooperative mode in a game. Once signed, it would prevent any harm from being inflicted upon the contracted partners, while also bestowing considerable attribute enhancements. "Would you care to join my team?" Chu Heng inquired slowly, his gaze sweeping over their faces. "I am willing." Zhang Xiaodao was the first to respond, but Chu Heng interrupted him, continuing, "Hold your enthusiasm for a moment. I urge you to ponder carefully before making a decision. From my perspective, the opportunity to enter into a contract is invaluable, and should you become my teammates, I intend to invest substantial resources in you. I would prefer not to hear any of you express a desire to leave shortly after our union." At Chu Heng's words, a heavy silence enveloped the group. His remarks were undoubtedly pragmatic. Once a team was formed, The direction of their journey would be dictated by him. This implied that they might have to relinquish certain aspects of their lives, such as Anya, whose father resided in the Western continent. What if Chu Hong had no intention of venturing there in the future? Or consider Zhang Xiaodao should they encounter Meng Yi, and if Chu Heng chose to avoid conflict? What would happen then? These were pressing realities they faced. In the midst of this silence, it was Meng Yu who first raised her hand to speak. May I, boss? I come from a single-parent family, and my father is right here in the city. If we pass by, could you assist me in rescuing him? Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback, realizing for the first time that Meng Yu hailed from a single-parent household. Reflecting on her previous displays of tenacity and resilience, he suddenly understood. Certainly, Chu Heng's demeanor softened considerably as he handed the contract to Meng Yu. Without hesitation, she took the parchment and inscribed her name in the blank space. As she did so, the parchment emitted a brief glow. Subsequently, Chu Hong sensed an inexplicable connection forming between him and Meng Yu. However, his attributes had reached their limit and could not be enhanced further, thus remaining unchanged. Boss, I too wish to join, Zhang Xiaodao declared, taking a deep breath. With you by my side, I am confident we can thrive. As long as we are alive, there is always hope. Chu Hong smiled at him and passed the contract over, and another name was added to the parchment. Only Anya remained, yet to make her decision. After a prolonged silence, Anya ultimately resolved to join. Just as Zhang Xiaodao had articulated, as long as one is alive, there is always hope. As long as one lives, there will inevitably come a day of reunion. As Anya inscribed her name, Zhang Xiaodao suddenly sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "My goodness, how has my attribute skyrocketed so dramatically? The enhancement from this contract is utterly astonishing." Upon hearing his remark, Meng Yu and Anya were equally taken aback, hastily checking their own attributes before casting bewildered glances at Chu Hong. Chu Hong rolled up the parchment and tucked it into his ring, offering them a faint smile. This is the essence of the contract. Centered around me, within a radius of 1,000 meters, for every existing contract partner. The attributes of all of us will be elevated by 10%. Apart from myself, there can be a maximum of 4 contract partners. Are you saying that if we find just one more partner, our attributes could increase by 50%? Anya asked, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chu Hong nodded affirmatively. This is simply outrageous, Meng Yu remarked sincerely, then added, fortunately, I am among the beneficiaries. The group erupted into laughter, their eyes brimming with relief. Chapter 39. An abandoned place, a hell on earth. With the matter of forming a team resolved, Chu Hong was eager to return for his awakening. However, with more than 2 hours until dusk, he realized that after his awakening tonight, he would need to raid the base of Ruiji in the mountains the following day. Contemplating the situation, to prevent others from reaping the rewards of the commercial street he had painstakingly cleared, he decided to gather all essential resources with the 3 of them. Currently, he possessed 8 fragments of space rings, still far from upgrading to 4, so he distributed these fragments to Anya and Meng Yu. Instantly, their space rings upgraded to level 2. During the subsequent raid, Chu Hong entrusted most of the medicines to Anya, while clothing and other daily necessities were given to Meng Yu. Naturally, he took it upon himself to gather the most crucial supplies, food and water, while Zhang Xiaodao collected seasonings and consumables such as tobacco and alcohol. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. Last night, Chu Heng successfully awakened using the original energy variant and had now become an awakener with 2 powers. His awakening had perfected his 3 fundamental attributes, resulting in a significant transformation of his status panel. Player, Chu Hong. Gender, male. Strength, 140, 10040. Agility, 140, 10040. Constitution, 140, 10040. Energy, 500. Ability 1. Mysterious beings, capable of duplicating and storing the abilities of other players for usage, but can only utilize one copied ability at a time. Current ability level, first stage, ability storage slots, 33. Effectiveness of the ability is 80 of a normal awakener's, limited to enhancement effects. Duplicating and storing abilities consumes 50 energy, selecting an ability to use consumes 20 energy. And each minute of ability usage depletes 10 energy. Note, can consume 1,000 level 0 crystal cores to upgrade to the next level, and can exchange 1 level 1 crystal core for 20 level 0 crystal cores. Subordinate ability level, Tier 2, ability storage slots, 55, ability effect, normal awakening at 100. Choosing to use the ability consumes 20 energy, with an energy consumption rate of 20 points per minute during usage. Ability 2, Special Arena, non-upgradable. This ability can instantaneously draw other beings into a unique space where no abilities can be utilized. Upon activation, the player's energy will be entirely depleted. For every 20 points of energy emptied, the duration of the special space extends by 1 minute, continuing until one party perishes or the time expires, at which point the special space will automatically close. It is likely due to Chu Heng achieving maximum attributes prior to awakening that his energy value post-awakening is 5 times that of Shan Zhongya, another level 1 awakener. Fortunately, if it were otherwise, and he were to replicate an ability and use it, he would only be able to sustain the replicated ability for a mere 3 minutes. The transition from enhancing attributes to upgrading ability levels also meant that the materials required changed from level 0 crystals to level 1 crystals, with the elevation to the next tier demanding an astonishing 50 level 1 crystals, equivalent to 1,000 level 0 crystals. This quantity is significant even for Chu Heng. In contrast, he currently possesses less than 1/5 of the required crystals for an upgrade. Simultaneously, the other members of the team underwent considerable transformations. Firstly, Anya, bolstered by the intermediate life potions distributed by Chu Heng and the crystals she had accumulated, saw her strength and constitution attributes soar to over 50, while her agility reached an impressive 62. Meng Yu and Zhang Xiaodao also saw their three-dimensional attributes exceed 30. Notably, these figures reflect their base attributes. With the team's enhancements, their attributes could increase even further. Although all three were now capable of awakening, they tacitly chose to heed Chu Heng's guidance and wait until one attribute reached 80, while the other two hovered around 50 to 60 before proceeding with their awakenings. "Let us go. Get in the vehicle," Chu Heng cheerfully exclaimed, patting the imposing off-road vehicle that had suddenly appeared before him. Following the description provided by the middle-aged man, he drove westward, quickly arriving at the small factory he had mentioned. However, upon arrival, it was evident that the place was deserted, with hidden prompts indicating that not a single soul remained inside. The factory's entrance stood ajar, adorned with two blood-red clown faces, seemingly mocking Chu Heng and heralding their vengeance. As he ventured inside, the path from the entrance to the factory was stained with dried blood. Chu Heng drove the vehicle directly into the premises. "Disembark and ready your weapons. There are likely zombies inside," he cautioned, turning back to his companions. The team's armaments had significantly improved, akin to trading a Sparrow gun for a cannon. The pistol acquired from Chi Lair's inventory was entrusted to Meng Yu, who had previously frequented shooting ranges with her father, affording her a degree of familiarity and accuracy with firearms. Given that she was currently the weakest member of the team, this arrangement served as a means of self-defense. Additionally, he bestowed upon her the hand axe obtained from the commercial street. Initially, he intended to give it to Anya and have her pass the crowbar to Meng Yu, but Anya adamantly refused, leaving him with no choice but to relent. The remaining dagger, a Mitsubishi, was entrusted to Zhang Xiaodao, for reasons unknown. He held a peculiar fondness for such short weapons. As the group disembarked from the vehicle, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Chu Heng stored the car within the confines of his ring space. Then, wielding his long blade, he led them into the depths of the factory. He surmised that Yamamoto Ruichi had likely left with his men ahead of time, prompted by the warnings from the wild tomb in the mountains. However, in their departure, they had drawn numerous zombies to the factory using the blood of Dragon Kingdom players, lying in wait for him. Perhaps Yamamoto Ruichi did not genuinely believe such trivial tactics could lead to Chu Heng's demise. He might have simply aimed to irritate him while causing a modicum of inconvenience. Alternatively, he may have underestimated Chu Heng's current prowess. As the quartet stood outside the entrance, the guttural roars of zombies echoed from within. Unfazed, Chu Heng kicked open the heavy door. Before them sprawled a sea of zombies, an estimated count of at least 200 or 300. Little did Yamamoto Ruichi know that the so-called trouble he devised for Chu Heng, particularly for the Chu Heng who now possessed a contract partner, would merely be a trivial challenge. Positioned at the forefront, Chu Heng wielded his saber as though it possessed a life of its own, dancing gracefully like a butterfly, yet transforming into a fearsome tempest of blades. Not a single zombie could breach the perimeter of his sword. Amidst the swirling blades, countless green orbs drifted into his body. Behind Chu Heng, Anya and the others were tasked with fending off the zombies advancing from other directions. While their numbers were considerable, they presented only a slight exertion, hardly a significant nuisance. The stench of blood filled the air as zombies fell in rapid succession, leaving behind a gruesome scene of severed limbs and bisected heads. Within approximately half an hour, the four had cleared the factory of its undead inhabitants. Having collected all that needed to be gathered, Chu Heng proceeded deeper into the factory. Upon pushing open a warehouse door, the scene before him rendered him speechless. Anya and her companions, who had caught up, now breathed heavily, their eyes filled with profound rage. The wretched creatures. Chapter 40. An unexpected sense of crisis as the doors swung open, light streamed into the dark warehouse, illuminating the blood-soaked ground. With the aid of this light, the group discerned the grim reality within. The sight was so horrific that Anya and Mingwei could not help but lean against the wall, retching, while even Zhang Xiaodao was seized by dry heaves. Chu Heng's countenance darkened as he observed the scene, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them. His gaze now imbued with a chilling murderous intent, he retrieved a jug of gasoline from his spatial ring, uncapped it, and poured the liquid over the ground, allowing it to mingle with the blood-soaked floor before discarding a lit lighter among the mess. Flames erupted instantaneously, soaring toward the heavens. "Let us go," Chu Heng stated flatly, turning away with an impassive expression. The others cast one last, lingering glance at the warehouse engulfed in flames, then followed Chu Heng outside. Once outside, Chu Heng retrieved the off-road vehicle, taking his seat at the wheel, silently gazing at the two jesters at the gate before opening the chat channel. After a couple of days, the chat channel has grown quite desolate. During the day, most individuals are preoccupied with scavenging for supplies and combating zombies to enhance their attributes, leaving little time for idle chatter. Only a handful of those trapped or momentarily idle engage in sporadic conversation within the channel. Suddenly, a message appeared in the chat. Reward. Anyone who can provide accurate information regarding the gathering place of the Neon people may exchange it for crystal cores. Once verified, for each Neon individual confirmed at the base, I shall offer 1 crystal core as a reward, with no upper limit. Upon this revelation, a brief silence enveloped the chat channel before it erupted with activity, a flurry of new messages cascading in. The spectators were abuzz. What grudge did this individual have against the Neon people? It seemed they had long harbored disdain for them. It appeared that a spectacle was imminent. Is this for real? If I provide accurate information and you don't give me the crystal cores, what then? Wow, the threat to obliterate a base is quite bold. This person seems formidable. Do you need any underlings? We have 2 Neon individuals in our base, but most are from the Dragon Kingdom. Does that count? Amidst the relentless stream of messages, Chu Heng rubbed his swollen temples and contemplated before responding in the channel. The base in question requires a primary presence of Neon individuals. Once verified and all have been eliminated, I will reward based on headcount. As for whether I can afford to pay, well, you can find out for yourself. Also, if anyone dares provide false information and waste my time, I suggest you hope not to cross paths with me. With that, Chu Heng closed the chat channel. Unable to suppress a sigh, he was not the type to jeopardize his own interests for others. Yet after witnessing the silent cries of those trapped in the shadowy warehouse, he ultimately succumbed to such actions. He resolved never to engage in such foolishness again. After all, he was merely a small player. Those crystal cores were far better utilized for his own upgrades. Such tasks were better left to the heroes. The few individuals seated behind him did not catch his murmured words, but noted the bounty he had posted in the chat. Their gazes toward Chu Heng shifted with newfound significance, and Zhang Xiao could not help but exclaim, "Wow, boss, you're amazing." Chu Heng offered no reply, opening the map and setting off toward the nearest gas station, as indicated. In this post-apocalyptic world, gasoline had become a vital strategic resource. The operation of various vehicles relied heavily upon it, and it could also serve as a weapon, functioning as a form of hard currency. As they traversed a landscape that seemed different from their previous journey, Mingyu ventured a question, "Brother Chu Heng, this doesn't seem like the way back, does it?" "Indeed, we're heading to the gas station to procure some fuel. Most people have yet to realize the significance of these resources. I intend to gather as much as possible while the opportunity presents itself," Chu Heng replied without turning his head. As he grew more familiar with his companions and their camaraderie deepened, Chu Heng found himself speaking more freely. Had this been at the outset of their acquaintance, he would have been far less inclined to explain. Zhang Xiaodao, lost in thought, nodded contemplatively. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he inquired, "Boss, do you think it would be prudent for us to secure the weapons from the police stations or military camps?" Upon hearing his words, Chu Heng was momentarily taken aback. This notion had indeed crossed his mind during the initial stages, yet the recent surge of events clouded his recollection. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaodao's reminder, he would likely have forgotten entirely. "I almost overlooked that," he replied. "Open the map and see if we can locate a gas station nearby. We should pay it a visit shortly." "Understood." The black SUV sped along the highway, its aggressive contours glistening under the sunlight like a streak of light. The cacophony of the vehicle drew the attention of the zombies lining the roadside, yet they were unable to keep pace, reduced to impotent growls as they redirected their focus elsewhere. After a while, Chu Heng halted the vehicle approximately a kilometer from the gas station. Before them lay a road choked with countless wrecked cars, extending for a couple of 100 meters. Entry by vehicle was utterly impossible. With a sigh, Chu Heng turned to Zhang Xiaodao and Mingyu, who were seated behind him, and said, "The path ahead is blocked. We must disembark and proceed on foot, retrieving our weapons as we go. Treat them as essential provisions." Mingyu was the last to exit the vehicle, and as she stepped out, Chu Heng stowed the car away. At that moment, the nearby zombies, attracted by the earlier roar of the engine, began to converge upon them. Same as before. Chu Hong instructed, I will take the lead. Anya will cover the right flank. Mingyu, you take the left, and Xiaodao, you guard the rear. He glanced at the group and asked, is that agreeable? The three nodded in affirmation. With purposeful strides, Chu Hong advanced, wielding his long blade with ease as he dispatched the encroaching zombies, while the others swiftly assumed their designated roles. Following their skirmish at the factory, the group had experienced a boost in their attributes, particularly Anya, whose awakening was becoming increasingly imminent. Chu Hong eagerly anticipated her transformation, since his own awakening. He had yet to encounter another awakened individual, rendering his unique ability, which had yet to be utilized, dormant. He planned to entrust her with the special ability he had harbored, one that harnessed the power of vibrations. Chu Hong had long coveted this ability. As for Mingyu and Zhang Xiaodao, he had devised strategies for them as well. Zhang Xiaodao, with his speed and preference for short-range weaponry, was ideally suited for development in the assassin direction. However, regarding Mingyu, Chu Hong found himself at a loss. This girl, for reasons unknown, had an affinity for a violent aesthetic and focused heavily on strength. While the superhuman strength ability he possessed could be utilized by her, its drawbacks were glaring. It was easily countered by swifter opponents. Thus, Chu Hong resolved to wait and see if he could discover a more suitable ability for her. The four of them proceeded cautiously, drawing closer to the heap of abandoned vehicles, beyond which lay the scene of a catastrophic accident stretching for hundreds of meters. Just then, a rustling sound unexpectedly emanated from the tall grass to their right, where the foliage stood at human height. Meanwhile, an alarm bell rang in Chu Hong's heart, as an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him entirely. Chapter 41. A Deadly Predicament, the Key to Breaking the Siege. Everyone retreat to the left. We are likely in trouble. Chu Hong whispered, his gaze fixed intently on the tall grass ahead. Within this thicket, there are 8 mutated stray dogs rapidly approaching you. 5 at level 0. 2 at level 1, and 1 at level 2. Threat level, high. It is advised that the host evacuates promptly. Level 2? Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Thus far, the highest level he had encountered was a level 1 zombie transformed from a wild grave in the mountains. Although its speed was somewhat diminished compared to its living state, its strength had significantly increased, making its overall combat ability nearly on par with its former self. He could easily handle a level 1 creature, but what about a level 2? While he pondered, the creatures from the thicket emerged languidly. 8 mutated beasts. Their appearances still bore the characteristics of canines, yet their sizes were astonishing. The smallest among them, the 5 level 0 creatures, were comparable in size to large dogs, with 1 or 2 even slightly larger. Their speed approached 50, while their strength and physique hovered around 40. 3 medium-sized level 1 mutated dogs each resembled calves, with attributes of strength and physique around 70 and their speed exceeding 80. Leading the pack was the largest creature, towering at nearly 2 meters. Its long tail trailing behind like a copper whip, almost as thick as Mingyu's wrist. Unlike the disheveled appearance of the other 7, this level 2 giant dog sported a sleek, crimson coat that gleamed with cleanliness, appearing as though it were a blazing flame under the sunlight. The sight of this colossal beast caused several onlookers to gasp in astonishment. This creature bore little resemblance to a dog. If one were to draw a royal emblem upon its forehead, it could easily be mistaken for a giant tiger. Chu Hong quickly examined the hidden prompts. Flame Hound, level 2 mutated beast, evolved from stray dogs, possessing the ability to control fire. Strength, 130, speed, 150, physique, 130, special ability, fire. Capable of initially controlling flames to envelop its body, able to launch close-range fire attacks, immune to fire. Ability level, first tier. Ability weakness, vulnerable to water, earth, and vacuum-related abilities. Vulnerable areas, joints, spine, head, fatal. Risk assessment. Currently, it is evenly matched with you. Threat level is high. Unlike humans, the level 0 and level 1 mutated beasts correspond to the common stage of humanity. It is only at level 2 that their abilities awaken. However, this does not imply they are weaker than humans. On the contrary, these mutated beasts possess significantly greater physical attributes than typical players of the same level. Except for elite players, ordinary individuals can only hope to overcome them through teamwork and leveraging weapon advantages. Observing these giant dogs, Chu Hong contemplated silently. With the speed of this level 2 mutated dog, escape was certainly not an option. According to his own capabilities, he should be able to hold off a level 2 mutated dog along with a level 1. Anya could nearly eliminate a level 1. And with Mingyu wielding a pistol and Zhang Xiaodao assisting, they should easily handle the remaining level 0 mutated dogs. By the time the 3 of them finished their battle, he would be able to take care of the other level 1 mutated dog. and he believed he could manage the level 2 flame dog as well. This battle was certainly winnable. With this thought, Chu Hong couldn't help but exhale with relief. Secretly grateful that the number of mutated dogs was relatively small, otherwise, today could have turned perilous. Just as he was contemplating this, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the grass on his left. Chu Heng involuntarily shuddered and quickly turned to look. In this patch of grass, there are 7 mutated stray dogs rapidly approaching you, for level 0 and 3 level 1. Threat level, medium. Moments after seeing the notification, 5 level 0 and 2 level 1 mutated beasts emerged from the left grass. Witnessing this scene, Chu Heng's expression darkened instantly, and he couldn't help but want to slap himself. Curse your luck. Just moments ago, he had lamented that they weren't facing enough adversaries, and now, it seemed the tide had turned, with the creatures deeming him insufficient. The mutated dogs from both sides converged seamlessly, forming an impenetrable encirclement that tightly surrounded Chu Hong. Observing this, the hearts of the 4 sank in unison. These beasts were a coordinated group and even understood tactics. Chu Hong fixed his gaze on the level 2 giant dog, his mind racing as he sought a way to break free. Logically, the best choice would be to make a hasty retreat, but, regrettably, it was evident that such an option was unfeasible. Thus, it appeared that they had no choice but to fight. As Chu Hong observed that, despite being surrounded, the mutated dogs had yet to launch an attack. A sudden realization dawned on him. Animals residing in the law of the jungle possess an acute sense of danger. The reason these mutated dogs refrained from attacking could very well be that he had intimidated them, waiting patiently for him and his companions to reveal a flaw before striking with deadly precision. The time they waited would be their opportunity. Gently, Chu Hong nudged Anya on the shoulder and quietly inquired, "How many crystal cores do you still need to meet my criteria?" Anya paused, and after a moment of silence, she softly replied, "Approximately 180. Chu Hong nodded, promptly opening a private chat to trade her 200 crystal cores. "Take this to enhance your abilities. It may be a bit painful, but do not let the mutated dogs perceive any weakness. I will assist you shortly." Chu Hong understood clearly that the resolution to this crisis rested upon himself and Anya. The total of 420 crystal cores he had acquired from the wild grave in the mountains and a small processing plant would be insufficient, as he required 1,000 cores to advance to the second tier. The dilemma was that without replicating other abilities, even if he ascended to the second tier, there would be no substantial enhancement, aside from slightly higher attributes, rendering him not much different from ordinary players. Of course, Chu Hong had contemplated utilizing the arena to lure the flame dog into an alternate space for a life and death duel. Yet another dilemma arises. He currently possesses 500 energy points, which allows him to sustain the alternate dimension for 25 minutes. Can he vanquish the Flamehound within this time frame? Even if he does succeed in defeating the creature, his teammates outside may have already succumbed, in a state of severe injury and deprived of team bonuses due to the lack of energy. Can he survive the jaws of other mutated hounds? Thus, rather than hoarding the crystal cores for himself, it would be far more beneficial to enhance his squad members, allowing one of them to awaken and thereby enabling the manifestation of collective abilities. The Flame Hound is immune to fire. Even if he were to replicate its extraordinary powers, they would be of little use. Among his 3 companions, only Anya meets the criteria for awakening. Just as Chu Hong prepared to bestow the vibrational energy-infused anomaly upon Anya, he was suddenly struck by confusion. Wasn't there only a total of 6 anomalies within my ring? How could one have appeared out of nowhere? Chapter 42. Mastery of the Magnetic Field. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Hong finally realized when he had acquired this additional anomaly. During his time at the processing plant, he had dispatched over 200 zombies, and this anomaly must have been collected then. In the aftermath of witnessing those gruesome transformations, he had been in such a foul mood that he neglected to check his spoils, thus overlooking this particular anomaly. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Hong directed his gaze toward it. Energy-infused anomaly. Awakening material for players. The spark of abilities for the awakened can be obtained from the corpses of bloodthirsty creatures with a certain probability, with higher-level bloodthirsty beings yielding greater chances. Embedded ability. Special magnetic field control. Mastery over magnetic fields. Chu Hong was taken aback. No way, could it be? Mastery of the magnetic field? Isn't that Magneto's ability? Meanwhile, Anya and the others, having received Chu Heng's crystal cores, had completed their attribute enhancements. Noticing Chu Heng's dazed expression, Anya discreetly tugged at his sleeve. "My attributes are fully enhanced now. My speed has reached 80, and both strength and constitution are at 70. Returning to reality." Chu Heng nodded at Anya, his gaze a mixture of complexity. After a moment's hesitation, he traded the anomaly to her. Anya stared blankly at the item Chu Hong had exchanged, oblivious to the peculiar expression on his face. "Boss, what should we do next?" Zhang Xiaodao asked. his back drenched in cold sweat, surrounded by such terrifying mutated hounds. Though he considered himself tough, that did not mean he was unafraid of death, especially since he had yet to avenge his first love. Observing Anya, her body trembling slightly and radiating a pearlescent glow, Chu Hang breathed a silent sigh of relief, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes as he grinned malevolently. What to do? Of course, we wait for Anya to awaken and then unleash our vengeance. At that moment, the flamehound finally sensed something amiss. It detected a faint yet growing sense of threat emanating from the girl enveloped in a halo of white light. To extinguish the threat in its infancy was a strategy not solely reserved for humans. Creatures of the natural world behave similarly. In the next moment, a low growl erupted from the flamehound, prompting the other mutated dogs to sluggishly approach the four individuals, once possessing gentle, brownish-yellow eyes. These creatures now radiated a chilling intensity and a frenzied anticipation of the impending slaughter. Their sharp claws scratched against the ground, while the foul drool that dripped from their mouths revealed their insatiable hunger for flesh. At this juncture, Anya had yet to fully awaken and was unable to engage in the battle, while Chu Hang lacked the ability to replicate her nascent powers. Standing resolutely before the flamehound, every muscle in Chu Hang's body was taut, ready to unleash unimaginable strength at any moment. Protecting Anya was paramount. If he could only delay until her awakening was complete, victory would be assured. Hearing Chu Hang's words, Zhang Xiaodao and Mengyu responded in hushed tones. Though a flicker of fear lingered in their hearts, there was no trace of retreat in their eyes, only a surging fervor for battle. In this narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. Since avoidance was not an option, they had no choice but to fight. It would be a matter of either their demise or that of their foe, perhaps out of caution towards Chu Hang. The level 2 mutated dog did not lead the charge, instead sending its level 1 subordinates to test and distract the one it perceived as the greatest threat, Chu Hang. To this, Chu Hang was more than willing to oblige, for what he desperately needed was time. As long as the flamehound refrained from attacking, he felt confident in dispatching the remaining mutated dogs with ease. Regrettably, the flamehound was not foolish. After Chu Hang effortlessly eliminated one of the level 1 mutated dogs, it joined the fray. With its involvement, Chu Hang's situation took a turn for the worse. He could manage a 50-50 chance against the flamehound at best. But now he had to guard against the assaults of 2 level 1 dogs and 3 or 4 level 0 dogs, all while ensuring that Anya's awakening remained uninterrupted. It wasn't long before Chu Hang began to suffer injuries. One of the level 1 dogs, during a sneak attack, left deep gashes on his body, from which blood began to seep profusely. However, given Chu Hang's remarkable physique, such wounds were merely superficial and, while visually alarming, posed no genuine threat to his well-being. Nonetheless, he found himself in a rather dire predicament. At that moment, the flamehound appeared to exhibit a level of intelligence. It discerned that Chu Hang was consistently sustaining unnecessary injuries in his effort to protect the glowing figure behind him. Subsequently, it altered its strategy, directing the other mutated dogs to target Anya for ambush, compelling Chu Hang to divert his attention to her defense, only to strike at him when he was distracted. This tactic, known in human warfare as surrounding the point to strike the reinforcements, was underhanded and despicable, yet undeniably effective. Soon, Chu Hang found himself with numerous wounds, appearing increasingly disheveled, the most severe of which was inflicted by the flamehound itself. This particular wound, located on his abdomen, would have surely eviscerated him were it not for his extraordinary resilience. Meanwhile, the circumstances for Zhang Xiaodao and Anya were decidedly more favorable. Under the influence of the crystal nucleus and team contract bestowed by Chu Hang, their current speed and strength have both surpassed the threshold of 50 and 70. However, one has strength exceeding 70 while the other possesses speed that exceeds 70. Due to Chu Hang's actions, having slain one level 1 mutant dog and lured away 2 others, only 2 level 1 and 6 level 0 mutant dogs remain on their side. Although their speed and strength surpass those of the level 0 mutant dogs, their newly acquired strength is still unfamiliar to them, compounded by the interference of the level 1 mutant dogs. While their situation is relatively secure, successfully dispatching the mutant dogs proves to be a formidable challenge. As Chu Hang's wounds accumulate, the two companions grow increasingly anxious. If this continues, once Chu Hang falters, they will be the next to perish. As the battle progresses, conditions improve. The two gradually acclimate to their newfound strength, their synergy deepening, allowing them to devise an effective combat strategy. Zhang Xiaodao, faster than Mengyu, adeptly controls the level 0 mutant dogs amidst the level 1 mutant dogs' interference, while Mengyu capitalizes on this brief control to deliver a decisive blow with her weapon. Soon, although the number of level 1 mutant dogs remains unchanged, the level 0 mutant dogs dwindle to 3. Given this trajectory, the complete annihilation of the mutant dogs on their end is merely a matter of time. The flamehound, Cognizant of this predicament, hesitates momentarily before issuing a roar that commands 1 level 1 and 2 level 0 mutant dogs to assist in the fray against Chu Hong. Instantly, the pressure on Chu Hong diminishes significantly. However, the shift does not ultimately alter the outcome. He glances back at Anya, whose milky radiance is slowly fading, indicating that she still requires time to awaken. Chapter 43. The initial experience of all beings. The battle rages on. With the arrival of mutant dogs from Chu Heng's side, Zhang Xiaodao and Meng Yu find themselves momentarily flustered. Yet, as their synergy strengthens, they regain their composure. Although they do not yet possess an advantage, they no longer find themselves at a disadvantage. They occasionally seize opportunities to diminish the ranks of the mutant dogs. Meanwhile, the frequency of Chu Heng's injuries begins to wane. Everything appears to be progressing favorably, and it seems that even without Anya's awakening, they might have a chance at victory. However, this promising situation is abruptly altered by a thunderous roar from the flame hound. Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignites from the tip of its tail, rapidly enveloping its entire body in a fiery armor that enhances its formidable presence. Witnessing this transformation, Chu Heng's expression shifts with concern. After enduring such a protracted battle, and with wounds accumulating, he begins to feel the weight of fatigue. In stark contrast, the flame hound, having exerted little effort and remaining unscathed, stands in its prime. At this moment, Chu Hong cannot help but feel a tinge of regret. He should never have allowed Anya to awaken at this moment. Had he maintained his composure and analyzed the situation, unclouded by the exhilaration of mastering the magnetic field, he would have realized that, with the enhancement provided by the crystal core, Anya and her companions could easily contend with all the mutated dogs except for the flame hound. Moreover, by drawing the flame hound into the arena's special space, victory could be achieved with minimal cost, or at worst, they would both suffer equally. Instinctively, the flame hound would cease its relentless pursuit once it was wounded, thus resolving their predicament. However, the flame hound was indifferent to Chu Hong's regrets. Seizing the moment when Chu Hong was momentarily distracted, it charged towards him, engulfed in flames, seemingly intent on incinerating him. Yet, Chu Hong was not easily deceived. He had already come to understand that this creature possessed a degree of intelligence, and this was merely a feint. Its true target remained Anya. Indeed, the flame hound suddenly altered its course, barreling towards Anya. At that moment, Chu Hong had anticipated its attack, positioning himself between Anya and the flame hound, ready to counter its assault. The flame hound drew near, a glimmer of mockery flashing in its eyes. It did not halt its advance, but rather opened its massive jaws, a searing breath coalescing within. Chu Heng's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the hidden prompt indicating that the flame hound could unleash fiery attacks in close combat, compelling him to instinctively evade. However, in that instant, Chu Hong swiftly grasped the underlying scheme. If he were to dodge, Anya would be injured or even killed. And if he attempted to carry her away, her awakening process would be interrupted, rendering the mastery of the magnetic field a wasted effort, potentially preventing her from ever becoming an awakened being using any other variants. Faced with this dilemma, Chu Hong found himself at a loss. He was reluctant to part with the variant that held the mastery of the magnetic field, yet it was evidently unwise to withstand this attack head-on. As for drawing the flame hound into the arena's special space, he glanced at Zhang Xiaodao and Meng Yu, who were preoccupied in fierce battle, along with the mutated dogs eyeing him hungrily, and discarded that notion. The special space of the arena could only contain the flame hound, and once trapped, it could not escape before time expired. If he proceeded with this plan, the remaining level 1 mutated dog would be more than capable of slaying the incapacitated Anya. A fireball erupted from the flame hound's maw, hurtling towards Anya, leaving Chu Heng with scant time to react. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth as he turned to brace himself for the impending blow. This calamity was the result of his misjudgment, and there was no reason for Anya to bear the consequences. Just then, a long, melodic sound escaped Anya's lips as she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Chu Heng stood before her, arms outstretched like an eagle guarding its nest, while a massive fireball loomed ominously behind him. You're awake? Upon witnessing Anya awaken, Chu Heng's face lit up with delight, his hand resting gently upon her shoulder. The unique abilities of diverse beings could be activated in an instant. Anya's magnetic field manipulation became the first ability Chu Hong successfully replicated and stored. Special ability, Magnetic Field Control, Pseudo Level 1, capable of controlling the surrounding magnetic fields, endowing metallic objects within reach with magnetism, thereby manipulating them. Currently, this ability can control objects weighing no more than 800 kilograms simultaneously. Within this limit, energy consumption varies according to the number of objects controlled, their weights, and the magnitude of the magnetic field, with energy usage varying each minute. Seeing Anya awake, Chu Hong was no longer foolish enough to remain stationary. awaiting the fiery assault from the flame hound. In a flash, the two were positioned 2 meters away. The next moment, a fireball shot from the hound's mouth, crashing to the ground like a bomb, erupting with a thunderous roar and leaving a large crater in the cement, from which steam billowed. Go assist Zhang Xiaodao and the others, and familiarize yourself with your abilities. Chu Hong instructed Anya. He then cracked his neck and beckoned to the flame hound. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Activating the stored magnetic field control ability. Chu Heng's energy plummeted from a full 500 points to 430 points. A peculiar energy surged within him, and he suddenly perceived the world around him as transformed. Within his spatial ring, he had previously stored an assortment of collected fruit knives, which were now perfectly suited for the occasion. With but a thought, 2 fruit knives levitated around him. Observing the energy consumption, he noted that controlling the 2 knives in mere suspension required no energy expenditure over a minute. Hence, he summoned 2 more. 4 knives now hovered beside Chu Heng's shoulders, their tips directed menacingly at the roaring flame hound. The hound, somewhat bewildered, sensed a significant increase in the threat level emanating from this male since the awakening of the female. Where it had previously felt an equal threat, it now perceived a lethal danger from Chu Hong. Glancing at its nearly defeated subordinates, the flame hound wisely opted for retreat. However, having endured such indignation, Chu Hong was not inclined to let it escape easily. With a magnetic field enveloping him, Chu Heng's agility surged by nearly 10%, albeit at the cost of a 20-point energy drop, which continued to diminish by 5 points per minute, though his body had yet to move. The 4 knives he commanded surged toward the flame hound. Sensing the impending danger, the hound dodged left and right. Yet ultimately one of the fruit knives struck its right forepaw, pinning it firmly to the ground. Witnessing this, Chu Hong broke into a sinister grin as he approached, brandishing his long knife. Chapter 44. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. With Anya's involvement, the battlefield situation on Zhang Xiaodao's side experienced an immediate and drastic turnaround. Anya, somewhat unskilled in wielding her newly awakened magnetic field control ability, deftly maneuvered 2 gleaming fruit knives through the air, inflicting continuous damage upon the mutated canines. Under her increasingly relentless assault, a level 1 mutated dog could endure for a while longer, while a level 0 mutant would succumb within a minute, the fruit knife piercing deeply into its skull, resulting in an instant demise. Unlike the wild creatures in the mountains, Anya had awakened with her 3 attributes summoned to twice the minimum threshold for awakening. Her energy levels were double that of the mountain beasts, reaching a formidable 200 points. Although she could not compare to Chu Hong in her current combat state, she could sustain her efforts for at least half an hour. This was still with restraint, allowing her to familiarize herself with her newfound powers. Otherwise, with her attributes surpassing 100, a level 1 mutated dog would scarcely withstand a single round against her. On another segment of the battlefield, Chu Heng's attributes were already on par with the flame dog, and with his recent replication of Anya's magnetic field control ability, he wielded an astounding 500 energy points, overpowering the flame dog with ease. In no time, the creature was covered in wounds, its eyes filled with fear. Attempting to flee, it found one paw pinned to the ground by a fruit knife expertly controlled by Chu Hong. Seizing this opportunity, he would not let it slip away. Before the flame dog could break free, 3 additional fruit knives were directed to pin its remaining legs down. The flame dog cried out in pain, roaring in an effort to escape Chu Heng's grasp. However, the knives, imbued with extreme magnetic force, pressed down like an immovable mountain upon its limbs, rendering it unable to free itself, causing its paws to bleed profusely, pooling beneath him in a crimson puddle. Glancing at his ample energy reserves, Chu Hong scoffed coldly at the flame dog, advancing towards it with his long knife raised high. In the face of impending death, the flame dog whimpered, gradually ceasing its struggles, bowing its head in a show of submission. Chu Hong, unperturbed, prepared to strike down. At that moment, however, he suddenly felt a wave of foreboding wash over him, his hair standing on end as if danger loomed nearby. Instinctively, he expanded his magnetic field to sense his surroundings, bracing for a defensive stance. Suddenly, a furious sound echoed from a distance. It was gunfire. Judging by the intensity, it was not the weaker fire of a handgun. Rather, it was likely the report of a sniper rifle. Typically, a sniper bullet can reach speeds of up to 1,000 meters per second, whereas sound travels only at a third of that speed. Thus, as soon as Chu Hong heard the shot, the bullet had already traversed to within 10 meters of him. With no time for contemplation, he instinctively contracted his magnetic field to envelop his body. The next instant, he felt a sharp pain in the skin of his chest. The bullet had penetrated his flesh, embedding itself within the muscle, halting a mere distance from his heart. After the blood splattered, everyone witnessed Chu Hong collapse heavily to the ground. "Boss, Brother Chu Hong," Anya exclaimed, rushing towards him alongside the others. Zhang Xiaodao and Ming Yu pretended to flee from the wreckage. Anya, come assist me in staging a performance. Chu Hong muttered, his head bowed. He truly hadn't anticipated that while he refrained from taking advantage of others' misfortunes, someone would dare to provoke him. As for those mutated dogs, he doubted there were many people stronger than himself in the vicinity at that moment. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, the trio paused momentarily. Let us go? Listen to the boss. Zhang Xiaodao quickly responded, calling out to Ming Yu before turning to flee into the wreckage without waiting for her reaction. After a brief hesitation, Ming Yu followed suit. Anya knelt before Chu Hong, embracing him tightly, her face etched with concern as her vigilant eyes scanned their surroundings. Are you all right? A fragrant scent wafted into Chu Heng's nostrils, and feeling the softness of Anya's embrace momentarily stirred his thoughts. However, he quickly regained his composure. Chu Hong coughed gently. Although the gunshot had not inflicted any real harm, it left him feeling somewhat breathless. Of course, the cough also served to mask his unease. I'm fine. Someone is sniping us from a distance. In their eyes, I am already dead. They will likely turn their attention to you next. Expand the magnetic field and pretend to be hit, just as I will. Once we appear to be dead, they will undoubtedly come to collect the bodies. Chu Hong smirked. I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to disturb me. Anya's face remained sorrowful, tears cascading like pearls as she hesitantly inquired, what if they are very strong? No, among the current players, there shouldn't be many stronger than us. Such luck is improbable. Chu Hong contemplated briefly before continuing. Moreover, they must have witnessed our battle with the mutated dogs, knowing we were injured. If they were truly powerful, they wouldn't be acting like this now. As he spoke, another gunshot rang out. Here it comes, Chu Hong warned. In an instant, the bullet came hurtling towards them. Thanks to Chu Heng's warning, Anya was already prepared. However, the bullet was not aimed at a vital part of her body, but rather struck her calf. Under the influence of the magnetic field, the bullet swiftly decelerated, embedding itself in her calf muscle, and a spray of blood erupted into the air. Though puzzled as to why the bullet did not target her vital areas, Anya still cooperatively clutched her leg and fell to the ground, feigning agony. Subsequently, she rose and pretended to attempt an escape. Another gunshot rang out. Anya's other leg was incapacitated, and she struggled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Chu Heng stared in astonishment at Anya, tears flowing freely. Yet she displayed such realism despite not being shot. What a remarkable performance. Could she be a doctor? Even if claimed to be a professional actress, I would believe it. As Chu Hong marveled at Anya's acting prowess, a gunshot rang out once more. This shot was not aimed at Anya, but rather at Chu Hong himself. A spray of crimson erupted from his chest. Having been struck for the second time, Chu Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that this adversary was particularly cautious. After a few minutes following the gunfire, the distant sound of an automobile engine reached his ears. Finally, the enemy had made an appearance. Chapter 45, The Mysterious Contract of the Spirit. The sound of the approaching vehicle grew increasingly pronounced. Before long, Chu Hong heard the engine come to a halt, followed by the sound of a car door opening. Lying face down, he could not discern the identity of the newcomer. He could only listen intently, quietly gathering information about his foes. I thought we agreed that the girl would be left for my enjoyment first, a voice seemingly emanating from a walkie-talkie declared. The man speaking struggled with his Mandarin, his words halting, suggesting he was not from the Dragon Kingdom. Shortly thereafter, a woman responded to the individual on the other end of the device. Understood, rest assured. The walkie-talkie clicked off, and a nearby man remarked with annoyance. That woman is stunning. It's a pity that the black guy gets to benefit this time. A stir of curiosity surged within Chu Hong. The leader of this group was a woman? This revelation was not born from any bias against females in the Dragon Kingdom. The adage that women can hold up half the sky is not mere jest. In numerous fields, women often outshine their male counterparts. However, it cannot be denied that many women possess inherent disadvantages that hinder their survival in a post-apocalyptic world. In such circumstances, a single misstep can lead to dire consequences. And many women, due to these innate shortcomings, find themselves at a disadvantage, ultimately becoming subservient to men in order to survive. Thus, those women who manage to thrive without relying on others for support must either possess extraordinary abilities or embody a fierce character. A woman capable of leading men to survival must undoubtedly be exceptional, combining formidable strength with a ruthless disposition. At that moment, the woman uttered words that sent a chill through Chu Hong. This man is indeed someone of note. He managed to inflict such damage on my little fire. The man beside her chuckled. Isn't that a good thing? The stronger he is, the more fruitful our haul will be. Indeed, the woman replied with a light laugh. Then continued, all right, you all go and remove the knife from little fire's paw. I will take care of the body. And then we will bring this girl back with us. As for the other two, they seem to hold no value. Since they fled, let us allow them to go. Hearing their conversation, Chu Heng was taken aback. Little fire? The knife on the paw? Could it be that this woman referred to the blazing hound? The realization struck him that the creature was under her control. In truth, given the multitude of abilities in existence, Chu Heng was not surprised that someone could command a mutated beast. What astonished him was the fact that at this moment, someone could wield such power over a creature of that magnitude. Before he had replicated Anya's abilities, his three-dimensional attributes had reached an impressive 140 points, and he found himself somewhat at a disadvantage even against the fiery hounds. How did this woman, as the leader of a team and a summoner type awakened one, manage to capture and command it? At that moment, Chu Heng heard footsteps approaching rapidly. The woman halted at a short distance from him. After a minute, she murmured to herself in confusion, "It's strange, why can't I collect? I didn't encounter this problem when collecting from other players." Upon hearing her words, Chu Heng could no longer contain himself. The reason she couldn't collect was, of course, that he was still alive. In an instant, Chu Heng sprang to his feet, launching 4 flying daggers towards the woman before him. Simultaneously, Anya, having received a private message from Chu Heng, tore off her disguise, rose abruptly, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, sending 2 more fruit knives flying towards the bewildered enemies. At this moment, Chu Heng realized that the assailants were not merely 3 in number but 5, and with the hidden sniper, there were at least 6 adversaries in their ranks. The unfolding events were exceedingly sudden, yet the woman's reaction was swift. She dodged to the side just as the knives controlled by Chu Heng were about to strike her. However, her subordinates were not as fortunate. Anya swiftly dispatched 2 of the remaining 4 foes, while the other 2 hastily sought refuge behind a vehicle. The woman halted, her expression darkening as she looked incredulously at Chu Heng, exclaiming, "Weren't you already shot by the sniper? Were you pretending?" After speaking, she dismissed her own suspicion, for they had witnessed Chu Heng being shot and blood spattering. Chu Heng chuckled, nonchalantly shrugging, "Of course, I was deceiving you. Without that, how could you bring yourselves to reveal yourselves? As for why I'm not dead despite being shot." He grinned, and in the astonished gaze of the woman, 2 gleaming golden bullet casings ejected from Chu Heng's chest, hovering before him. Examining the gunshot wound on his chest, it was evident that the bullet had only penetrated a few centimeters, not reaching his heart at all. On the other side, Anya was momentarily taken aback by Chu Heng's display. It seemed that his awakened ability resembled hers. What a remarkable coincidence. The next moment, the woman noticed the same phenomenon occurring with Anya, as 2 bullets emerged from Anya's leg and clattered to the ground, producing a crisp metallic sound. The woman's expression shifted drastically. She pointed at Chu Heng and then, in shock, at Anya, her voice trembling slightly. "How is it possible? How can your abilities both be metal control?" Unbeknownst to her, both were not employing mere metal control, but rather the far more formidable magnetic field manipulation. However, while Anya's power was genuine, Chu Heng's was merely a counterfeit replication. Chu Heng chose not to correct her misconception and instead scrutinized the woman before him. It was only then that he realized this woman possessed considerable beauty. Though she could not compare to Anya and Minghua, she would certainly rank as a prominent online influencer on Earth. At that moment, her information materialized before Chu Heng's eyes. Zhang Manxiang, Dragon Country National, 27 years old. Strength, 43, Agility, 65, Stamina, 38, Energy, 100, Special Ability, Mysterious Spirit Contract. The Awakened can establish a soul bond with other beings, and once the contract is formed, neither party of equal rank can violate its terms. Current ability level, Tier 1, number of 0-level contracts, 0-10, number of 1-level contracts, 0-5, number of 2-level contracts, 11. Special ability defect. Should the contract target exceed the contractor's level by 1, they may not strictly adhere to the contract's terms if the disparity is 2 levels or more. Backlash may occur. Solution. Cultivate mutual intimacy and maintain the power gap within a safe range. Fatal weaknesses. Brain, heart. Risk assessment. Her strongest contract partner already fears you, and she, along with her other contract entities, poses no threat. Threat level, low. Goodness, a mysterious ability. Chu Heng exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this woman's special power was one he had never encountered before. Chapter 46. Do not approach me. I am a perfectionist. Nothing is impossible. Chu Heng shook his head at Zhang Manxiang, and with his control, the 4 flying daggers surged toward her once more. Too slow. An attack of this caliber cannot reach me. Zhang Manxiang, who had successfully evaded Chu Heng's previous strike, scoffed as she dodged, making her way towards the flame tiger. The spirit contract was an exceptionally formidable ability, not defined by the individual's power, but rather by the strength of the contracted entities. akin to the summoners or beast masters in games. Having witnessed the entire battle between Chu Heng and the Flame Hound, Zhang Manxiang was acutely aware of Chu Heng's terrifying prowess. Were it not for her greed, believing Chu Hong had been targeted for elimination, she would never have dared to position herself directly before him. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to surrender so easily. In her estimation, while Chu Hong was indeed powerful, if the Flame Hound was determined to escort her away, coupled with the cover from the Black Ghost, she still held a significant chance of escaping. As for the two unfortunate souls who had survived alongside her, she deemed them irrelevant, as long as she remained alive. The formidable strength of the spirit contract would ensure her ample resources in the future. On another front, Zhang Manxiang's two surviving subordinates shared similar thoughts. Upon observing the dire situation, the two leaned against the car, exchanged a glance, and, in tacit agreement, climbed into the vehicle, preparing to flee. Unfortunately, Anya was not one to be trifled with. Just as the two ignited the engine, two flying daggers, akin to twin dragons, sliced through the rear window and struck the back of their heads with brutal precision. Within moments of the car's ignition, both occupants had met their demise. The driver's corpse, propelled by inertia, slammed hard against the brake. The tires of the car screeched violently against the cement surface, leaving behind a dark trail spanning 5 or 6 meters before coming to a halt. Moments ago, a lively group of 6 was filled with laughter and exuberance. But now only Zhang Manxiang remained, looking like a lost soul, alongside the distant figure of the sniper, Lao Lu Haigi, aiming at Chu Hong and Anya. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, echoing from the unseen Haigi. Then, his voice crackled through the radio. "The enemy is too strong. I wish to survive. Farewell, my dear. I hope you can make it." Following this, a static hum filled the air. Chu Hong extended his magnetic field, halting the incoming bullet just over 2 meters away before it fell to the ground. He then gazed mockingly at Zhang Manxiang. "You are the last one standing. What will you do now?" Zhang Manxiang did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she fiercely hurled the radio to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Her eyes filled with venomous rage. Then, she suddenly smiled coldly. "I knew those worthless men were unreliable. They think they can enjoy themselves and then flee? Do they truly believe my soul contract is merely for show?" With that, she gestured with one hand, and Chu Hong, possessing heightened perception, instantly felt an inexplicable force emanating from her brow, converging in her palm before erupting into a dispersing wave throughout the space. Chu Hong recognized it as the soul power inherent to the soul contract. If he was not mistaken, this Haigi had signed a soul contract with Zhang Manxiang, and now that he had violated it, she could invoke the rules of the contract to eliminate him, dragging him down with her. As he suspected, before encountering Haigi, Zhang Manxiang had discovered a sniper rifle within a silver box, though she had no knowledge of its use. Upon learning that Haigi had previously served as a sniper in the Eagle Nation's army, she entertained the notion of recruiting him, while intimidating him with a fiery hound. She also endeavored to please him with her own body, and at the moment of his comfort, she seized the opportunity to have him sign the soul contract, subsequently granting him the rifle and appointing him as the team's marksman. Now, however, the contract that Haigi had willingly entered into had transformed into a death warrant. As Zhang Manxiang initiated her attack, 500 meters away from the battlefield, Haigi, clad in camouflage battle gear, felt an explosive sensation in his mind just moments after he had turned to walk away. Blood gushed from his orifices, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground, struggling for a few seconds before succumbing entirely. Back on the battlefield, as Haigi collapsed, blood trickled from Zhang Manxiang's nose and the corner of her mouth, and she knelt weakly upon the ground. Unlike the normal death of a contract subject, utilizing the rules of the soul contract to slay the violator required a price from her as the contractor. However, this side effect would gradually diminish with the enhancement of her supernatural abilities. Chu Hong gazed at the pale-faced Zhang Manxiang, his mind racing with thoughts. The first tier of the myriad beings had 3 slots for supernatural abilities. One had already been allocated for magnetic field control, and he would not let go of the spiritual contract. Thus, prior to ascending to the second tier, he needed to be particularly judicious in selecting the remaining slot for supernatural abilities. Of course, the optimal course of action was to expedite his advancement to the second tier, for this would not only increase the number of ability slots, but also render the abilities copied from myriad beings indistinguishable from the originals. At that moment, Zhang Xiaodao and Meng Yu, who had received a notification from Anya, returned, joining Chu Heng's side. They turned their gazes to Zhang Manxiang, the instigator of the entire situation. "Boss, what are your intentions with her?" Chu Hong snapped back to reality, casting a glance at Zhang Manxiang, frowning slightly as he approached her. Then, feigning concern, he helped Zhang Manxiang to her feet while surreptitiously copying the spiritual contract ability. Witnessing this scene, Anya's expression darkened, her displeasure evident as she averted her gaze. Meanwhile, Zhang Manxiang felt a surge of unexpected joy when Chu Hang placed a hand on her, wondering if he had taken a liking to her. Although she believed her beauty and figure paled in comparison to Anya's, she considered herself a high-quality woman among her peers. Moreover, she possessed a unique advantage over the other two women by understanding how to please men and being well-versed in that art. In simpler terms, she was quite adept. Subsequently, she skillfully pretended to lose her balance, leaning into Chu Hang's embrace. Just as she prepared to showcase her charm and offer sweet words to plead for mercy, she was unexpectedly pushed away by Chu Hang with a look of disdain. Stumbling back a few steps, she stared at him in bewilderment. "Do not touch me," Chu Hang remarked coolly, brushing off the arm she had touched with an expression of distaste. "I have a cleanliness obsession." Upon witnessing this, Mingyu could not suppress a laugh, while Anya also fought to contain her amusement, her previous displeasure evaporating instantly. "Are you humiliating me?" Zhang Manxiang said, her face darkening, her chest heaving with the turbulence of her emotions. Chu Hang glanced at the spiritual contract ability lying quietly in the storage slot, nodding in satisfaction before turning his expressionless gaze back to Zhang Manxiang. "Even if you consider it humiliation, so what? What do you intend to do about it? Or rather, what can you do to me?" Hearing Chu Hang's words, Zhang Manxiang's complexion grew exceedingly grim, her eyes reflecting unwillingness, humiliation, and a faint undercurrent of resentment. She bit her lip and clenched her fists, yet reason ultimately triumphed, and she wisely chose to remain silent. Certainly, she could have defiantly declared that he could do as he pleased, but if there existed even a glimmer of hope for survival, who would willingly embrace death? As the saying goes, better to live a wretched life than to die a noble death. In the face of a chance to live, dignity was hardly worth mentioning. Chu Hang paid no heed to her unsightly expression and suddenly remarked, "I am quite curious about something. If you are willing to share, I would be more than willing to grant you a swift end." His words betrayed no attempt to conceal his intent to kill her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Manxiang let out a cold laugh, mocking him. "How refreshingly honest of you. Were it anyone else, they would at least feign some pretense, perhaps uttering something along the lines of sparing my life if I satisfied their curiosity. Yet here you are, utterly unreserved." Chu Hang shrugged. "There is no need for such pretense. Why delude ourselves over matters we both understand?" Zhang Manxiang regarded him intently for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. "Since you intend to kill me regardless, why should I indulge your curiosity before my demise?" Without responding, Chu Hang stepped closer, his expression impassive as he seized Zhang Manxiang by the throat, effortlessly lifting her with the strength of his arm. In his other hand, he brandished a syringe, its needle glinting ominously as he waved it before her. Can you guess what this is? The syringe, nearly the size of his palm, was filled with a black liquid that seemed to harbor malevolence, a faint stench of decay wafting from its needle. Although he did not exert much force, Zhang Manxiang found herself struggling to breathe, her gaze fixated on the syringe, her complexion shifting dramatically as a flicker of terror crossed her eyes. "It seems you recognize it." Chu Hang smiled slightly. "How long do you think it will take for you to become like those zombies after this injection? You are quite beautiful and possess a fine figure. I assume you have been quite popular on Earth. I doubt you would wish to transform into such a creature, only to be killed by me afterward." Hearing his words, Zhang Manxiang's gaze fell upon the remains of the zombies that had been slaughtered by Chu Hang and his companions, her face alternating between shades of green and white until it finally settled into a resigned sigh. "Go ahead and ask. I will speak freely as long as I know the answer. I only hope you will grant me a swift end, allowing me to die as a human. Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Chu Hang nodded, contemplating for a moment before pointing at the fiery hound he had pinned to the ground. "If I am not mistaken, your awakened ability should be akin to a contract or beast mastery. Yet, given your feeble strength, how did you manage to subdue this fiery hound and compel it to become your battle companion?" Zhang Manxiang regarded him with a hint of surprise, not expecting him to deduce her abilities so accurately. After a brief contemplation, she lifted her head and replied, "In truth, I did not capture it when it was at its peak strength to forge a contract and make it my companion." Chu Hang was taken aback, hesitating for a moment, his expression revealing astonishment. "Are you saying you nurtured this fiery hound into its current state?" "Indeed." Zhang Manxiang smiled, completely unperturbed, as if she were not a prisoner aware of her impending demise. A rare glimmer of pride and self-satisfaction illuminated her face. "Can you guess how I accomplished this?" Chu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly, as he pondered various possibilities. After approximately a minute, his gaze turned utterly frigid, regarding Zhang Manxiang as one would a corpse, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Coughing, Zhang Manxiang's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on her forehead, her legs thrashing uncontrollably in midair. Yet, she maintained a sinister grin, her smile increasingly unnerving. Just as you surmise, I fed it a total of 45 individuals, which is precisely why it evolved at such an astonishing rate. Her smile grew more maniacal as she continued. I can still vividly recall the wails of those people as they were torn asunder by the little fire. The sound was simply silence. Chu Heng interjected with a cold snort, applying more pressure with his hand, causing Zhang Manxiang to struggle for breath. Unable to articulate a word. At that moment, however, Chu Heng noticed the glimmer of expectation in her eyes. She was seeking death, deliberately attempting to provoke him into granting her a swift end, thus sparing her from further torment. Humph, Chu Heng replied with a chilling smile. I suddenly feel that merely injecting you with zombie blood would be too merciful. He then turned to Zhang Xiaodao and commanded, bring me back 2 zombies. And be sure to break their legs. Under Chu Heng's control, her fruit knives flew towards Zhang Manxiang, pinning her limbs to the ground like a blazing dog. Subsequently, the 2 zombies captured by Zhang Xiaodao were placed beside her legs, allowed to feast upon her tender flesh. The sounds of her wailing echoed as she screamed and hurled profanities at Chu Heng. You promised me a quick end. Are you even a man? How can you be so deceitful? Chu Heng pressed his foot against her throat, looking down at her with a cold, unyielding expression. I am a man of my word. But only if you are worthy of being called a person. Clearly, you do not belong in that category. Chu Heng then glanced at Zhang Xiaodao and instructed. Keep an eye on them. Let these 2 zombies start from the lower half, and ensure she does not transform too quickly. He then turned away, heading towards the blazing dog that was pinned nearby. Earlier, he had contemplated capturing this level 2 mutated beast as a pet or mount through his spiritual contract abilities. But now he had changed his mind. With a light chirp, the blade glinted like snow, and soon after, a large head fell to the ground. In the end, the level 2 blazing dog, immobilized, succumbed without resistance to Chu Heng's blade, while its master was also dispatched by him after transforming into a zombie. One might say that had Zhang Manxiang not been so greedy in her ambitions towards Chu Heng, with the strength of the blazing dog and her formidable abilities, she might have become a dominant force in her own right. However, her demise, while inconsequential to this world, is undoubtedly a boon for the weaker players. After enduring a fierce battle, the group found themselves somewhat fatigued, thus opting to rest on the spot for half an hour to recuperate. The other 3 reclined against the vehicle, closing their eyes to gather their strength, while Chu Heng, beaming with delight, sat nearby tallying their spoils. Prior to the engagement, he had distributed over 400 crystal cores among Anya, Zhang Xiaodao, and Mingyu to enhance their abilities. Consequently, following the battle, the 3 were utterly unwilling to claim the gains from the mutated hounds strewn across the ground, ultimately relinquishing all spoils to Chu Heng. It must be said that although the fight was arduous, the rewards were unprecedentedly bountiful. The level 2 crystal core nestled within the head of the Blaze Hound was equivalent to 30 level 1 cores, amounting to 600 level 0 cores. Furthermore, its fur could be fashioned into protective gear, its bones into weaponry, its blood into potions, and its flesh was edible, providing rapid restoration of stamina. It was truly a treasure trove. The other lower-tier mutated hounds bore similarities to the Blaze Hound, albeit with significantly diminished benefits. Additionally, Chu Heng had gathered a substantial amount of food and pure water, along with close to 100 level 0 crystal cores from the corpses of Zhang Manxiang and her subordinates, while also reclaiming the body of Black Ghost and the sniper rifle. Undoubtedly, the most significant acquisitions were the 2 rare types of abilities, the mysterious spirit contract and the elemental fire ability found within Zhang Manxiang and the Blaze Hound, as well as a design blueprint for a long knife. In total, the haul amounted to 824 level 0 crystal cores, 2 unique abilities, a wealth of supplies, a sniper rifle, a long knife design blueprint, and various raw materials. The sniper rifle and the blueprint, one of which was unusable to anyone, and the other lacking necessary materials, were cast into the corner of Chu Heng's spatial ring, gathering dust. As for the unique abilities, including the previously obtained ones, Chu Heng now possessed a total of 8, the elemental types of wind, earth, fire, the beast mimicry types of eagle and pig, the special type of vibration, the superhuman type of immense strength, and the mysterious type of spirit contract. Chu Heng was acutely aware that his future subordinates, or members, would not be limited to just Anya and her companions. He needed to prepare in advance. Among these unique abilities, the spirit contract and vibration were undeniably powerful and would naturally be reserved for those he trusted. The eagle could serve as a scout to gather intelligence for the team, while the wind, earth, and fire abilities could prove invaluable in certain exceptional situations and terrains. Casting a glance at the gap of only 200 needed to ascend to the second tier of crystal cores, he pondered and ultimately resolved to auction off the least useful abilities, immense strength and pig, for the price of 100 level 0 crystal cores. With less than 4 days having passed since the onset of the apocalyptic game, most individuals had met the awakening requirements, yet due to insufficient zombie kills or sheer misfortune, they lacked unique abilities to facilitate their awakening. Players like Chu Hong, holding 7 or 8 unique abilities, were exceedingly rare and in the auction house. Such abilities were in high demand. Furthermore, ordinary players were unaware of the powers contained within the unique abilities prior to their use, making awakening a matter of luck. Thus, Chu Hong could effortlessly utilize external tools to identify the anomalous entities, discarding the worthless ones at the auction house for a handsome profit. Once the number of sellers increased, he could select among them those imbued with formidable powers to procure for his trusted subordinates, while he himself would replicate and store their abilities using the universal manifestation power. For him, this was a venture ripe with benefits and devoid of risks, so why not indulge? However, in the blink of an eye, the 2 anomalous entities he had placed for auction were swiftly acquired by others. Subsequently, Chu Heng noticed a message in the comments section expressing gratitude from the buyers. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He mused to himself, "I hope you remain this cheerful once you awaken." Although this approach bore a semblance of loss, it mattered little since it did not encroach upon his own interests. Chu Hong dismissed the matter from his mind, and upon observing the sudden increase in his crystal core count, he felt an exhilarating rush. He was on the brink of ascending to the 2nd tier. Without hesitation, he summoned 3 individuals to safeguard him during his promotion. Previously, he would not have been so hasty, but after the recent events, he fully grasped the significance of timely investment. Thus, he resolved to convert his gains into strength. With the protective regulations of their partnership, he harbored no fears of being ambushed by the trio. As for interference from others, he was disinclined to dwell on it. Given the current prowess of Anya, Zhang Xiaodao, and the others, there were likely few adversaries in the city capable of challenging their combined strength. Under the vigilant protection of his companions, Chu Hong gradually calmed his mind and commenced the process of elevating his supernatural power level by consuming 1,000 level 0 crystal cores. Excruciating pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Much like the awakening process, each elevation of supernatural power was a tormenting ordeal. However, this pain differed from that of awakening, attribute enhancement, or the consumption of life potions. If their agony could be categorized as physical, then the ascension of supernatural tears was a torment of the soul, akin to a pair of hands relentlessly tugging at his very essence. After enduring a protracted period of suffering, Chu Hong finally emerged into a realm of sweet reprieve, stepping into the domain of 2nd-tier supernatural powers. Simultaneously, his status panel underwent a significant transformation. Firstly, his attributes received a foundational 10% enhancement post-elevation, achieving a total of 150 points. Secondly, his energy value surged from 500 points to an astonishing 2,000 points. Most crucially, the replication capacity of his universal manifestation ability upgraded from an equivalent of 80% of the original power attributes to a full 100%. While the storage slots for abilities increased from 3 to 5, with the vacant slots rising from 1 to 3. Once again, a new beginning unfurled before him. With the conclusion of Chu Heng's ascension, the group resumed their journey toward the gas station. The 4 of them navigated effortlessly through the maze of derelict vehicles spanning nearly 100 meters, finally emerging after 10 minutes. Phew, we are finally out. They all exhaled in unison, and Chu Hong smiled from the sidelines. He then retrieved the off-road vehicle and set forth toward the gas station. Following the route indicated on the map. Chapter 49. The gas station surrounded by zombies in the vast expanse of the world map. Every city is devoid of names, marked solely by numbers. The Tianshui community lies in the outskirts of City 144, while the gas station is situated at the very edge of this city's periphery. As they journeyed along, the roadsides were overrun with weeds, some reaching heights comparable to that of a person, showcasing the desolation of the landscape. It was the peak of summer, and fortunately, the air conditioning in the off-road vehicle was functioning adequately, continuously delivering a refreshing breeze, thus maintaining a comfortable atmosphere within the car. After driving for a while, Chu Hong relinquished the driver's seat to Zhang Xiaodao and took the passenger seat instead, opening the map to locate the police station and the military camp as mentioned by Zhang Xiaodao. The nearest military camp was positioned in the wilderness at the border of City 144 and City 145, approximately 300 kilometers from the gas station as per the map. Given their pace, they estimated that they could reach it by 4 or 5 o'clock, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In contrast, the closest police station was located just under 3 kilometers away in the suburbs of City 145. However, Chu Heng ultimately dismissed the idea of heading to the police station. Compared to a military camp, the modern weaponry found in police stations is generally of lesser caliber, and the stockpiles of firearms and ammunition are not substantial. Although this police station was also situated in a suburban area, the number of players in the vicinity would likely be considerable, making it probable that they would return empty-handed. The military camp, on the other hand, boasted a variety and quantity of weapons that far surpassed those of a police station. Basic armaments such as rifles, heavy machine guns, and explosives were commonplace, and with a stroke of luck, they might even encounter armored vehicles, tanks, or planes. If they could conquer it, they would reap a substantial reward. Nevertheless, this endeavor was not without its risks. First and foremost, as players could appear at random, it was entirely possible that other players had already infiltrated the military camp, potentially establishing a base within its confines. Additionally, the threat posed by mutated beasts could not be overlooked. The variety and number of wild animals in the wilderness far exceeded those found within urban areas. Even stray dogs had evolved to formidable levels. And it was not beyond the realm of possibility for the beasts of the mountains and forests to transform into even more terrifying mutated creatures. Regardless, Chu Heng resolved to investigate. Perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation? Lost in thought, the off-road vehicle had traversed the wild terrain, and the number of buildings lining the road began to increase. The zombies along the roadside were drawn to the sound of the vehicle's engine, staggering after it in a disoriented pursuit. We're not far from the gas station. Zhang Xiaodao glanced at the map and remarked. Upon hearing his words, the group instantly perked up, cautiously peering out the windows to observe their surroundings. In the apocalypse, one could never predict what might occur in the next moment, and vigilance was the highest virtue. I think I see something. Suddenly, Meng Yuhao stood from the back seat, pointing in a particular direction. Hearing her exclamation, Zhang Xiaodao instinctively slowed the vehicle to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Following her gaze, Chu Heng's attention sharpened immediately. In the distance of 300 to 400 meters, a gas station adorned with a red base and blue trim stood prominently on the right side of the road. At that moment, hundreds of zombies encircled the station's building, as if irresistibly drawn by an unseen delicacy within. It was evident that not only were there people inside the gas station, but their numbers were likely substantial. Zhang Xiaodao glanced sideways at Chu Heng and inquired, "Boss, should we drive closer or disembark here?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Heng replied, "Let us proceed closer. Turn around when we are about 50 or 60 meters from the gas station, and sound the horn to draw these zombies out. Most of their weapons are iron, and there's no need to take unnecessary risks by engaging them within the gas station." Chu Heng studied the map once more and continued. The entrance of the gas station is at a T-junction, expansive and susceptible to being surrounded. Zhang Xiaodao, remember to lure the zombies onto this road. It is a single thoroughfare flanked by buildings, which will help us avoid being attacked from multiple sides. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Xiaodao cautiously drove forward. As they approached within 100 meters of the gas station, Chu Heng exited the vehicle to begin dispatching the nearby zombies that had been drawn in. Moments later, the sound of the horn resonated through the air. Instantly, the zombies within the buildings on either side and those clustered at the gas station's entrance turned their attention towards the source of the noise, surging forth. In that instant, a significant portion of the zombies inside the gas station were lured out. After enticing an ample number of zombies, Zhang Xiaodao reversed course, proceeding along the same path at a measured pace, just enough to maintain the attention of the drawn zombies. Anya sat in the vehicle, her delicate face slightly chilled, her gaze indifferent. Any zombie that approached the car was swiftly dispatched by her expertly wielded fruit knife. The vehicle advanced another 30 to 40 meters before coming to a halt. The trio disembarked, forming a line across the 8 to 9 meter wide street, boldly advancing towards the oncoming horde of zombies. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered. The pursuing zombies fell in droves, akin to wheat being reaped. As the acrid blood stained the ground a deep black, the stench rising ominously into the air. In stark contrast to their calm demeanor, the survivors inside the gas station were filled with astonishment. The station's building lacked a second floor, obscuring their view of the battle unfolding outside, where Chu Heng and his companions appeared as celestial beings descending from the heavens. Upon hearing the prolonged blast of the horn, the occupants within the station felt a surge of renewed vigor. 3 days had passed since the apocalypse began, and it was common knowledge among the players that zombies were particularly sensitive to sound. To them, Chu Heng's decision to sound the horn amidst hundreds of zombies was undeniably a reckless act. Yet, what did it matter to them? While such reckless behavior did indeed divert the zombies that had encircled them, indirectly alleviating their predicament, it was not as if they had compelled Chu Heng and his group to take such risks. In this moment, the selfishness of human nature was laid bare, revealing its exquisite intricacies. Perhaps the inherent nature of humanity is malevolent, and this apocalyptic era merely serves as an opportunity for the majority to liberate themselves. While the individuals within the station were preoccupied with their own calculations, the battle involving Chu Hong and his companions was drawing to a close. In less than half an hour, nearly 300 zombies had succumbed to their might, their mangled corpses accumulating beneath their feet, rendering the ground nearly impassable. Once the zombies no longer obstructed their view, the survivors inside the station were finally confronted with this astonishing spectacle, leaving them momentarily speechless, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Chapter 50, An unexpected trouble. Most of the zombies outside the station had been eradicated, leaving only a few insignificant stragglers that posed no challenge to Chu Hong and his group. After dispatching the remaining undead, Chu Hong led the others to the front of the station. Previously, in an effort to prevent the zombies from breaching their sanctuary, the survivors had barricaded the entrance with various tables and chairs. To gain entry, they would either need the occupants to clear the blockade or resort to forceful means. Although Chu Hong was reluctant to engage with the individuals inside, the scant resources at his disposal compelled him to seek the fuel stored within the station. Not one to court trouble, he opted for diplomacy before aggression. Knocking on the glass door, Chu Hong gestured towards the stacked furniture, signaling for them to open the entrance. However, this prompted a division of opinion among the survivors within the station. Some viewed Chu Hong and his companions as their saviors, believing they should be welcomed with open arms, while others perceived them as a formidable threat, fearing that any ill intentions could render them utterly defenseless. This led to a heated debate, with neither faction able to sway the other. Both perspectives held merit, yet neither could be deemed entirely correct. In a world beset by chaos, survival often necessitates vigilance and suspicion, making the latter group's stance more aligned with the principles of self-preservation. Nonetheless, they drastically underestimated the capabilities of Chu Hong and his companions. The reason for their hesitance to enter was not a lack of ability, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary conflict. Observing the discord within, Chu Hong furrowed his brow. Their time was precious, and they needed to reach the military camp before nightfall, leaving no room for protracted delays. Since the initial approach had yielded no willingness to cooperate, they were left with little choice but to adopt a more forceful strategy. In an instant, his magnetic control ability surged into action. With the evolution of their abilities to the second tier, the replication power that Chu Hong wielded was now indistinguishable from Anya's second-tier capabilities. And the maximum weight he could manipulate escalated from 800 kilograms to an impressive 5 tons. With a resounding crash, under the deft manipulation of Chu Hong, the iron tables and chairs piled before the gas station's entrance were suddenly lifted, shattering the glass doors before drifting down to rest haphazardly on the open ground outside. The two groups within the station, previously embroiled in heated argument, were momentarily silenced, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment, as if they had encountered a specter. Chu Hong stepped into the station, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly surveying the assembly. With an air of indifference, he inquired, "Where is the warehouse for the oil drums?" Throughout the past few days since the game's inception, Chu Hong had engaged in numerous skirmishes. His hands stained with the blood of countless zombies, an estimation of 1,000 or 2,000 would not be far from the truth. These battles and the ensuing carnage had not only augmented his combat experience, but had also subtly transformed his demeanor, exuding an aura of quiet authority and latent menace. Thus, although his tone remained unvarnished, the palpable intensity of his killing intent sent shivers through the crowd. No one dared to answer his question, and the silence within the station was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Observing this, Chu Hong furrowed his brow and reiterated his question. "Before I lose my temper, someone step forward and tell me where the gas station's warehouse is located." The survivors exchanged glances, yet still no one responded. At that moment, a faint cough emerged from within, and a pallid middle-aged man clad in a black police uniform stepped forward to stand before Chu Hong. The man extended his hand in a gesture of friendliness, introducing himself. "Hello, may I ask how to address you, sir?" Noticing the man's attire, Chu Hong's expression softened slightly as he reciprocated the handshake, replying coolly, "Chu Hong." The man appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled amiably. "It seems we share a surname. I am Chu He, and as you can see, I was a police officer back on Earth." Chu Hong was somewhat surprised by Chu He's revelation. Despite having an inherent fondness for the protectors of the populace, the circumstances of the apocalypse kept him from lowering his guard due to the man's profession or shared surname. Instead, he instinctively scanned for hidden indicators. Player: Chu He, Dragon Kingdom citizen, age 42, strength 27, injured status, actual value 38, agility 22, injured status, actual value 31, stamina 25, injured status, actual value 36, abilities, not yet awakened critical weaknesses, brain, heart. Risk assessment: his strength is considerably weak and poses no threat to you. Threat level: low. Upon reviewing Chui's attributes, Chu Hong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. He had observed the attributes of other players, most of whom hovered around the teens, with only a handful exceeding 20. How had Chu, the strongest among them, sustained injuries? Moreover, it was evident that although the two factions harbored mutual disdain, they held this veteran officer in high regard, thus eliminating the possibility that he had been harmed by them. This left the likelihood that he had either been injured in a conflict with other players or had encountered a particularly formidable level 0 or level 1 zombie or mutated beast. However, Chu did not elucidate the cause of his injury, and naturally, Chu Hong felt no inclination to inquire further. Following Chu's pleasantries, Chu Hang smiled and proceeded to ask him about the location of the warehouse where the fuel barrels were stored. Earlier, outside, Chu Hong had discerned that in this world, refueling at gas stations could only be conducted by attendants using cards or through cash self-service. Chu and his companions had not encountered the body of any attendant, nor did they possess sufficient cash, thus the barrels in the warehouse had remained largely untouched, now becoming a boon for Chu Hong. Meanwhile, having collected numerous zombie corpses, Chu Hang's cash had accumulated to nearly 1 million, alleviating any concerns regarding insufficient funds. In his joy, Chu Hong also remembered to have Anya examine Chu's wound and provide him with some effective medication, a small gesture of kindness. Observing Chu Hong and Zhang Xiaodao outside, taking turns to fill oil cans with fuel, the survivors in the station were understandably displeased. Having arrived first, they had already begun to regard this gas station as their personal property. Yet, upon considering Chu Hong's extraordinary abilities and formidable strength, they could only swallow their frustrations and feign ignorance. As barrel after barrel was filled, time swiftly passed. Just as this task was nearing completion, Chu Hong suddenly heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. Before he could lift his gaze, Zhang Xiaodao's slightly panicked voice reached his ears. "Boss, it seems we are in trouble." Chapter 51. Reflections. Having just finished a shower, I suddenly felt inspired to engage with everyone. In the blink of an eye, this book has been serialized for almost a month. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to all the readers who have supported me, particularly those who have commented, voted, or offered financial support. It is your encouragement that transforms the otherwise tedious and challenging process of writing into something filled with anticipation. Every day, I look forward to whether more people will read my book, send me comments, cast their votes, or even provide constructive criticism. As an ordinary office worker, I find great joy in reading online literature, especially post-apocalyptic zombie fiction. However, the number of authors writing in this genre has dwindled recently, which inspired me to pen my own tale. To my surprise, I have thoroughly enjoyed the experience. My days are now filled with purpose, whether at work or writing, or pondering subsequent plot developments, or searching for previous typographical errors to rectify earlier inconsistencies. Nevertheless, my writing speed is painfully slow, resulting in many late nights and considerable hair loss. Alas. Now, let us return to this book. Firstly, I have outlined a plan for it, with an initial target of 1 million words, so rest assured. Secondly, as I have just begun writing, I often find myself spending an inordinate amount of time on word choice and sentence structure in each chapter, frequently writing and revising. Yet, some still criticize my writing style, which I can only respond to by affirming that I am genuinely doing my utmost. It is not that I lacked sincerity in my writing. Rather, the work I have produced thus far represents my utmost capability at this moment. You may doubt the quality of my prose, or even question my literary background, but my earnest dedication cannot be called into question. Many readers have expressed that my writing is satisfactory, though I remain uncertain whether this is genuine praise or mere consolation. Some have remarked that my work is merely average, and I suspect this assessment may bear truth. A small number have accused me of padding my content. However, I believe that cannot be entirely accurate, as I diligently review my writing twice after completion. First, to ensure the appropriateness of my word choices and the absence of typographical errors, and second, to eliminate any segments that do not enhance the narrative, striving to ensure that most of my words serve to propel the story or illuminate the characters. If some still perceive my writing as lacking substance, might it be possible that my skills have yet to reach the desired level, or that I have not fully captured the essence of what I wish to convey? I welcome critique. In all sincerity, each new comment brings me joy, as it signifies another individual engaging with my work. The matter of income is secondary. This is a form of validation. Moving forward, I shall maintain a steady schedule of updates, delivering 2 chapters daily without fail, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I sincerely thank you all and hope the forthcoming content will continue to meet your expectations. Lastly, I humbly request that you share your thoughts and offer recommendations generously. To all the charming gentlemen and beautiful ladies who read my work, I wish you joy and fulfillment in all your endeavors. Chapter 52. The oncoming zombie tide. Following the direction indicated by Zhang Xiao, Chu Heng gasped in astonishment. There, 1,000 meters away on the road, a seemingly endless throng of zombies surged forward, advancing ominously towards their position. Among them were several towering and exceptionally swift variants. The term zombie tide instantly materialized in Chu Heng's mind. Until now, the largest gathering of the undead he had witnessed was merely at the entrance of the Tianshui community, where he had counted around 800. Yet now, that dark mass stretched for miles, far exceeding 800. He suspected it might even be close to 8,000. Faced with this dense tide of zombies, Chu Heng felt a chill run down his spine. How could they possibly fight? Even if the zombies stood still, it would take them until nightfall to eliminate them, especially with the presence of numerous special variants. Although they were still far off, Chu Heng could not discern their ranks clearly, yet it was evident that there were at least several hundred first-level zombies among them. He would not believe for a moment that there were no second-level or even higher-ranking zombies within that horde. With no time to ponder further, Chu Heng hastily ceased his actions, rushing into the station to urgently shout at Anya and Mingyu, "The zombie tide is coming. We must leave at once." Upon seeing the panic and urgency etched on Chu Heng's face, coupled with his mention of the word zombie tide, both women felt a jolt of fear and instinctively bolted towards the door. The prowess of Chu Heng is well known to them. They harbor no doubt that he possesses the capability to confront 1,000 level 0 zombies single-handedly, given his current state of disarray. The magnitude of the approaching horde is undoubtedly terrifying. Meanwhile, Chu He, who had overheard Chu Heng's words, was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Though he had not witnessed the true scale of the horde, it was clear that something capable of being termed a tide could not be insignificant. At that moment, the survivors inside the room caught a glimpse of the zombie tide through the cracks in the windows, and they could not suppress their gasps of horror. No longer hesitating, the survivors hastened to follow Chu Heng outside. The station's door had been demolished, and remaining behind would surely mean awaiting death. Chu Heng led Anya and Mingyu in a swift dash from the station, and with a wave of his hand, an imposing off-road vehicle materialized before them. The four quickly boarded the vehicle and secured the doors. Just then, the pursuing survivors beheld the magnificent off-roader. Most among them were without vehicles. While they were puzzled by the sudden appearance of the car, it did not deter them from attempting to join Chu Heng. Before the vehicle could even start, several individuals rushed forward, frantically trying to pull open the doors and board, while others stood in front of the car, pressuring Chu Heng to take them along. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Chu Heng swung open the door, brandishing a long knife, and addressed the frenzied crowd. "My patience is finite. Anyone who dares approach my vehicle within a meter will find themselves dispatched without hesitation." Sensing the palpable aura of menace radiating from Chu Heng, the survivors froze mid-action. At that moment, Chu He emerged, urging the players. "Chu Heng's vehicle cannot accommodate all of you. The zombie tide is drawing ever closer. Your best chance for survival is to seek refuge in the nearby residences before it is too late." Chu Heng raised an eyebrow and subtly nodded at Chu He. The combined effect of Chu Heng's threat and Chu He's words caused some of the survivors encircling the vehicle to waver. They glanced back at the rapidly approaching horde, gritted their teeth, and promptly sprinted towards the distant homes. Without a vehicle, their escape would be limited. Seeking shelter in the nearby residences was indeed the most prudent choice. Although Chu Heng's warning and Chu He's counsel had some effect, many survivors remained adamant. Suddenly, someone from the crowd spoke up. "We were perfectly safe inside the station. If you had to shatter the door, we wouldn't need to flee. Since that's the case, you have a responsibility to take us with you." With that statement, the crowd erupted in protest. "Yes, it's your fault. You should take us along." They argued that since the vehicle lacked sufficient seating, Chu Heng should relinquish it to them, reasoning that he was strong enough to escape on his own. In the midst of this, the crowd began once more to frantically tug at the vehicle doors. They have entirely forgotten the disarray they were in when besieged by zombies in the station house, have forgotten that it was Chu Heng who rescued them, and have even lost sight of the reasons behind his destruction of the door. Or perhaps they do remember, but merely seek to justify their actions. At this juncture, right and wrong have become irrelevant. If survival eludes them, all else is but a fleeting illusion. They are not oblivious to the fact that Chu Heng's vehicle cannot accommodate them all. Even if the four of them relinquished their seats, it would be woefully insufficient. Yet, if it could transport one or several among them, why should those chosen not include themselves? As for the consequences of not being among the fortunate, they have collectively chosen to cast those thoughts aside. Their minds are consumed by a singular conviction: to open the car door, board the vehicle, and become one of the fortunate few. Moreover, the law does not hold the multitude accountable. Could Chu Heng truly bring himself to slay them all? Chu-He gazed at these individuals, his eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. He could clearly see that among them were those who had just moments ago proclaimed Chu-Hang to be a benefactor, advocating for the door to be opened to welcome him and his companions. Now, however, they resembled a frenzied mob. These people have gone mad. Chu-He instinctively turned his gaze towards Chu-Hong, only to find his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze resembling that of one surveying the dead as he regarded the deranged crowd before him, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. The long knife in his hand hummed softly, as if heralding its thirst for blood. Chu-He understood. Chu-Hong was prepared to kill, and indeed, the ensuing events unfolded as he anticipated. Chu-Hong had never been a benevolent master, nor was he known for his amiable temperament. He had long grown impatient with the scene before him. Previously, he had refrained from mass slaughter out of respect for their shared nationality as citizens of Longhua. However, it was now abundantly clear that refraining was no longer an option. With a swift motion, the long knife was raised, and in an instant, the head of the man yanking at the car door was severed from his body. Alongside him, another individual met a similar fate, his throat slit by the blade. In disbelief, he clutched his blood-soaked neck, pointing a trembling finger at Chu-Hong before slowly collapsing. The scent of blood permeated the air, and with the demise of these two, the others began to regain their senses. Chu-Hong then ruthlessly dispatched several more, sending the remaining individuals fleeing like frightened birds towards the distant residences. They have come to realize that Chu-Hong is indeed capable of murder. Chapter 53. Just a touch will suffice. Chu-Hong flung open the car door and glanced back at Chu-He, who was preparing to escape to the residential houses alongside the other fleeing survivors. Uncle Chu, would you like to come with us? Chu-He was taken aback. He was well aware of his own severe injuries, and he found himself perplexed as to why Chu-Hong would wish to include him. Wouldn't that be a burden to you all? Chu-Hong did not respond. He simply took his seat in the driver's position and ignited the engine, which roared to life with a thunderous sound. To him, inviting Chu-He was merely a casual gesture made in light of his status as a police officer. There was no need for elaborate explanations, nor would he take the time to wait for him in such a precarious moment. After a brief hesitation, Chu-He ultimately opened the door and settled into the seat beside Zhang Xiaodao just before the vehicle set in motion. In the next instant, Chu-Hang pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the off-road vehicle forward with the speed of an arrow released from a bow. However, the survivors had already squandered too much of Chu-Hang's time, and the roar of the engine had drawn the attention of some zombies from the encroaching horde behind them. Through the rearview mirror, he could see two oddly formed zombies breaking away from the main group like untethered stallions, racing towards them. Among the two, the one on the left appeared emaciated, reminiscent of a frail old man. Yet, curiously, its leg muscles were remarkably developed, allowing it to sprint with astonishing speed, even surpassing that of the off-road vehicle. In contrast, the zombie on the right was entirely different. If the left one resembled a decrepit elder, then this one was akin to a bodybuilder among the undead, its physique approximately twice that of a human, with well-defined muscle lines that were neither exaggerated nor grotesque, showcasing a striking aesthetic of explosive power as black veins snaked across its form. Strangely, despite its muscular appearance, it matched the speed of the spindly figure beside it. As they drew nearer, Chu-Hang noted a disturbing similarity between the two zombies. Their degree of decomposition was significantly less advanced than that of ordinary zombies. Witnessing this, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. If these zombies, only recently transformed, exhibited such a deceleration and decay, did this imply that, with evolution, their bodily functions might gradually self-repair, restoring brain activity, awakening intelligence, and potentially regaining consciousness, or even evolving into a new form of sentient life? It was essential to recognize that these bloodthirsty beings evolved at a pace surpassing that of the players, their numbers exponentially outstripping those of Earth's inhabitants. Without the advantage of human intelligence, capable of utilizing tools and cooperating, this apocalyptic game would indeed be unwinnable. Contemplating such a bleak future, cold sweat trickled down Chu-Hang's brow. Just as he was lost in thought, the two zombies had closed the distance, now only 50 to 60 meters away. A glance in the rearview mirror made his heart sink. At this rate, they were certain to be overtaken. Anya, take the wheel. I will slow their pursuit. Chu-Hang stated calmly, then exchanged positions with Anya, who was seated in the passenger seat. In the next moment, while the off-road vehicle sped along, he abruptly flung open the door, grasped the edge of the roof with his left hand, and executed a roll to stand firmly atop the vehicle. Simultaneously, his magnetic field manipulation activated, causing the metallic surface of the roof to shift its polarity, securing him in place. Chu-Ha squinted against the wind, casting his gaze towards the two approaching zombies in the rear, a chilling intent to kill flickering in his eyes. Inside the vehicle, Anya and the others were well aware of Chuha's formidable prowess and had long since grown accustomed to such scenarios. Only Chuha, who remained oblivious to the true extent of Chua's abilities, stood there in stunned silence. Stealing a glance at the other three, he noted their lack of surprise. Despite his myriad of doubts, he prudently chose to swallow his questions. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, prying into others' affairs was not a wise habit. On the roof of the vehicle, Chuha knelt on one knee, firmly cradling his sniper rifle, his gaze coldly fixated on the Bamba-like zombie to his left. Like a poised serpent, he awaited the moment this prey would reveal a flaw. Simultaneously, 8 flying knives, under his deft control, split into 2 paths, incessantly disrupting the 2 zombies and thwarting their intentions to charge forward. The attributes of the 2 zombies materialized before him. Bamboo Zombie. Variant Zombie. Level 2. Possesses high-speed movement abilities, currently active. Strength, 90. Speed, 180. Base attribute, 90. Constitution, 80. Ability, superhuman high-speed movement, significantly enhances agility during activation, allowing for rapid movement. Weakness of ability, extremely low defense. Vulnerable areas, joints, slow down, head, fatal. Risk assessment. This is a bloodthirsty creature newly entered into level 2, focusing on speed with exceedingly low defense, making it susceptible to a one-hit kill. Threat level, moderate. Upon observing the attributes of the Bamboo Zombie, Chua could not help but curl his lip. Its speed was indeed impressive, but its defensive constitution was alarmingly low, rendering it a minor threat. Shortly thereafter, the attributes of the bodybuilder zombie appeared before his eyes. Variant Zombie, Level 2, possesses superhuman constitution abilities, currently active. Strength, 216, base attribute, 120. Speed, 180, base attribute, 100. Constitution, 198, base attribute, 110. Ability, superhuman constitution, enhances basic attributes upon awakening and further amplifies them during activation. Weakness of ability, poor resistance to elemental abilities. Vulnerable areas, joints, slow down, head, fatal. Risk assessment. This is a fortunate bloodthirsty creature, having awakened a formidable power with great strength, agility, and robust defense, exhibiting almost no weaknesses, except for a notable vulnerability to elemental abilities. Given the host currently possesses no such abilities, threat level, extremely high, it is advised that the host maintain distance. Good heavens! Chua was nearly propelled into the air by shock. Though both possessed superhuman abilities, this superhuman constitution was markedly superior to high-speed movement. In the same tier, one individual enhances their speed by an astonishing 80% independently, while another first elevates their fundamental attributes by 20% and subsequently, upon activating their supernatural abilities, boosts it further by 50%. When calculated, this also results in an overall enhancement of 80% from the original base attributes. However, this is a comprehensive enhancement of 80%, akin to possessing the effects of 3 distinct abilities within a single supernatural power. Such a prospect is truly formidable. Chu Hong could not help but take a sharp breath, only to be filled with elation shortly thereafter. Is this not the very type of supernatural ability he has been yearning for? A fervent gleam flickered in his eyes as he cast a gaze towards the muscular gentleman, whispering with anticipation, "Surely, you wouldn't mind if I touched it, just for a moment, would you?" Chapter 54. The rather unconventional super physique. The route from the gas station to the military camp is one that leads into the wilderness. Fortunately, there are not many remnants of vehicles littering the road, allowing for a swift passage. In a vehicle with 2 corpses, the speed is remarkably rapid, and soon the horde of zombies trailing behind has vanished from sight. Chu Hung smiled, unencumbered by concerns, as it was now time to deal with the 2 mutated zombies. He retrieved 6 fruit knives from his spatial ring, adding them to the previous 2, thus amassing a total of 8 flying knives aimed at the slender zombie. Including 6 knives to distract the muscular gentleman, there were now 14 in total, nearing the limit of Chu Heng's capacity. As he controlled an increasing number of flying knives, the depletion of energy accelerated. Currently managing 14 knives, he expended 50 energy points per minute. Had it not been for the quadrupling of his energy after advancing to the 2nd tier, he would not have dared to engage in such a manner. Both mutated zombies boasted agility scores reaching as high as 180 points, and Chu Heng did not expect these 14 knives to effectively harm them. The slender zombie's low physical attributes might allow for a single sniper bullet to suffice at such close range. It would undoubtedly be unable to react in time to the gunfire. However, the muscular gentleman was a different case, given its physical attributes. Even a successful hit from a sniper rifle might not yield significant damage. To eliminate it, he would have to devise a way to replicate its supernatural ability and then overpower it with superior attributes. At that moment, The slender zombie seemed to grow weary of the flying knives surrounding it, disregarding them entirely. With a sudden surge of strength, it leapt towards Chu Hong. In the air. With no leverage or means to evade, this was undoubtedly a foolish decision that played directly into Chu Heng's hands. The opportunity had arrived. Chu Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he aimed his sniper rifle at the airborne slender zombie, making a downward prediction of its descent before firing without hesitation. Simultaneously, the 8 flying knives surrounding it flew in unison towards the back of its head. A resounding bang echoed from the top of the vehicle, startling the occupants within. The 3 individuals seated in the back immediately turned to glance out the rear window, just in time to witness the slender zombie plummeting heavily to the ground from the air, raising a cloud of dust upon impact. The hollow at its brow and the flying knife at the back of its head both proclaimed its demise. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous explosion echoed. The shot was directed at the muscular man. In an instant, everyone beheld in horror as Chu Heng leaped from the vehicle, confronting the mutated zombie resembling the bodybuilder. Witnessing this scene, Chui felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat, incredulously turning to Zhang Xiao beside him and asking, "Has our leader always been this brave?" Zhang Xiao pondered for a moment, a glimmer of reverence in his eyes as he replied, "Without strength, this is called bravery. For our leader, it is merely." Before he could finish, they watched as the bodybuilder seized Chu Heng and violently slammed him into the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Zhang Xiao exclaimed, "Chu He? Yeah, Chu Heng is in danger." Meng Yu cried out, "Understood. Zhang Xiao, come to the front. You drive, and I will assist him," Anya stated calmly without glancing back. Despite having been informed by Chu Heng earlier and having prepared herself mentally, she could not suppress her concern upon witnessing the scene. Anya instructed Zhang Xiao to take the passenger's seat. Then, as before, she switched places and leaped from the car. Simultaneously, 6 flying knives gracefully lifted beside her, whistling towards the bodybuilder poised to sink his teeth into Chu Heng. At that very moment, Chu Heng, who had been slammed to the ground, wiped the blood trickling from his mouth, his gaze fierce. "Son, you truly are ruthless. Now it is my turn." In the next instant, a tempestuous aura erupted from him, sending the bodybuilder, who had previously pinned him down, flying several meters away. Seizing the opportunity from their earlier contact, he absorbed the superhuman physical ability of the mutated zombie, converting it into a second-tier ability, which dramatically transformed his attribute panel. Player, Chu Heng, gender, male, strength, 370, base attribute, 110 to 140, agility, 370, base attribute, 110 to 140, constitution, 370, base attribute, 110 to 140, energy, 2000, ability 1. Mysterious manifestation, capable of copying and storing other players' abilities for use. Can only utilize one copied ability at a time. Current ability level, second tier, ability storage slots, 25, ability effect, 100 of a normal awakened individual. Energy cost for copying and storing ability, 50, energy cost for using ability, 20. Note, can consume 30,000 level 0 crystal nuclei to advance to the next level. 1 level 2 crystal nucleus can be exchanged for 30 level 1 crystal nuclei. Lower tier ability level, third tier, ability storage slots, 5. Ability effect, 120 of a normal awakened individual, energy cost for using ability, 20. Current stored abilities, magnetic field control, spirit bond, superhuman physique ability in use, superhuman physique. Second tier effect, increases player's base attributes by 40, after using the ability, further enhances base attributes by 100. Chapter 55, Chu Heng's Bravery? The ability known as Super Physique has propelled Chu Heng's three-dimensional attributes from a mere 150 to an astonishing 370, a remarkable enhancement indeed. In comparison to the Mr. Olympia, whose strength peaks at 216, it is a definitive superiority. Yet, in that moment, Chu Heng sensed an unsettling chill beneath him. Hadn't the Mr. Olympia towered over him by 2 or 3 heads just moments ago? Why did he now appear so diminutive? A piercing scream shattered the air. Chu Heng swiftly turned to observe Anya, whose face was obscured by her hands, her expression a mix of shock and panic. As confusion enveloped him, he glanced down, and the revelation struck him with clarity. After unleashing his super physique ability, he had transformed into a colossal yellow giant. His body, a testament to explosive musculature, wore veins that bulged like serpentine dragons, devoid of any excess flesh. In comparison to an SUV, his height now exceeded 3 meters. More significantly, with this explosive growth, his attire had been utterly obliterated. What the? Chu Heng was taken aback, hastily covering his modesty, inwardly cursing the whimsical nature of this super physique ability. Despite awakening his powers, the zombies remained unwavering in their nature, oblivious to pain or fear. The Mr. Olympia, having been hurled away by Chu Hong, staggered to his feet, unleashing a primal roar before charging once more towards him. However, Chu Heng was no longer the man he once was, easily subdued and beaten. Hearing the roar behind him, Chu Hong hesitated for a moment, then turned around, lowering his guard. Grasping a knife in his left hand, he effortlessly seized the Mr. Olympia's neck with his right hand and, with a force reminiscent of his earlier treatment, slammed him down into the ground. Boom! Chu Heng's strength far surpassed that of his adversary, and a massive crater formed upon impact. The Mr. Olympia lay within the pit, his skin cracked and blackened blood seeping from his wounds. Though his state of decay had lessened, the blood that flowed was still tainted with an acrid stench. Noticing the creature's intent to resist, Chu Hong stepped forward, exerting immense pressure upon its chest, crushing it with a single stomp. Yet, this provoked a ferocious response. As the zombie lunged at his calf, teeth bared in a futile attempt to bite. What an absurd vitality! Chu Hong scoffed, switching the long knife to his right hand and plunging it toward the zombie's forehead. Clang! To his astonishment, the blade struck as if it were embedded in a substance of formidable hardness, producing a resounding chime, and rather than piercing through, the tip of the knife was dulled. Chu Hong furrowed his brow. This long knife had accompanied him thus far, and though he felt a pang of reluctance, it had become rather inadequate. Suddenly, he recalled the design blueprints of a long knife he had previously collected from Zhang Manxiang. It was indeed his first encounter with weapon schematics, and it was evident that a weapon crafted from such blueprints would be far superior to the one he currently wielded. If the hard surfaces could not be penetrated, he would have to seek out the softer ones instead. In the next moment, Chu Hong drove the blade of his long knife into the eye socket of the bodybuilder, piercing through to the other side of its head. The bodybuilder fell. The intermediate collection technique activated instantly, and two faint blue orbs of light emerged from the two mutated corpses on the ground, descending upon Chu Hong. Congratulations on your successful collection. You have obtained 1 level 2 crystal core, 1 exotic specimen, 1 hard skull for rigid limb bones, and 5 low-level mutagenic fertilizers. Congratulations on your successful collection. You have obtained 1 level 2 crystal core, 1 exotic specimen, 10 tenacious ligaments, and 3 low-level mutagenic fertilizers. With his bounty secured, Chu Hong immediately dashed toward a nearby thicket, as if a ferocious beast were hot on his heels. Observing Chu Hong's retreating figure, Anya first chuckled softly before a contemplative frown creased her brow. After awakening her magnetic field control ability, Chu Hong had also exhibited the same powers. Now, encountering the bodybuilder, he had transformed into a formidable giant, effortlessly dispatching the mutated zombie that had previously posed a considerable challenge. Such transformations naturally piqued her interest in Chu Hong's abilities. Lost in thought, Zhang Xiaodao turned the vehicle around and pulled up beside her, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Where did the boss go?" Anya, gazing at the grass towering to her height, seemed to have an epiphany, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she mused, "Who knows? Perhaps he was just feeling shy." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Xiaodao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, with Chuha and Mengyue in the back seat unable to suppress their amusement. After a brief wait, just as Zhang Xiaodao was about to message Chu Hong for an update, he looked up to see Chu Hong emerging from the thicket, now dressed in a new outfit, glancing around nervously as he approached them. The ill-fitting clothes combined with the look of feigned nonchalance on his face elicited suppressed laughter from the group. Chu Hong moved swiftly, arriving before them in no time, and greeted them with an air of false calm before heading straight for the driver's seat, as if the earlier events had never transpired. "Boss, you," Zhang Xiaodao began. But Chu Hong abruptly turned around, his expression fierce, warning him, "Shut up. You saw nothing just now. If you breathe a word of this, I'll turn into that terrifying version of myself and hang you up for a beating." At Chu Hong's words, recalling his earlier menacing demeanor, Zhang Xiaodao couldn't help but shiver. Meanwhile, Anya seized the opportunity to interject, her curiosity piqued. "Why do you seem taller than before?" Upon casting a glance at her, Chu Hong, having undergone the experience with Zhang Manxiang, felt that Yaya's words bore a hidden meaning, almost as if she were jesting at his expense. He shot her a mildly displeased look before opening the car door and taking his seat behind the wheel. Had Yaya been privy to Chu Hong's thoughts, she would likely feel utterly wronged. Her comments stemmed from the undeniable transformation in Chu Hong's physique. The human body possesses limits to its strength and speed, with a threshold of 99. Surpassing this number prompts the body to adapt accordingly. For instance, to accommodate greater strength, the body may grow taller and sturdier, developing more muscle. Conversely, to achieve higher speed, the leg structure would also undergo modifications. In truth, both Yaya and Chu Hong had already experienced subtle changes in their physiques, albeit not markedly noticeable. The enhancement effect of the super physique was indeed potent. Although Chu Heng utilized the super physique through the myriad transformations, the augmentation effect persisted until he employed another ability. This resulted in a conspicuous change in his physique, even after he ceased using his powers. Initially, Chu Heng dismissed Yaya's remarks as mere teasing. However, once seated, he began to sense something amiss. The previously comfortable driver's seat now felt unusually cramped. Puzzled, he turned to Zhang Xiao, who was seated in the back, and inquired, "Did you adjust the seats? Why is it so tight?" Zhang Xiao shook his head in confusion. Just as Chu Heng pondered the situation, and Yaya, still in the passenger seat, pointed out the issue with a hint of amusement, saying, "Haven't you noticed that your clothes fit less well than before?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Heng paused, then glanced down. Indeed, garments that had once fit him perfectly now appeared somewhat snug. The cuffs gripped his wrists tightly, his ankles protruded, and the hem of his shirt barely concealed his midriff, presenting a rather awkward appearance. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Heng swiftly deduced the reason behind this. Nonetheless, he chose not to switch to another ability to negate the continual augmentation effect of the super physique, as although it was somewhat inconvenient, it was ultimately safe. He adjusted his seat and started the engine. Just as the vehicle was about to move, a daring thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Turning back, he uttered a statement that startled the other four. "What do you think about returning to crush this horde of zombies?" Chapter 56. The counterattack plan. As soon as Chu Heng's words fell, he was met with vehement opposition from the others. While his strength was indeed formidable, human capabilities are ultimately finite. In the face of a tide of countless zombies, one person's power is, after all, minuscule. Furrowing his brow, Chu Heng contemplated for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Before you rush to oppose, allow me to share my thoughts." As the remaining four listened intently, Chu Heng articulated his thoughts. On the left side of the road near the gas station lies a deep ditch, while the right is bordered by a mountain. The range of movement for these zombies is, in fact, quite limited. We could position several large vehicles in the middle of the road to block it, subsequently luring the zombies into the ditch, and then use gasoline from the gas station to set them ablaze. What do you think of this idea? After presenting his plan, the others felt a stir of interest. After all, setting aside the question of whether the plan would succeed, the prospect of annihilating tens of thousands of zombies was enticing. The crystal cores they possessed could elevate the four of them, excluding Chu Heng, to the rank of second-tier awakens. It would be impossible for them not to be intrigued. However, a plan remains merely that until its success is realized, such a perilous situation could very well cost them their lives. Thus, none of the four responded immediately. They furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, and a silence enveloped the vehicle. Chu Heng observed them quietly, acutely aware that given the zombies' initial distance from the gas station and their speed, time was of the essence. If they wished to actualize this plan, they needed to act swiftly. His gaze swept over the four, ultimately settling on the hesitant Chu He, stirring something within him. Among the group, Chu He was somewhat of an outsider, his role unclear, and with his injuries, he was perceived as a burden. The others believed that once they reached a safe location, Chu Heng might very well expel him from the team. Chu He understood his predicament, recognizing that Chu Heng's rescue was merely a gesture based on his past identity. As an outsider, even if he had valuable insights or opinions, he would refrain from voicing them to avoid offending the other three. Chu Heng smiled, snapped his fingers, and turned to Chu He, saying, "Uncle Chu, you have experience and have worked in a police department, so why don't you share your thoughts first?" With this remark, Anya and Zhang Xiaodao shifted their attention to Chu He. They did not perceive the situation as complex as he did, and upon hearing Chu Heng's words, their expressions brightened. Sensing the sincerity in their eyes, Chu He felt his demeanor soften considerably. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, "Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall dare to share my perspective. Firstly, young Chu's plan is indeed feasible, and if successful, the rewards would be substantial. However, we mustn't only focus on the positives. There are significant challenges and risks involved, as well as numerous uncontrollable factors." At this point, Chu He paused, scanning the group before continuing. "First and foremost, we need to confirm whether the zombies have crossed the ditch. If they have, we can forget about this plan." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insight. Secondly, there are indeed several large trucks surrounding the gas station. Given their weight, how can we maneuver them to block the path of the zombies? Once we have obstructed their route, what strategy should we employ to lure them into the deep ditch? Thirdly, as the saying goes, those who achieve great things must first contemplate potential failures. The aforementioned scenarios assume everything proceeds smoothly. However, should unforeseen events arise, how shall we ensure our escape and safeguard our well-being? As expected of a police officer, wisdom truly comes with age. Upon hearing Chu He's words, Chu Heng silently mused, finding himself regarding Chu He with newfound respect. The other three, upon listening to Chu He's analysis, also nodded in agreement. Although Chu He spoke concisely, he had essentially addressed all the issues and challenges within the plan, leaving them with no apparent need for further additions. Let us proceed this way. Chu Hong contemplated for a moment before stating, time is of the essence. Opportunity must not be squandered. We should return and assess the situation. Discussing the details along the way, the four nodded in unison. If the zombie tide had already crossed the deep ditch area, further discussion would be futile. Chu Hong engaged the handbrake, ignited the vehicle, and turned back towards their original path. Suddenly recalling the superhuman variant in his backpack, Chu Hong inquired, Meng Yu, what is your attribute level now? He was well aware that Meng Yu's attributes fell short of the standards he had set, but his inquiry was merely to avoid raising suspicions. Upon hearing Meng Yu's report of her attribute level, Chu Hang nonchalantly handed her the crystal cores obtained from the gas station. Your abilities are closely linked to your physical attributes. Accept these crystal cores and enhance yourself as much as you can. Once you have improved sufficiently, I will provide you with the variant from the bodybuilder zombie. If all goes well, you should be able to awaken abilities akin to its own, which align perfectly with your needs. What bodybuilder? Meng Yu momentarily failed to grasp Chu Hang's words and asked blankly. The robust mutant zombie I dispatched earlier, he clarified. As he spoke, Meng Yu seemed to recall something and unexpectedly resisted the notion. I don't want to become a muscular Barbie. I don't want to end up like you, brother Chu Hang. Bursting out of my clothes. How would I ever get married? Seeing her shake her head vigorously, Chu Hong couldn't help but chuckle. Anya gently patted Meng Yu's shoulder and reassured her. All right, don't be coy. You witnessed the formidable nature of that zombie. You said you didn't want to be a burden, didn't you? Chu Hong interjected, continuing, you needn't worry about your attire. We can fashion a lining from the fur of the previous level 2 firehound for you. The impending operation could indeed entail some dangers, should you awaken your abilities. It would significantly enhance your safety and alleviate some of our burdens. However, Meng Yu remained somewhat hesitant. Chu Hong's reasoning was sound. But if the need arose to utilize her powers, wouldn't that result in her clothes tearing? Sensing her reluctance, Chu Hang pondered briefly before delivering another dose of encouragement. Do you know how high my attributes were to have experienced that situation? Under Meng Yu's curious gaze, Chu Hang slowly raised 3 fingers, the implication unmistakable. 300? Meng Yu exclaimed, her expression mirrored by the astonishment of the other 3 companions. It is worth noting that even the awakened Anya, with her contract-enhanced attributes, barely reached a maximum of 112. Thus, Chu Hang's attributes were nearly threefold that of hers. Observing their reactions, Chu Hong smiled and uttered 2 words, not just. Chapter 57, The Zombie Assault. The plan commences upon hearing Chu Hang's words. Meng Yu felt significantly reassured. If Chu Hang possessed attributes exceeding 300, the likelihood of her encountering an embarrassing situation after her recent awakening was minimal. Moreover, she understood well that in the face of life-threatening danger, the loss of clothing paled in comparison to death. Once Meng Yu's attributes were fully enhanced, Chu Hong handed her the super physique variant, and she took a seat at the back to undergo her awakening while the others began discussing the intricacies of their plan. Although they referred to it as a discussion, Chu Hong had already formulated a rough outline and potential solutions for these issues when he initially proposed the plan. As for the vehicle, it was a simple matter. My recently acquired ability could easily tow a large truck. Anya, Meng Yu, and Zhang Xiaodao could at least manage to pull one as well. Given the width of the road ahead, 2 trucks should suffice. Regarding how to lure the zombies into the ravine below, this would require some sacrifice from you, Uncle Chu. Given your current injuries, participating in combat may not be suitable. I need you to provide us with some blood. Anya and I can use our abilities to keep it suspended in the air to entice the zombies to leap into the ravine. At this point, Chu Hang's gaze settled on Chu He, observing him quietly. Though he did not articulate it explicitly, everyone understood his intention. Among the horde of zombies, there were indeed first and even second-level ones. It was entirely plausible for them to break free from the encirclement. The others could likely delay until Chu Hong could provide support, but with Chu He's current injured state, he would not only be unable to assist, but could potentially hinder their efforts. Chu He, discerning the goodwill in Chu Hang's words, nodded and half-jokingly replied, I may not be of much help elsewhere, but as long as you need it, little brother Chu, feel free to draw my blood, just don't drain me entirely. However, having resolved these 2 points, have you considered our escape route? The others turned their gazes toward Chu Hong at this query. Given the significant risk involved, it was prudent to devise a contingency plan. Otherwise, should an unexpected situation arise, they might find themselves unable to flee. Chu Hong blinked playfully and replied, what escape route? We simply charge ahead. The group's expressions darkened immediately. Chu Hong chuckled, I'm just jesting. If the situation becomes untenable, I will hold back the zombies while you all make your escape. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Anya expressed her concern. And what about you? What will you do? The attention of the other four shifted to her, their glances oscillating between her and Chu Heng, the unspoken tension causing Anya to blush. Chu Heng feigned ignorance to the moment, smiling lightly, and responded, Me? Huh, of course, once you all run, I shall flee as well. At my speed. Those zombies wouldn't even be able to catch up. After spending several days together, how could Chu Heng remain oblivious to Anya's affections? To claim that he was indifferent to such a beautiful woman, well-formed and independent, would be sheer nonsense. Yet, he understood well that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. With the zombies and mutated beasts evolving at such a rapid pace, the pressure of survival was immense. Their group lived each day on the brink of despair, leaving no room for romantic pursuits. However, if she were to propose a temporary arrangement focused solely on physical connection, he would feign ignorance. After all, in this harsh environment, the relentless violence brought about significant psychological strain, which, if not effectively released, might eventually lead to his own mental unraveling. Nevertheless, based on his understanding of Anya, Chu Heng rationally dismissed that notion. As they spoke, the off-road vehicle approached a location not far from the gas station. Upon witnessing the scene ahead, everyone collectively gasped in horror. A massive horde of zombies lumbered forward, raising clouds of dust that swirled like smoke. Despite their disordered steps, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even from hundreds of meters away, the sounds of their advance were unmistakable. The good news was that the zombies had not yet crossed the deep gully. But the bad news was that time was undeniably running short. Prepare for action, Chu Heng whispered urgently, pressing down on the accelerator before coming to a sudden halt in front of the large truck. He swiftly opened the door, leaping out and making his way to a nearby medium-sized truck. Instantly activating his super physique, Chu Heng's body surged in size once more, his clothing bursting at the seams. Since he was already exposed, he took no effort to conceal himself, squatting beside the truck, lowering his center of gravity, and channeling his strength. Astonishingly, he hoisted the several tons heavy medium truck with ease. Witnessing this spectacle, the others could hardly contain their astonishment, their mouths agape. Is this still human? I feel like I'm witnessing a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, Zhang Xiao muttered in disbelief, then turned his gaze toward Mengyu. What are you staring at? Feeling the weight of their attention, Mengyu's expression grew frosty, and she snapped, Get to work. With that, she too activated her super physique ability. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Anya instinctively shielded herself in front of Mengyu. I'm fine, Sister Ya. Let us quickly set up our defenses. Anya glanced back, her demeanor softening. The situation with Mengyu was far better than she had anticipated. Mengyu, who had previously stood at barely 1.60 meters, had now grown to nearly 1.75 meters. Although her physique had indeed expanded significantly, it remained within manageable bounds, with most changes occurring in inconsequential areas, subtly revealing her fair skin beneath her clothing. Unlike Chu Heng, she did not exhibit bulging veins, which only added to her allure. Most importantly, Mengyu, who was once an ordinary little girl, has now transformed into a striking young beauty, her figure even more alluring than Anya's, instantly becoming an enchanting little sprite. Observing the smug expression on Mengyu's face, Anya couldn't help but chuckle. The four of them, Chu Heng handed the longbow to Chu He, allowing him to climb to the top of the gas station and unleash his creativity. The remaining trio followed the plan. Mengyu positioned herself in front of the truck, pulling it, while Anya and Zhang Xiaodao pushed from behind. Simultaneously, Anya exerted her utmost effort to alter the truck's magnetic field, facilitating their task. Soon, they successfully connected the truck to the one Chu Heng had carried, thereby blocking the entire road. To ensure stability, Chu Heng brought 2 minibuses to place behind the truck, thereby establishing a rudimentary defense line. Gazing at the horde of zombies looming close, Chu Heng grinned ominously, his massive hand gripping the highway guardrail. And with a sudden surge of strength, the guardrail toppled like a line of dominoes. Without the guardrail's obstruction, many zombies standing at the edge of the road were unceremoniously pushed off by their companions. Everything was in place, only the final touch was needed. At that moment, the zombie horde had finally approached within 10 meters of the defense line. Anya, proceed as planned, Chu Heng commanded in a hushed tone. Anya nodded calmly, then retrieved a square piece of iron from her spatial ring and poured Chu He's blood onto it. Under her psychic control, the iron piece soared past the truck, hovering above the gorge, moving back and forth along the parallel line of the road, 3 meters from the left side of the zombie mass. The fresh scent of blood wafted through the air, carried by a gentle breeze into the nostrils of the nearby zombies, inciting them into a frenzy. The closest low-level zombies stepped forward, following the enticing aroma, and plummeted directly into the gorge. One after another, they fell in a seemingly orderly fashion, the dull thuds echoing as they struck the bottom of the gorge. Naturally, some level 1 and even level 2 zombies were present among the throng, unlike ordinary zombies. They posed a threat, as a moment's negligence could see the iron piece overtaken by them, resulting in a tumble into the gorge. However, Anya was not to be trifled with. She reacted swiftly, adjusting the position of the iron piece whenever higher-level zombies approached, thwarting their intentions. Among the remaining group, Chu Hong held his ground in the center, using a sniper rifle to eliminate level 2 zombies with precision. Mingyu and Zhang Xiaodao stood at the 2 gaps in the defense line, dealing with any stragglers, while the task of pouring oil was naturally assigned to Chu He. Chu He, it's time to start pouring the oil, Chu Hong called out, then set down all the fuel-filled barrels from his possession, allowing Chu He to begin pouring the gasoline 1 barrel at a time. Within the confines of the gas station, approximately 100 fuel drums were procured, each boasting a capacity of 10 liters. While the sheer number appeared substantial, in reality, they amounted to merely 1,000 liters, equating to a mere cubic meter, far from sufficient. Faced with this predicament, Chu Hong had no choice but to withdraw Zhang Xiaodao from the task, opting instead to transact cash with him, thereby allowing both him and Chu He to manage the refueling of the barrels. One would pour the fuel into the deep trench while he assumed Zhang Xiaodao's role, tasked with guarding against the stragglers emerging from the breach on the right. A half-hour elapsed, during which a significant portion of the zombie horde had plunged into the trench. Yet a considerable number remained. At this juncture, the blood on the iron plate had dried, gradually diminishing its allure for the undead, resulting in an increasing number of zombies battering against the defenses. Simultaneously, after half an hour of exerting her abilities, Anya's energy had been entirely depleted. Upon hearing her call for assistance, Chu Hong responded with a decisive strike, transforming the extensive area before him into a vacuum. He swiftly transitioned to wielding his magnetic control powers, summoning the iron plate back to him. As he switched abilities, his form returned to its original state. He quickly donned a fresh set of clothing and reapplied the remaining blood onto the iron plate. With that, the iron plate soared skyward, returning to its previous position to continue its mission. Accompanying the iron plate's ascent were 8 flying knives, which formed an impenetrable barrier of blades in front of the defenses, mercilessly dispatching the encroaching zombies. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The previously beleaguered Mingyu and Anya found themselves momentarily relieved. As time wore on, more than 20 minutes swiftly passed. With an increasing number of zombies plummeting into the trench, the horde on the roadway began to thin, appearing to dwindle to fewer than 1,000, a number that continued to decline. Just then, a heavy thudding sound reverberated, akin to a colossal drum striking the hearts of the onlookers, prompting them to instinctively cover their ears. Shortly thereafter, a towering mutated zombie, resembling a small mountain, gradually revealed itself before the crowd. Upon witnessing its form, expressions of horror adorned the faces of all, including Chu Hong, who was momentarily taken aback. This zombie stood at least 4 meters tall, its bare body exhibiting bulging, slate-gray muscles that resembled a series of small hills. Black veins snaked across its physique like coiling dragons, rendering it an imposing figure imbued with a primal aura. In comparison to the Mr. Olympia Chu Hong had previously encountered, this behemoth was undeniably far larger. If the muscles of the former were characterized by symmetry, the latter's were exaggerated, exuding an oppressive force that surpassed that of the initial encounter. Chu Hong compelled himself to avert his gaze from the formidable creature, focusing instead on the hidden prompt displayed beside it. Devourer, level 4 mutated zombie, possessing the ability to devour any object containing energy is its sustenance. Power, 780, speed, 100, constitution, 850, ability, mysterious devourer, capable of consuming living beings and objects imbued with energy, swiftly digesting them and converting the contained energy into its own. The devourer is immune to elemental attacks and has a 60% immunity to physical attacks, while possessing the ability to heal rapidly using the absorbed energy. Weaknesses: the devourer exhibits sluggish speed prior to level 8, a flaw that will be rectified thereafter. It is vulnerable to a select few abilities related to space and time. Critical vulnerable areas: joints, slowing, brain, fatal, heart, fatal. Methods of elimination. 1. The devourer is insatiably greedy, accepting all forms of energy, and can be overwhelmed by energies exceeding its threshold, though this method becomes increasingly challenging as the devourer levels up. 2. Inflicting immense physical damage during its healing cycle can destroy its brain and heart. Targeting the brain first can induce a state of frenzy, while targeting the heart first can weaken it. Notably, starting from level 2, the devourer gains an additional heart with each level ascension, along with enhanced healing capabilities. Currently, the devourer is at level 4, possessing 3 hearts, with a healing cycle of 10 minutes. Risk assessment. This is a profoundly terrifying and bloodthirsty entity, feasting indiscriminately on humans, mutated beasts, or zombies alike. Its potential for growth is exceedingly high, and it will become increasingly formidable as it matures. Threat level, Terror grade. Under the current strength of the host, it is categorically outmatched, and immediate retreat is highly advisable. Is this a cheat? Chu Hong thought angrily to himself. How can such a terrifying creature emerge in such a short span of time? In Chu Hong's perspective, this mutated zombie known as the Devourer resembled a nightmare. Not only due to its rapid leveling but also its bizarre abilities, rendering it exceptionally difficult to eliminate. For most players, encountering a level 2 zombie would already be a significant challenge. He had vanquished countless zombies, yet had not even seen a level 3. While this Devourer had already reached level 4, was there no hope for survival? Chapter 59. An excellent hunter often appears as prey beholding the fearsome figure of the Devourer. A rare emotion, fear, gripped Chu Hong's heart. He could scarcely fathom the terror this mutated zombie would embody upon reaching even higher levels, nor how insurmountable it would become to slay. He was acutely aware that his current strength rendered the notion of defeating this formidable beast utterly fanciful. Breaking through its defenses seemed impossible. Moreover, this encounter bore a stark contrast to his previous confrontation with Mr. Fitness. While there had been a considerable gap between their strengths then, it had not reached such absurd proportions. A blow from Mr. Fitness had only resulted in minor injuries, but a mere touch from this Devourer could lead to certain death. As the Devourer drew nearer, Chu Hong urgently turned to the other four and shouted, "You all must drive away. We cannot contend with this monster." "And what about you?" Anya frowned. Chu Hong's words indicated a plan to leave them behind. "I have some matters to attend to." Chu Hong did not provide a detailed explanation, but instead responded vaguely. However, Anya, being quite perceptive, assumed that Chu Hong was preoccupied with the zombies lurking in the deep trench and could not help but exclaim, "Are you insane? You yourself stated that you were no match for them. Are you willing to gamble your life for these crystal cores?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback. After encountering the Devourer, he had indeed nearly forgotten about the zombies in the trench. His desire to stay was not motivated by such trivial crystal cores or the exotic materials that had fallen. After all, the exotic materials dropped by those zombies possessed random abilities, while before him lay the most superior ability. Growing somewhat impatient, Chu Hong understood that Anya's concern stemmed from her care for him, yet there were secrets he could not reveal, such as the ability to replicate the powers of all beings. Well, given the recent displays of magnetic field control and superhuman physique, they had likely begun to speculate. Reflecting on it, the primary concern was the inherent danger of the situation. Chu Hong was genuinely worried about this young lady following him. Reluctantly, he assumed the demeanor of a leader and coldly stated, "I said to leave. Did you not hear me? Is my authority as captain no longer effective?" Upon hearing Chu Hong's words, Anya bit her lip in frustration. She recognized that when he spoke in such a tone, his decision was unchangeable. If she persisted in voicing her thoughts, not only would it provoke Chu Hong's disdain, but it would also undermine his authority in front of the others. Casting a fierce glare at Chu Hong, Anya ultimately climbed into the vehicle without uttering another word. Just before entering, she glanced back at him, her deep eyes revealing a mix of worry, unease, frustration, and sorrow. Watching the off-road vehicle depart, Chu Hong could not help but sigh. Indeed, the affections of a beauty are the most difficult to bear. Shifting his gaze, he turned to the Devourer, merely 20 meters away, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. He was a cautious individual, yet he possessed the innate human trait of greed. The fear instilled by the Devourer did not overwhelm Chu Hong. Rather, it ignited a desire for challenge within him. Of course, he was self-aware. It was patently impossible to slay this Devourer, and his aim was solely to acquire its devouring ability. This was a decision made after careful consideration, as the circumstances were vastly different from when he had replicated the superhuman physique. On that occasion, Mr. Fitness had overwhelmingly surpassed him in 3 attributes, prompting him to allow himself to be captured for the opportunity to activate the ability to replicate the powers of all beings. In contrast, although the Devourer's strength and physique were more than double his own after utilizing the superhuman physique, his speed exceeded that of the Devourer by more than 3-fold. With such a significant speed disparity, avoiding its strikes while reaching out to touch it should be quite manageable. Eagerly eyeing the approaching Devourer, Chu Hong felt a thrill of excitement. However, before engaging, he had one more task to complete. From his spatial ring, Chu Hong retrieved a wooden root bound with fragments of step pieces. The faint scent of gasoline mingled with the refreshing aroma of wood wafted gently into the air. Chu Hong smiled, for he had crafted numerous such wooden sticks during his leisure time, each one thoroughly soaked in gasoline, specifically prepared for this very moment. Approaching the edge of the road, he cast the stick into the deep ravine below. The flames danced in the air like a graceful spirit, descending upon the pile of zombies in the gorge. Previously, Chu He and Zhang Xiaodao had poured nearly 2 cubic meters of gasoline into the pit. A small spark can ignite a vast inferno. As the flames touched down, they surged skyward before rapidly spreading outward, forming a blazing inferno that engulfed the entire gorge. The origin of this ravine remained a mystery. Its base was a nearly 7 to 8 meter high barren slope, with only a few scattered trees above, alleviating concerns about the fire spreading elsewhere. However, the mouth of the gorge was not particularly wide, causing the zombies that fell from the road to quickly accumulate in layers, much like a precarious stack of blocks. At that moment, within the roaring flames, the trapped zombies became engulfed in fire, writhing and wailing, resembling a scene from a hellish nightmare. Thick smoke, laced with a peculiar meaty aroma, ascended into the sky, but Chu Hang lacked the time to properly articulate the scent. The devourer had arrived. It detected the scent of living flesh emanating from Chu Hong and was drawn to the potent energy that surrounded him, instantly plunging into a frenzied state. With a tremendous heave, it flung aside the truck blocking its path, sending it crashing into the mountainside, scattering dirt in every direction before it thudded heavily to the ground, producing a deafening noise. Witnessing this, Chu Hong could not help but swallow hard. If he were struck, it would likely be fatal. In the next moment, another truck was tossed into the ravine by the devourer, while 2 buses behind it were lifted and hurled towards Chu Hong. He swiftly retreated. His agility was best utilized in open spaces. Engaging in combat with the devourer in such a cluttered and narrow environment would be akin to tempting fate. The devourer fixed its gaze on Chu Hong, its lantern-sized eyes reflecting his diminutive form, with a hint of greed and desire for delectable prey evident in the black of its irises. It was determined not to let Chu Hong escape, closely pursuing him until they reached a more open area. As Chu Hong halted, the creature charged toward him with heavy steps. Standing 10 meters away, Chu Hong could even feel the ground quaking beneath him. Yet, as he beheld the approaching devourer, a knowing smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Chapter 60, Steal and Run. What a thrill! The devourer bore down on Chu Hong with thunderous steps. The closer it came, the more oppressive its massive form and terrifying strength felt. Chu Hong smirked coldly, instantly shifting his magnetic field control to superhuman strength, his physique visibly swelling before the eye. Chu Hong indeed aspired to engage the devourer with a more diminutive physique, as such a form would afford greater agility. However, the side effects of his superhuman constitution were immutable. To achieve a smaller and more nimble form, he would have to relinquish his amplified attributes and embrace a greater risk. Before Chu Hong could further contemplate, the devourer closed in, its palm, as large as a fan, reaching out to grasp him. Even before the hand made contact, the gust of wind it generated struck him first, causing Chu Hong's hair to stand on end. A chill ran through him, and he silently expressed his relief. Had he been in a smaller form, this very wind might have sent him reeling, destabilizing his center of gravity. In the next moment, Chu Hong propelled himself forward, pressing his toes against the ground, and then swiftly retreated diagonally to the left. By the time the devourer reacted and swung its right hand towards him, Chu Hong had already tilted his body and executed a slide, deftly evading the grasp and maneuvering to its flank. Before the devourer could respond again, Chu Hong had risen and circled behind it, reaching toward its back, ready to activate his unique ability, the phenomenon of all beings. However, the ability, which had always served him well, faltered at this crucial moment. Phenomenon of all beings has been activated. This ability requires 200 energy points for replication and necessitates direct contact with the target for 30 seconds cumulative. Remaining time, 29 seconds. Whether it was due to the opponent's higher level or the inherent demands of such a top-tier ability that doubled the energy consumption and duration, Chu Hong found himself momentarily bewildered upon reading the notification. Anger surged within him, and he cursed vehemently, "Damn it, is the system mocking me?" Just as his exclamation escaped his lips, the devourer abruptly twisted its massive form, its colossal palm, imbued with ferocious wind, lunging toward Chu Hong once more. Had he foreseen the 30-second requirement for this replication, he would have certainly prepared himself better, rather than being caught unawares. Nevertheless, amidst the grumbling, Chu Hong had no intention of allowing this monstrous creature to reduce him to a mere smear beneath its palm. Nor did he wish to forfeit the advantageous position he had gained. The exhilarating thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade sent his adrenaline surging. And in this perilous moment, his mind became extraordinarily lucid, his reflexes sharper than ever. The instant the devourer made its move, Chu Hong nearly mirrored its rotation, slipping behind it once again, stealthily stealing 2 more seconds of progress. This cycle repeated itself 8 or 9 times until, with only 6 seconds left on the replication progress bar, An unexpected transformation occurred. The devourer suddenly let out a deafening roar, and Chu Heng heard a cacophony of cracking sounds emanating from its body. To his astonishment, its head and hands executed a complete 360-degree turn, facing him directly. In the next heartbeat, the devourer's hands converged towards Chu Heng in a swift and sudden motion. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity, its turn almost instantaneous. Chu Heng was immediately taken aback by the bizarre scene before him, his heart racing and hair standing on end. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly propelled himself away from the ground, launching his figure backward. Though his initial strike had missed, the devourer stubbornly sought to pursue him. However, it was evident that this ability was new to it, leaving it somewhat clumsy in its execution. As its upper body attempted to turn back toward Chu Heng, its lower half remained oblivious, stepping in the opposite direction. This disarray resulted in the devourer tumbling violently toward Chu Heng, its head crashing heavily against the ground, creating a significant dent and a thunderous noise. Chu Heng stared, momentarily dazed, his mind momentarily frozen, before breaking into a bemused smile. Is this an early New Year greeting for me? And such a sincere offering from a junior, no less. Joking aside, he could not afford to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. With only 6 seconds remaining for his ability replication, he might seize this chance to complete it. In a flash, he was upon the devourer's body, reaching toward its chest. Ability replication countdown. 5. Meanwhile, the devourer lay bewildered on the ground, unable to comprehend what had transpired, momentarily at a loss on how to rise. Shaking its head, it sensed Chu Heng's presence on its back and was instantly filled with fury. This ingredient has toyed with me time and again. I shall surely destroy it. Of course, the zombie could not speak or think, at least, not at this level, but these were merely Chu Heng's imaginative interpretations of the devourer's bewildered behavior. Enraged, the devourer may have forgotten how to stand, but it still remembered how to respond to such situations. The familiar sound of cracking joints echoed once more as its head and hands twisted back into position, extending its right hand to grasp the ingredient standing on its chest. With a smirk, Chu Heng noted that only 1 second remained for his ability replication. He deftly dodged the devourer's grasp, leaping onto its right leg, his hand descending. Ability All Beings has been used up. Ability replication successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mysterious ability of Devour. Mission accomplished. Chu Heng prepared to withdraw, only to find the devourer's left leg rapidly enlarging before his eyes, striking him with immense force. With a thud, he was sent flying, struggling against the excruciating pain to adjust his position mid-air for a safe landing, only to violently expel a mouthful of blood, revealing fragments of internal organs within. Chu Heng realized that the devourer's whip-like kick had not only fractured several of his ribs and left arm, but had likely caused damage to his internal organs as well. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to block the impending strike with his left arm, absorbing some of the force. Otherwise, this blow could have rendered him incapacitated. A mere slab of meat on the chopping block. The searing pain surged through him. Yet the prior experience of consuming life potions and the exhilaration of advancement had fortified his endurance against agony. Although he was uncertain when the devourer would remember how to rise, he clearly understood that lingering in this place was ill-advised. He must swiftly distance himself from the imposing figure that had succumbed to madness. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Heng chose not to flee in the direction where Anya and the others had escaped. Instead, he opted to run towards the oncoming horde of zombies. Firstly, he could not risk bringing the devourer to Anya's location, as that would endanger them all. Secondly, most of the zombies in the direction of the approaching horde had already succumbed, lying still in the deep crevice as charred remains. And it seemed that the majority of players had retreated from that area, making it the safest spot at present. Lastly, the stench of decay permeating the road would hinder the devourer's ability to track him. Resolutely, he took off running, a grin creeping onto his face at the thought of the devourer's misfortune. What a thrill it was to steal away. Chapter 61. The Great Escape. The desolate village less than half a minute into his frantic flight, the devourer finally rose to its feet, observing Chu Heng's retreating silhouette. It let out a deafening roar and pursued him. As a zombie, its massive form was filled with an insatiable hunger for flesh and a ferocity to obliterate all, rendering emotions such as anger and resentment foreign to its nature. Yet, after being toyed with by Chu Heng, it found itself driven by these very feelings to hunt him down, yearning to rend the mocking creature apart and savor the taste of his blood and flesh. This sentiment, commonplace among humans, signified a new beginning for such beings. Perhaps it heralded a deeper evolution or merely a resurgence. On the road, the devourer was dreadfully slow. Initially, it could still see Chu Heng's figure and detect the unique scent emanating from him, but as Chu Heng recklessly sprinted away, the distance between them widened, and soon he vanished from its perception. Nevertheless, it refused to relent, stubbornly pressing onward along the path. Meanwhile, several miles away, after navigating a series of twists and turns, Chu Heng finally halted in the midst of a concrete road beside a barren field. At first, he could distinctly hear the devourer's roar, but as time passed, the sound faded until it became a faint echo, and now he had not heard it for quite some time. Glancing back, he saw only the vast desolation, devoid of the devourer's imposing form. It seemed he had finally evaded capture. Breathing heavily, Chu Heng muttered to himself in relief before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The long-distance run, nearing the limits of his endurance, had exacerbated his injuries. His body instinctively urged him to rest and recuperate. As he surveyed the barren field beside him, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He was a child raised in the countryside. Thus he understood that farmers would never construct their homes far from the fields. The presence of arable land implied the existence of nearby cottages or villages. Chu Heng had not forgotten the countless corpses of zombies that lay in the deep ravine near the gas station. It was crucial to note that after such a passage of time, these bodies had become formless entities, ripe for the harvesting by other players. Having braved such peril, he was unwilling to allow others to reap the fruits of his labor. Although, under the threat of the zombie horde and the devourer, those players who had taken refuge in the residential buildings were momentarily hesitant to venture out. The passage of time could alter that. Thus, it was imperative for Chu Heng to swiftly find a secure location to recuperate from his injuries, and then, while evading the devourer, return to claim his rewards. He followed the concrete path forward, then turned into a narrow lane strewn with remnants of a once vibrant life, and after walking for several minutes, a somewhat dilapidated dwelling appeared before him. This was a quaint village, neither too large nor too small, serene yet desolate. Standing at the village entrance, he observed nearly 100 rural houses and earthen huts arranged in a somewhat orderly fashion. Once, this place may have been filled with the warmth of human existence, but now it was enveloped in silence and desolation, save for a few ponds on the outskirts of the village where fish occasionally leaped, hinting at a flicker of vitality. Gazing at the village, Chu Heng furrowed his brow slightly. Given the number of houses, there should be a significant number of zombies, yet oddly, he had not encountered a single one. Furthermore, from the very moment he stood at the village entrance, he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. The absence of zombies, coupled with the perceived scrutiny, led Chu Heng to realize that players had already taken control of this village and likely eliminated all the zombies within. However, he was not overly concerned. His purpose here was merely to recuperate briefly before departing, and he had no direct conflict of interest with the unseen adversary. Moreover, even if these individuals had dispatched all the zombies in the village, the total would not exceed 1,000. Should they harbor any intentions towards him, despite his current injuries, he was confident they would not be a match for him. Of course, unless absolutely necessary or compelled to act, Chu Heng was disinclined to engage in needless violence. After a moment's hesitation, he approached a 3-story villa, indicated as unoccupied in the prompt. He slightly bent his knees and, with a leap, crashed through the third-floor window, entering the premises. This action served not only for convenience, but also as a demonstration of defiance against the lurking players. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the stillness of the village. Shortly thereafter, a boy of about 16 or 17 descended from a branch of a large tree to the right of the village entrance and hurriedly made his way along the path toward the tallest 4-story villa in the village. Inside the third-floor room of the villa, Chu Heng sat on a sofa coated in dust, assessing the condition of his body, his expression growing increasingly grim. His injuries were rather grim, and with Anya, the doctor, absent, he found himself utterly incapable of addressing such severe wounds on his own. If things continued this way, not only would his condition deteriorate, but encountering a formidable adversary in a fierce battle could exacerbate his plight. This would not do, Chu Heng muttered to himself. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him regarding the devouring ability he had recently acquired, illuminating his mind. If this ability could grant the devourer extraordinary regenerative powers, did it not imply that by harnessing this ability and absorbing energy, he could expedite his own healing? With this notion in mind, Chu Heng swiftly switched his super physique ability to the devouring ability and retrieved a level 2 crystal core. Just as he was poised to absorb the energy within, he noticed that the hidden prompt associated with the crystal core had undergone some changes. Level 2 crystal core can be obtained by collecting the remains of level 2 bloodthirsty creatures containing immense energy. Note: the energy within the crystal core is excessively volatile and teeming with pathogens. A third-tier devouring ability is required for absorption. Chu Heng was taken aback for a few seconds, quickly checking his attribute panel to review the devouring ability he had obtained. Ability: Mysterious Devouring. Ability tier: Second tier. Ability effect: Capable of consuming life forms that have lost their capacity to resist or are deceased. Upon activation, All energy within the life form will be swiftly absorbed and converted. A portion of this energy will aid the Awakener in enhancing physical attributes, while another portion will be stored within the Awakener, significantly augmenting self-healing capabilities. The enhancement effect increases with the ability tier, with a current maximum energy storage of 2,000 points. The Awakener of the Devouring ability enjoys a 70 immunity to elemental attacks and a 40 immunity to physical attacks. Ability weakness. Vulnerable to a few abilities such as time and space. After reading this, Chu Hong felt a sense of desolation. The disparity was overwhelming. Chapter 62. Friend or Foe? With a sigh, Chu Hong begrudgingly accepted the reality of his situation and returned the level 2 crystal core to his spatial ring. After contemplating for a moment, he retrieved the meat of the blazing hound he had collected previously. The spatial ring contained a unique realm where anything stored retained its original state, which was nothing short of miraculous. The hound's meat still bore the fresh appearance it had when collected, slightly oozing blood, indicating its freshness, perhaps due to the energy it contained. The meat of the blazing hound was of exceptional quality, its red and white marbling visually pleasing, reminiscent of the exorbitantly priced divine beef once sold in Neon Country. He had had the opportunity to taste this beef during a business trip with his superior, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. Despite his lack of fondness for Neon Country, he could not help but commend the exquisite flavor of that beef. Reflecting on that delightful taste, Chu Hong could not resist wiping away the drool that had formed. Of course, he was not a primitive man. He would not consume it raw, for he feared it might be unsanitary and deemed it somewhat wasteful. Originally, Chu Hang intended to prepare a hot pot with the meat, but unfortunately, he lacked vegetables and other side dishes. After some contemplation, he abandoned the idea and decided to cook it like beef instead. Just as he was about to privately message Anya to request a set of cooking tools, a sudden realization struck him. Having separated from Anya and the others for nearly 2 hours, he had yet to reassure them of his safety. Moreover, the distance between them had surpassed 1,000 meters, depriving them of the benefits of their team contract and the ability to assess his condition based on their attributes. With this thought, a wave of unease washed over Chu Hang. They wouldn't think I'm dead, would they? The mere thought of Anya's stubborn nature made him feel a headache, prompting him to open the chat. Indeed, in the private messages with the three of them, a plethora of historical messages flooded in, mostly inquiries about his well-being and current whereabouts. It was evident from their words that they were genuinely concerned for his safety, and some had even begun to doubt his survival. After considering it, Chu Hong first sent a message to Meng Yu and Zhang Xiao, assuring them that he was fine, before opening the chat with Anya. Upon seeing the 99 historical messages, he couldn't help but feel a slight prickle of anxiety. The first half hour was bearable. Perhaps to avoid disrupting their combat, Anya had refrained from sending any messages. However, after 30 minutes, her messages began arriving every 2 minutes, gradually escalating to 1 message per minute, and eventually 2 or 3 messages within the same minute. In less than 2 hours apart, Anya had sent a staggering 125 messages. Just as Chu Hong contemplated how to respond, another message from Anya arrived. Chu Hong, where are you? Are you alive or dead? Please answer me quickly. Meng Yu and I have already discussed it. We are going back to find you. I don't care if you're alive or dead. I want to see you if you're alive and your remains if you're dead. Reading the heartfelt sincerity in Anya's messages warmed Chu Hong's heart. Yet he felt a pang of confusion. Hadn't he already replied to Meng Yu and Zhang Xiao? Had they not informed Anya that he was still alive? After a prolonged moment of reflection, Chu Hong sighed, distilling his myriad thoughts into a succinct 6-word message. Don't worry, I'm fine. Meanwhile, in a room on the 2nd floor of a roadside building, Anya suddenly sprang from the sofa, her beautiful eyes devoid of despair and sorrow, now filled with excitement as she exclaimed, he is still alive. Sitting on the adjacent sofa, Zhang Xiao and Meng Yu exchanged a discreet glance, the corners of their mouths curling into barely perceptible smiles, as if a small scheme had succeeded. Only Chu He, who was observing the outside situation by the window, was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Anya, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, who is still alive? As soon as he spoke, he realized and, filled with excitement, added, you mean Chu Hong is still alive? Although he had only just met Chu Hang and was not part of his team, his hope for Chu Hong's survival matched that of Anya and the others. Calculating, Chu Hong has saved him 3 times. The first instance was when he led a group to rescue him from the peril of being besieged at the gas station. The second was when he arranged for Anya to tend to his injuries and deliver medication. And the third occurred amidst the onslaught of the undead, when he facilitated his evacuation by vehicle. Chu He is a person who understands gratitude. Though he may not voice it, he harbors a profound appreciation for Chu Hang's kindness, which is precisely why he is so emotionally stirred. Observing his demeanor, the other 3 exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Anya smiled at Chu He and affirmed, Yes. Chu Hong is safe. Upon learning of Chu Heng's well-being, Anya's earlier agitation dissipated and she gradually regained her composure. Suddenly, she recalled the nonchalant reactions of Zhang Xiaodao and Meng Yu when she had mentioned that Chu Heng was still alive. As if they had been aware of this all along. Given your unfazed expressions, did you already know that Chu Heng was alive? Facing Anya's inquisitive gaze, Zhang Xiaodao and Meng Yu exchanged awkward smiles and hurriedly denied it, insisting, "How could that be? If you hadn't told us, we would have had no idea that our leader was alive." Upon hearing their response, Anya squinted her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. After a moment, she turned serious and said, "Everyone, gather your things and prepare to leave. Chu Heng has instructed us to cautiously return to the gas station to assess the situation there. He cannot return for the time being, and if that monstrous creature is absent, we must guard the corpses of the zombies in the deep trench to prevent others from reaping the benefits." Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaodao asked in surprise, "That monster wasn't killed by our leader? Where is he now?" Having followed Chu Heng from the beginning, Zhang Xiaodao's perception of Chu Heng's strength had been repeatedly shattered. In his eyes, Chu Heng was among the elite players. To think there was a creature that even he could not defeat. This implies that the monster must be truly terrifying. Anya hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. The four of them were not the type to linger unnecessarily. Having merely paused for rest, there was little to prepare. Soon, they were ready to depart, climbing into the off-road vehicle and turning towards the gas station. Meanwhile, in a room on the third floor of the three-story villa, Chu Heng had already set up a stove and pot, awaiting ignition to heat the oil. At that moment, a faint yet somewhat disordered sound of footsteps reached his ears. Curiosity is not always a virtue, especially when one is uncertain of whether friends or foes approach. Chu Heng narrowed his eyes and murmured softly before slowly rising to stand by the window and gaze outside. Chapter 63. A display of might. Before the three-story villa where Chu Heng resided, there was a spacious courtyard. Across the courtyard stood rows of towering, unnamed trees. Their lush foliage thick and abundant, casting a wide expanse of shade below. At this moment, two imposing men, exuding an air of iron and blood, led a group of 20 to 30 individuals, standing either in the courtyard or beneath the trees, facing the villa. In this gathering, there were individuals of both genders. Varying ages, from elderly men and women with graying hair in their 50s and 60s to youthful adolescents around 16 or 17. At this moment, they all regarded Chu Heng with vigilant expressions. Chu Heng cast a glance over the crowd, then narrowed his eyes thoughtfully at the two individuals at the forefront. One's demeanor and professional experiences are often closely intertwined. Although these two men were not clad in military uniforms, Chu Heng immediately recognized their military identities, and notably, they were soldiers of the Dragon Nation. While the military is a collective imbued with profound convictions, they are still human, and in the apocalyptic context, it is uncertain whether they continue to uphold their principles of protecting the populace. Chu Heng raised an eyebrow slightly and addressed the older of the two leaders with a calm inquiry. "What brings you here?" Upon hearing his question, all eyes turned to the elder soldier, including the younger soldier beside him. It was evident that the man's leadership was unquestionable. The man tilted his head to appraise Chu Heng. Upon realizing that he was speaking in the tongue of the Dragon Nation, he did not react with the sentimentality of a compatriot meeting another, but visibly relaxed, responding warmly, "Brother, please do not misunderstand. We mean no harm. This village is a base we have cleared, and we merely wish to understand your purpose for being here." Chu Heng glanced at the throng of players behind him, a wry smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Is it truly necessary to bring so many for a simple inquiry?" The man coughed awkwardly, scratching his head, and with a sheepish grin, he replied, "Our observations indicated that you could leap directly from the ground floor to the third floor, suggesting your formidable strength. Given our uncertainty regarding your intentions, we deemed it prudent to take such precautions." Observing the man's reasoning, Chu Heng nodded. The explanation was indeed reasonable. Were he in their position, refraining from preemptively neutralizing a potential threat would have been a commendable strategy. Subsequently, Chu Heng examined the hidden attributes of these individuals. Most of the crowd possessed three-dimensional attributes ranging from 20 to 30, while there were 3 awakened ones among them. The two at the forefront exhibited balanced attributes, each around 50. The elder, named Yang Yu, possessed a special ability of metallic transformation, while the younger, Zhao Fei, wielded a unique healing ability. The final awakened was a woman named Tang Ling, who had the power of invisibility. Her speed reached 50, while her other 2 attributes lingered in the low 40s. She was currently concealed among the branches, a rifle aimed at Chu Heng, and had it not been for the hidden prompts, he might have overlooked her presence entirely. Despite being awakened, the disparity in combat prowess among these 3 was significant, posing little threat to Chu Heng. After some contemplation, Chu Hong waved at the middle-aged soldier named Yang Yu, smiling as he inquired, "Isn't it tiring to speak while looking up? Would you care to join me for a seat? And as for the female marksman perched on that tree branch, perhaps you might allow her a moment of respite. After all, even an awakened one must find it exhausting to hold a weapon aloft for so long." Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Yang Yu was taken aback. How had this young man discerned Tang Ling's presence, whose ability was invisibility? Even he, who had cultivated his internal energy to a commendable degree, was astonished. And Zhao Fei beside him displayed a look of sheer horror, betraying the panic that gripped him. "Squad leader, don't go. Be cautious." Above, Tang Ling, having overheard Chu Hong, felt a tremor run through her body, retreating from her invisible state. She regarded Chu Hong with a frigid glare, her rifle's muzzle unwaveringly aimed at his vital points. "I am merely taking a brief respite here. Your hospitality leaves much to be desired." Chu Hong chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Tang Ling. In an instant, she was struck by an overwhelming sensation as her rifle slipped from her grasp, defying her control, and turned in midair, its barrel now aimed back at her. The sight of the dark muzzle instilled a deep-seated fear of death within her, beads of sweat cascading down her temples uncontrollably. The rapidity of the unfolding events left Zhao Fei stunned, prompting an immediate exclamation as he shot an angry glare at Chu Hong. Yang Yu, observing Zhao Fei's reaction, could not help but shake his head inwardly. Such is the impetuosity of youth. His gaze then shifted to Chu Hong, filled with a mix of uncertainty and trepidation. This ability bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain mutant from the films, metal manipulation, or perhaps control over magnetic fields. Coupled with the earlier incident where Chu Hong had effortlessly discerned Tang Ling's presence and maintained his composure amidst numerous adversaries, Yang Yu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. In the apocalyptic world, it is prudent to approach strangers with the utmost suspicion, presuming the worst of their intentions. The ability to assess situations accurately is fundamental to survival. Initially, when Chu Hong had suggested that he ascend, Yang Yu had shared Zhao Fei's misgivings, believing Chu Hong was merely posturing, intending to neutralize their leader before picking off the others one by one. However, it was now evident they had gravely miscalculated. The young man's ability to leap from the ground to the third floor indicated exceptional physical prowess, and his immediate detection of Tang Ling implied he possessed a corresponding ability or tool. The fact that he could manipulate the rifle to point back at Tang Ling underscored his formidable powers of metal or magnetic control. Yang Yu understood well that despite their imposing appearance, the true combat effectiveness of his group was limited to himself, Zhao Fei, and Tang Ling. Each of them possessed attributes inferior to Chu Hong's, and with his metal manipulation countering Yang Yu's own abilities, Tang Ling's invisibility rendered ineffective in his presence. Her rifle was merely a liability, and as for Zhao Fei, could one truly expect a medic to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Chu Hong? When it comes to a real confrontation, there would undoubtedly be no match for Chu Hong, and as for the others, it goes without saying. The young man before them was certainly aware of this fact. However, his restraint from initiating any aggression towards them indicated a lack of malevolence. Even if there were any ill intentions, they lacked the strength and resources to resist. Contemplating this, Yang Yu hesitated for a moment before instructing Tang Ling to descend from the tree, advising her and Zhao Fei to lead the others farther away. If the situation turned dire, they should make a swift escape, taking whoever they could with them. Once all arrangements were made, he looked up at Chu Hong, offering a smile and nodding in acknowledgement. Since the young man had extended such a warm invitation, Yang Yu would graciously accept. Chapter 64. Have we eaten or been eaten? The door to the small villa was locked, yet Yang Yu had no intention of entering through the front. While he could not leap directly to the third floor like Chu Hong, he could manage to jump and grasp the window of the second floor. In no time, he had ascended to the third floor. Upon seeing Yang Yu enter the room, Chu Hong smiled but paid him no mind. Continuing with his previous task of igniting the fire and heating the oil, Yang Yu, undeterred by Chu Heng's indifference, approached him with a cheerful demeanor. Glancing at the iron pot and the dog meat beside it, he expressed his astonishment. "You surely cannot intend to fry such exquisite meat, can you? That would be a tremendous waste." Chu Hong paused in his actions, lifting his head with keen interest to inquire, "Then what do you propose we do?" With a hearty laugh, Yang Yu patted his chest, brimming with pride as he declared, "Frying is a method of the Westerners. We, the people of Long Country, naturally prepare it for hot pot. When it comes to cuisine, we are their ancestors." "Haha, great minds think alike." Chu Hong responded with genuine agreement, followed by a wistful sigh. "If only I could find some green vegetables, I too would relish in a hot pot." At this, Yang Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh, have you forgotten where we are? While I cannot vouch for everything else, when it comes to green vegetables, they are plentiful." With that, he produced a generous handful of vibrant green vegetables, much to Chu Heng's astonishment. These greens bore a striking resemblance to those from Earth, primarily akin to lettuce and spinach, with some yellow bean sprouts mixed in. In the realm of hot pot, lettuce and bean sprouts are indeed staple ingredients. Wow, Chu Hung exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the vegetables. Since the onset of this apocalyptic scenario, this was his first close encounter with fresh greens. Although resources had been reset since the game commenced, one must understand that vegetables, unlike other ingredients, are among the least durable. In recent days, Chu Hong had scoured the fresh markets for supplies, only to find that the vegetables had either been completely stripped away in the initial chaos or had decayed into a massive mold, leaving him without even a single leaf of greens. Calming the excitement within, and after confirming that the vegetables posed no issue, Chu Hong fixed his intense gaze upon Yang Yu and remarked, "I will take both level 1 crystal cores for these vegetables. What do you think?" Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes before he chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Oh, my young friend, they are merely vegetables. Nothing of great value. If you like them, consider them a gift." He was a clever man, even if he hadn't initially grasped the worth of these greens. He certainly understood now. Nonetheless, he recognized that as one of the most vital resources in this apocalyptic game. Chu Hang's willingness to nonchalantly offer 2 level 1 crystal cores, equivalent to 20 level 0 cores, for these vegetables spoke volumes of his strength. More than the 2 level 1 cores, he valued the friendship, or perhaps the goodwill, of Chu Hong. Indeed, a wise individual. Chu Hong regarded Yang Yu with a hint of surprise, then withdrew the crystal cores with a smile, introducing himself, "I am Chu Hong. You can call me Lao Yang." Yang Yu replied with a hearty grin. Chu Hong nodded appreciatively, accepted the greens, and gestured toward the nearby sofa, inviting Yang Yu to sit. "Lao Yang, today is your lucky day. Please wait a moment while I prepare these vegetables." With that, Chu Hong divided some of the produce and engaged in a private transaction with Anya before beginning to prepare the ingredients. Strangely, despite their earlier enthusiasm, an odd silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of the knife colliding with the cutting board. This peculiar atmosphere persisted until the bubbling pot released a fragrant, spicy aroma, shattering the stillness. Chu Hong lifted slices of meat and added them to the pot, followed by some lettuce and yellow bean sprouts. His expression darkening as he inquired, "Lao Yang, do you know what kind of meat this is?" Noticing the expression on Chu Hang's face, Yang Yu froze for a few seconds, then suddenly seemed to recall something, his pupils constricting as disbelief washed over him. In the next moment, he sprang to his feet, disregarding Chu Hang's strength, ready to draw the small knife concealed at his waist. All right, I was just joking. You are quite the tease." Chu Hong squinted playfully, a subtle shift in his gaze as he pressed down reassuringly. Sit. This meat is from a level 2 mutated dog, rarely accessible to most. Come, eat before it gets cold." With that, Chu Hang took a piece of the already cooked lettuce and popped it into his mouth, followed swiftly by a chunk of meat. Upon hearing Chu Hang's words, Yang Yu's expression softened, only to be swiftly replaced by astonishment. If the meat was indeed from a level 2 mutated creature, it implied that Chu Hong had slain such a beast himself. He realized that even he found it quite challenging to confront a powerful level 1 mutated beast, let alone a level 2. It dawned on him that Chu Hong was likely far more formidable than he had initially surmised. Upon contemplating this, Yang Yu withdrew his hand, which had been resting on the weapon, his expression now serene, albeit tinged with mild reproach as he remarked, "Ah, you rascal." Chu Hong chuckled softly, offering no reply, instead handing him a pair of chopsticks, signaling him to take a seat and partake in the meal. Yang Yu accepted the chopsticks and settled down, casting a glance at the meat simmering in the pot. The familiar scent of game wafted through the air, instantly brightening his demeanor. Without pretense, he seized a piece of dog meat and brought it to his mouth. Having indulged in dog meat before, he was well acquainted with its robust flavor. And with Chu Hong having already tested its safety, he felt no trepidation. As the morsel touched his palate, Yang Yu's senses ignited. It was as though his taste buds had erupted in a symphony of delight. Simultaneously, a warm energy coursed through his limbs, dissipating his fatigue and invigorating him with newfound strength. Once he savored the exquisite taste, both men quickened their pace, eagerly consuming the meat. The energy-rich flesh of the fire hound soon left Yang Yu reclining contentedly against the sofa, clutching his stomach and letting out a satisfied burp. Yet, Chu Hong did not pause, devouring plate after plate of the succulent meat, swiftly absorbing and converting it under the influence of his extraordinary abilities. Half an hour later, when the last remnants of the firehound's flesh had vanished from his backpack, Chu Hong finally ceased his feasting. Yang Yu gazed, dumbfounded, at the insatiable expression on Chu Hang's face, momentarily questioning if his companion possessed an insatiable abyss within him. Having satisfied their hunger, The two began to converse animatedly, exchanging information. Meanwhile, outside the building, those waiting caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. Zhao Fei leaned closer to Tang Ling and, with a troubled countenance, whispered, "Do you think the squad leader might have fallen prey to the meal inside?" Before Tang Ling could respond, a voice emerged from behind, murmuring ominously, "Is it possible that squad leader Yang has already been consumed?" Chapter 65. Familiar Secrets. Black Market. Yang Yu, upon hearing the words behind him, Zhao Fei spun around, casting an angry glare, yet failed to identify the speaker. Turning back to Tang Ling, he whispered, "Do you think something might have truly happened to the squad leader? Perhaps we should follow his suggestion and lead the others to escape and join another team." Tang Ling furrowed her brow. Yang Yu was the strongest awakened among them, his abilities significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities through metal transformation. On one hand, she found it hard to believe that Yang Yu could be slain without uttering a sound. On the other hand, the prolonged wait had bred unease within her, compelling her to entertain the thought of his demise, just as she hesitated to echo Zhao Fei's suggestion of retreating with the others. The sound of footsteps descending the stairs from the small villa caught her attention. Instinctively, Tang Ling glanced at Zhao Fei, their eyes meeting in an urgent exchange. With a shared understanding, both adopted a vigilant stance and turned to the crowd behind them, urging, "Quickly retreat to the houses behind the forest. If the squad leader does not emerge, flee at once. Zhao Fei and I will fight to buy you time for your escape." Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the crowd behind varied significantly. Some displayed resolute determination to remain and confront the unknown together, while others hesitated indecisively. And a few had already made their choice to quietly retreat. Before long, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs abruptly ceased, replaced by the sounds of feet walking on solid ground and the murmur of conversation. The footsteps were somewhat chaotic, suggesting multiple individuals, and among the voices, the distinctive tone of Yang Yu could be discerned. Tang Ling and Zhao Fei simultaneously exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the entrance of the small villa swung open, and Chu Hang and Yang Yu emerged as if they were old friends, engaged in a light-hearted exchange about the mountains and fish ponds. Zhao Fei, with his keen eyes, immediately noticed the remnants of red oil at the corner of Yang Yu's mouth and scoffed quietly. "The squad leader indulges in a feast without us." He then muttered enviously, "Oh, how long for hot pot?" As he spoke, he observed Yang Yu's untroubled demeanor, and those who had fled earlier returned. They were acutely aware that had it not been for Yang Yu's protection of Zhao Fei and Tang Ling, at least half of them would have perished here. Accustomed to such selfless protection, they found it indispensable. Chu Hong cast a cool glance at these individuals and softly remarked, "Excessive protection will only lead some to feel complacent. And in time, others, including you, will inevitably fall victim." Though he did not articulate it plainly, Yang Yu comprehended the implication, hesitating to respond before finally letting out a sigh. "Defending our homeland and safeguarding the people is our mission as soldiers." Chu Hong shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Wise counsel often falls on deaf ears, and verbosity yields little benefit. "You should remain here with these people, awaiting support from the main force. Be vigilant, for this village lies not far from the surrounding mountains, and mutated beasts are likely to be abundant. By the way, keep a close watch on that neon individual named Shanzhong Rueji. Provide more green vegetables. And next time I come, I shall bring you some fine goods." Chu Hong said with a smile, patting Yang Yu on the shoulder as he prepared to depart. Having exhausted the 400 points of special energy provided by the devouring flame hound's meat, his injuries had nearly healed, and it was time to swiftly reunite with Anya and the others. Yang Yu patted his chest, confidently assuring, "Rest assured, I will keep a close eye on your concerns. If I hear anything about that neon person, I will inform you immediately." Just then, a young girl in her early 20s among the survivors mustered the courage to step forward and inquired, "Squad leader, are you referring to a neon individual named Shanzhong Rueji? I believe I have seen him speaking in the chat channel. He has been actively discussing the establishment of a safe and stable base in our city 145, warmly welcoming both Neon and Dragon Nation individuals to join them." Upon hearing her response, Chu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he promptly opened the chat channel for City 145, scrolling back to find several messages in Neon language. "Do you understand Neon language?" Chu Hang inquired with keen interest, addressing the young girl. Upon hearing Chu Hang's inquiry, the girl hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing towards Yang Yu. Only after receiving a nod from him did she respond, "Yes, I am a student at the East City Language Institute, majoring in Eagle language. I possess a basic understanding of Neon language and several other lesser-known dialects." Chu Hang's eyes lit up at her words. He had been vexed by a lack of talent in this domain and had searched extensively without success, only to inadvertently stumble upon such a find. A glance at the prompt revealed the girl's name was Xiao Shui, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, with each of her 3 attributes barely exceeding 20. What is your name? Could you inform me of the location of the Neon People's base? The girl hesitated briefly before revealing her name, then shook her head, stating, that individual never discloses the location of their base. They typically request players to provide that information for them to come and collect it. A flicker of cold light flashed in Chu Heng's eyes, and an involuntary aura of killing intent surged forth. This familiar tactic unmistakably belonged to that scoundrel, Shanzhong Rueji. As Chu Heng's murderous aura erupted, Xiao Shui felt as though she was in the presence of a deity of death. The surrounding hostility seemed to condense into a tangible form, causing her to instinctively retreat several steps, her face a mask of terror, unable to meet Chu Heng's gaze. Yang Yu, Zhao Fei, and Tang Ling, who stood nearby, wore expressions of astonishment. Just how many zombies, or even humans, had Chu Heng slaughtered to emanate such an intensity of killing intent? Noticing Xiao Shui's distress, Chu Heng quickly reined in his murderous aura and apologized. I sincerely apologize. I was reminded of some unfortunate matters and did not mean to frighten you. Upon hearing his apology, Xiao Shui dared not lift her head but timidly shook it, indicating she was unhurt. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Heng pulled Yang Yu aside to inquire about Xiao Shui's situation. His spirits lifted upon learning that her father resided in City 144. What a stroke of fortune! Meng Yu's father was also in City 144. Old Yang, I am in dire need of a translator like her. Could you assist me in persuading Xiao Shui to accompany me? She could help me with my tasks, and in return, I would aid her in reuniting with her father. After all, we are strangers, and she might harbor many reservations if I were to approach her directly. Hearing Chu Heng's request for him to persuade Xiao Shui, Yang Yu frowned, casting a dubious glance at Chu Heng. I must ask, are you perhaps harboring improper intentions towards this young lady simply because of her appearance? Chu Heng couldn't help but roll his eyes, bemused. Even Meng Yu was far more attractive than Xiao Shui, not to mention Inya. What sort of absurdity would lead him to forsake Inya for this young girl? After a lengthy explanation, Chu Heng ultimately managed to persuade Yang Yu to assist him, albeit at the cost of a generator set. However, thanks to Yang Yu's endorsement, Chu Heng successfully gained Xiao Shui's trust, which proved worthwhile. After bidding farewell to Yang Yu, Chu Heng departed the village with Xiao Shui in tow. Looking back, he saw Yang Yu standing on the steps of the village entrance, watching him leave. In Chu Heng's eyes, an inexplicable solemnity emerged, only to be abruptly replaced by a grin. This old Yang appears so honest and straightforward, yet when it comes to action, he is even more unscrupulous than a black market trader. From now on, we shall refer to him as Yang the Black Merchant. Chapter 66. Xiao Shui encounters danger. As they departed from the village, the sun had already begun its descent, marking the time as around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Although the sunlight was no longer scorching, the air still bore the remnants of the summer's sweltering heat. After only a short while, both individuals were drenched in perspiration, their thoughts drifting back to the comforts of life on Earth, basking in air conditioning, savoring ice pops, and relishing cold beverages. Suddenly, Chu Heng came to a halt, and Xiao Shui, who was trailing behind, inadvertently collided with his back. Ouch! Xiao Shui exclaimed, feeling as though she had crashed into an impenetrable wall, her head spinning and her delicate nose stinging painfully. Confusion and a hint of wariness filled her gaze as she looked at Chu Heng, and in a timid voice, she inquired, Brother Chu, why did you stop so suddenly? Is something amiss? Chu Heng shook his head. It's getting late. We must hasten our pace to rendezvous with the others before nightfall. Others? Xiao Shui caught the crux of his statement, her brow furrowing in confusion. She had assumed Chu Heng was a lone wolf. Oh, your future teammates, Chu Heng replied with a smile, stretching his body before turning to her. There will be some changes ahead. Do not be alarmed. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Shui blinked in surprise. Changes? Could it be that he was not human? Perhaps a werewolf or a vampire? In her quest to learn the eagle language, she had often indulged in the original soundtracks of vampire and werewolf-themed dramas and films produced by Eagle Nation. Thus, when Chu Heng mentioned changes, her imagination whimsically conjured an image of him transforming into a werewolf. Unaware of Xiao Shui's peculiar thoughts, Chu Heng swiftly activated his superhuman abilities, transitioning into a heightened state. In the next moment, his physique surged dramatically, his clothing tearing apart, leaving him clad only in the makeshift shorts crafted from the fiery hound's pelt by Anya. The explosive force of Chu Heng's muscular transformation startled Xiao Shui, eliciting an involuntary gasp. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively covered her eyes. Yet her gaze sneakily peeked through her fingers, wandering over Chu Heng's imposing form, which exuded an aesthetic power derived from his explosive strength. Although his current stature appeared somewhat intimidating, it could not obscure the visual allure of his nearly perfect physique. Just as men are drawn to women with striking figures, Women too share a similar appreciation. Although the fiery hound's pelt could withstand the pressure of Chu Heng's transformation, its resilience made the crafting process exceedingly challenging. Anya had merely managed to secure the long strips of pelt together based on Chu Heng's waist size and his normal form, leaving the bottom entirely exposed. Moreover, with his transformation, Chu Heng's stature had grown significantly, allowing Xiao Shui to observe him completely with a mere downward glance. Sensing Xiao Shui's gaze upon him, Chu Heng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unable to articulate his discomfort. He cleared his throat awkwardly and suggested, "Your pace is rather slow. Why not climb onto my back? I can carry you, and it will be much quicker." After finishing his words, Chu Heng turned his back to Xiao Shui and crouched down. Even in a squatting position, his shoulders approached a height of nearly 1.7 to 1.8 meters. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words and witnessing him crouch before her, Xiao Shui momentarily froze. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. After a brief hesitation, she gritted her teeth and leaped onto Chu Heng's shoulders. Just as he was about to express impatience and urge her to hurry, a soft, warm sensation enveloped his back. Momentarily distracted, Chu Heng quickly regained his composure. "Hold on tight to my neck. If you get blown off later, don't blame me," he remarked. No sooner had he spoken than his figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Poor Xiao Shui, initially thinking Chu Heng's words were exaggerated, was suddenly hit by a powerful force pushing her forward. Caught off guard, her slightly parted lips were filled with rushing wind, her cheeks rolling like waves. And her hair was swept up, dancing wildly in the gust. A terrified scream escaped her lips, resonating far and wide. After navigating a series of twists and turns for over half an hour, the two finally approached the main road, with just one mountain bend remaining. Once they rounded the bend, a clear path to the gas station lay ahead, easily reachable in about 20 minutes. Despite his robust nature, even Chu Heng found the relentless pace exhausting after half an hour of sprinting without the thrill of life-threatening danger. He was drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from the water. Xiao Shui, perched on his back, felt even more uncomfortable. Her clothes were soaked with Chu Heng's perspiration, leaving her sticky and discontent. To her dismay, despite never having suffered from motion sickness on trains, planes, or even cars, she now felt nauseous. As Chu Heng came to a halt, her stomach churned uncontrollably, prompting her to hastily leap off his back and lean against a large tree by the roadside, retching violently. Chu Heng wiped the sweat from his forehead and observed Xiao Shui's disheveled state with interest, a smirk of schadenfreude spreading across his face. Throughout their journey, they exchanged occasional words, and their relationship gradually grew closer, though still not as intimate as that of team members. At least, the previous awkwardness had dissipated. Sensing Chu Heng's lingering gaze, Xiao Shui felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, rolling her eyes at him before heading toward the woods behind the hillside. Noticing her direction, Chu Heng furrowed his brow and cautioned, "There may be mutated beasts in the forest. If you need to relieve yourself, don't venture too far." Xiao Shui paused, a look of indecision clouding her face. The jostling of their journey had left her in dire need. After a moment's contemplation, however, her desire for modesty ultimately prevailed, and she cautiously stepped into the woods, squatting beside a patch of grass nearby. It was evident that, in terms of survival in this apocalyptic world, she was almost a blank slate. Had Anya or Mengyu been present, they would never have hesitated to enter the woods, disregarding any sense of shame. Nor would they have chosen to squat so close to the underbrush. In the apocalyptic world, the true terror lies not in the overt enemies that are visible, but rather in the unseen assassins that strike without warning. Approximately 1 minute after Mengyu entered the forest, Chu Heng suddenly furrowed his brow. Under the enhancement of his superhuman physique, his senses had reached a remarkably terrifying level. He could hear even the faintest footsteps within a kilometer with crystal clarity. At that moment, he distinctly heard the sound of a creature stepping on dry leaves, accompanied by the gentle flow of water. And the footsteps were gradually approaching the source of the water. "This is bad." Chu Heng's brow tightened as he swiftly dashed into the woods, and at the same time, a hidden alert materialized before his eyes. "There is a level 3 mutated beast in this forest, and the distance between you is rapidly decreasing. Please be cautious of potential danger." Chapter 67. The mutated beast with dual abilities almost simultaneously with the realization that the footsteps were closing in on Xiao Shui. Chu Heng raced towards the forest. Although Anya and the others were not by his side to benefit from the team enhancement even so, with the terrifying boost from his superhuman physique, his attributes still exceeded 300 points. At the moment of his explosive surge, the cement ground beneath his feet instantly caved in. Utilizing the recoil, he propelled himself forward, and due to the incredible speed of his burst, the friction with the air generated a faint sonic boom. It must be noted that it was fortunate Xiao Shui was not overly foolish, as she had not ventured deeper into the forest, Otherwise, even Xu Hang might have been unable to rescue her. The sounds reaching his ears made it clear that the level 3 mutated beast had transitioned from lurking to a hunting state. And its speed was alarmingly rapid, one that even he dared not claim to outpace. However, Xu Hang felt no fear. He had dared to challenge a level 4 devourer. So why should he fear a mere level 3? Moreover, if this mutated beast posed a significant threat to him, the system would surely have issued a warning. At that moment, Xiao Shui, having just resolved her physiological needs, finally heard the strange sounds behind her, causing her heart to seize with alarm. In truth, she was not hearing the footsteps of the mutated beast. Even in its hunting state, the creature moved with such stealth that its steps were almost imperceptible, as if treading on cotton. The only reason Xu Hong could hear it was due to his extraordinary perceptive abilities, while Xiao Shui, with her attributes totaling less than 70, could not hear it at all. What she perceived were merely the sounds of the underbrush rustling as the beast moved swiftly through it. As the sounds of the rustling grass drew nearer, a chill ran down Xiao Shui's spine, and she cast aside any sense of modesty, hastily pulling up her pants only halfway before sprinting toward the edge of the forest, though she had no understanding of the identity of the lurking creature, nor its intentions in approaching her. She knew that whether they were mutated beasts, zombies, or players, she could not gamble with her life. In her mind, a singular thought dominated: to run, to escape the forest swiftly and return to Xu Hang's side, seeking his protection. With his strength, even if he could not confront the unknown creature, he would certainly be able to help her flee. As she was on the verge of escaping the thicket, fate played a cruel trick on her. In her frantic haste, her trousers slipped down, tripping her and causing her to lose her balance. With a sudden jolt, Xiao Shui fell to the ground, her knees and skin stinging from the impact. Yet, as if oblivious to the pain, she braced herself on her arms, attempting to rise and dash toward freedom. Unfortunately, the brief delay had allowed the hunter behind her to close in. A gust of wind whipped past her head, followed by a ferocious roar that resounded in her ears, leaving her dazed. It was over. It was a mutated beast. Despair flooded her heart as she recalled Xu Hang's warning before she entered the forest. Painfully, she shut her eyes, tears of regret streaming down her cheeks. How wonderful it would have been had she heeded his advice and refrained from entering the woods. At that moment, a faint explosive sound reached her ears, followed by a low growl from the creature behind her. Startled, Xiao Shui turned to look. At the entrance of the woods, bathed in the afternoon sun, stood Xu Hong like a bronze giant, his iron-like muscles bulging, with sinewy veins coursing across his body. He leaned slightly forward in a throwing stance, his right arm extended like a javelin, while his left hand clutched a stone the size of a football. As he launched the projectile, he shot toward Xiao Shui like an arrow released from its bow. In his stride, the stone slipped from his grasp, hurtling toward the beast behind her with the force of the wind. This time, Xiao Shui did not hear the earlier growl. At last, she turned to glimpse the creature that had nearly claimed her life. The sight that met her eyes made her gasp, her heart seeming to momentarily halt. Before her stood a primordial beast, towering over 4 meters tall, significantly taller than Xu Hong. Its amber eyes glinted with ferocity and rage, and its slightly parted mouth revealed 4 sharp teeth resembling daggers, echoing the menacing claws that extended from its paws, glinting coldly in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Just its presence instilled a sense of terror, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Breath held, Xiao Shui feared drawing its attention once more. The beast, however, was fixated on Xu Hong, emitting low growls filled with fury. Its amber gaze burned with rage, yet a hint of wariness flickered within. The stone that Xu Hong had hurled had struck it while it was distracted, but the immense energy behind the blow had conveyed a sense of significant threat. Upon approaching to fully assess the creature, Xu Hong raised an eyebrow, taken aback. The mutated beast was adorned in a striking orange hue, flecked with black spots and rings, while a long, copper-like tail of the same orange color swayed gently in the air. Despite its formidable size, the creature's distinctive features, coupled with its iconic feline appearance, allowed Xu Hong to instantly recognize its identity. It was, astonishingly, a mutated beast evolved from a leopard. Many people often conflate leopards with cheetahs. However, these are 2 distinct species that can be easily differentiated. Visually, the leopard is adorned with large, solid black spots or circular black rings, while the cheetah boasts numerous small black dots, complemented by a distinctive black stripe running from the corners of its mouth to its eyes, characteristics absent in leopards. Additionally, their habitats differ significantly. Leopards exhibit remarkable adaptability to various environments, thriving in most natural settings, whereas cheetahs predominantly inhabit warm, tropical grasslands. Generally speaking, cheetahs are considerably swifter than leopards, with top speeds nearing 120 kilometers per hour and sustained speeds reaching 50 kilometers per hour, earning them the title of the fastest land animal. In contrast, leopards can reach a maximum speed of less than 80 kilometers per hour, with their endurance being notably superior to that of cheetahs. Yet, it was evident that the statistics from Earth did not apply to this world. The speed of this evolved leopard far surpassed that of the cheetah on Earth, especially since it had reached level 3 and awakened special abilities. Chu Hong gazed curiously at its hidden prompt, momentarily breathless, his eyes alight with shock and delight. This was, indeed, a mutated beast with dual abilities. Chapter 68. Fierce Battle with the Shadow Leopard. Shadow Leopard. Level 3 mutated beast, possessing the special abilities of Gigantism and Shadow Mastery. Gigantism ability in use. Degree of enlargement 50. Strength 330, 220150. Speed 130, 26050. Constitution 270, 180150. Ability Gigantism enables the creature to grow in size, enhancing strength and constitution while reducing speed. Effect for Shadow Leopard. Maximum enlargement 100. Strength and constitution attributes increase proportionally with the degree of enlargement. Speed reduced by up to 80. Effect for Host. Maximum enlargement 100. Strength and constitution attributes double with the degree of enlargement. Speed reduced by up to 60. Ability Weakness. Speed reduction. Ability Shadow Mastery. In night or complete darkness, all attributes are significantly enhanced. Grants night vision, allows integration into darkness, and accelerates healing. Night vision perceives the dark as daylight. Integration into darkness makes one exceedingly difficult to detect in the dark. Effect for Shadow Leopard. In night or complete darkness, all attributes increase by 150. Effect for Host. In night or complete darkness, all attributes increase by 300. Ability Weakness. Daylight. Weaknesses: joints, deceleration, brain, instant kill, heart, instant kill. Risk assessment. This is an extraordinarily powerful mutated beast, yet it possesses significant flaws in its abilities, with considerable variations in strength across different time periods. Threat level: moderate during daylight, advanced in darkness. It is advisable for the host to retreat or conclude combat before sunset. Note: due to inherent differences in conditions, the effects of abilities beyond the second tier will vary significantly between mutated beasts and players. Upon reviewing the information regarding the Shadow Leopard, Chu Hong found himself momentarily stunned. This appeared to be the first instance he had encountered a creature, aside from himself, endowed with dual abilities, both of which were formidable. Although the ability of enlargement exhibited considerable drawbacks in speed, its enhancements to strength and physique were exceptionally terrifying, surpassing even that of a super physique. As for the Shadow Master ability, it was even more remarkable. Considering his current second-tier level, his attributes would quadruple in the darkness, reaching an astounding 440 points, a truly fearsome prospect. Not to mention, with night vision and the ability to merge with shadows, the distinction between night and day had become negligible for Chu Hong. In fact, the night had transformed into his primary battlefield. Undoubtedly, he was intent on replicating the Shadow Master's ability. Furthermore, another point that captured Chu Heng's attention was the newly introduced differentiation of abilities noted in the hidden hints, which indicated significant discrepancies in effects between humans and mutated beasts. Presently, it appeared that the effect on humans was double that observed in mutated beasts. Initially perplexed by this observation, Chu Hong quickly grasped its implications. This revelation also addressed a long-standing question he had pondered. During his encounter with the Flame Hound, he had found it curious. Upon correlating the level 0 and level 1 mutated beast with players prior to awakening, he discerned that under comparable circumstances, the attributes of mutated beasts were markedly superior. Moreover, the Flamehound corresponded to first-tier players while the current Shadow Leopard aligned with second-tier players. Neither of them required special elixirs or potions to continue enhancing their attributes, seemingly free of any limitations, naturally advancing instead. This was in stark contrast to zombies, which, after reaching level 2, required consumption of players to further elevate their attributes, with the level of the consumed player directly correlating to the enhancement received. In a certain sense, this was akin to players utilizing elixirs and potions to augment their attributes, while there were means to combat zombies of the same tier. What resources did players possess to triumph over mutated beasts of equivalent rank? This question, it seemed, was addressed by the recent hidden hint. Gazing at the Shadow Leopard, Chu Hong was suddenly reminded of Zhang Xiaodao. Excluding Chu He and Xiao Shui, the three individuals accompanying him, Anya, who awakened the ability of magnetic control, and Mingyu, who awakened a super physique, left only Zhang Xiaodao, whose abilities had yet to be determined. From his perspective, the abilities exhibited by the Shadow Leopard seemed ideally suited for him. However, as this thought emerged, Chu Hong swiftly suppressed it. He recalled the unique spiritual contract ability he had acquired from Zhang Manxiang, and as a second-tier individual, he was now perfectly positioned to forge a spiritual bond with the level 3 Shadow Leopard. Observing this rare, dual-ability mutated beast before him ignited a spark within Chu Hong. The Shadow Leopard, with its remarkable potential for growth and formidable strength, needed no further introduction. Its striking appearance was undeniably impressive, making it an ideal choice for a steed or companion. The mere notion of appearing before others atop the majestic Shadow Leopard, witnessing their astonished and envious expressions, steeled Chu Heng's resolve. It's not favoritism. I simply haven't found a suitable alternative. Rest assured, I shall reserve a fitting creature for you when the time comes. Yet, before that, Chu Hong had a task at hand, to tame the Shadow Leopard. In simple terms, it meant he needed to subdue it until it willingly followed him. With a grin, Chu Hong charged towards the Shadow Leopard. Unlike his previous encounter with the Devourer, where its overwhelming power and exceptional regenerative abilities rendered him ineffective despite his superior speed, the situation was different now. The Shadow Leopard, in its enlarged form, was only marginally stronger than him in terms of power, while its constitution was somewhat inferior. As for speed, Chu Hong outpaced it by more than double. He could easily exploit this considerable advantage to exhaust its stamina and inflict damage until it yielded. At that moment, Chu Hong had no time to dwell on the thousands of corpses of zombies lying in the deep ravine of the gas station. Anya and her companions were there to safeguard their hard-earned results. Yet, an exquisite Shadow Leopard steed like this would be a rare find. If he missed this opportunity, he might wait an eternity for another chance. Furthermore, he needed to act swiftly and resolve the matter before nightfall. Otherwise, by then, the Shadow Leopard's power and constitution attributes could reach an alarming 550 and 450 points, with speed surging past 600 to an astounding 650 points. Even with the ability of Shadow Sovereign at his disposal, his attributes would barely reach 440 points, leaving him outmatched in all but constitution. At that point, he would be left to await his demise. Utilizing his agility, Chu Hong maneuvered among the trees, continually toying with the enlarged Shadow Leopard while seeking opportunities to strike. Before long, the beast bore numerous wounds, its stamina significantly depleted from the relentless game of cat and mouse. However, the Shadow Leopard was no fool. Upon realizing that its speed had diminished too greatly to contend with Chu Hong, it astutely reduced its size. Unfortunately, this adjustment left its attributes inferior to his. Seeing this, Chu Hong decided to abandon his evasive tactics and engage the creature head-on in a fierce contest of primal strength. Chapter 69. Grasping the Throat of Destiny in the Towering. Dense forest, the air resonated with continuous roars. After nearly half an hour of intense combat, the battleground between Chu Heng and the Shadow Panther lay in utter devastation. Trees had been uprooted, many cleaved in two, while both combatants bore wounds that bled profusely, staining the ground, underbrush, and broken wood with their mingled blood, rendering it impossible to discern whose was whose. The scene was one of sheer brutality. However, the Shadow Panther was no match for Chu Hong. The injuries it inflicted were merely superficial, failing to genuinely harm him. Conversely, the beast itself was far less fortunate. The speed deficiency of its enlarged form was magnified in Chu Heng's presence as he dominated the fight. Had it not been for Chu Heng's decision to engage in close quarters, the Shadow Panther would have struggled to land any effective blows. At the onset of the battle, Chu Hong had contemplated subduing the creature and making it his companion, but as the conflict progressed, his fighting spirit soared, and he unconsciously lost restraint. Each punch reverberated against the Shadow Panther's body, inflicting grievous wounds that elicited pained cries. After enduring such a one-sided skirmish, the Shadow Panther had come to recognize its inferiority to Chu Hong. Yet, despite its torn flesh and flowing blood, and feeling utterly exhausted, it persisted in launching attacks against him. Perhaps it was the innate pride of a top predator in the natural world that compelled it to fight on. Observing the defiance in the Shadow Panther's eyes, Chu Heng glanced up at the sky, a frown creasing his brow as irritation bubbled within him. The day was waning. If the battle dragged on into the night, he feared he would no longer be able to contend with the creature. Should the Shadow Panther remain obstinate in its refusal to yield, he would have no choice but to end its life here. In that case, delivering the exotic beast to Zhang Xiaodao to aid in his awakening would not be a total loss. Yet, after investing so much time in developing an affinity for this Shadow Panther, it pained him to consider abandoning it. As he pondered, the Shadow Panther charged once more. With his frustration mounting, Chu Hong could barely restrain himself from striking with lethal intent. At that moment, a faint animal cry reached his ears. It sounded distant, likely from a juvenile creature. Startled, Chu Hong instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A level 0 juvenile beast is approaching you from the depths of the forest, its distance rapidly closing. Threat level, none. Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback. A juvenile beast? Coming this way? Suddenly, a realization struck him like a jolt of electricity. Could it be the Shadow Panther's offspring, drawn by its mother's scent? He stood frozen, grappling with the implications. The Shadow Panther was not a fool. It was well aware of its lack of power against him. While it could not escape his grasp, it had consistently chosen to fight rather than submit. Previously, Chu Hong felt a sense of bewilderment, but now everything has become clear. His sole focus was on how to compel the Shadow Leopard to submit. The continuous injuries he inflicted upon it had likely convinced the creature that he intended to take its life. A mother's instinct for survival is fierce. It understood that if it perished, its offspring would have no chance of thriving in such a perilous world, with no means of escape. Its only recourse was to engage in a desperate fight against Chu Hong, striving for a slender hope of survival. Only by living could it ensure a future for its young. Upon this realization, Chu Hong's expression brightened. Although he could not communicate his intentions to the Shadow Leopard, he could leverage its offspring as a means of coercion. Admittedly, such an approach was morally questionable. Yet, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where ethical considerations among humans had dissipated, why should one adhere to such principles with a mere beast? At that moment, as Chu Hong pondered, the juvenile creature drew closer, and the remarkably perceptive Shadow Leopard finally sensed the presence of its child. It sniffed the air once more, confirming that the approaching figure was indeed its offspring hidden within the cave. While the reasons for its child's sudden appearance remained a mystery, an instinctive urge compelled it to turn and rush towards the young one. However, in the next instant, the human who incited both rage and fear reappeared before it. Momentarily taken aback, the leopard assumed that Chu Hong intended to obstruct its escape once more, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl. Yet, it soon realized that Chu Hong paid it no mind, instead dashing deeper into the woods, a direction aligned with the scent of its offspring. With a powerful roar, the leopard swiftly retracted its enlargement ability, reverting to its normal form, and accelerated towards Chu Hong with all its might, eager to reach its child first. Regrettably, even without the enhancement of its abilities, its speed was a mere 280 points, while Chu Hong surpassed that with over 300 points, swiftly outpacing it. Upon the leopard's arrival, it discovered to its horror that its young had already been ensnared in Chu Hong's grasp, the human's fingers constricting around the juvenile's neck. A slight pressure would mean death for its beloved offspring. Upon seeing its mother, the young creature became animated, thrashing violently in Chu Hong's hold, emitting fragile cries while its tiny paws flailed in the air, reminiscent of a small boat in tumultuous waters. Chu Hong observed the little leopard with great interest. Perhaps due to its recent birth, it appeared woefully small, fitting comfortably in his hand. Its soft, pale yellow fur was adorned with black spots, and its amber eyes shimmered with anxiety, misty with uncertainty. When it opened its mouth to emit sounds, two tiny canine teeth were revealed, showcasing its predatory nature. As a young apex predator, it lacked the formidable presence of its mother, instead resembling an endearing puppy, its short legs flailing adorably. Even though Chu Hong had never kept pets on Earth, he found himself instantly enamored with the young creature, unable to resist the urge to playfully tease it. Upon witnessing the torment of its young by Chu Hong, the Shadow Leopard emitted a series of low growls. It longed to rush forward and rescue its offspring from Chu Hong's grasp, yet fear held it back. It was acutely aware that it was no match for Chu Hong and dreaded the possibility that in its attempt to save its child, it might inadvertently cause harm or provoke Chu Hong's wrath, potentially leading him to crush the young one's throat in a fit of fury. As it let out its plaintive cries, Chu Hong's gaze shifted from the young creature to the Shadow Leopard, his eyes icy with disdain. He slowly approached the feline, the young beast held aloft in his right hand, until he stood directly before it. Just as the Shadow Leopard contemplated a move, Chu Hong applied a slight pressure, causing the young cub to emit a soft whimper. Witnessing this scene, the Shadow Leopard hesitated, paralyzed by fear. With a frigid glare, Chu Hong declared, "Submit or perish alongside your child." In Chapter 70, the contract is finalized. Journey at midnight, Chu Hong regarded the Shadow Leopard with a calm intensity. He had prepared for the worst. If necessary, he would slay it and subsequently forge a contract with its child, nurturing it in its stead. Though uncertain whether the cub would be willing to enter into such an agreement following its mother's demise, or if it could inherit its mother's dual abilities, he deemed it a necessary course of action, with the option of gifting it to Anya and others if all else failed. As Chu Hong scrutinized the situation, the Shadow Leopard fixated intently on the cub held captive in his grip, an enigmatic emotion flickering in its eyes. The twilight deepened, marking Chu Hong's final opportunity, as well as the last chance for the Shadow Leopard. After a couple of minutes, the Shadow Leopard ultimately made its choice. It let out a low whimper, bending its forelimbs and kneeling, bowing its head in submission, exposing its vulnerable underbelly to Chu Hong as if to proclaim its allegiance. Seeing this, Chu Hang released a sigh of relief, suppressing his excitement as he extended his hand toward its massive head, placing it gently upon the center of its brow. As he transitioned his abilities to form the spiritual contract, his stature diminished dramatically, akin to a deflating balloon, until he could barely reach the brow of the kneeling shadow leopard. Aware of the acute perception animals possess, he knew the shadow leopard must have sensed his transformation and recognized his diminished strength. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution, gripping the young beast firmly to avert any missteps, while remaining vigilant against any potential retaliation from the shadow leopard. Should it exhibit any treacherous behavior, he was prepared to switch his abilities, extinguishing any threat immediately. As anticipated, once he activated the new ability, the shadow leopard acutely sensed the change within him. However, fixated on the cub whose fate was tightly held in Chu Hang's grasp, it ultimately relinquished any thoughts of rebellion. The entire process unfolded remarkably smoothly, with Chu Hang encountering minimal resistance as he successfully established the spiritual contract with the shadow leopard. It was only after the practical application that he truly grasped the formidable nature of this ability. In essence, the spiritual contract manifested in two forms: an equitable agreement and a servitude bond. Under the covenant of equality, both parties possess equal standing, and the contract binds them in such a manner that neither can compel the other to act against their will. They are mutually prohibited from aggression, however. Should one party breach the terms, the other may invoke the power of the contract to extinguish the soul energy of the transgressor, ultimately leading to their demise. The agreement originally forged between Zhang Manxiang and the Black Ghost exemplifies this type of contract. A notable flaw of such covenants lies in their diminishing efficacy as the disparity in power between the two parties increases, eventually rendering the contract ineffective. In contrast, the servant contract, as its name suggests, establishes a master-servant dynamic. If the equal contract fosters a cooperative relationship, the servant contract enables the master to control the servant's life and death at will, utilizing the soul stored within the contract. This form of covenant remains unaffected by differences in rank, eliminating concerns of backlash. In simpler terms, even if the shadow leopard were to be 10 levels higher than the contractor, he could still eliminate it at his discretion. Upon the establishment of the servant contract, Chu Hang discerned a newfound connection with the shadow leopard. Although they could not yet communicate as humans do, they could convey simple meanings and commands, which sufficed for Chu Hang in his current circumstances. After signing the contract, he spent some time playing with the young beast before returning it to the shadow leopard. Previously unperturbed, the sight of the numerous wounds on his new mount now stirred feelings of compassion within him. After some contemplation, he retrieved the flesh and blood of a level 1 mutated hound from his spatial ring, slicing a small portion to offer to the young beast while feeding the remainder to the shadow leopard as he prepared to roast some meat for himself. After such an extensive battle, both he and the shadow leopard required sustenance and rest, given that he had replicated the shadow leopard's shadow dominion ability. Traveling towards Anya and the others during the night posed no issue. Reflecting upon this, Chu Hang couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging that plans often falter in the face of change. Initially intending to refuel at the gas station and reach the military camp before nightfall, he had encountered a horde of corpses. Later, while in Yong's village, he had mentioned reuniting with Anya before dusk to gather the bodies from the deep trench, only to first encounter Xiao Shui and subsequently the shadow leopard. It now seemed that any hope of meeting with them would likely extend into the night. Suddenly, he recalled Xiao Shui. A wave of alarm washed over him. After all, she was a valuable asset he had obtained by trading a generator. Should anything happen to her, he would be utterly distraught. Concerned for her safety, Chu Hang hurried back, having previously instructed her not to wander off, and assumed she remained near the forest's edge. Observing his departure, the shadow leopard, after some thought, picked up the young beast in its mouth and tossed it onto its back, clutching the unfinished alien meat as it followed suit. In no time, Chu Hang arrived near the entrance of the forest, only to be taken aback by the desolate scene before him. Surely, this girl couldn't have encountered danger again, could she? Just then, he noticed a private message lighting up on his device. Upon opening the message, it was indeed from Xiao Shui. Chu Ge, I have emerged from the woods and am now waiting for you on the road. How are things on your end? Chu Hang exhaled a sigh of relief as he stepped out of the forest, where he found Xiao Shui standing beneath the shade of a large tree. The moment she spotted him, her eyes brightened, and she approached, surveying him from head to toe. Her gaze lingered on his wounds for a moment before her expression turned somewhat dejected as she apologized. I'm so sorry, Chu Ge. It's all my fault. If I hadn't disobeyed you and ventured into the woods, none of this trouble would have arisen, nor would you have been injured. Rest assured, I will listen to you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I shall not go west. Chu Hang blinked, internally musing that he had never intended to blame her. Besides, had it not been for her, he might have missed out on acquiring the Shadow Leopard, a top-tier mount. However, he knew better than to voice such thoughts aloud, as Xiao Shue's actions had indeed been misguided. Her lack of awareness regarding the perils of survival in a post-apocalyptic world was glaring. Yet, she was not entirely to blame. A portion of the responsibility lay with Yang Yu and his companions, who had protected her too well. As soldiers, they remained steadfast in their mission to safeguard the populace during these dire times, which was commendable. If they had not taken such measures, Chu Hong would not have given Yang Yu the generator at a bargain. Although Xiao Shue's linguistic skills were valuable, they were not irreplaceable. He could easily find others to converse with in the chat channel. While there was no inherent fault in Yang Yu and his team as protective instincts, their overzealousness could lead to adverse outcomes, potentially endangering themselves, a point Chu Hong had made clear to Yang Yu earlier. Just as Chu Hong was about to impart some lessons to Xiao Shui, he noticed her expression shift to one of sheer terror. Her youthful fingers trembled as she pointed behind him, her voice quivering. "Chu Gu, behind you." Taken aback, Chu Hong sensed the presence of the Shadow Leopard and quickly understood. A mysterious smile played at the corners of his mouth as he turned around and extended his hand. To Xiao Shue's astonishment, the formidable beast that had battled Chu Hong for over half an hour, inflicting numerous wounds and nearly claiming his life, now appeared as docile as a kitten, crouching before him, allowing his palm to rest gently upon its head. Stunned into silence for a considerable time, Xiao Shui finally exclaimed, "My goodness, Chu Gu, how did you manage that?" After explaining the situation to Xiao Shui, she ultimately accepted the reality of Chu Hong having tamed the colossal creature as a pet. Subsequently, the two humans and two beasts kindled a fire to roast meat. And after satisfying their hunger and thirst, they continued their journey. By this time, the sky had darkened, enveloped in the cloak of night. Chapter 71. Misunderstanding. Reunion. A gentle moonlight cascaded down as the graceful Shadow Leopard sprinted along the smooth highway, with Chu Hong seated upon its back, a young beast nestled in his arms, while Xiao Shui clung tightly to his waist, fearful of being thrown off by the creature's movements. In truth, racing along such a smooth road, riding atop the Shadow Leopard felt no different from being seated in a convertible. Chu Hong barely sensed any jolting. Instead, the gentle evening breeze caressed his face, providing a sense of comfort. This marked Chu Hong's inaugural venture into the night, a genuine immersion into the darkness to behold the world. Perhaps this realm, prior to the apocalypse, mirrored the vibrant nightlife of Earth, a realm of neon lights amidst a starless night. Yet, following the trials of the apocalypse, humanity's interference with and destruction of nature has gradually been rectified, allowing the heavens to unveil their brilliant tapestry of stars, with a celestial river arching across the night sky. Without the illumination of human lights, the roadside lay enveloped in profound darkness, exuding an unparalleled tranquility. The sporadic sounds of chirping insects and the distant roars of beasts instilled a sense of foreboding, making one wonder if some terrifying creature might suddenly pierce the veil of night. Behind him, Xiao Shui clung tightly to Chu Hong, trembling slightly with each roar that echoed through the stillness, betraying her evident anxiety and fear. Chu Hong did not mock her timidity, after all. It is human nature to fear the unknown. In truth, had he not possessed the ability of shadow domination, he too would have hesitated to venture out into the night. Setting aside the enhanced threats posed by the zombies and mutated beasts under the cover of darkness, the mere inability to see would have sufficed to intimidate him. Although hidden prompts could forewarn of danger and mark the terrain and other elements, nothing could compare to the efficacy of direct visual perception. In a confrontation between equals, a moment's hesitation or a delayed reaction could prove fatal. Under the night vision granted by his shadow domination ability, Chu Hong perceived his surroundings as if it were daylight, vigilantly scanning for potential threats. While the power to meld with the shadows was formidable, he placed greater trust in his own sight. Simultaneously, a subtle energy emanated from the darkness, gradually flowing into both him and the Shadow Leopard, facilitating the slow healing of their wounds, an inherent regenerative ability bestowed by their powers. Of course, this self-healing was significantly less effective than the power of absorption, yielding only about 1/5 of its potency. Nonetheless, it was a valuable boon. Initially, due to its injuries, the Shadow Leopard's speed was not particularly remarkable, but as its wounds mended and its stamina replenished, it began to accelerate. Feeling the evening breeze intensifying against his face, Chu Hong silently rejoiced that the Shadow Leopard's dominion over shadows held no sway during the day. Otherwise, his life could have been forfeit today. Before long, within less than 10 minutes, the outline of a gas station emerged within Chu Hong's line of sight, its lights flickering like a tiny flame dancing in the dark. He knew that Anya and the others awaited him inside. Earlier that afternoon, he had informed Anya of his predicament, though he refrained from detailing the events that transpired, nor did he disclose his intention to arrive at night. lest it cause undue worry among his team members. This moment provided the perfect opportunity for a delightful surprise. As the lights drew nearer, Chu Hong couldn't help but smile. Envisioning the reactions of Anya and the others upon encountering the Shadow Leopard, it promised to be quite a spectacle. In less than a minute, the Shadow Leopard, bearing Chu Hang and Xiao Shui, finally arrived at their destination, coming to a halt outside the gas station. Inside, Anya and her companions sensed the unexpected visitor. Their vigilance heightened as they approached the window to peer outside. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, a colossal beast stood outside the gas station. Although its form was obscured, the sleek, muscular contours suggested immense power and speed, emanating a palpable aura of mortal threat. It was abundantly clear that they were no match for this mutated creature. Tension gripped the group as they speculated the beast's intentions. At that moment, as if struck by a realization, Chui grimaced and whispered, "This creature is likely attracted by our lights." Anya and Zhang Xiaodao nodded in agreement but refrained from extinguishing the lights. With the mutated beast already here, it was too late to turn them off. Moreover, most nocturnal creatures possessed night vision. Thus, turning off the lights would only grant the beast an advantageous environment, hampering their own capabilities. Under the anxious gazes of the four, the Shadow Leopard inched closer. Just as Anya prepared to command her flying daggers for a preemptive strike, Meng Yu, with keen eyesight in the moonlight, spotted something unusual on the back of the mutated beast. She tugged at Anya's sleeve and murmured, "Doesn't it look like someone is riding on the back of that mutated beast?" The remaining three felt a jolt of apprehension. In a post-apocalyptic world, formidable zombies or mutated beasts posed great danger, but other players could also be threats, especially those endowed with considerable strength. In the next moment, the four of them stared outside, dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Goodness, doesn't that person on the back of the mutated beast resemble our leader? I think it looks like Brother Chu. It's definitely Chu Hong." Hearing this, Anya blinked, initially suspecting that her longing for Chu Hong had conjured an illusion. It turned out she was not alone in her perception. Meanwhile, the Shadow Leopard had reached the entrance. Chu Hang leaped off its back, standing before the clutter blocking the door of the station, chuckling softly, "What is going on? Even if the leader doesn't come out to greet me, must you block my entrance?" The four exchanged glances, their surprise quickly transforming into delight. It truly was their leader. Zhang Xiaodao was momentarily taken aback and hurried to clear the obstacles. However, Anya was swifter, with a flick of her magnetic field manipulation. The iron tables and chairs blocking the entrance were promptly cleared away. Chu Hang strolled in leisurely, followed closely by a somewhat anxious Xiao Shui. The Shadow Leopard, eager to join, found the door frame too low, standing at a height of nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters. It could not enter and settled down to rest at the doorway. As Chu Hang entered, the crowd collectively exhaled, their faces illuminating with surprise. However, upon noticing the young girl trailing behind him, their expressions shifted to one of bewilderment, and their gazes promptly redirected towards Anya. In that moment, the attention of several individuals transitioned from the colossal beast outside to Xiao Shui. Although this girl did not possess the ethereal beauty of Anya or Meng Yu, she was certainly above average, especially with her timid demeanor reminiscent of a small creature, evoking a protective instinct in the boys. Zhang Xiaodao, Meng Yu, and Chui exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting curiosity. Could it be that our leader has a preference for this type? They had anticipated a silent battle. Yet to their surprise, Anya merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Shui before diverting her focus elsewhere. Anya was an astute and proud young woman. She did not believe that Chu Hang's charm would falter so easily. Perhaps other men might find such a quality appealing, but not Chu Hong. This was a conclusion she had drawn from her own experiences. Naturally, such thoughts were one thing, but maintaining an appropriate demeanor was another. Anya gracefully approached Chu Hong, her expression casual as she lifted his garment to inspect for any injuries. Ahem. Chu Hong felt an inexplicable sense of awkwardness, clearing his throat and gently brushing her delicate hand away. "I'm perfectly fine." What a fool. Anya rolled her eyes at Chu Hong, but quickly regained her composure, turning her attention to Xiao Shui with a hint of curiosity. "And who might you be?" Even Chu Hong, despite his naivety, sensed the oddity of the situation and candidly replied, "This is our future teammate, Xiao Shui, who will be responsible for translation. Please take care of her during this time." Upon hearing Chu Hong's response, Anya nodded in satisfaction and offered Xiao Shui a gentle smile. Extending her hand for a formal introduction, she said, "Welcome to our team. Xiao Shui, I'm Anya, a bit older than you, so you can call me Sister Ya." Xiao Shui paused momentarily but quickly recovered, shaking Anya's hand and shyly responding, "Hello, Sister Ya. I'm Xiao Shui." Women understand one another best. The implications of Anya's earlier gesture might escape the comprehension of the men. Yet Xiao Shui immediately grasped its significance. Anya's initial action was a declaration of ownership, while her subsequent words and gestures conveyed her status as the lady of the house. Observing the strikingly beautiful and poised Anya, who exhibited both grace and discernment, Xiao Shui cast a discreet glance at Chu Hong's silhouette, feeling a twinge of inferiority and disappointment. Soon after, the other three introduced themselves to Xiao Shui in turn. It was only then that they recalled the mutated beast accompanying Chu Hong and could not resist inquiring about it. Chu Hong smiled and, with a swift motion, punched through the wall above the entrance, forcibly elevating the door's height to approximately 3 meters. He then called out to the shadow leopard in his mind. In the next instant, the shadow leopard, adorned with striking black spots and carrying a young creature in its mouth, sauntered gracefully towards the station, resembling a dignified lady, before settling down in front of Chu Hong and placing the young beast before him. As the shadow leopard entered, aside from Chu Hong and Xiao Shui, the others instinctively held their breath, fearing they might disturb the colossal creature. The pressure exerted by the shadow leopard during the night was truly overwhelming. Gazing closely at this behemoth, even though it displayed no hostility towards them, a chill ran down their spines. After a moment, Zhang Xiaodao swallowed hard and nervously inquired, "Boss, is this your pet? A leopard?" Chui also asked. Chu Hong nodded and gently patted the leopard's large head, signaling it not to frighten his companions. The shadow leopard let out a mournful whimper, clearly thinking that it was these humans who were too weak. Mengyu timidly regarded the shadow leopard. Eager to touch its soft fur yet hesitant, she turned to Chu Hong for reassurance. "Brother Chu, it won't bite us, will it?" Chu Hong smiled and shook his head, stroking the leopard's head. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, it won't harm you." Encouraged by his words, Mengyu gathered her courage and approached the shadow leopard, reaching for the area between its ears. Having always adored cats, she knew that this was a sensitive spot for felines, and given the shadow leopard's feline characteristics, it should be safe to touch. Upon feeling a hand on its head, the shadow leopard instantly lifted its gaze, its amber eyes locking onto Mengyu for a moment before lowering again, evidently granting her permission. However, at that moment, the young creature curled beneath its head became visible. Initially captivated by the shadow leopard, no one had noticed the juvenile beast, but upon discovering it, Mengyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this little puppy is so adorable." In contrast to the shadow leopard, the juvenile creature evidently captured the hearts of the women, prompting even Anya to approach. Its endearing demeanor was simply irresistible. "Oh, a puppy." Hearing Mengyu's exclamation, a wave of amusement washed over Chu Hong, who struggled to suppress a laugh. Yet, observing the lowered head of the shadow leopard, the two women found themselves at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Sensing Anya's pleading glance, Chu Hang scratched his head and stepped before the shadow leopard, giving its head a gentle pat. In the next instant, the juvenile beast reappeared before the two women. "Ah, so cute," Mengyu squealed, while Anya maintained a more composed demeanor, gazing at the little creature. Anya's eyes sparkled with delight as she bent down, attempting to scoop it up. "Gore," the shadow leopard growled softly, its tone laced with a hint of warning. Clearing his throat twice, Chu Hang lightly patted its head. "Don't be so stingy. Show me some respect in front of them. Rest assured, they are my teammates and will not harm the cub." Feeling Chu Hang's reassurance, the shadow leopard finally allowed Anya to cradle the juvenile creature, while it turned its head away towards the door. As Anya scratched the cub's chin, she asked, "By the way, do this mutated beast and the cub have names?" "Names?" Chu Hong paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that he had yet to name them. Gazing at the striking black and yellow patterns adorning the shadow leopard and the young beast, an idea sparked in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, Anya, with a playful smirk, interjected, "I presume you won't be naming them Big Flower and Little Flower, or Big Spot and Little Spot, will you?" Chu Hang looked at Anya, bewildered. "How did you know what I was thinking? Are Big Flower and Little Flower not pleasant names?" After casting a sidelong glance at him, Anya inquired about the characteristics of the two mutated beasts and then engaged Mengyu and Xiao Shui in discussion. "We have decided that the larger one shall be named Little Shadow, and the smaller one will be called Following Shadow." Chu Hong, somewhat perplexed, questioned the three women. "Why is the larger one called Little Shadow and the smaller one Following Shadow? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" Anya chuckled softly and explained, "This large leopard is a mother, and Little Shadow is a name fitting for a female. As for this little one, it resembles its mother, and we hope it inherits her speed, hence the name Following Shadow." Although Chu Hong found this reasoning somewhat puzzling, the shadow leopard seemed quite pleased with the names, growing affectionate towards Anya, which left him with no choice but to accept it. Observing the three women joyfully petting Little Shadow and Following Shadow, Chu Hong sighed, mentally instructing Little Shadow to stay and protect them, before stepping outside alone to the deep ravine. He did not allow Zhang Xiaodao and Shui to accompany him. In the night, they were as good as blind, unable to provide assistance and likely to hinder him instead. Standing at the edge of the road, Chu Heng gazed down into the ravine and, with arms outstretched, leaped into the abyss in a leap of faith. The corpses of the zombies had been resting there for over half a day. It was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 73. The enraged Anya. At the bottom of the pitch-black ravine, Chu Heng stood atop a charred corpse, surveying his surroundings. Under the influence of the Shadow Lord's supernatural abilities, the darkness posed no discomfort to him. He could clearly discern the situation below. The Inferno had claimed the lives of over 10,000 zombies, including a few unfortunate level 0, level 1, and even several level 2 creatures, now reduced to charred remains, stacked like bricks in a thick layer. The acrid scent of burnt flesh mingled with that of gasoline, lingering in the ravine and intensifying. Even Chu Heng found himself coughing as he descended, overwhelmed by the noxious air. He waved his hand dismissively, attempting to dispel the strange odor, but to no avail. Resigning himself to the invasive scents infiltrating his nostrils. Activating his intermediate gathering technique, the ravine appeared to be filled with countless fireflies. Green and faint blue lights cascading like rain into Chu Heng's body, with notifications of successful collection continuously refreshing. However, Chu Heng, wise to the distractions of the game prompts, had long since disabled them, remaining undisturbed. The range of the intermediate gathering technique was limited, and once he completed the collection of corpses in one area, he proceeded deeper into the ravine. Returning to the depths, Chu Heng swiftly collected more than half of the zombies, advancing deeper into the ravine. Contrary to being a sealed pit, the ravine featured a gap over 2 meters wide, providing an escape route. When the great fire erupted, a small number of zombies inadvertently slipped through this opening, yet they did not venture far, lingering just outside the breach. A cursory glance revealed a considerable number, roughly dozens, including one level 2 zombie. As night descended, the zombies' sensory perception heightened significantly, and they quickly discerned Chu Heng's presence, surging chaotically through the gap, clawing and lunging towards him. However, with Anya and the others nearby, along with the enhancement from the Shadow Sovereign, Chu Heng's attributes surged to nearly 490 points, a truly formidable figure. Feeling the surging power within him, Chu Heng cast a cold glance at the approaching horde and unsheathed his longsword. His current strength was overwhelming. With a mere flick of his wrist, dozens of zombies fell in an instant. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a resonant whistle akin to a howling gale. The destructive force of this swing astonished even Chu Heng, who fancied he saw a veil of white mist enveloping the blade. Could this be the legendary sword aura? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, chiding himself for indulging too much in martial arts novels. The remaining zombies charged fearlessly towards Chu Heng, but in the blink of an eye, they lay vanquished on the ground, even the level 2 zombies succumbing to a single blow. Another burst of radiant energy emerged, and the bodies of the zombies in the ravine were fully harvested. Gazing at his spoils, Chu Heng was momentarily taken aback. Could the bounty be this rich? In total, these zombies had yielded over 9,000 level 0 cores, more than 800 level 1 cores, 22 level 2 cores, and 97 variations, along with a collection of miscellaneous materials. Altogether, if converted entirely to level 0 cores, the total exceeded 38,000. It is worth noting that he required merely 50 level 2 cores, equivalent to 30,000 level 0 cores, to ascend from the second to the third tier. A stark contrast to the 1,000 cores needed for the first to second tier transition, a 30-fold increase. Initially, he believed it would take a considerable time to gather enough cores for advancement, but unexpectedly, a single wave of zombies not only provided the required amount, but also left enough to elevate everyone else to the second tier. However, the abundance of cores became a source of concern. Previously, due to insufficient cores, Anya and Mengyu had completed their awakening before fully maximizing their attributes. Now that cores were ample, should he allow Zhang Xiaodao and the other two, who had yet to awaken, to reach full attributes before their advancement? After pondering, Chu Heng decided it best to discuss the matter with Anya and Mengyu first, providing them with a heads-up and gauging their thoughts. Resolute, he leaped like a monkey, swiftly returning from the depths of the ravine to the road above. Upon returning to the station, Shadow had already fallen asleep in Anya's embrace, while little Shadow patiently lay at the door, facing outward, awaiting Chu Heng's return. The others were scattered about. Some had succumbed to slumber, while others engaged in hushed conversations. It was little Shadow who first detected Chu Heng's arrival, rising with a spark of excitement and emitting a series of inexplicable whimpers. It was conveying to Chu Heng its hunger and desire to venture out into the night for a hunt. As a formidable predator of the wild, hunting was innate to its nature. Through repeated acts of predation, it honed its combat skills and secured ample sustenance. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Heng acquiesced. Although his spatial ring contained sufficient meat to sustain both it and Shadow, excessive protection, akin to Yang Yu's overzealous safeguarding of the survivors, was not beneficial for little Shadow and Shadow. Presently, Shadow was still young and could be nurtured, but as it matured and became capable of hunting, Chu Hong would permit little Shadow to accompany it and refine its combat abilities. Once little Shadow departed, Chu Hong contemplated waking the already slumbering Zhang Xiaodao, instructing him to join Chu He in guarding the first half of the night. He then drew Anya aside to share his thoughts with her. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Anya fell into silence. Though the rules of the game were immutable and beyond alteration as a unique presence within the team, she felt a twinge of discomfort at not being able to awaken to full attributes like the newly joined Xiao Shui. Yet, upon reflection, given Chu Heng's standing and authority within the group, he could easily dictate matters unilaterally. However, he chose instead to discuss the matter openly with her, which signified that she held a special place in his heart, treated with distinction compared to the other team members. This realization made her feel a mix of delight and bashfulness. Growing up, she had always been the exemplary child, shining brightly and sailing smoothly through life. While not universally regarded as the dream girl of every boy in school, she certainly captured the affections of many. Yet, she had never experienced love. And this was her first genuine infatuation. In the beginning, she had pondered when and why she had developed feelings for Chu Hong. But she could never find a definitive answer. Noticing her expression, Chu Heng appeared bemused, scratching his head before inquiring, "What are you thinking?" Anya, as if awakened from a dream, lifted her gaze to Chu Hong, her cheeks unexpectedly flushed. After taking a deep breath to compose herself, she replied, "It's nothing. But you must lean towards us when acquiring higher attribute-enhancing spiritual plants and potion resources in the future." Of course. Chu Heng nodded and then glanced back at Mengyu, who was conversing with Xiao Shui. "All right, I've noted your response. Now I'll go have a word with Mengyu." Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Anya was momentarily taken aback, a flash of annoyance crossing her features as she retorted, "I'll speak to you, you go attend to your own matters." Cast a bewildered glance at Anya, silently contemplating how swiftly a woman's demeanor could shift, more rapidly than the turning of a page. "Very well. I shall leave the matter of Mengyu to you," he declared before rising to depart. Observing Chu Heng's retreating figure, Anya's eyes glimmered with a hint of resentment. She bit down on her lip, unable to suppress a frustrated stomp of her foot. Indeed, all men are insufferable brutes. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaodao and Chu He, who were discreetly observing, shook their heads and sighed softly, lamenting, "Our leader is truly a blockhead." Chapter 74, Dancing with the Dead. Another dawn broke, marking the fourth morning since the apocalypse had descended, signifying that the time for a major power outage drew ever closer. Over the course of a single night, the abilities of the small team members underwent a profound transformation. With ample crystal cores at their disposal, Zhang Xiaodao, Chu He, and the newly joined Xiao Shui all experienced a full awakening of their attributes, unveiling powers of mysterious void walking, elemental earth manipulation, and life force, respectively. Concurrently, the final slot in the team contract was granted to Chu He, increasing the members' enhancement from 10% to 50%, equivalent to a commendable first-tier superhuman ability. Subsequently, Chu Heng utilized the crystal cores to elevate all 5 of them to the second tier, while he himself ascended to the third tier. Thus, the bounty of crystal cores harvested from the recent zombie tide was completely expended, however, having sold off some useless exotic materials. Chu Heng retained 32 exotic items and over 20 level 2 crystal cores. Significant changes also occurred on Chu Heng's status panel. Player: Chu Heng, gender, male, strength, 199, base attribute, 132150, agility, 199, base attribute, 132150, constitution, 199, base attribute, 132150, energy, 10,000, ability 1, mysterious manifestation of all beings, capable of copying and storing other players' abilities for use, with a limit of 1 copied ability at a time. Current ability level, tier 3, ability storage slots, 310, ability effectiveness, 120 of a normal awakened individual. Copying and storing an ability consumes 200 energy, while selecting to use an ability consumes 100 energy. Note: 1,000. 000 level 0 crystal cores can be consumed to upgrade to the next tier, and 1 level 3 crystal core can be exchanged for 40 level 2 crystal cores. Lower level ability tier, 4, ability storage slots, 10, ability effectiveness, 150 of a normal awakened individual. Current stored abilities: magnetic field control, spiritual pact, super physique, devour, shadow mastery, void walking, earth manipulation. Ability 2, special arena, cannot be upgraded, instantly pulls other beings into a special space where no abilities can be utilized. When activated, All player energy is depleted. For every 20 points of energy expended, the special space's duration is extended by 1 minute, continuing until one party is eliminated or time expires, at which point the special space automatically closes. This promotion marks a significant enhancement for Chu Hong. Upon advancing, his fundamental attributes have surged by 20%. Combined with his previous stats, his base attributes now stand at an impressive 132 points. When not utilizing any supernatural abilities and benefiting from his team's attribute bonuses, this figure astonishingly escalates to 195 points. Concurrently, the supernatural abilities he has replicated have undergone a qualitative leap after reaching the 3rd tier. Coupled with the effects of the universal aspect at level 20, attribute-enhancing abilities such as Super Physique and Shadow Dominance will manifest terrifying power in his hands. Chu Hong calculated roughly that, in the state of Super Physique, his attributes could soar to an astounding 796 points. Yet, this is not his pinnacle. His utmost potential is realized under the cover of night while wielding Shadow Dominance, at which point his attributes will reach a terrifying 995 points, nearing the 1,000 mark. It is worth noting that the highest attribute of the level 4 Devourer he encountered yesterday was merely 850 points. The thought of his past experience of being chased by the Devourer made Chu Hang grit his teeth in anger. To not exact vengeance would be cowardly. The dilemma lies in the fact that he currently has no knowledge of the whereabouts of this colossal foe. He fears that by the time he encounters it again, it may have evolved beyond his capacity to confront. Following Chu Hang's departure from the gas station, the Devourer likely headed towards City 145 or its neighboring City 146. After some contemplation, Chu Hang relayed this information to Yang Yu, requesting him to keep an eye on the chat messages from City 145. If any information regarding the Devourer arises, he should inform Chu Hang immediately. As long as this Devourer remains at large, the weight on his heart will not dissipate. Moreover, allowing this Devourer to grow unchecked would spell disaster for other players. Although Chu Hang has often acted selfishly, he does not mind assisting his fellow humans, provided it does not harm his own interests. All right, boss, we've gathered everything. Are we ready to depart? Zhang Xiaodao's sudden inquiry interrupted Chu Hang's thoughts and pulled him back to reality. Yes. Chu Hang nodded. Call everyone out. You'll drive. With that, he tossed the keys to Zhang Xiaodao and retrieved the off-road vehicle, positioning it in front of the gas station. He then mounted Xiaoying, as the vehicle, though spacious, would still feel cramped for 6 people. Before long, the others emerged one by one. Seeing this, Chu Hang charged ahead. Originally, Anya intended to ride alongside him on Xiaoying, but upon witnessing the duo's retreating figures, she stomped her foot and finally settled into the passenger seat of Sui-Ying. The group set off once more, this time bound for the military base located 300 kilometers away. The journey was quiet, and after roughly 3 hours, they finally arrived at their destination around 10 o'clock in the morning. In the distance, a military base, imbued with an aura of iron and blood, rose prominently amidst the flat terrain. Gazing at the imposing military base, encircled by walls rising 7 to 8 meters high, a flicker of excitement sparkled in Chu Hang's eyes. Although he was not particularly a military enthusiast, as a spirited young man, who could resist the allure of experiencing aircraft and artillery so close at hand. However, considering Chu Hang's current strength, conventional firearms posed little threat to him. This did not imply that they were incapable of inflicting harm. Rather, it was simply difficult to land a hit on him. Chu Hang focused his gaze, and a hidden prompt materialized before him. This is an abandoned military base, housing tens of thousands of zombies and dozens of players. Here, you can acquire some formidable modern weaponry. Chu Hang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain about the circumstances within the base. Tens of thousands of zombies coexisting harmoniously with dozens of players? What was this madness? Dancing with the dead? Boss, should we charge in? Zhang Xiaodao inquired, rolling down the car window, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in. Feeling the chill, Chu Hang made a silent decision. He resolved to replicate the ice element ability when encountered. The current weather was simply unbearable. After a brief contemplation, Chu Hang shook his head and turned to Anya, saying, Zhang Xiaodao and I will investigate the situation inside. You all find a concealed spot and await my signal. Anya nodded, despite harboring a bit of irritation. She was always resolute when it came to important matters. Chu Hang clapped Zhang Xiaodao on the shoulder, activating Void Walking as they stealthily approached the city wall. He discovered information regarding the devouring ability, necessitating some adjustments and explanations. Currently, the protagonist's energy is categorized into 2 types, one being psychic energy, and the other being a special energy derived from the devouring ability. The effects of the devouring ability can be divided into 2 categories: the direct absorption of crystal cores as an energy source, and the consumption of living organisms. Directly absorbing crystal cores mostly converts into special energy utilized to accelerate self-healing. A minor portion replenishes the energy consumed by psychic abilities. If the special energy is at capacity, all energy will be converted into replenishing psychic energy. Conversely, when devouring living organisms, most will convert into special energy, while a smaller portion directly enhances the protagonist's attributes. If the special energy reaches capacity, a majority will convert into psychic energy, with a minor portion aiding in attribute enhancement. The conversion ratio is, for every 500 points of special energy devoured from living organisms, the protagonist's overall attributes will increase by 2 points. A ratio that remains unchanged regardless of level. The last time the protagonist absorbed a flame hound, his overall attributes increased by 2 points, which I neglected to mention earlier. Hence this addition. The attribute calculation formula is as follows. Base attributes: 1002, 130 under super physique, 1002, 13,070 tier 3 ability effects, 100,200 ability effects, 120, collective enhancement 20, 50, team enhancement, approximately equals 796. Under Shadow Sovereign, 1002, 130, 1005, 001, 2050, approximately equals 995. Chapter 75. The enigmatic military base Void Walking is the highest quality anomaly that Chu Hong acquired last night, belonging to the mysterious category of spatial abilities. In the Void, players lacking spatial abilities remain oblivious to its presence. This remarkably potent psychic power aligns perfectly with Zhang Xiaodao's assassin archetype. At the first level, this ability allows one to strike foes using void energy, essentially disregarding defenses. Upon reaching the second level, one can traverse the void, albeit at a significant energy cost, 1 point of energy consumed for every second spent in the void. Even with a full attribute awakening and 2,000 energy points, Zhang Xiaodao can sustain this for a mere 33 minutes. However, this drawback poses no issue for Chu Hong. Not only does he possess 5 times Zhang Xiaodao's energy, but he can also replenish it using his devouring abilities. Furthermore, upon entering the third level, this ability undergoes notable enhancements in Chu Heng's hands. Mystic Void Walking, level 3, allows the user to attack enemies with void energy. Enables traversal within the void, can carry up to 3 individuals, with an energy consumption of 13,610 points per second as the number of passengers increases. Permits void flickering within a 1 kilometer range, can carry 1 person, with energy consumption escalating to 300,1000 per instance as passengers increase. After executing a void flicker with Zhang Xiaodao, the two found themselves beneath the outer wall of the base in an instant. Chu Heng looked upward, scanning for any hidden sentinels, while Zhang Xiaodao regarded him with a complex expression. Although the team members, especially the original 3 who had followed Chu Hong, had grown accustomed to his omnipotent abilities, experiencing it firsthand felt rather peculiar to Zhang Xiaodao. After a moment's contemplation, he could not restrain his curiosity and whispered, "Boss, what was that you just used?" Chu Heng glanced at Zhang Xiaodao, who bore a rather perplexed expression, and with a smirk that was both playful and enigmatic, replied, "Are you curious about my abilities?" Despite his keen interest in how Chu Hong could wield the powers of several team members, reason ultimately prevailed, and he quickly shook his head. Observing his reaction, Chu Hong chuckled softly. "Well, don't be too curious. It's known that the inquisitive tend to meet swift ends." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaodao's expression hardened, and he quelled his curiosity. Although they were nominally a cohesive team without hierarchies, each member understood the reality. Any member could be replaced, but Chu Hong was irreplaceable. It was never that Chu Hong could not do without them. Rather, they could not do without him. He had the capability to nurture them, just as he could cultivate others. They could engage in light-hearted banter. Yet they must maintain a clear sense of their own positions. Otherwise, they would regret it when Chu Hong inevitably expelled them from the team. Chu Hong, uninterested in further discourse, pointed to a watchtower overhead and instructed, "You stay below in a state of void, while I ascend to deal with the lookout." Zhang Xiaodao paused, looking up to see a dark gun barrel protruding. Unsure whether it belonged to an empty firearm or a player or zombie, he recognized the need for vigilance. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaodao exhaled softly, casting an admiring glance at Chu Hong. In this apocalyptic world where billions have descended, many may have awakened formidable powers. Yet individuals like Chu Hong, who possess such extraordinary abilities while maintaining a calm demeanor and unwavering vigilance, are exceedingly rare. Such a person, as long as they do not succumb to despair, is destined to become a dominant force in this desolate era, with the possibility of emerging as the singular figure among all. In that eventuality, their status will undoubtedly rise, ensuring their survival in this harsh reality. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xiaodao could not help but feel fortunate for his own awakening. At this moment, Chu Hang activated his void flicker once more. Directly arriving behind the sentry atop the watchtower, he refrained from immediately withdrawing from the void, instead casting a gaze upon the sentinel. Player, Inazuka, Neon Person. Age, 28 Strength, 36 Agility, 42 Stamina, 30 Energy, 100 Special Ability, Beast Mimicry, Eagle, Level 1. Upon awakening, sensory capabilities are enhanced. Activating the special ability significantly boosts vision, strength, and speed, with effects intensifying as levels increase. Risk assessment. This individual is weak and poses no threat to you. Threat level, none. Chu Hang's eyes narrowed. A chilling intent glimmering within. This was indeed a Neon Person. Could they be part of the group from Shanzhong Ruiji? If so, assistance from Xiao Shui would be imperative. With this thought, he privately messaged Anya to summon the others, while he discreetly eliminated the Neon player, observing the military base from the crevice of the watchtower. At that moment, Zhang Xiaodao joined him, crouching beside Chu Hang, although he had yet to master the skill of void flickering. The 6 to 7 meter high wall posed little obstacle for him. Surveying the interior of the base, Chu Hang furrowed his brow in confusion. The military base was surprisingly divided by a high wall, segregating the camp into two distinct sections. The outer portion contained several large buildings, a cafeteria, and various training grounds. Resembling a living area, the inner gate was tightly secured, adorned with numerous machine guns, while several players lay in wait beside the weapons, appearing vigilant towards the inhabitants of the living area. The intersection, in contrast, was an expansive open space filled with green tents and rudimentary training apparatuses. With several mounds resembling hills at the far end, each crowned by a massive iron gate standing nearly 10 meters tall. A narrow wall distinctly separated the two factions. Chu Hang speculated that these might be two separate groups. However, due to the considerable distance, he could not utilize hidden prompts to ascertain whether the individuals on the inner wall were also Neon people, merely a conjecture. Strangely, in both the living area and the inner section, aside from the vigilant players, not a single roaming zombie was in sight. Was it not said that there were thousands of zombies? Could the hidden prompts be inaccurate? No, that could not be the case. Chu Hang shook his head. Since the inception of the game, the hidden hints had never led him astray. This indicated that the base was undoubtedly teeming with tens of thousands of zombies, though they remained unseen in plain sight. The players' reluctance to eliminate them likely stemmed from a sense of futility in confronting such overwhelming odds, or perhaps other undisclosed reasons. Contemplating this, Chu Hang gazed at the Neon players bustling in the living quarters, a bloodthirsty glint igniting in his eyes. Regardless of whether they belonged to the infamous group of Shanzhong Ruiji, encountering me would spell their misfortune. Chapter 76. The call to attack. The number of Neon players in the living area was already scarce, and with only one watchtower. The elimination of the sentry left them without further reconnaissance. Anya and her trio strode boldly towards the wall, awaiting Chu Hang's directives. Chu Hang surveyed the interior once more before leaping down from the watchtower, addressing the group. I have observed that this base is divided into two sections by inner walls, likely occupied by two distinct factions. The players in the outer half are predominantly Neon individuals, primarily concentrated in the central building. Zhang Xiaodao was quite familiar with the terrain within the base, and he would guide the group through the blind spots. During their earlier discussions, Anya had already informed the newly joined Chuhi and Xiao Shui about the Neon players, so upon hearing Chu Hang's revelation, their expressions turned icy, brimming with murderous intent. Chu Hang glanced at them and continued, I will devise a method to lure the occupants out. Once I initiate the attack, you will strike from the rear. I shall refrain from detailing the tactics. You are free to exercise your discretion. I only require two things. First, do not sustain any injuries. Second, I want the Neon players alive. As he spoke, Chu Hang's demeanor darkened, the aura of his killing intent almost palpable. That concludes the arrangements. Zhang Xiaodao lead them. With that, Chu Hang ascended the watchtower, entering a state of ethereal movement. He swiftly approached the base's entrance, opening the door from within. And the ever-watchful Xiaoying dashed inside, having awaited this moment, perhaps emboldened by their perceived invincibility. The Neon players had stationed scouts only at the watchtower and the inner city, while the rest either rested or indulged in leisure, oblivious to the open gates of the base and Xiao Ying's swift incursion. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaodao guided the others to a concealed corner on the side of the building. Chui placed one hand upon the towering wall, invoking his earth manipulation technique. In mere moments, a square opening over 2 meters high and wide materialized before them. The group entered in single file, shaking their heads at the sight within. It was baffling how these individuals had managed to survive until now. The exterior of the building bore no signs of sentries or patrols. After ensuring their safety, they stealthily navigated towards the central building, adhering to the visual blind spots. At that moment, the intercom on the corpse atop the watchtower suddenly crackled to life. After a prolonged silence, the attending neon agent sensed something amiss and hurriedly peered out from the building's exterior, only to discover that the imposing gates of the base had inexplicably swung open. Soon, word spread among the neon agents within the building, and an air of alarm permeated the atmosphere. In the uppermost office of the central tower, a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache lounged on a plush sofa, flanked by two scantily clad women who diligently catered to his whims. The man squinted in pleasure, one hand caressing the fair skin of the woman to his right, while the other held a half-filled goblet of red wine, which he rhythmically swayed, occasionally sipping from it. A peculiar aroma lingered in the room. Just then, the intercom on the coffee table emitted a sudden buzz, followed by the panicked voice of one of his subordinates. After listening to the report, the middle-aged man sprang to his feet, rapidly spouting a few phrases in the neon dialect before furiously hurling the intercom against the adjacent white wall, shattering it into countless fragments that clattered to the floor with a crisp sound. The two women nearby instantly fell silent, huddling together in fear, seeking solace in each other's embrace. The man approached the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed down, uttering a few more phrases in the neon dialect upon confirming the gates were ajar. He then turned to the tightly entwined women, a sinister smile creeping across his face, and tossed a biscuit aside before hastily exiting the room to take the elevator downstairs. Once he departed, the two women stared at the biscuit on the table, which bore the marks of a foot, and simultaneously swallowed hard, exchanging a knowing glance before instinctively reaching for the morsel. Before long, all personnel had congregated in the lobby. The middle-aged man, clad in a flowing red silk robe and brandishing a silver revolver, surveyed the faces of his subordinates before fixing his gaze on a pale-faced young man. With a smile, he addressed him in the neon language. "Did I not assign you, Honda, to maintain communication with Inuyama atop the tower? How could such a situation arise?" Upon hearing the man's words, the young man named Honda displayed a flicker of fear, immediately kneeling before him and pleading with outstretched hands. "I merely went to relieve myself. I was delayed by just 2 or 3 minutes. Please, spare me, boss." The man furrowed his brow, slowly squatting down before the young man, shaking his head slightly. "Honda, as a descendant of the Empire, I feel a deep sense of shame seeing you in this state." With that, he tossed a short knife onto the floor before Honda, stating coolly, "I grant you one final opportunity to redeem yourself. Show us that you are a warrior. At the very least, this will spare your parents from disgrace." The knife clattered against the floor, producing a sound that resonated painfully in the hushed lobby. Honda, trembling and with tears streaming down his face, grasped a dagger with shaking hands, turning it towards his own abdomen, yet he could not bring himself to plunge it in. The indifferent men surrounding him, clad in neon, observed the scene with cold, unfeeling gazes that pierced like daggers, as if silently urging this young man named Honda to take the fatal step. The man with a handlebar mustache shook his head, a flicker of disappointment crossing his expressionless face, as he pressed the muzzle of his handgun against Honda's temple and disengaged the safety. As he counted down the final number, Honda suddenly let out a desperate wail, raising the dagger high. Just when all believed he would stab himself, the dagger shifted direction in his hand, aiming at the heart of the mustached man. Bang! The thunderous sound of a gunshot echoed suddenly in the hall. In the next moment, Honda, maintaining his posture of offering the dagger, slowly collapsed. Blood, bright red and pouring from a bullet-sized black hole in his forehead, quickly darkened. The onlookers fell silent, their eyes filled with fear as they turned to the man with the mustache. He blew away the smoke from the gun's muzzle, rose slowly, and turned to the gaping entrance of the base, calmly instructing those beside him, "Leave a few to watch over the Dragon Country people in the inner city. Report to me immediately if anything arises. Snipers, take your positions upstairs. The rest of you, follow me to assess the situation." Chapter 77. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Gunfire? Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback, then watched as the mustached man emerged, flanked by his subordinates brandishing various firearms. Chu Hang immediately focused on the hidden prompt regarding the mustached man. Player, Matsumoto Ichiro, Neon Man, age, 32, strength, 132, 66,200. Agility, 42, 60-70. Constitution, 186, 62300. Energy, 800. Special ability, mysterious system of replication and modification, capable of transforming his body into corresponding materials through contact. The tier of the material determines what can be replicated, and the effects and consumption vary based on the material replicated. Currently active, replicating and modifying concrete. Tier 2. Strength increase of 100, speed decrease of 30, constitution increase of 200. Risk assessment, threat level, low. upon realizing he was not the sought-after Shanjun Rueiji. Disappointment flickered in Chu Heng's eyes. However, Matsumoto Ichiro's mysterious ability of replication and modification piqued his interest. This ability, which he had seen in a film on Earth, allowed one to transform their body into any material they touched, proving to be immensely powerful. If even the enhancement of ordinary concrete was so formidable, one could only imagine the potential of stronger materials such as metals, diamonds, graphene, or even the fearsome carbon sulfide. Reflecting on this, Chu Heng couldn't help but marvel at the boundless creativity of the screenwriters on Earth, who had conjured such real abilities from pure imagination. Meanwhile, the members of the team, having heard the commotion, immediately reacted. Zhang Xiaodao activated his void walk ability, methodically dealing with the hidden snipers layer by layer. Anya and the others remained on high alert, awaiting Chu Heng's signal to spring forth and cut off the retreat of their adversaries. On the opposite side, a group atop a high wall, equipped with binoculars, observed the movements of Matsumoto Ichiro and his entourage. A burly man with a dark complexion, lying flat in the center of the wall, spoke into his walkie-talkie. Report to the boss. The base gate has been opened by someone, and that group of neon people is now emerging with their gear. A crackling sound of static followed, and a rough voice responded from within. What is happening? Are they coming our way? The dark-faced man pondered for a moment before replying. I'm not entirely sure, but I saw a man enter the base with a massive mutated beast. It seems that this group of neon individuals is likely after them. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end fell silent momentarily. Could it be a third force? Just as he finished speaking, the dark-faced man muttered, I wonder if they are friend or foe. Let us not worry about that for now. The man on the walkie-talkie chuckled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as they are willing to fight the neon people, they are our allies. Meanwhile, in the living quarters, after discerning the true nature of the group, before Matsumoto Ichiro could approach, Chu Heng emerged from his hiding place, accompanied by Little Shadow. Upon seeing the enormous mutated beast behind Chu Heng, Matsumoto Ichiro's expression hardened. Without further ado, he commanded his subordinates to open fire. Amidst the torrential downpour of gunfire, Chu Heng did not flinch. A smirk of derision played on his lips as he switched his abilities to the third tier of magnetic control. In the next instant, to the horror of the onlookers, the incoming bullets abruptly halted midair for half a second before reversing direction and hurtling back towards their origin. Having reached the third tier, Chu Heng's magnetic control not only enhanced the range and weight he could manipulate but also significantly increased the strength of the magnetic field. Where he once could only match the speed of an arrow, he now approached the velocity of a rifle bullet. In a silent flurry, a significant number of Matsumoto Ichiro's players collapsed, each with a dark hole appearing on their foreheads. Only a select few, quick and agile, managed to evade the catastrophe. Matsumoto Ichiro did not spare a glance for his fallen comrades. His gaze was fixated on Chu Heng, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he charged forward with heavy steps. Metal control? Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Though abilities like magnetic control were formidable, the awakened individuals themselves were glaringly vulnerable. Matsumoto Ichiro was confident in his powers. He had observed Chu Heng's manipulation of bullets and believed that as long as he refrained from transforming his own body into metal, Chu Heng would pose no threat to him. As Matsumoto Ichiro barreled towards him, Chu Heng offered a cold smile. The subtle intentions of the neon figure were all too apparent. He merely perceived the caster as somewhat feeble. Given his inclination for close combat, Chu Heng was more than willing to oblige. As Matsumi Ichiro approached, his subordinates lined up to assault, shouting. At that moment, two muffled gunshots resonated almost simultaneously, and two neon players fell lifelessly to the ground. Chu Heng was momentarily taken aback, suspecting that the sniper was an arrangement of Matsumi Ichiro targeting him. If one were to argue precision, both shots struck true to the forehead. If one were to contest, both bullets found their mark on his allies. Yet, it dawned on Chu Heng that these shots likely originated from the inner city. He found himself in a perplexing amusement. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? The conundrum lay in the fact that he had not sought assistance, and now, with their help, how could he justify turning against them later? Witnessing this spectacle, Matsumi Ichiro was incensed. He was acutely aware that while his snipers might not achieve absolute precision, such a close range should not yield such errant shots. Realizing the shots came from the inner city, his fury intensified. What on earth? Wasn't I supposed to have you monitor those Dragon Kingdom individuals? Are you all just corpses? However, as his messages echoed into silence and he found no sign of his snipers on the upper floors, confusion washed over him. In the next instant, a somewhat gaunt young man leaned out from the sixth-floor window, grinning broadly and brazenly waving his arm at Matsumi Ichiro. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaodao, Chu Heng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, given the prowess of their team, Dealing with these foes need not be so arduous. Yet a measure of caution is never unwarranted. While they could easily overwhelm weaker opponents, what would they do when confronted by stronger adversaries? They could not rely solely on brute force. Chu Heng understood that in such instances, the contest would pivot on tactical execution and the synergy among personnel. Tactics could be devised on the fly, but the rapport between teammates required nurturing. This was precisely what they were engaged in, familiarizing themselves with their own combat styles amidst battle, contemplating cooperative strategies, and gradually cultivating their synergy. Chapter 78. Boss, shall we retreat? Previously fixated on how to decimate the neon adversaries before them, the sudden gunfire jolted Chu Heng into remembering the existence of a third faction within the base. Initially intending to leverage his superhuman physique to overpower Matsumi Ichiro's prideful strength and constitution, Chu Heng reconsidered his approach. Until he could ascertain the stance and capabilities of this third force, he resolved to retain his strength, keeping a weakness in reserve to gauge their intentions. In the next moment, at Chu Heng's behest, Xiaoling surged in size and charged at Matsumi Ichiro, while Chu Heng confronted the other neon adversaries. The magnetic field control was activated. 16 flying daggers soared into the sky, directed by Chu Heng towards the minions of Matsumi Ikir. The remaining players, predominantly first-tier awakened beings, with a few yet to awaken, now faced not only the onslaught of Chu Heng's daggers but also the looming threat of snipers emerging from the inner city. Their next shot potentially aimed at them. As several players fell, panic ensued, prompting some to flee into the building, with a leader to follow. The remaining neon players swiftly disintegrated into chaos, all retreating into the safety of the structure. At that moment, thoughts of how Matsumiya Ikir would deal with them faded. Survival took precedence over all else. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Matsumiya Ikir could withstand the monstrous beast before him. Witnessing this turmoil, Matsumiya Ikir's mustache trembled with rage as he bellowed, "Baka! You cowardly swine! Just wait until I deal with the enemy. I shall make you pay." Instead of confronting him directly, Chu Heng had sent his shadow to contend with Matsumiya Ikir, further solidifying the latter's perception of Chu Heng's apparent frailty. Matsumiya Ikir had intended to dispatch the shadow before turning his attention to Chu Heng, but as his subordinates retreated, he found himself in a precarious position. He was forced to face not only the colossal beast but also the enigmatic man, all while remaining vigilant against the cold shots from the inner city, leaving him flustered and overwhelmed. As he pondered a solution, the shadow charged directly at him. At that moment, the shadow had merely grown 50 times larger. Yet its strength was beyond Matsumiya Ikir's capacity to withstand. Upon impact, an immense force surged from the shadow's claw. Dust and debris flew as Matsumiya Ikir's concrete body was breached, 3 half-inch deep claw marks rending his chest, although his entire form had transformed into concrete. Rendering him incapable of bleeding, it did not shield him from the excruciating pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Instinctively, his hand grasped the iron block concealed in his pocket. In the blink of an eye, Matsumiya Ikir morphed into a gleaming iron figure, his strength and resilience surging dramatically. Reaching over 250 points in power and an astonishing 310 in constitution, his utmost limit. As the shadow launched a second attack, a flurry of sparks erupted upon collision, followed by the resounding clang of metal striking metal. This blow left only a few white scratches on Matsumiya Ikir's skin, a testament to his formidable defense. Observing this, Chu Heng could not suppress his joy. A formidable magnetic field materialized around him, and soon, the ironclad Matsumiya Ikir transformed into a colossal magnet, hurtling towards the iron pillar beneath the building. With a thunderous crash, Matsumiya Ikir became firmly affixed to the pillar, rendered immobile, akin to a lamb on a butcher's block, at the mercy of his adversaries. Meanwhile, Anya and her companions, having already infiltrated the building from behind, revealed their fangs amidst the terror of the remaining neon players. The power of the earth deity surged forth, and with a command of magnetic fields, spikes of earth erupted from the ground, piercing through the floor and then impaling the legs of the players standing upon it, firmly anchoring them to the ground. Meanwhile, under Anya's deft manipulation, flying knives darted through the air with uncanny precision, ruthlessly striking the wrists and ankles of the neon players. Cries of anguish echoed, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Upon hearing this cacophony, Matsumi Ikir's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that he had irrevocably faltered. His group was incapable of contending even with a single person and their beast outside, let alone confront the well-equipped adversary with reinforcements. The 2 players hidden in the shadows of the inner city, who had come to assist, were also taken aback. They had initially believed that the neon players and the emerging third-party force were evenly matched, but the unfolding scene clearly illustrated a devastating dominance rather than parity. Simultaneously, a wave of apprehension surged within them. True cooperation exists only between evenly matched forces, and their intervention merely invited danger into their midst. With the Neon players in dire straits, were they next in line to face calamity? However, the decision-makers were not among them, witnessing the predetermined outcome of the battle. They hastily reported the situation over their walkie-talkies. Report: the battle on the Neon side has concluded. The third-party force has emerged victorious with overwhelming force. Upon receiving their update, the leader on the other end of the walkie-talkie glanced at the time, then fell into a contemplative silence. This military base had been painstakingly cleared at considerable cost, with many members of their team having ascended to Awakeners. Yet even so, they had been overwhelmed by the incoming Neon players. Relying solely on the defensive weaponry atop the high walls and Matsumi Aikir's entanglement to barely hold their ground. However, within 5 minutes, his subordinates reported that the Neon players, driven like lost dogs, were being slaughtered without mercy. A tumult of emotion swirled within him. Was he pleased? To some extent, yes. But it was swiftly overshadowed by profound concern. He understood that his team lacked the raw strength to rival the Neon players, and yet, in this direct confrontation, the latter had been easily vanquished by the third-party force. If this enigmatic third party were foes rather than allies, how long could they sustain themselves? In the next moment, a grave voice resonated through the walkie-talkie. Zhang Xiaofeng, report on the adversary's combat capabilities, numbers, and abilities. One of the snipers in the shadows glanced once more at the battlefield, reflecting momentarily before responding in a hushed tone. Report: currently, only one individual and one beast are visible. However, no sniper fire was observed from the building earlier, suggesting that they may have been eliminated. Estimating that there are at least 2 individuals and 1 colossal beast among them. The individual outside appears to possess abilities related to metal manipulation or magnetic control, while the giant beast can enlarge itself, exhibiting exceptionally high attributes, nearly overpowering the leader of the Neon players. As for the individual within the building, preliminary assessments indicate they possess strong stealth capabilities. Other abilities remain unknown. Report concluded. Upon hearing his subordinate's assessment, the man on the other end of the walkie-talkie fell silent once more. How could they possibly engage in combat now? Metal manipulation? Magnetic control? Isn't our firepower suppression rendered completely ineffective? At that moment, another voice crackled through the intercom. Report: 5 more individuals have emerged, seemingly allied with that person. They appear to be awakened as well. After pausing momentarily, the speaker hesitated before adding, Boss, perhaps we should retreat? Chapter 79. The Fiendish Women in the Living Area. Before the building. Boss. As Anya and her 3 companions exited the edifice, Zhang Xiaodao approached Chu Heng and whispered urgently, What is the situation inside? Chu Heng nodded in acknowledgement. We found several women who have been horrifically tormented. 2 of them are already deceased, and their demise was particularly brutal. Zhang Xiaodao cast a glance at Matsumoto Ichiro, immobilized against a pillar, and the Neon men pinned in the lobby, revealing a chilling smile. All right. Let us prepare to serve them their due. Chu Heng's gaze turned icy as he contemplated, then addressed Anya and Xiao Shui. You 2 should check on the women upstairs. If they lack clothing, provide them with something to cover themselves. Treat those with severe injuries, but do not give them any food. Bring them all down. Anya and Xiao Shui nodded and followed Zhang Xiaodao towards the women above. As they left, Chui and Mingyu turned their attention to Chu Heng, seemingly inquiring about their tasks. Uncle Chu, you and Mingyu should relocate those individuals inside, Chu Heng instructed. Seemingly struck by a thought, he continued. Do you want to try your hand at this, Uncle Chu? Regardless, Chui had previously served as a police officer, adhering strictly to regulations and laws. Chu Heng doubted whether he would be able to partake in such cruel treatment of enemies. To his surprise, Chui chuckled. It seems you don't trust me. Young Chu. Taken aback, Chu Heng smiled. How could that be? Rest assured, I am not so inflexible. I protect the people of Longhua. Those Neon individuals are of no concern to me. Besides, can these people even be considered human? With that, he and Mingyu entered the lobby of the building. Summoning the earth manipulation technique, smooth earthen pathways extended from the lobby to the ground outside. Mingyu then began to hurl the Neon players one by one onto the pathways. Each Neon player that landed in the open space was met with sharp earthen spikes rising from the ground, pinning them in a kneeling position. A chorus of wails erupted, while Matsumoto Ichiro, secured to the iron pillar, observed the scene coldly, as if detached from the unfolding chaos, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He now understood that even if he were to escape his iron bonds, there was no evading the grasp of this man and beast. But what did it matter? With his formidable defensive capabilities, what could they possibly do to him? Damn Longhua people, once reinforcements arrive, you shall await your doom. At that moment, Anya descended with 8 or 9 other women. These young women hail from various nations, including the Dragon Kingdom, the land of the morning calm. and even two from the land of the rising sun. While not all can be deemed breathtakingly beautiful, they undoubtedly possess above-average allure. Back on Earth, adorned with makeup, they were the blossoms coveted by countless admirers. Yet here, they appear battered and bruised, their gazes vacant like those of the living dead. Upon witnessing the sight of Matsumi Ichiro, affixed to a pillar, and the demons who once tormented them kneeling on the ground, fear flickered in their eyes, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. But soon, the pitiful state of their former oppressors ignited a realization within them. Those who once held power over them now stood as mere prisoners, destined for slaughter. With the flames of anger and resentment rising within, their eyes sparkled with a newfound determination, akin to vengeful spirits awakening. Before descending, Anya had informed them of the unfolding events. Thus, despite their fervent desire to exact revenge immediately, they restrained themselves, collectively directing their gaze towards Chu Hong. Chu Hang paid them no heed and beckoned to Xiao Shui. Curiously, she approached him with hesitant steps, her expression one of inquiry. He inquired whether these individuals were aware of a person named Yamamoto Ruichi, and if they knew the whereabouts of his base. Following his request, Chu Hong cautioned, "Remember to ask them one at a time. Inform them that if anyone can provide me with an answer within 5 minutes, I shall grant them a chance at life. Moreover, make it clear that no one is to utter the name Yamamoto Ruichi. Failure to comply will result in immediate consequences." Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Xiao Shui blinked and asked, "If I tell you their answer later, will you truly spare them?" "Yes." Chu Hong replied with a smile, urging her to hurry, as the women were on the verge of impatience. Indeed, the words of men can be deceiving. Xiao Shui murmured to herself before hastily approaching the kneeling players to relay Chu Heng's message. Each of these players was spaced apart by a meter or two, and as Xiao Shui stood beside them, her voice was low enough to prevent any overlap in their understanding of the question. Upon hearing Xiao Shui's inquiry, a few stubborn players were about to shout out their responses. However, in the next moment, earthen spikes erupted from the ground, piercing them through and silencing their utterances before they could even form. Witnessing this, the remaining players fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Chu Hong cast a dispassionate glance at them before turning to address the women who had been brought down. "I am unaware of who you were or the torments you endured. That is of no concern to me. What I offer you now is an opportunity for vengeance. You may retaliate against those who have wronged you, inflicting upon them the same suffering they bestowed upon you. You may even partake of their flesh and drink their blood. But one condition remains. I require them alive and able to speak within 5 minutes." After speaking, Chu Hang glanced at the time, and as the minute turned, he calmly announced, "You may begin now." At his command, the women who had once suffered at the hands of these neon men surged forward like vengeful spirits. In their grasp were an array of weapons, blades the length of fingers, iron nails, and some even resorted to picking up stones from the ground to wield as instruments of torment. Their methods of inflicting suffering were as varied as they were brutal. Some approached with the intent to flay their enemies alive, while others drove nails into their most sensitive areas, and a few wielded stones to bludgeon their limbs. A couple of them, resembling ravenous wolves, pounced upon their victims, tearing at flesh like beasts. The horrific scene before her nearly made Xiao Shui a wretch. And even Anya and Ming Yu looked visibly disturbed. In contrast, Zhang Xiaodao and Chu He appeared more composed, even engaging in earnest discussion about their techniques. Only Chu Hang stood to the side, observing the frenzied women with keen interest, his eyes narrowed as if contemplating something profound. Meanwhile, the two snipers from the inner city, concealed in the shadows, were equally taken aback. "Boss, these individuals are truly terrifying. Perhaps you should reconsider my earlier suggestion." Chapter 80. Zhenyu. Visitors from the inner city, 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The neon men had undoubtedly endured countless 5-minute intervals throughout their lives, but none had been as excruciating as this one. They lost consciousness from the pain only to be jolted awake by fresh agony. Some, on the brink of madness, sought to plead for mercy, yet their lives were extinguished in an instant. Soon, the number of neon men dwindled from over 30 to just above 20. Chu Hang and the others observed this grim spectacle with detached indifference, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Enough. With Chu Hang's command, most of the women regained their sanity and ceased their actions. However, a few continued their relentless assault. Chu Hang's gaze turned icy, and with a subtle motion of his hand, the earth beneath the frenzied women erupted in thorns, piercing their thighs and arms. The sharp pain jolted them back to reality. Except for one woman, who seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly raising a jagged stone to strike down upon the man below. The man lay in a pool of blood, his inner thigh a grotesque mess, and his limbs were grotesquely severed by the sharp stones, held together only by remnants of skin. The scene was nothing short of ghastly. Even with a physique far superior to the average person, he was now drawing shallow breaths, and with the profuse loss of blood, death was merely a matter of time. Witnessing this bloody tableau, Even the squad members and the women who had regained their senses were momentarily struck by horror. It was unfathomable what torment this woman must have endured to harbor such a profound hatred toward a single person. As Chu Hang approached the woman with a drawn knife, a flicker of compassion crossed Meng Yu and Xiao Shue's eyes, prompting them to speak on her behalf. However, Enya extended her hand to stop them. Gently shaking her head, Chu Hang stood before the woman, the blade of his knife lifting her chin as he scrutinized her. The woman, named Zhan Yu, was 24 years old, with her attributes largely unenhanced. Compared to other women, her body bore numerous bruises, and her face was marred by several wounds. The most severe being a 10-centimeter-long scar that extended from the corner of her right eye to the tip of her nose, still stained with blood. The mingling of filth and her dazed, almost deranged expression rendered her unsettling. Yet, even amidst her injuries, it was evident that before her suffering, her beauty rivaled that of Enya. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such beauty might have been a divine blessing, but in these dire times, it had brought her endless torment. Feeling the cold touch of the knife's tip, Zhan Yu shivered, momentarily halting her actions. However, she soon raised the stone in her hand, aiming to strike the neon man on the ground. As she did, her neck inclined forward, directly toward the knife's edge. If fate allowed, she would be pierced through the throat before managing to crush the man beneath her stone, just as everyone braced for the sight of her demise. Chu Hang deftly turned the knife's tip, striking the stone and shattering it into fragments. A glimmer of despair flickered in Zhan Yu's eyes. In the next moment, Chu Hang crouched before her, gently proposing, "Let us make a deal." Zhan Yu looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. In her unblemished state, she might have believed that Chu Hang was captivated by her beauty, but now she possessed neither beauty nor strength, and all she had left was a wretched existence. What could this man possibly see in her? Sensing her bewilderment, Chu Hang smiled slightly. "I am Chu Hang, if you are willing. After I inquire about what I wish to know, not only can I grant you the right to eliminate this man, but also all the neon individuals on the ground, including the one on the pillar. I can even allow my companions to heal them after you have tormented them, providing you with the tools for your torment as well." Upon hearing Chu Hang's words, the woman's eyes suddenly brightened, and she rasped, "What must I offer in return?" Conversing with an intelligent person is quite efficient. Chu Hang snapped his fingers with a smile, then stood, looking down at Zhan Yu. "It's simple. Become my slave, survive, and serve me faithfully." Zhan Yu stared at Chu Hang in a daze. After a long moment, she glanced at the neon man on the ground. Her once lifeless gaze finally stirred by a ripple of resolve. Fixing her steady gaze on Chu Hang, she replied softly yet firmly, "All right, it's a deal." After sealing their master-servant contract, Chu Hang handed Zhan Yu some food and called Xiao Shui to assist in healing her further. Xiao Shui awakened the mysterious life force, enabling her to accelerate the healing of wounds even at the first tier, and by the second tier, she could even reconnect severed limbs. This made her a formidable auxiliary with extraordinary abilities. At this rate, by the third or fourth tier, the resurrection of the deceased would no longer be mere fantasy. Simultaneously, according to the rules, these tormented individuals from Neon could finally begin to respond to inquiries. Upon hearing Xiao Shui translate their answers, Chu Hang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Could the world be so small? No, it was not surprising. Neon was a diminutive nation, and it was only natural for some serendipitous occurrences to arise. This group of people had been dispatched by Yamamoto Ruichi to scavenge for supplies. Moreover, Chu Hang discovered some intriguing information. Yamamoto Ruichi was, in fact, a mid-level leader within the violent faction of the three major groups in Neon, and most of the individuals following him at the base were members of this group. According to their accounts, for reasons unknown, Yamamoto had suddenly ordered the brutal execution of all Dragon Nation individuals at the base who spoke languages other than Japanese the previous afternoon. He then led them to City 145, where they took refuge in a large supermarket, and after assimilating nearby members of his faction, he rapidly established a gathering of over 200 people. Shortly thereafter, Matsumiya Ichiro arrived at the base to take the lead. Although he managed to seize the outer city with his formidable strength, he was ultimately blocked from entering the inner city by the original Dragon Nation inhabitants. After hearing their responses, Chu Hang immediately began to devise a plan. First, while he was uncertain about the identity of the Dragon Nation individuals within the inner city, he was confident that this faction was not particularly strong. They lacked powerful modern weaponry, or else they would not have been overcome by the Neon people. Second, based on the repetitive answers from these players, it was evident that Yamamoto's group was indeed located in a large supermarket in City 145, and their numbers had significantly increased in strength. If he was not mistaken, they were likely preparing to deal with the inhabitants of the inner city on their way, leaving him to simply wait for an opportunity. However, these individuals were unaware of Yamamoto's abilities, and he could only hope to glean some information from Matsumiya Ichiro. Just as Chu Hang was preparing to interrogate Matsumiya Ichiro, Two young men clad in combat uniforms approached from an inconspicuous corner, brandishing their firearms. "Hello, sir. We come from the inner city. Our leader sends his regards to you." As they spoke, the two emerged from the shadows and halted approximately 100 meters from Chu Heng and his companions. As they drew closer, their expressions grew increasingly uneasy upon witnessing the grim fate of the neon individuals on the ground. Chu Hong turned to face them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a casual tone. "Oh, were you the ones who stealthily shot these neon individuals just now? Your marksmanship is quite impressive." Before either of the two could respond, Chu Hong continued, "Enough. I'm not fond of idle chatter. May I inquire what brings you both here? Or perhaps what your leader wishes to discuss with me?" Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, the two were about to reply when he interrupted them once more. "Forget it. You do not represent your leader's intentions. If you wish to converse, let your leader come forth. You simply do not measure up." At this statement, the young man on the right, Yin Qing, a tall and slender figure, visibly changed color and was ready to erupt, but his companion, Zhang Xiaofeng, gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofeng clasped his hands respectfully towards Chu Hong and smiled, saying, "You speak the truth. We indeed cannot make decisions on this matter. May I ask how to address you, sir?" "Simply call me Chu Laoda," Chu Hong replied lazily, turning his back to them to observe the neon figures lying on the ground, tormented by Zhan Yu. These neon figures had been drained of their value, and there was no longer any need to keep them. They would serve as a parting gift for Zhan Yu. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded towards Chu Heng's retreating figure, maintaining a calm demeanor as he guided Yin Qing away. Once they had distanced themselves, a deep sigh escaped him. It seemed their visitors did not come with benign intentions. Chu Hong cast a glance at their departing silhouettes, furrowing his brow momentarily before relaxing it once more. The two individuals, Zhang Xiaofeng and Yin Qing, exuded an air of military presence, making their identities abundantly clear. Their appearance here was evidently driven by a specific purpose or mission, which was also unmistakable: to serve as a vanguard in reclaiming and reactivating this military base, thereby consolidating the military strength of the Dragon Nation. Behind them stood the formidable Dragon Nation army. As a former citizen of the Dragon Nation, Chu Hong was reluctant to foster enmity with them if it could be avoided. He would even be willing to assist in their endeavors, provided it did not jeopardize his own interests. However, the notion of directly joining them and becoming part of their efforts was something he was unwilling to entertain. Firstly, he possessed a starting position that was not inferior to anyone else's and was not inclined to relinquish his freedom. Secondly, the transformation of human nature in apocalyptic circumstances often defies understanding. The ultimate success of these soldiers' endeavors remained uncertain. Rather than place his fate beneath the wheels of such unpredictability, Chu Heng preferred to retain control over his own destiny. Having established his principles and tone for interaction, Chu Hong began to ponder his next course of action. Initially, he had come here simply to procure weapons, but the various challenges encountered along the way had significantly strengthened him and his team. Consequently, their need for modern weaponry had diminished. Now, upon arriving at this location, Chu Hong found himself more intrigued by the tens of thousands of zombies hidden within the base, as well as the potentially undiscovered high-level treasure chests among them. Yet, with the presence of these individuals, a novel idea suddenly sparked in Chu Heng's mind. The advancement of one's extraordinary abilities increasingly necessitates a greater number of crystal cores. Relying solely on himself and his teammates proves somewhat arduous. However, the recent emergence of Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions presents him with a novel strategy: collaboration with the military of the Dragon Kingdom. Whether it entails seizing a base and subsequently selling it to them, or aiding in the defense of the base until sufficient protective forces are amassed, these scenarios could serve as valuable bargaining chips, transforming into a substantial bounty of crystal cores. The challenge lies in establishing this partnership. Chu Hong smiled broadly. What could be more direct than showcasing one's strength? As he pondered, the gates of the inner city swung open, revealing three individuals. Among them, two were Zhang Xiaofeng and Yin Qing, whom he had encountered earlier, positioned at either side, slightly lagging behind the man at the center. Gazing at the man in the middle, even Chu Hong felt a twinge of astonishment. This individual was extraordinarily robust, towering at over 2 meters. With muscles that seemed on the verge of tearing through his green short-sleeve shirt, his dark skin shimmered in the sunlight, reminiscent of a great black bear from a distance. "Wow, a massive gorilla," Meng Yu exclaimed in a hushed tone. Hearing her whispered remark, the others nearly burst out laughing, and even Chu Heng's expression turned peculiar. Prompted by Meng Yu's comment, he couldn't help but agree that the man bore an uncanny resemblance to a great black gorilla. As the man approached, Chu Heng noticed the hidden prompt beside him. Player, Su Yu, Dragon Kingdom citizen, 33 years old, strength 115, 72160, Agility, 54, 60, 90, Constitution, 122, 68180, Energy, 800. Extraordinary Ability, Beast Mimicry, Earth Giant Bear's Special, capable of harnessing the innate power from the Earth Giant Bear lineage. As the level of his extraordinary ability increases, he may transform into an Earth Battle Bear, maximizing the potential of this strength. Effective use, second level. Under normal circumstances, base strength increases by 60, Constitution by 80. Speed decreases by 10. Upon activating his extraordinary ability, strength rises by 100, speed decreases by 30, Constitution increases by 150. Earth Giant Bear, an ancient breed of beastkin, possessing an exceptionally powerful physique and a natural affinity for communicating with the earth. When standing on the ground, it exhibits remarkable regenerative abilities. A portion of this breed has developed to combat during warfare, evolving into the more formidable Earth Battle Bear, growing increasingly resilient and powerful through battle, and experiencing minimal fatigue. Risk Assessment. This extraordinary ability has potent variance. However, in the face of significant disparities in strength, he is not your adversary, especially under the cover of night. Threat level, low. Chu Heng's pupils constricted, his gaze filled with trepidation. From the wild boar on the corpse in the mountains to the subsequently collected eagle, dog, and crocodile, he had always presumed that beast mimicry abilities were limited to these rudimentary creatures, the weakest among the various extraordinary abilities. However, it now appeared that this was far from the truth. At the very least, this ability could rival that of a super physique. No wonder the inhabitants of the inner city managed to keep Matsumiyoshi Ichiro at bay beyond the high walls. To understand the situation, if Matsumiya Ikaru had not encountered awakeners like Chu Hong, who could restrain his abilities, he would have found few peers at his level capable of challenging him, aside from a select few extraordinarily powerful awakeners. While Chu Heng was taken aback, Siyu approached, ruffling his round buzz cut and displaying a rugged smile. Greetings, Brother Chu. I am Suyu. Chapter 82. Advancing through retreat to the inner city, it seems Brother Su is quite bold, daring to come here with only 2 companions. Chu Heng remarked with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. Siyu, maintaining a composed demeanor, slightly furrowed his brow, becoming internally vigilant. Yet he retorted with a grin, Brother Chu, my companions and I witnessed your impressive display of power just now. Would bringing more people really make a difference? Since it wouldn't, I might as well come alone. At least it shows a bit of courage. Chu Hong paused, chuckling before addressing the matter directly. You came here to inquire about my intentions, correct? Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Siyu felt a bit awkward but quickly responded with candor. Indeed, brother, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in dealing with the Neon people, given our identities. I trust you can see the significance of this base. I must clarify your plans moving forward to arrange our next steps. A straightforward individual. Chu Hong smirked, countering. If I were to claim this base for myself, what would you do? I would immediately withdraw with my subordinates, Siyu answered without hesitation, quickly adding, considering we are both citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, I trust Brother Chu would not make things difficult for us. The current situation was abundantly clear. Even Matsumiya Ikaru, who was superior to them, had been utterly defeated. Their prideful inner city's firepower defense line was completely countered by Chu Heng's abilities. If conflict arose, they would undoubtedly falter before Chu Heng's group even more swiftly than Matsumiya Ikaru. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Suyu was no fool. Tasks aside, he and his brothers were living beings, most of whom had families waiting for their return. They could not afford to be recklessly depleted here, rather than be crushed by Chu Heng's overwhelming force. It would be wiser to withdraw from the base and regroup with their larger force. After hearing Siyu's response, Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him intently, blinking and smiling as he said, All right, I shan't tease you any longer, Brother Su. In our Huaxia, we have always valued the bond between military and civilians. Rest assured, I have no intention of claiming this base. However, Chu Hong continued, you must not expect me to come here without any purpose. Upon hearing this, Suyu initially felt a surge of joy, but the idea of not letting him come here for nothing caused a slight unease. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, What a splendid sentiment about military-civilian unity. Brother Chu, your words resonate well. However, I wonder what it is that you desire? You are aware. The random onset of the apocalypse has rendered it exceedingly difficult for us to consolidate our available forces, thereby capitalizing on our numerical advantage. Our organization remains rather impoverished. However, rest assured, I will endeavor to advocate on your behalf to those in authority with whatever resources we possess. Suyu expressed his gratitude while lamenting from the organization's perspective, essentially conveying to Chu Hong that terms can be negotiated, but they must not be excessive. Naturally, Chu Hong understood that Su Yu's assertion of withdrawing his people if he were to claim the base stemmed from a clear recognition of their inability to overpower him. Unwilling to incur excessive sacrifices, once the main forces arrived, the situation could become quite precarious. After a brief contemplation, acknowledging that this was not the opportune moment to present bargaining chips, Chu Hong resolved to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance. To be candid with you, Brother Su, I have harbored a dream of serving in the military since childhood. Although such aspirations have waned, I remain quite intrigued by modern weaponry. My primary reason for visiting this base is not merely to acquire firearms and ammunition, but rather to indulge a childhood fantasy by getting up close to tanks and the like. Of course, it would be splendid to take a few with me. I wonder if you would mind if I ventured into the inner city to satisfy my curiosity. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Su Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. If Chu Hong were to demand a substantial quantity of crystal cores, such tangible resources would pose a genuine dilemma for him. Currently, the entire military organization has yet to fully restore its structure, and any crystal cores obtained are prioritized for personal enhancement, leaving little in surplus. In contrast, the significance of modern weaponry is comparatively diminished. Furthermore, from another perspective, this base rightfully belongs to Chu Heng, making his appropriation of the military resources therein entirely reasonable. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, while Su Yu is aware of the location of the items Chu Hong mentioned, accessing them is beyond his reach. A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Yu's face as he replied, I have no objections, but regrettably, the warehouses storing such heavy artillery are locked, and we are unable to gain entry. Otherwise, we would not be in such a predicament, besieged by these neon-clad individuals. He then elaborated, for reasons unknown. Aside from the 2 warehouses designated for firearms, all other storage facilities are sealed, utilizing electronic locks. My team lacks the expertise in this area, but rest assured, the organization has dispatched personnel skilled in this regard, and they shall arrive shortly. After hearing his response, Chu Hong suddenly recalled the tightly secured gates of the inner city he had observed from the watchtower, realizing they must be the warehouses Su Yu referred to. A thought struck him. Could it be that the unseen zombies were housed within those warehouses? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. This base had not revealed any subterranean facilities capable of concealing thousands of zombies. Those few warehouses were likely the only viable hiding places. With this in mind, after a moment of reflection, Chu Hong spoke. How about you take me to see them, Brother Su? Perhaps I may have a solution. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. Others may not succeed, but this individual might indeed possess the capability to do so. Most of the warehouse doors are made of metal, and isn't the ability of this individual precisely to control metal? If they do not open, it is of little consequence. But should they open, whatever is inside will belong to them if Chu Hong cannot take it away. With those heavy weaponry at hand, even 10 Matsukami IQs would not be feared. A smile of joy appeared on his face as he grasped Chu Heng's hand and exclaimed, What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Hold on, I have some matters to arrange first. Chu Hong withdrew his hand, shook his head, and after a moment's contemplation, gathered everyone around him, whispering, I must venture into the inner city. There are a few tasks I need you to undertake. First, Anya, Mengyu, Xiaoshui, and Uncle Chu, keep a close watch on that neon figure on the pillar. He should not escape your sight. Once his energy is depleted, Uncle Chu, you will assist Zhang Yu in interrogating him, while Xiaoshui will handle the translation. I need you to extract from him the nature of Yamamoto Ruji's abilities, and Anya, you shall maintain control of the situation. Secondly, Zhang Xiaodao, you are to ascend the watchtower and observe the surroundings. If I am not mistaken, Yamamoto Ruji is likely on his way. Notify me if anyone approaches. After outlining these tasks, Chu Heng turned towards Zhang Yu, providing her with ample crystal cores, saying, Once you complete your matters, use these cores to enhance your attributes to their maximum. I shall procure the exotic creature for you upon my return. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, Zhang Yu nodded, a fleeting warmth glimmering in her crimson eyes, though it was merely a momentary flicker. Once the arrangements were set, Zhang Xiaodao swiftly ascended the watchtower to survey the area. Watching the remaining individuals, Chu Hong nodded before turning to Su Yu, smiling. Very well, let us proceed, Brother Su, and discover what lies within those warehouses. Chapter 83. Opening the warehouse door, the might of earth manipulation. In a short while, Chu Hong followed Su Yu to their destination, the very hills he had observed from the watchtower. From a distance, they appeared unremarkable, but now standing before the imposing 10-meter-high metal doors, Chu Hong realized these hills were far grander than he had previously imagined. Animals possess an innate ability to sense danger. Upon arriving, the ever-attentive Xiaoying suddenly became vigilant. Fixating her gaze upon the metal door, emitting low growls while her front paws scratched the ground, poised for battle. This behavior immediately caught the attention of both Chu Hong and Su Yu, who exchanged glances before their eyes returned to the metal door. Su Yu's countenance darkened as he murmured, "It seems there may be considerable danger within." Chu Hong remained silent, focusing intently on a hidden prompt nearby. Armory. It is filled with over 10,000 zombies, including 2 level 3 zombies and numerous level 2 zombies. Defeating them will grant you the freedom to pillage the modern weaponry and high-level treasure chests stored within. Chu Hong was left in stunned disbelief. Prior to reading the prompt, he had already harbored a premonition that this place would be rife with zombies. Therefore, he was not particularly surprised by the first half of the message. However, the mention of a high-level treasure chest captured his attention, based on previous experiences. It was highly probable that there was more than one chest within, and following the pattern that the more perilous the location, the higher the quality of the treasure. It was likely to be no less than a golden-level chest. Contemplating this, Chu Hong turned to Su Yu with a smile and remarked, "Brother Su, from the reaction of my pet, it's evident that there are indeed zombies here, and in considerable numbers. If I manage to clear them out, it would only be fair for me to keep whatever treasures lie within. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Yu, without a hint of hesitation, responded, "Naturally. It would be entirely reasonable. The items here are, in theory, yours, Brother Chu." However, he cast a concerned glance at Chu Hong and, after a brief moment of hesitation, added, "But Brother Chu, would it be too perilous for you to tackle this alone? How about I and my brothers assist you? And you can still claim all the rewards?" Su Yu's tone was earnest, and his thoughts aligned with his words. Upon hearing Chu Heng's intentions, his first instinct was to consider Chu Heng's safety and ponder how he could contribute to offsetting the efforts Chu Hong had made in reclaiming the base. He did not doubt that Chu Hong was genuinely disinterested in the base. After all, Chu Hong had no need for such pretense. Given Chu Heng's prowess, if he desired the base, he could have simply taken it without such complications. Thus, in matters concerning the base, he and the military forces behind him had benefited, and he felt a sense of gratitude. Moreover, from a pragmatic standpoint, if Chu Hong were to assist them in opening the warehouse door, he could not possibly take everything with him. Consequently, any remaining items would naturally become advantageous to their organization, while simultaneously alleviating the significant nuisance of the zombies within the base. Therefore, for both personal and public reasons, he sincerely wished for Chu Heng to successfully accomplish this endeavor without harm. Recognizing Su Yu's sincerity, Chu Hong expressed his gratitude but firmly declined. In his view, it was absurd to rely on Su Yu and his team for a problem that he could not resolve himself. "All right, you all should step back. I am about to begin," Chu Hong stated. Upon hearing his words, Su Yu hesitated momentarily, sighed, and then retreated with his subordinates to a distance of 100 meters. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on the metal door, discreetly instructing his comrades to rush to Chu Heng's aid at the first sign of trouble. Chu Heng slowly approached the metal door, placing both hands upon it, closing his eyes to sense the intricacies of the lock mechanism. The shadow trailing behind him had already grown to its full size, its body instinctively arching. Whether it was a standard padlock, a tumbler lock, a pin tumbler lock, or even a sophisticated electronic lock or biometric lock, the methods and principles of unlocking varied. Yet they all led to the same conclusion, controlling the bolt to retract it from its housing in order to open the door. Ultimately, the key to unlocking this door lay in retracting the bolt from the limit slot and then swinging the door open. For others, this might pose a formidable challenge. Yet for Chu Hong, it was an effortless endeavor. Moments later, a gentle voice resonated, prompting Chu Hong to suddenly open his eyes wide. Exclaiming with barely contained excitement, "I did it." The distant roars of zombies echoed faintly, and Chu Heng swiftly transitioned into his earth manipulation ability. Among the 7 powers he currently possessed, only the Shadow Sovereign was effective at night, while the Spirit Bond and Devouring powers lacked lethality. Of the remaining 4 abilities, Super Physique and Void Walking were more suited for single-target damage, leaving Magnetic Field Control and Earth Manipulation as his potent tools for group combat. However, in the absence of suitable weaponry, the Earth Manipulation ability could prove to be more advantageous. In the next moment, sunlight streamed through the gradually opening door, illuminating the warehouse seen before Chu Hong. The vast and spacious interior was filled with long wooden boxes, and everywhere he looked, grotesque zombies emitting a foul odor awaited. The sound of the door creaking open, coupled with the scent of living humans outside, quickly roused these undead from their slumber, causing them to turn and charge toward Chu Hong. The almost enclosed space reverberated with the deafening roars of the zombies. The harsh growls and the acrid stench made Chu Hong furrow his brow deeply. The ground was too hard for him to effectively utilize his earth manipulation. Thus, he was compelled to retreat, allowing the zombies within the warehouse to pour out. Simultaneously, under Chu Heng's caution. Su Yu and his men withdrew to the defensive line prepared against the high wall, gazing at the relentless tide of zombies that seemed to emerge endlessly from the warehouse. Su Yu instinctively inhaled sharply. Just how many zombies were concealed within this warehouse? Could Chu Heng truly handle them? His eyes flicked toward Chu Heng, only to find his demeanor unchanged, calm and composed, brimming with confidence. In the next instant, before the stunned gazes of Su Yu and the soldiers behind him, thousands of thick earthen spikes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. Each spike, sharp and deadly, aimed directly at a zombie, penetrating through their lower bodies and descending to pierce their brains, impaling them from below. In mere seconds, approximately one-fifth of the previously dense mass of zombies lay dead upon these earthen spikes, their lifeless bodies still suspended upon them. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone's hearts quivered involuntarily. Su Yu turned to Zhang Xiaofeng and Yin Qing in disbelief, his mouth agape as he questioned, "Didn't you say his ability was magnetic field control? What is happening here?" Chapter 84. That brilliant glimmer in his contemplation, Su Yu suddenly noticed something he had previously overlooked. The mutated beasts they had encountered before were all imbued with a violent aura and a desire for bloodshed. Upon seeing humans, they would charge forth to attack. Yet, the enormous mutated beast beside Chu Heng exhibited none of these traits, instead behaving like a domesticated pet. This prompted him to contemplate a possibility. Besides the evident control of metal and earth elements, Chu Heng might possess other extraordinary abilities, such as beast mastery. The mere thought of this startled him. In the face of an unknown apocalypse, individuals tend to instinctively rely on their previous understanding of the world to interpret this new reality. Following the onset of the event, the leadership of the Dragon Nation prioritized ensuring the safety of distinguished scientists and subsequently seized several research laboratories within the city to provide raw materials for their studies. Initially, after regaining composure, they had little hope for research that bore the weight of Earth's scientific legacy, especially considering the formidable power that had drawn billions into this realm. However, to their astonishment, these scientists managed to yield some results. One notable finding was the distinction between the energy variant and the original energy variant. They discovered that the original energy variant could indeed cultivate awakened individuals with dual abilities. Su Yu was aware of this news, which is why he was not surprised by Chu Heng's demonstration of two abilities at first. Yet, upon realizing that Chu Heng possessed three extraordinary powers, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Three abilities. Su Yu's gaze towards Chu Heng became tinged with a hint of melancholy. Sensing the eyes upon him, Chu Heng did not turn back. Instead, he charged towards the relentless tide of zombies. Once more, he unleashed a mass of earth spikes. However, this time, the effectiveness was markedly diminished. This was to be expected, as the sheer number and dispersion of the spikes naturally reduced their individual potency. While they sufficed against some level 0 and lower defense level 1 zombies, they were scarcely adequate for level 2 zombies. The zombies continued to surge towards Chu Heng. Noticing the reduced impact of his second attack, Chu Heng wisely adapted his strategy, decreasing the number of earth spikes while augmenting the energy invested in each one, rendering them sharper and more robust. This adjustment yielded immediate results. In no time, another substantial batch of zombies fell. Although the tally was still less than the first, it surpassed the second by a considerable margin. At that moment, two exceptionally swift level 2 zombies approached him from either side. Chu Heng cast a casual glance. Both were speed-based zombies, possessing fair velocity but lacking in strength and resilience. Once again, he invoked the earth manipulation technique. A wall of earth abruptly rose before the left zombie, which attempted to change direction only to be met by another wall blocking its path. Subsequently, two more walls rose, enclosing the zombie. As it attempted to leap out, the final wall descended, sealing it within. The 5 walls formed a 2-meter-wide, enclosed cube of earth, trapping the zombie inside. The continuous thuds of its futile attempts to break free from the walls echoed around them. Having dealt with one, Chu Heng swiftly redirected his attention towards the rapidly approaching mutated zombie. In a mere span of seconds, it had closed the distance to within 3 meters of Chu Heng. In the next instant, hundreds of earthen hands surged from the ground, seizing the ankles and lower legs of the zombie with a swiftness that was almost blinding, rendering it immobile. Immediately thereafter, 2 colossal hands emerged from the earth on either side of the mutated zombie, one reaching for its head and the other for its thigh. The massive hands twisted in opposite directions, and before long, the mutated zombie's body was contorted into a helix. The onlookers, including Su Yu, gasped in astonishment at this brutal display. It was undeniably ruthless. Watching the scene unfold, Su Yu furrowed his brow. He could discern that, given Chu Heng's strength, eliminating this zombie would not be a challenge. There was no need for such a gruesome method. Was this meant to be a spectacle for me? Yet, He quickly dismissed this notion. After all, there was no reason for Chu Heng to act in such a manner. This left only one possibility. With this thought, Su Yu's gaze towards Chu Heng grew increasingly anxious. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Heng was oblivious to Su Yu's musings, having no time to ponder such matters. As the energy levels plummeted, the number of zombies charging out of the warehouse sharply decreased. In less than half an hour, Su Yu, standing to the side, was astonished to discover that fewer than 100 zombies remained on the field. Of course, the surviving mutated zombies were far from weak, with the lowest being level 2. And 2 standing at level 3. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from these zombies, Su Yu's expression shifted. The level 2 zombies were manageable. But facing the 2 level 3 zombies individually left even him without a guaranteed victory. Observing the remaining zombies, Chu Heng understood that it was time to switch his abilities. Super Physique activate. In mere seconds, his stature surged dramatically, transforming him into a towering giant nearly 5 meters tall, with muscles bulging and veins resembling coiling serpents. Simultaneously, his clothing tore apart, leaving only the fiery canine pelt draped around his waist, billowing in the wind. Yet with this further growth, the pelt's modesty was rendered laughable. Witnessing Chu Heng's extraordinary transformation, Su Yu's expression shifted once more, his demeanor seemingly entranced as he murmured, "My heavens, have I encountered someone with cheat-like powers?" This revelation solidified the understanding that Chu Heng possessed 3 distinct abilities. Furthermore, if the massive mutated beast was not a product of his teammates' powers, it implied that Chu Heng wielded 4 abilities in total. With this thought, even the typically unflappable Su Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind spiraling into a more audacious speculation. Could it be that Chu Yi possessed even more than these 4 abilities? However, as Chu Heng showcased his formidable prowess, Su Yu's concerns deepened. With Chu Heng transitioning to his super physique ability, the ensuing battle bore no trace of suspense. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining zombies were utterly annihilated. In a remarkable display of prowess, Chu Heng managed to eradicate the myriad of zombies within the warehouse in less than half an hour. This feat starkly contrasts with his previous encounter at the gas station, showcasing a significant enhancement in his capabilities. Activating his intermediate gathering technique, Chu Heng did not falter in his stride. Instead, he resolutely advanced into the depths of the warehouse, illuminated by the beams of light streaming in. He swiftly discerned a treasure chest nestled in the right corner of the warehouse, which, even in the dim shadows, radiated a brilliant glow.